Prologue of Olga Romanoff. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. Prologue. The Prophecy of Netas. These are the last words of Israel Demirska, known in the days of strife as Netas, the master of terror, given to the children of deliverance dwelling in the land of Aeria in the 25th year of the peace, which in the reckoning of the West is the year 1930.
My life is lived, and the wings of the angel of death overshadow me as I write. But before the last summons comes, I must obey the spirit within me that bids me tell of the things that I have seen, in order that the story of them shall not die, nor be disguised by false reports, as the years multiply, and the mists gather over the graves of those who, with me, have seen and wrought them. For this reason, the words that I write shall be read publicly in the ears of you and your children and your children's children, until they shall see a sign in heaven to tell them that the end is at hand. No man among you shall take away from that which I have written, nor yet add anything to it. And every 5th year, at the festival of deliverance, which is held on the anniversary of victory, this writing of mine shall be read, that those who shall hear it with understanding may lay its warning to heart, and that the lessons of the great deliverance may never be forgotten among you. It was in the days before the beginning of peace that I, Netas the Jew, cast down and broken by the hand of the tyrant, conceived and created that which was known as the Terror. The kings of the earth and their servants tremble before my invisible presence, for my arm was long, and my hand was heavy. Yet no man knew where or when I would strike, only that the blow would be death to him on whom it shall fall, and that nowhere on earth should he find a safe refuge from it. In those days, the earth was ruled by force and cunning, and the nations were armed camps set one against the other. Millions of men, who had no quarrel with their neighbours, stood waiting for the word of their rulers to blast the fair fields of earth with the fires of war, and to make desolate the homes of those who had done them no wrong. In the 3rd year of the 20th century, Richard Arnold, the Englishman, conquered the empire of the air and made the first ship that flew as a bird does, of its own strength and motion. He joined the Brotherhood of Freedom, then known among men as the Terrorists, of whom I, Netas, was the master. And then he built the aerial fleet, which, in the day of Armageddon, gave us the victory over the tyrants of the earth. At the same time, Alan Tremaine, a noble of the English people, into whose soul I had caused my spirit to enter, in order that he might serve me and bring the day of deliverance nearer, caused all the nations of the Anglo-Saxon race to join hands, from the west and to the east, in a league of common blood and kindred, and they, in the appointed hour, stood between the sons and daughters of men and those who would have enslaved them afresh. The chief of these was Alexander Romanoff, last of the Tsars or tyrants of Russia, whose armies, leagued with those of France, Italy, Spain, and certain lesser powers, and assisted by a great fleet of war balloons that could fly, though slowly, wherever they were directed, swept like a destroying pestilence from the western frontiers of Russia to the eastern shores of Britain, and when they had gained the mastery of Europe, invaded England and laid siege to London. But here their path of conquest was brought to an end, for Alan Tremaine and his brothers of the Terror called upon the men of Anglo-Saxondom to save their motherland from her enemies. And they rose in their wrath, millions strong, and fell upon them by land and sea, and would have destroyed them utterly, as I had bidden them do, but that Natasha, who was my daughter, and was known in those days as the Angel of the Revolution, pleaded for the remnant of them, and they were spared. But the Russians we slew without mercy to the last man of those who had stood in arms against us, saving only the tyrant and his princes and the leaders of his armies. These we took prisoners and sent, with their wives and their children, to die in their own prison land in Siberia, as they had sent thousands of innocent men and women to die before them. This was my judgment upon them, for the wrong they had done to me and mine. But in the hour of victory I spared not those who had not known how to spare. Now they are dead, and their graves are nameless. Their name is a byword among men, for they were strong, and they used their strength to do evil. So we made an end of tyranny among the nations, and when the world war was at length brought to an end, we disbanded all the armies that were upon the land and sank the warships that were left upon the sea, that men might no more fight with each other. War, that had been called honourable since the world began, we made a crime of blood guiltiness, for which the life of him who sought to commit it should pay, and as a crime, you, the children of those who have delivered the nations from it, shall for ever hold it to be. We leave you the command of the air, and that is the command of the world. But should it come to pass, as in the progress of knowledge it may well do, that others in the world outside Aeria shall learn to navigate the air as you do, you shall go forth to battle with them, and destroy them utterly. For we have made it known through all the earth that he who seeks to build a second navy of the air shall be accounted an enemy of peace, whose purpose it is to bring war upon the earth again. Forget not that the bloodlust is but tamed, not quenched, in the souls of men, and that long years must pass before it is purged from the world for ever. We have given peace on earth, and to you, our children, we bequeath the sacred trust of keeping it. We have won our world empire by force, and by force you must maintain it. In the day of battle we shed the blood of millions without ruth to win it, and so far the end has justified the means we used. Since the sun set upon Armageddon, and the right to make war was taken from the rulers of the nations, we have governed a realm of peace and prosperity, which every year has seen better and happier than that which went before. No man has dared to draw the sword upon his brother, or by force or fraud to take that which was not his by right. The soil of earth has been given back to the use of her sons, and their wealth has already multiplied 100-fold on every hand. Kings have ruled with wisdom and justice, and senates have ceased their wranglings to soberly seek out and promote the welfare of their own countries, and to win the respect and friendship of others. Yet many of these are the same men who but a few years ago rent each other like wild beasts in savage strife for the meanest ends, who betrayed their brothers and slaughtered their neighbours, that the rich might be richer and the strong stronger in the pitiless battle for wealth and power. They have become peaceful and honest with each other because we have compelled them to be so, and because they know that the penalty of wrongdoing in high places is destruction swift and certain as the stroke of the hand of fate itself. They know that no man stands so high that our hand cannot cast him down to the dust, and that no spot of earth is so secret and so distant that the transgressor of our laws can find in it a refuge from our vengeance. We stand between the few strong and cunning who would oppress, and the many weak and simple who could not resist them. And when we are gone, you will hear the voice of duty calling you to take our places. When you stand where we do now, remember who you are and the tremendous trust that is laid upon you. You are the children of the chosen out of many nations, masters of the world and, under heaven, the arbiters of human destiny. You shall rule the world as we have ruled it for 100 years from now. If in that time men shall not have learnt the ways of wisdom and justice, you may be sure that they will never learn them, and deserve only to be left to their own foolishness. Since the world began, the path of life has never lain so fair and straight before the sons of men as it does now, and never was it so easy to do the right and so hard to do the wrong. So for 100 years to come, you shall keep them in the path in which we have set them, and those that would wilfully turn aside from it you shall destroy without mercy, lest they lead others into misery and bring the evil days upon earth again. At the 25th celebration of the Festival of Deliverance, you shall give back the sceptre of the world empire into the hands of the children of those from whom we took it, because they wielded it for oppression and not for mercy. At that time, you shall make it known throughout the earth that men are once more free to do good or evil, according to their choice, and that as they choose well or ill, so shall they live or die. And woe to them in those days if, knowing the good, they shall turn aside to do evil. Beyond the clouds that gather over the sunset of my earthly life, I see a sign in heaven as of a flaming sword, whose hilt is in the hand of the master of destiny, and whose blade is outstretched over the habitations of men. As they shall choose to do good or evil, so shall that sword pass away from them or fall upon them, and consume them utterly in the midst of their pride. And if they, knowing the good, shall elect to do evil, it shall be with them as of old the prophet said of the men of Babylon the Great. Their cities shall be a desolation, a dry land and a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwelleth, neither shall any son of man pass thereby. For from among the stars of heaven, whose law I have learnt and whose voices I have heard, there shall come the messenger of fate, and his shape shall be that of a flaming fire, and his breath as the breath of a pestilence, that men shall feel and die in the hour that it breathes upon them. Out of the depths, beyond the light of the sun, he shall come, and your children of the 5th generation shall behold his approach. The sister worlds shall see him pass with fear and trembling, wondering which of them he shall smite. But if he be not restrained or turned aside by the hand which guides the stars in their courses, it shall go hard with this world, and the men of it, in the hour of his passing. Then shall the highways of the earth be waste, and the wayfaring of men cease. Earth shall languish and mourn for her children that are no more, and death shall reign amidst the silence, sole sovereign of many lands. But you, so long as you continue to walk in the way of wisdom, shall live in peace until the end. Whether it shall come then, or in the ages that shall follow. And if it shall come then, you shall await it with fortitude, knowing that this life is but a single link in the chain of existence which stretches through infinity, and that, if you shall be found worthy, you shall be taught how a chosen few among your sons and daughters shall survive the ruin of the world, to be the parents of the new race, and replenish the earth and possess it. Out of the valley of the shadow of death, I stretch forth my hands in blessing to you, the children of the coming time, and pray that the peace which the men of the generation now passing away have won through strife and toil in the fiery days of the terror may be yours, and endure unbroken unto the end.
End of Prologue.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 1 of Olga Romanoff. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. The Surrender of the World Throne. 100 years had passed since Natas, the master of the terror, had given into the hands of Richard Arnold his charge to the future generations of the Aryans, as the descendants of the terrorists who had colonized the mountain-walled valley of Aeria in Central Africa were now called, since the man who had planned and accomplished the greatest revolution in the history of the world had given his last blessing to his companions in arms and their children, and had turned his face to the wall and died. It was midday on the 8th of December 2030, and the rulers of all the civilized states of the world were gathered together in St. Paul's Cathedral to receive from the hands of a descendant of Natas in the 4th generation the restoration of the right of independent national rule which, on the same spot, 125 years before, had been taken from the sovereigns of Europe and vested in the Supreme Council of the Anglo-Saxon Federation. The period of tutelage had passed. Under the wise and firm rule of the Council and the domination of the Anglo-Saxon race, the Golden Age had seemed to return to the world. For 125 years there had been peace on earth, broken only by the outbreak and speedy suppression of a few tribal wars among the more savage races of Africa and Malaysia. Now the descendants of those who had been victors and vanquished in the World War of 1904 had met to give back and assume the freedom and the responsibility of national independence. The vast cathedral was thronged, as it had been on the momentous day when Natas had pronounced his judgment on the last of the tyrants of Russia and ended the old order of things in Europe. But it was now filled by a very different assembly to that which had stood within its walls on the morrow of Armageddon. Then the stress and horror of a mighty conflict had set its stamp on every face. Hate had looked out of eyes in which the tears were scarcely dry, and hungered fiercely for the blood of the oppressor. The clash of arms, the stern command, and the pitiless words of doom had sounded them in ears which but a few hours before had listened
to the roar of artillery and the thunder of battle. That had been the dawn of the morrow of strife. This was the zenith of the noon of peace. Now, in all the vast assembly, no hand held a weapon. No face was there showing a sign of sorrow, fear, or anger, and in no heart, save only two among the thousands, was there a thought of hate or bitterness. For 3 days past, the festival of deliverance had been celebrated all over the civilized world, and now, in the centre of the city, which had come to be the capital, not only of the vast domains of Anglo-Saxondom, but of the whole world, a solemn act of renunciation was to be performed, upon the issues of which the fate of all humanity would hang. For the members of the Supreme Council had come through the skies from their seat of empire in Aeria to abdicate the world throne in obedience to the command of the dead master, from whom their ancestors had derived it. At a table, drawn across the front of the chancel, sat the president and the 12 men who with him had up to this hour shared the empire of the human race. Below the steps, on the floor of the cathedral, sat in a wide semicircle the rulers of the kingdoms and republics of the earth, assembled to hear the last word of their overlords, and to receive from them the power and responsibility of maintaining or forfeiting, as the event should prove, the blessings which had multiplied under the sovereignty of the Arians. The president of the council was the direct descendant not only of Alan Tremaine, its first president, but also of Richard Arnold and Natasha, for their oldest son, born in the first year of the peace, had married the only daughter of Tremaine, and their firstborn son had been his father's father. Although the average physique of civilized man had immensely improved under the new order of things, the Aryans, descendants of the pick of the nations of Europe, were as far superior to the rest of the assembly as the latter would have been to the men and women of the 19th century. But even among the members of the council, the splendid stature and regal dignity of Alan Arnold, the president, stamped him as a born ruler of men, whose title rested upon something higher than elections or inheritance. At the last stroke of 12, the president rose in his place, and in the midst of an almost breathless silence read the message of Natas to the great congregation. This done, he laid the parchment down on the table, and beginning from the outbreak of the World War rapidly and lucidly sketched out the vast and beneficent changes in the government of society that its issues had made possible. He traced the marvellous development of the new civilization, which in 4 generations had raised men from a state of half-barbarous strife and brutality to one of universal peace and prosperity, from inhuman and unsparing competition to friendly cooperation in public and generous rivalry in private concerns, from horrible contrasts of wealth and misery to a social state in which the removal of all unnatural disabilities in the race of life had made them impossible. He showed how, in the evil times which, as all men hoped, had been left behind forever, the strong and the unscrupulous ruthlessly oppressed the weak and swindled the honest and the straightforward. Now dishonesty was dishonourable, in fact as well as in name. The game of life was played fairly, and its prizes fell to all who could win them by native genius or earnest endeavour. There were no inequalities, save those which nature herself had imposed upon all men from the beginning of time. There were no tyrants and no slaves. That which a man's labour or hand or brain had won was his, and no man might take toll of it. All useful work was held in honour, and there was no other road to fame or fortune save that of profitable service to humanity. This, said the President in conclusion, is the splendid heritage that we of the Supreme Council, which is now to cease to exist as such, have received from our forefathers, who won it for us and for you on the field of the world's Armageddon. We have preserved their traditions intact and obey their commands to the letter, and now the hour has come for us, in obedience to the last of those commands, to resign our authority and to hand over the heritage to you, the rulers of the civilized world, to hold in trust for the peoples over whom you have been appointed to reign. When I have done speaking, I shall no longer be President of the Senate, which for 125 years has ruled the planet from pole to pole and east to west. You and your parliaments are henceforth free to rule as you will. We shall take no further part in the control of human affairs outside our domain, saving only in one concern. In the days when our command was established, the only possible basis of all rule was force, and our supremacy was based on the force that we could bring to bear upon those who might have ventured to oppose us or revolted against our rule. We commanded, and we still command, the air, and I should not be doing my duty either to my own people or to you if I did not tell you that the Aryans, not as the world rulers that they have been, but as the citizens of an independent state, mean to keep that power in their own hands at all costs. The empire of earth and sea, saving only the valley of Aeria, is yours to do with as you will. The empire of the air is ours, the heritage that we have received from the genius of that ancestor of mine who first conquered it. That we have not used it in the past to oppress you is the most perfect guarantee that we shall not do so in the future. But let all the nations of the earth clearly understand that we shall accept any attempt to dispute it with us as a declaration of war upon us, and that those who make that attempt will either have to exterminate us or be exterminated themselves. This is not a threat, but a solemn warning, and the responsibility of once more bringing the curse of war and all its attendant desolation upon the earth will lie heavily upon those who neglect it. A few more needful words and I have done. The message of the Master, which I have read to you, contains a prophecy, as to the fulfilment of which neither I nor any man here may speak with certainty. It may be that he, with clearer eyes than ours, saw some tremendous catastrophe impending over the world, a catastrophe which no human means could avert, and beneath which human strength and genius could only bow with resignation. By what spirit he was inspired when he uttered the prophecy, it is not for us to say. But before you put it aside as an old man's dream, let me ask you to remember that he who uttered it was a man who was able to plan the destruction of one civilization and to prepare the way for another and a better. Such a man, standing midway between the twin mysteries of life and death, might well see that which is hidden from our grosser sight, but whether the prophecy itself shall prove true or false, it shall be well for you and for your children's children, if you and they shall receive the lesson that it teaches as true. If in the days that are to come the world shall be overwhelmed with a desolation that none shall escape, will it not be better that the end shall come and find men doing good rather than evil? As you now set the peoples whom you govern in the right or the wrong path, so shall they walk. This is the lesson of all the generations that have gone before us, and it shall also be true of those that are to come after us. As the seed is, so is the harvest. Therefore see to it that you, who are now the free rulers of the nations, so discharge the awful trust and responsibility which is thus laid upon you, that your children's children shall not, perhaps in the hour of humanity's last agony, rise up and curse your memory rather than bless it. I have spoken. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. Chapter 2. A Crownless King. Late in the evening of the same day, two of the President's audience, the only two who had heard his words with anger and hatred instead of gratitude and joy, were together in a small but luxuriously furnished room in an octagonal turret which rose from one of the angles of a large house on the southern slopes of the heights of Hampstead. One was a very old man whose once giant frame was wasted and shrunken by the slow siege of many years, and on whose withered, care-lined features death had already set its fatal seal. The other was a young girl, in all her pride and glory of budding womanhood, and beautiful with the dark, imperious beauty that is transmitted like a priceless heirloom along a line of proud descent, unstained by any drop of base-born blood. Yet, in her beauty, there was that which repelled as well as attracted. No sweet and gentle woman's soul looked out of the great deep eyes that changed from dusky violet to the blackness of a starless night as the sun and shade of her varying moods swept over her inner being. Her straight, dark brows were almost masculine in their firmness, and the voluptuous promise of her full, red, sensuous lips was belied by the strength of her chin and the defiant poise of her splendid head on the strongly moulded throat, whose smooth skin showed so dazzling white against the dark purple velvet of the collar of her dress. It was a beauty to enslave and command rather than to woo and win. The fatal loveliness of a Cleopatra, a Lucretia, or a Messalina, a charm to be used for evil rather than for good. In a few years she would be such a woman as would drive men mad for the love of her, and giving no love in return, use them for her own ends and cast them aside with a smile when they could serve her no longer. The old man was lying on a low couch of magnificent furs, against whose dark lustre the grey pallor of his skin and the pure silvery whiteness of his still thick hair and beard showed up in strong contrast. He had been asleep for the last 4 hours, resting after the exertion of going to the cathedral, and the girl was sitting watching him with anxious eyes, every now and then leaning forward to catch the faint sounds of his slow and even breathing, and make sure that he was still alive. A clock in one of the corners of the room chimed 9:15, as the old man raised his hand to his brow and opened his eyes. They rested for a moment on the girl's face, and then wandered inquiringly about the room, as though he expected someone else to be present. Then he said, in a low, weak voice, "What time is it? Has Sergei come yet?"
"No,"
said the girl, glancing up at the clock.
"That was only 9:15, and he is not due until the hour."
"No, I remember. I don't suppose he can be here much before. Meanwhile, get me the draft ready, so that I shall have strength to do what has to be done before."
"Are you sure it is necessary for you to take that terrible drug? Why should you sacrifice what may be months or even years of life to gain a few hours' renewed youth?"
The girl's voice trembled as she spoke, and her eyes melted in a sudden rush of tears. the one being that she loved in all the world was this old man, and he had just told her to prepare his death draught. "Do as I bid you, child," he said, raising his voice to a querulous cry, "and do it quickly, while there is yet a time. Why do you talk to me of a few more months of life, to me, whose eyes have seen the snows of 100 winters whitening the earth? I tell you that drug or no drug, I shall not see the setting of tomorrow's sun. As I slept, I heard the rush of the death angel's wings through the night, and the wind of them was cold upon my brow. Do as I bid you. Quick, there is the door telephone. Sergei is here." As he spoke, a ring sounded in the lower part of the house. Accustomed to blind obedience from her infancy, the girl choked back her rising tears and went to a little cupboard let into the wall, out of which she took 2 small vials, each containing about a fluid ounce of colourless liquid. She placed a tumbler in the old man's hand and emptied the vials into it simultaneously. There was a slight effervescence, and the 2 colourless liquids instantly changed to a deep red. The moment that they did so, the dying man put the glass to his lips and emptied it at a gulp. Then he threw himself back upon his pillows and let the glass fall from his hand upon the floor. At the same moment, a little disc of silver flew out at right angles to the wall near the door, and a voice said, "Sergei Nikolaevich is here to command."
"Sergei Nikolaevich is welcome. Let him ascend,"
said the girl, walking towards the transmitter and replacing the disc as she ceased speaking. A few minutes later, there was a tap on the door. The girl opened it and admitted a tall, splendidly built young fellow of about 22, dressed, according to the winter costume of the time, in a close-fitting suit of dark blue velvet, long boots of soft brown leather that came a little higher than the knee, and a long, fur-lined, hooded cloak, which was now thrown back and hung in graceful folds from his broad shoulders. As he entered, the girl held out her hand to him in silence. A bright flush rose to her clear, pale cheeks as he instantly dropped on one knee and kissed it, as in the old days a favoured subject would have kissed the hands of a queen. "Welcome, Sergei Nikolaevich, Prince of the House of Romanoff. Your bride and your crown are waiting for you." The words came clear and strong from the lips which, but a few moments before, had barely been able to frame a coherent sentence. The strange drug had wrought a miracle of restoration. 50 years seemed to have been lifted from the shoulders of the man who would never see another sunrise. The light of youth shone in his eyes, and the flush of health on his cheeks. The deep furrows of age and care had vanished from his face, and saving only for his long white hair, if one who had seen Alexander Romanoff, the last of the Tsars of Russia, on the battlefield of Muswell Hill, could have come back to earth, he would have believed that he saw him once more in the flesh. Without any assistance, he rose from the couch and drew himself up to the full of his majestic height. And as he did so, the young man dropped on his knee before him, as he had done before the girl, and said in Russian, "The honour is too great for my unworthiness. May heaven make me worthy of it." "Worthy you are now, and shall remain as long as you shall keep undefiled the faith and honour of the imperial house from which you are sprung," replied the old man in the same language, raising him from his knees as he spoke. Then he laid his hands on the young man's shoulder, and looking him straight in the eyes, went on, "Sergei Nikolaevich, you know why I have bidden you come here tonight. Speak now without fear of falsehood, and tell me whether you come prepared to take that which I have to give you, and to do that which I shall ask of you. If there is any doubt in your soul, speak it now, and go in peace, for the task that I shall lay upon you is no light one, nor may it be undertaken without a whole heart and a soul that is undivided by doubt." The young man returned his burning gaze with a glance as clear and steady as his own, and replied, "It is for your majesty to give, and for me to take. For you to command, and for me to obey. Tell me your will, and I will do it to the death. In the hour that I fail, may heaven's mercy fail me too, and may I die as one who is not fit to live." "Spoken like a true son of Russia," said the old man, taking his hands from his shoulders and beckoning the girl to his side. Then he placed them side by side before an icon fastened to the eastern wall, with an ever-burning lamp in front of it. He bade them kneel down and join hands, and as they did so, he took his place behind them, and, raising his hands as though in invocation above their heads, he said in slow, solemn tones, "Now, Sergei Nikolaevich and Olga Romanoff, sole heirs on earth of those who once were Tsars of Russia, swear before heaven and all its holy saints that, when this body of mine shall have been committed to the flames, you will take my ashes to Petersburg and lay them in the church of Peter and Paul, and that when that is done, you will go to the Losenskys at Moscow, and there, in the Ouspensky Sabor, where your ancestors were crowned, take each other for wedded wife and husband, according to the ancient laws of Russia and the rites of the Orthodox Church." The oath was taken by each of the now betrothed pair in turn, and then Paul Romanoff, great-grandson of Alexander, the last of the Tsars, raised them from their knees, and kissed each of them on the forehead. Then, taking from his neck a gold chain with a small key attached to it, he went to one of the oak panels, from which the walls of the room were lined, and pushed aside a portion of the apparently solid beading, disclosing a keyhole into which he inserted the key. He turned the key and pulled, and the panel swung slowly out like a door. It was lined with 3 inches of solid steel, and behind it was a cavity in the wall, from which came the sheen of gold and the gleam of jewels. A cry of amazement broke at the same moment from the lips of both Olga and Sergei as they saw what the glittering object was. Paul Romanoff took it out of the steel-lined cavity and laid it reverently on the table, saying as he did so, "Tomorrow I shall be dead, and this house and all that is in it will be yours. This is my most precious possession, the imperial crown of Russia, stolen when the Kremlin was plundered in the days of the Terror, and restored secretly to my father by the faith and devotion of one of the few who remained loyal after the fall of the empire. In a few hours it will be yours. I leave it to you as a sacred heritage from the past for you to hand on to the future. And with it, you shall receive and hand on a heritage of hate and vengeance, which you shall keep hot in your hearts, and in the hearts of your children against the day of reckoning when it comes. Now sit down on the divan yonder, and listen with your ears and your hearts as well, for these are the last words that I shall speak with the lips of flesh, and you must remember them, that you may tell them to your children, and perchance to their children after them, as I now tell them to you. For the hour of vengeance may not come in your day, nor yet in theirs, though in the fullness of time it shall come. And therefore the story must never be forgotten, while a Romanoff remains to remember it." The old man, on whom the strange drug that he had taken was still exercising its wonderful effects, threw himself into an easy chair as he spoke, and motioned them with his hand towards a second low couch against one of the walls, covered with cushions and draped with neutral-tinted silken hangings. Olga, moving as it seemed with the unconscious motion of a somnambulist, allowed her form to sink back upon the cushions until she sat and half reclined on them, and Sergei, laying one of the cushions on the floor, sat at her feet, and drew one of his hands unresistingly over his shoulder, and kept it there as though she were caressing him.
And Sergei, laying one of the cushions on the floor, sat at her feet, and drew one of her hands unresistingly over his shoulder, and kept it there as though she were caressing him. Thus they waited for poor Romanoff to teach them the lessons that they had sworn to teach in turn to the generations that were to come. The old man regarded them in silence for a moment or two, and as he did so, the angry fire died out of his eyes, and his lips parted in a faint smile, as he said, rather in soliloquy to himself than to them, "As it was in the beginning, it is now, and for ever shall be, until the end. Empires wax and wane, and dynasties rise and fall. Revolutions come and go, and the face of the world is changed. But the mystery of the sex, the beauty of woman, and the love of man endure changeless as destiny, for they are destiny itself." As he spoke, the fixed, rigid look melted from Olga's face. The bright flush rose again to her cheeks, and she bowed her royal head and looked almost tenderly at the blonde, ruddy young giant at her feet. After all, he was her fate, and she might well have had a worse one. Then, after a brief pause, poor Romanoff began to speak again, slowly and quietly, with his eyes fixed on the glittering symbol of the vanished sovereignty of his house, as though he were addressing it and communing with the mournful memories that it recalled from the past.
"It is 125 years since the hand of Natas the Jew came forth out of the unknown and struck you from the brow of the last of the Tsars. On the day that Natas died, I was born 100 years ago. There are barely a score of men left on earth who have seen and spoken with the men who saw the Great Revolt and the beginning of the Terror. And I alone, of the elder line of Romanoff, remain to pass the story of our house's shame and ruin on, so that it may not be forgotten against the day of vengeance that I have waited for in vain. But I have no time left for dreams or vain regrets. Listen, children of the present, and take my words with you into the future that it is not given to me to see."
He passed his hands upwards over his eyes and brow, and then went on, speaking now directly to Olga and Sergei, in a quick, earnest tone, as though he feared that his fictitious strength would fail him before he could say what he had to say.
"When Alexander, the last of the crowned emperors of Russia, fell down dead on the morning after he reached the mines of Kara, to which the terrorists had exiled him as a convict for life, those who remained of his family and who had taken no part in the war were allowed to return to Europe, on condition that they lived the lives of private citizens, and sought no share in the government of any country to which they were allied by marriage or otherwise. Only 2 of those who had survived the march to Siberia were able to avail themselves of this permission, and these were Olga, the daughter of Alexander, and Sergei Nikolaevich, the youngest son of his nephew Nicholas. These 2 settled at the court of Denmark, and there, 2 years later, Olga married Prince Ingeborg, her firstborn son. The only one of her children who lived beyond infancy was my father, as my own firstborn son was yours, Olga Romanoff. Sergei married Dagmar, the youngest daughter of the House of Denmark. 3 years later, and from him you, Sergei Nikolaevich, are descended in the 4th generation. Thus in you will be united the only 2 remaining branches of the once mighty House of Romanoff. May the day come when in you or your children its ancient glories shall be restored."
"Amen," said Olga and Sergei in a single breath. And as she uttered the words, Olga's eyes fell on the lost crown upon the table, and for the moment they seemed to flame with the inner fires of a quenchless rage. Poor Romanoff's eyes answered hers flash for flash,
for the same hatred and longing for revenge possessed them both. The old man, who had carried the weight of 100 years to the brink of the grave, and the young girl whose feet were still lingering on the dividing line between girlhood and womanhood. Then he went on, speaking with an added tone of fierceness in his voice. "From the day of my birth until this, the night of my death, it has been impossible to do anything to recover that which you lost in the great revolt. Not that stour hearts and keen brains and willing hands have been wanting for the work, but because the strong arms of the terror has encircled the earth with unbreakable bonds, because its eye has never slept, and because its hand has hurled infallible destruction upon all who have dared to take the first step towards freedom. Natas spoke truly when he said that the terrorists had ruled the world by force. And Alan Arnold today spoke truly after him when he said that the supremacy of the Aryans was based upon the force that they could bring to bear upon any who revolted against them through their possession of the empire of the air. It is this priceless possession that gives them the command of the world, and for 100 years they have guarded it so jealously that they have slain without mercy all who have ventured to take even the first step towards an independent solution of the mighty problem which Richard Arnold solved 126 years ago. The last man who died in this cause was my only son, and your father, Olga. Remember that, for it is not the least item in the legacy of revenge that I bequeath to you tonight. He had devoted his life, as many others had done before him, to the task of discovering the secret of the motive power of the terrorist airship. The year you were born, success had crowned the efforts of 10 years of tireless labour, working with the utmost secrecy in a lonely hut buried in the forests of Norway. He and 6 others who were, as he thought, devoted to him and the glorious cause of wresting the empire of the world from the grasp of the terrorists, had built an airship that would have been swifter and more powerful than any of their aerial fleet. 2 days before she was ready to take to the air, one of his men deserted. The traitor was never seen again, but the next night a terrorist vessel descended from the clouds, and in a few minutes not a vestige of our airship or her creators remained. Only a blackened waste in the midst of the forest was left to show the scene of their labours. Within 48 hours it was known all over the civilized world that Vladimir Romanoff and his associates had been killed by order of the Supreme Council for endeavouring to build an airship in defiance of its commands. Such as the enemies against whom you will have to contend, they are still virtually the masters of the world, and the task before you is to wrest that mastery from them. It is no light task, but it is not impossible, for the Aryans are, after all, but men and women as you are, and what they have done other men and women can surely do. The great secret cannot always remain theirs alone. While they actively control the nations, nothing could be done against them, for their hand was everywhere, and their eyes saw everything. But now they have abdicated the throne of the world, and left the nations to rule themselves as they can. For a time things will go on in their present grooves, but that will not be for long. I, who am their bitterest enemy on earth, am forced to confess that the terrorists have proved themselves to be the wisest as well as the strongest of despots. Under their rule, the world has become a paradise for the canaille and the multitude. But they have curbed the mob as well as the king, and abolished the demagogue as well as the despot. Now the strong hand is lifted and the bridle loosed, and before many years have passed, the brute strength of the multitude will have begun to assert itself. The so-called kings of the earth, who rule now in a mockery of royalty, will speedily find that the real kings of the old days rule because in the last resource they had armies and navies at their command and could enforce obedience. These are but the puppets of the popular will, and now that the moral and the physical support of the Supreme Council and its aerial fleet is taken from them, they will see democracy run rampant, and having no strength to stem the tide, they will have to float with it, or be submerged by it. In another generation, the voice of the majority, the blind brute force of numbers, will rule everything on earth. What government there may be will be a mere matter of counting heads. Individual freedom will by swift degrees vanish from the earth, and human society will become a huge machine, grinding all men down to the same level until the monotony of life becomes unendurable. Hitherto, all democracies in the history of the world have been ended by military despotism. But now, military despotism has been made impossible, and so democracy will run riot until it plunges the world into social chaos. This may come in your time, or in your children's, but it is the opportunity for which you must work and wait. Even now, you will find in every nation thousands of men and women who are chafing against the limitations imposed on individual aspirations and ambitions. And as the rule of democracy spreads and becomes heavier, the number of these will increase, until at last revolt will become possible, nay, inevitable. Of this revolt you must make yourselves the guiding spirits. The work will be long and arduous, but you have all your lives before you, and the rewards of success will be glorious beyond all description. Not only will you restore the house of Romanoff to its ancient glories in yourself and your children, but you will enthrone it in an even higher place than that which your ancestors had almost won for it, when these thrice accursed terrorists turned the tide of battle against him on the threshold of the conquest of the world. Do not shrink from the task, or despair because you are now only two against the world. Think of Netas and the mighty work that he did, and remember that he was once only one against the world which in the day of battle he fought and conquered. Above all things, never let your eyes wander from the land of the Aryans, that once conquered, and the world is yours to do with as you will. To do that, you must first conquer the air as they have done. Aeria itself, by all reports, is such a paradise as the sun nowhere else shines upon. Some day, whether by force or cunning, it may be yours, and when it is, the world also will be yours to be your footstool and your plaything, and all the peoples of the earth shall be your servants to do your bidding. Yes, I can see through the mists of the coming years, and beyond the grave that opens at my feet, aerial navies flying the eagle of Russia and scaling the mighty battlements of Aeria, hurling their lightnings far and wide in the work of vengeance long delayed. Behind the battle I see darkness that my weak eyes cannot pierce, but yours shall see clearly where mine are clouded with the falling mists of death. The shadows are closing round me, and the sands in the glass are almost run out. Yet one thing remains to be done. Since Alexander Romanoff died at the mines of Kara, no Tsar of Russia has been crowned. Now I, Paul Romanoff, his rightful heir, will crown myself after the fashion of my ancestors, and then I will crown you, the daughter of my murdered son, and you will place the diadem on your husband's brow, when God has made you one."
So saying, the old man rose from his seat, with his face flushed and his eyes aglow with the light of ecstasy. Olga and Sergei rose to their feet, half in fear and half in wonder, as they looked upon his transfigured countenance. He lifted the imperial crown from the table, and then, drawing himself up to the full height of his majestic stature, raised it high above his head and lowered it slowly down towards his brow. The jewelled circlet of gold had almost touched the silver of his snowy hair when the light suddenly died out of his eyes, leaving the glaze of death behind it. He gasped once for breath, and then his mighty form shrank together and pitched forward in a huddled heap at their feet, flinging the crown with a dull crash to the floor and sending it rolling away into a corner of the room.
"God grant that may not be an omen, Olga," said Sergei, covering his eyes with his hands to shut out the sudden horror of the sight.
"Omen or not, I will do his bidding to the end,"
said the girl slowly and solemnly. Then her pent-up passion of grief burst forth in a long, wailing cry, and she flung herself down on the prostrate form of the only friend she had ever known and loved, and laid her cheek upon his, and let the welling tears run from her eyes over those that had for ever ceased to weep. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tsarina Olga. 3 days after his death, the body of Paul Romanoff was reduced to ashes in the Highgate Crematorium, a magnificent building in the sombre yet splendid architecture of ancient Egypt, which stood in the midst of what had once been Highgate Cemetery, and what was now a beautiful garden shaded by noble trees, and in summer ablaze with myriads of flowers. Not a grave or a headstone was to be seen, for burial in the earth had been abolished throughout the civilized world for nearly a century. In the vast galleries of the central building, thousands of urns containing the ashes of the dead reposed in niches inscribed with the name and date of death, but these mostly belonged to the poorer classes, for the wealthy, as a rule, devoted a chamber in their own houses to this purpose. The body was registered in the great book of the dead at the crematorium as that of Paul Ivanitch, and the only two mourners signed their names Sergei Ivanitch and Olga Ivanitch, grandchildren of the deceased. The reason for this was that for more than a century the name of Romanoff had been proscribed in all the nations of Europe. It was believed that the Vladimir Romanoff who had been executed by the Supreme Council for attempting to solve the forbidden problem was the last of his race, and Paul had taken great pains not to disturb this belief. Long before his son had met with his end, he had called himself Paul Ivanitch, and settled in London, and practised his profession as a sculptor, in which he had won both fame and fortune. Olga had lived with him since her father's death, and Sergei, who at the time the narrative opens had just completed his studies at the Art University of Rome, had passed as her brother. They took the urn containing the ashes of the old man back with them to the house, which now belonged with all its contents to Olga and Sergei. On the morning after his death, a notice, accompanied by an abstract of his will, had been inserted in the official gazette, the journal devoted exclusively to matters of law and government. Paul Romanoff had, however, left 2 wills behind him, one which had to be made public in compliance with the law, and one which was intended only for the eyes of Olga and Sergei. This second will reposed with the crown of Russia in the secret recess in the wall of the octagonal chamber. And the instructions endorsed upon it stated that it was to be opened by Sergei in the presence of Olga, after they had brought his ashes back to the house and had been legally confirmed in their possession of his property. Consequently, on the evening of the 11th, the two shut themselves into the room, and Olga, who since her grandfather's death had worn the key of the recess on a chain around her neck, unlocked the secret door and gave the will to Sergei. As she did so, a sudden fancy seized her. She took the crown from its resting place and, standing in front of a long mirror which occupied one of the 8 sides of the room from roof to floor, poised it above the lustrous coils of her hair with both hands, and said, half to Sergei and half to herself,
"What age could not accomplish, youth shall do. By my own right, and with my own hands, I am crowned Tsarina, Empress of the Russias in Europe and Asia. As the great Catherine was, so will I be, and more, for I will be mistress of the West and the East. I will have kings for my vassals and senates for my servants, and I will rule as no other woman has ruled before me since Semiramis."
As she uttered the daring words, whose fulfilment seemed beyond the dreams of the wildest imagination, she placed the crown upon her brow and stood, clothed in imperial purple from head to foot, the very incarnation of loveliness and royal majesty. Sergei looked up as she spoke, and gazed for a moment entranced upon her. Then he threw himself upon his knees before her, and raising the hem of her robe to his lips, said in a voice half choked with love and passion, "And I, who am also of the imperial blood, will be the first to salute you, Tsarina and mistress. You have taken me as your lover. Let me also be the first of your subjects. I will serve you as woman never was served before. You shall be my mistress, my goddess, and your words shall be my laws before all other laws. If you bid me do evil, it shall be to me as good, and I will do it. I will kill or leave alive according to your pleasure, and I will hold my own life as cheap as any other in your service. For I love you, and my life is yours." Olga looked down upon him with the light of triumph in her eyes. No woman ever breathed to whom such words would not have been sweet, but to her they were doubly sweet, because they were a spontaneous tribute to the power of her beauty and the strength of her royal nature, and an earnest of her future sway over other men. More than this, too, they had been won without an effort from the lips of the man whom she had always been taught to look upon as higher than other men, in virtue of his descent from her own ancestry and the blood right that he shared with her to that throne which it was to be their joint life task to re-establish. If she did not love him, it was rather because ambition and the inborn lust of power engrossed her whole being than from any lack of worthiness on his part. Of all the men she had ever seen, none compared with him in strength and manliness, save one, and he, bitter beyond expression as the thought was to her, was so far above her as she was now, that he seemed to belong to another world and to another order of beings. As their eyes met, a thrill that was almost akin to love passed through her soul, and acting on the impulse of the moment, she took the crown from her own head and held it above his as he knelt at her feet, and said,
"Not as my subject or my servant, but as my co-ruler and helpmate, you shall keep that oath of yours, Sergei Nikolaevich. We have exchanged our vows, and in a few days I shall be your wife. We will wed as equals, and so now I crown you as it is my right to do. Rise, my Lord Tsar, and take your crown."
Sergei put up his hands and took the crown from hers at the moment that she placed it on his brow. He rose to his feet, holding it on his head, as he said solemnly, "So be it, and may the God of our fathers help me to wear it worthily with you, and to restore it to the glory that has been taken from it by our enemies." Then He laid it reverently down on the table and turned to Olga, who was still standing before the mirror, looking at her own lovely image, as though in a dream of future glory. He took her unresisting in his arms and kissed her passionately again and again, bringing the bright blood to her cheeks and the light of a kindred passion to her eyes, and murmuring between the kisses, "But you, darling, averse all the crowns of earth, and I am still your slave because your beauty and your sweetness make me so." "Then slave you shall be," she said, giving him back kiss for kiss, well knowing that with every pressure of her intoxicating lips she riveted the chains of his bondage closer upon his soul. To an outside observer, what had taken place would have seemed but little better than boy and girl's play, the fantasy of two young and ardent souls dreaming a romantic and impossible dream of power and glory that had vanished, never to be brought back again. And yet, if such a one had been able to look forward through little more than a single lustrum, he would have seen that, in the mysterious revolutions of human affairs, it is usually the seemingly impossible that becomes possible, and the most unexpected that comes to pass. The secret will of Paul Romanoff, to the study of which the two lovers addressed themselves when they awoke from the dream of love and empire into which Olga's fantasy had plunged them both, would, if it had been made public, have given a by no means indefinite shape to such vague dreams of world revolution as were inspired in thoughtful minds, even in the 31st year of the 21st century. It was a voluminous document of many pages, embodying the result of nearly 80 years of tireless scheming and patient research in the field of science, as well as in that of politics. Paul Romanoff had lived his life with but one object, and that was to prepare the way for the accomplishment of a revolution which should accumulate in the subversion of the state of society inaugurated by the terrorists, and the re-establishment, at any rate in the east of Europe, of autocratic rule in the person of a scion of the House of Romanoff. All that he had been able to do towards the attainment of this seemingly impossible project was crystallized in the document bequeathed to Olga and Sergei. It was divided into 3 sections. The first of these was mostly of a personal nature, and contained details which it would serve no purpose of use or interest to reproduce here. It will therefore suffice to say that it contained a list of names and addresses of 400 men and women scattered throughout Europe and America, each of whom was the descendant of some prince or noble, some great landowner or millionaire who had suffered degradation or ruin at the hands of the terrorists during the reorganization of society after the final triumph of the Anglo-Saxon Federation in 1904. The second section of the will was of a purely scientific and technical character. It was a theoretical arsenal of weapons for the arming of those who, if they were to succeed at all, could only do so by bringing back that which it had cost such an awful expenditure of blood and suffering to banish from the earth in the days of the terror. The designs of Paul Romanoff and the vast aspirations of those to whom he had bequeathed the crown of the great Catherine could have but one result if they ever passed from the realm of fancy to that of deeds. If the clock was to be put back, only the armed hand could do it, and that hand must be so armed that it could strike at first secretly and yet with paralyzing effect. The few would have to array themselves against the many, and if they triumphed, it would have to be by the possession of some such means of terrorism and irresistible destruction as those who had accomplished the revolution of 1904 had wielded in their aerial fleet. By far the most important part of this section of the will consisted of plans and diagrams of various descriptions of airships and submarine vessels, accompanied by minute directions for building and working them. Most of them were from the hand of Vladimir Romanoff, Olga's father, but of infinitely more importance even than all these was a detailed description, on the last page but 2 of the section, of the solution of a problem which had been attempted in the last decade of the 19th century, but which was still unsolved so far as the world at large was concerned. This was the direct transformation of the solar energy locked up in coal into electrical energy, without loss either by waste or transference. How vast and yet easily controlled a power this would be in the hands of those who were able to wield it may be guessed from the fact that, in the present day, less than 10% of the latent energy of coal is developed as electrical power even in the most perfect systems of conversion. All the rest is wasted between the furnace of the steam engine and the dynamo. It was to electrical power, obtained direct from coal and petroleum, that Vladimir Romanoff trusted for the motive force of his airships and submarine vessels, and which he had already employed with experimental success as regards the former, when his career was cut short by the swift and pitiless execution of the sentence of the Supreme Council. The remainder of this section was occupied by a list of chemical formulae for the most powerful explosives then known to science, and minute instructions for their preparation. At the bottom of the page which contained these, there was a little strip of parchment, fastened by one end to the binding of the other sheets, and covered with very small writing. Olga's eyes, wandering down over the maze of figures which crowded the page, reached it before Sergei's did. One quick glance told her that it was something very different to the rest. She laid one hand carelessly over it, and with the other softly caressed Sergei's crisp golden curls. As he looked around in response to the caress, their eyes met, and she said, in her sweet, low, witching voice,
"Dearest, I have a favour to ask of you."
"Not a favour to ask, but a command to give, you mean. Speak, and you are obeyed. Have I not sworn obedience?" he replied, laying his hands upon her shoulder and drawing her lovely face closer to his as he spoke.
"No, it is only a favour,"
she said, with such a smile as Antony might have seen on the lips of Cleopatra.
"I want you to leave me alone for a little time, for half an hour, and then come back and finish reading with me. You know my brain is not as strong as yours, and I feel a little bewildered with all the wonderful things that there are in this legacy of my father's father. Before we go any further, I should like to read it all through again by myself, so as to understand it thoroughly. So suppose you go to your smoking room for a little and leave me to do so. I shall not take very long, and then we will go over the rest together."
"But we have only a couple more pages to read, sweet one, and then I will go over it all again with you, and explain anything that you have not understood." As he spoke, Sergei's eyes never wavered for a moment from hers. Could he but have broken their spell, he might have seen that she was hiding something from him under her little white hand and shapely arm. She brought her red, smiling lips still nearer to his, as she almost whispered in reply,
"Well, it is only a girl's whim after all. But still, I am a girl. Come now, I will give you a kiss for 20 minutes solitude, and then you come back. And we have finished our task. You shall have as many more as you like."
The sweet, tempting lips came closer still, and the witching spell of her great dusky eyes grew stronger as she spoke. How was he to know what was hanging in the balance in that fateful moment? He was but a hot-blooded youth of 20, and he worshipped this lovely, girlish temptress, who had not yet seen 17 summers, with an adoration that blinded him to all else but her and her intoxicating beauty. He drew her yielding form to him until he could feel her heart beating against his. And as their lips met, the promised kiss came from hers to his. He returned it threefold. And then his arm slipped from her shoulder to her waist, and he lifted her like a child from her chair and carried her, half laughing and half protesting, to the door, claimed and took another kiss before he released her, and then put her down, and left her alone, without another word.
"Alas, poor Sergei," she said,
as the door closed behind him,
"you are not the first man who has lost the empire of the world for a woman's kiss. Before I saw that you were my equal and helpmate. Now you and all other men, yes, not even excepting he who seems so far above me now, shall be my slaves and do my bidding, so blindly that they shall not even know they are doing it. Yes, the weapons of war are worth much, but what are they in comparison with the souls of the men who will have to use them?"
In half an hour, Sergei came back to finish the reading of the will with her. The little slip of paper had been removed so skilfully that it would have been impossible for him to have even guessed that it had ever been attached to the parchment, or that it was now lying hidden in the bosom of the girl who would have killed him without the slightest scruple to gain the unsuspected possession of it. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. A Son of the Gods. On the day but one following the reading of Paul Romanoff's secret will, Olga and Sergei set out for St. Petersburg to convey his ashes to their last resting place, in the cathedral of SS Peter and Paul in the fortress of Petropolovsky, where reposed the dust of the tyrants of Russia, from Peter the Great to Alexander II of Russia, now only remembered as the chief characters in the dark tragedy of the days before the Revolution. The intense love of the Russians for their country had survived the tremendous change that had passed over the face of society, and it was still the custom to bring the ashes of those who claimed noble descent and deposit them in one of their national churches, even when they had died in distant countries. The station from which they started was a splendid structure of marble, glass, and aluminium steel, standing in the midst of a vast, abundantly wooded garden, which occupied the region that had once been made hideous by the slums and sweating dens of Southwark. The ground floor was occupied by waiting rooms, dining saloons, conservatories, and winter gardens, for the convenience and enjoyment of travellers, and from these lifts rose to the upper stories, where the platforms and lines lay under an immense crystal arch. 12 lines ran out of the station, divided into 3 sets of 4 each. Of these, the centre set was entirely devoted to continental traffic, and the lines of this system stretched without a break from London to Peking. The cars ran suspended on a single rail upheld by light, graceful arches of a practically unbreakable alloy of aluminium, steel, and zinc, while about a fifth of their weight was borne by another single insulating rail of forged glass, the rediscovery of the lost art of making which had opened up immense possibilities to the engineers of the 21st century. Along this lower line, the train ran not on wheels, but on lubricated bearings which glided over it with no more friction than that of a steel skate on ice. On the upper rail ran double-flanged wheels with ball bearings, and this line also conducted the electric currents from which the motive power was derived. The 2 inner lines of each set were devoted to long-distance express traffic, and the 2 outer to intermediate transit, corresponding to the ordinary trains of the present day. Thus, for example, the train by which Olga and Sergei were about to travel stopped only at Brussels, Berlin, Königsberg, Moscow, Nizhny Novgorod, Tomsk, Tobolsk, Irkutsk, and Peking, which was reached by a line running through the Salanga Valley and across the great desert of Shamu, while from Irkutsk another branch of the line ran northeastward via Yakutsk to the East Cape, where the Bering Bridge united the systems of the Old World and the New. The usual speed of the expresses was 150 miles an hour, rising to 200 on the long runs, and that of the ordinary trains from 100 to 150. Higher speeds could of course be attained on emergencies, but these had been found to be quite sufficient for all practical purposes.
The cars were not unlike the Pullmans of the present day, save that they were wider and roomier, and were built not out of wood and iron, but of aluminium and forged glass. Their interiors were, of course, absolutely impervious to wind and dust, even at the highest speeds of the train, although a perfect system of ventilation kept their atmosphere perfectly fresh. The long-distance trains were fitted up exactly as moving hotels, and the traveller from London to Peking or Montreal was not under the slightest necessity of leaving the train unless he chose to do so from end to end of the journey. One more advantage of railway travelling in the 21st century may be mentioned here. It was entirely free, both for passengers and baggage, easy and rapid transit being considered an absolute necessity of a high state of civilization, just as armies and navies had once been thought to be. Every self-supporting person paid a small travelling tax, in return for which he or she was entitled to the freedom of all the lines in the area of the Federation. In addition to this tax, the municipality of every city or town through which the lines passed set apart a portion of their rent tax for the maintenance of the railways, in return for the advantages they derived from them. Under this reasonable condition of affairs, therefore, all that an intended traveller had to do was to signify the date of his departure and his destination to the superintendent of the nearest station, and send his heavier baggage on in advance by one of the trains devoted to the carriage of freight. A place was then allotted to him, and all he had to do was to go and take possession of it. The Continental station was comfortably full of passengers when Olga and Sergei reached it, about 15 minutes before the departure of the Eastern Express. For people were leaving the capital of the world in thousands just then to spend Christmas and New Year with friends in the other cities of Europe, and especially to attend the great winter festival that was held every year in St. Petersburg, in celebration of the anniversary of Russian freedom. 10 minutes before the express started, they ascended in one of the lifts to the platform and went to find their seats. As they walked along the train, Olga suddenly stopped and said, almost with a gasp,
"Look, Sergei, there are 2 Aryans, and one of them is—"
"Who?" said Sergei, almost roughly.
"I didn't know you had any acquaintances amongst the masters of the world."
The son of the Romanoffs hated the very name of the Aryans so bitterly that even the mere suspicion that his idolized betrothed should have so much as spoken to one of them was enough to rouse his anger.
"No, I haven't,"
she replied quietly, ignoring the sudden change in his manner.
"But both you and I have very good reasons for wishing to make their distinguished acquaintance. I recognize one of these because he sat beside Alan Arnold, the president of the council, in St. Paul's, when they were foolish enough to relinquish the throne of the world in obedience to an old man's whim. The taller of the 2 standing there by the pillar is the younger counterpart of the president. And if his looks don't belie him, he can be no one but the son of Alan Arnold, and therefore the future ruler of Aeria, and the present or future possessor of the great secret. Do you see now why it is necessary that we should, well, I would say, make friends of those 2 handsome lads?"
Olga spoke rapidly and in Russian, a tongue then scarcely ever heard and very little understood, even among educated people who, whatever their nationality, made English their language of general intercourse. The words handsome lads had grated harshly upon Sergei's ears, but he saw the force of Olga's question at once and strove hard to stifle the waking demons of jealousy that had been roused more by her tone and the quick bright flush on her cheek than by her words, as he answered,
"Forgive me, darling, for speaking roughly. The 100 years of peace have not tamed my Russian blood enough to let me look upon my enemies without anger. Of course you are right, and if they are going by the express, as they seem to be, we should be friendly enough by the time we reach Königsberg." "I am glad you agree with me," said Olga, "for the destiny of the world may turn on the events of the next few hours. Ah, the fates are kind. Look, there is Alderman Heatherstone talking to them. I suppose he has come to see them off, for no doubt they have been the guests of the city during the festival. Come, he will very soon make us known to each other."
A couple of minutes later, the alderman, who had been an old friend of Paul Ivanitch, the famous sculptor, had cordially greeted them and introduced them to the two Aryans, whose names he gave as Alan Arnoldson, the son of the president of the late Supreme Council, and Alexis Mazarov, a descendant of the Alexis Mazanov, who had played such a conspicuous part in the War of the Terror. They were just starting on the tour of the world and were bound for St. Petersburg to witness the winter festival. Olga had been more than justified in speaking of them as she had done. Both in face and form they were the very ideal of youthful manhood. Both of them stood over 6 feet in their long, soft white leather boots, which rose above their knees, meeting their close-fitting grey tunics of silk-embroidered cloth, confined at the waist by belts curiously fashioned of flat links of several different metals, and fastened in front by heavy buckles of gold studded with great, flashing gems. From their broad shoulders hung travelling cloaks of fine blue cloth lined with silver fur and kept in place across the breast by silver chains and clasps of a strange blue metal, whose lustre seemed to come from within, like that of a diamond or a sapphire. On their heads they wore no other covering than their own thick curling hair, which they wore somewhat in the picturesque style of the 14th century, and a plain broad band of the gleaming blue metal, from which rose above the temples a pair of marvellously chased golden wings about 4 inches high, the insignia of the Empire of the Air, and the sign which distinguished the Aryans from all other peoples of the earth. As Olga shook hands with Alan, she looked up into his dark blue eyes with a glance such as he had never received from a woman before, a glance in which he seemed instinctively to read at once love and hate, frank admiration and equally undisguised defiance. Their eyes held each other for a moment of mutual fascination which neither could resist, and then the dark fringed lids fell over hers, and a faint flush rose to her cheeks as she replied to his words of salutation.
"Surely the pleasure will rather be on our side, with travelling companions from the other world. For my own part, I seem to remind myself somewhat of one of the daughters of men whom the sons of the gods—"
She stopped short in the middle of her daring speech and looked up at him again, as much as to say,
"So much for the present, let the fates finish it."
And then, appearing to correct herself, she went on with a half-saucy, half-deprecating smile on her dangerously mobile lips.
"More true, I fancy, of the daughter of men than of the supposed sons of the gods," retorted Alan with a laugh, half startled by her words, and wholly charmed by the indescribable fascination of the way in which she said them. "For the daughters of men were so fair that the sons of gods lost heaven itself for their sakes."
"Even so,"
said Olga, looking him full in the eyes, and at that moment the signal sounded for them to take their places in the cars. A couple of minutes after they had taken their seats, the train drew out of the station with an imperceptible gliding motion, so smooth and frictionless that it seemed rather as though the people standing on the platform were sliding backwards than that the train was moving forwards. The speed increased rapidly, but so evenly that almost before they were well aware of it, the passengers were flying over the snow-covered landscape under the bright, heartless sun and pale steel-blue sky of a perfect winter's morning, at 100 miles an hour, the speed ever increasing as they sped onward. The line followed the general direction of the present route to Dover, which was reached in about half an hour. Without pausing for a moment in its rapid flight, the express swept out from the land over the Channel Bridge, which spanned the straits from Dover to Calais at a height of 200 feet above the water. Travelling at a speed of 3 miles a minute, 7 minutes sufficed for the express to leap, as it were, from land to land. As they swept along in mid-air over the waves, Olga pointed down to them and said to Alan, who was sitting in the armchair next her own,
Imagine the time when people had to take a couple of hours getting across here in a little dirty, smoky steamboat, mingling their sorrows and their seasickness in one common misery. I really think this channel bridge is worthy even of your admiration. Come now, you have not admired anything yet."
"Pardon me," said Alan, with a look and a laugh that set Sergei's teeth gritting against each other and brought the ready blood to Olga's cheeks. "On the contrary, I have been absorbed in admiration ever since we started."
"But not apparently of our engineering triumphs,"
replied Olga frankly, taking the compliment to herself and seeming in no way displeased with it.
"It would seem that the polite art of flattery is studied to some purpose in Aeria."
"There you are quite wrong," returned Alan, still speaking in the same half-jocular, half-serious vein.
"Before all things, we Aryans are taught to tell the absolute truth under all circumstances, no matter whether it pleases or offends. So you see, what is usually known as flattery could hardly be one of our arts, since, as often as not, it is a lie told in the guise of truth for the sake of serving some hidden and perhaps dishonest end."
The blow, so unconsciously delivered, struck straight home, and the flush died from Olga's cheek, leaving her for the moment so white that her companion anxiously asked her if she was unwell.
"No,"
she said, recovering her self-possession under the impulse of sudden anger at the weakness she had betrayed.
"It is nothing. This is the first time for a year or so that I have travelled by one of these fast trains, and the speed made me a little giddy just for the instant. I am quite well, really, so please go on. You know, that wonderful fairyland of yours is a subject of everlasting interest and curiosity to us poor outsiders who are denied a glimpse of its glories, and it is so very rare that one of us enjoys the privilege that is mine just now, that I hope you will indulge my feminine curiosity as far as your good nature is able to temper your reserve."
As she uttered her request, Alan's smiling face suddenly became grave almost to sternness. The laughing light died out of his eyes, and she saw them darken in a fashion that at once convinced her that she had begun by making a serious mistake. He looked up at her with a shadow in his eyes and a slight frown on his brow. He spoke slowly and steadily, but with a manifest reluctance which he seemed to take little or no trouble to conceal. "I am sorry that you have asked me to talk on what is a forbidden subject to every Aryan. Save when he is speaking with one of his own nation, I see you have been looking at these two golden wings on the band around my head. I will tell you what they mean, and then you will understand why I cannot say all that I know you would like me to say. They are to us what the toga virilis was to the Romans of old, the insignia of manhood and responsibility. When a youth of Aeria reaches the age of 20, he is entitled to wear these wings as a sign that he is invested with all the rights and duties of a citizen of the nation which has conquered and commands the empire of the air. One of these duties is that in all the more serious relations of life he shall remain apart from all the peoples of the world save his own, and shall say nothing that will do anything to lift the veil which it has pleased our forefathers in their wisdom to draw around the realms of Aeria. Before we assume the citizenship of which these wings are the symbol, we never visit the outside world, save to make air voyages for the purpose of learning the physical facts of the earth's shape and geography of land and sea. Immediately after we have assumed it, we do, as Alexis and I are now doing, travel for a year or so through the different countries of the outside world, in order to get our knowledge of men and things as they exist beyond the limits of our own country. The fact that we do so, under a pledge solemnly and publicly given of never revealing anything which could lead even to a possibility of other peoples of the earth overtaking us in the progress which we have made in the arts and the sciences, is my excuse for refusing to tell you what your very natural curiosity has asked." Olga saw instantly that she had struck a false note, and was not slow to make good her mistake. She laid her hand upon his arm with that pretty gesture which Sergei knew so well and watched now with much bitter feelings, and said in a tone that betrayed no trace of the consuming passion within her.
"Forgive me. Of course you will see that I did not know I was trenching on forbidden grounds. I can well understand why such secrets as yours should be kept. You have been masters of the world for more than a century, and even now, although you have formally abdicated the throne of the world, it would be absurd to deny that you still hold the destinies of humanity in your hands. The secrets which guard so tremendous a power as that may well be religiously kept and held more sacred than anything else on earth. Still, you have mistaken me if you thought I asked for any of these. All I really wanted was that you should tell me something that would give me just a glimpse of what human life is like in that enchanted land of yours."
Alan laid his hands upon hers, which was still resting upon his arm, and interrupted her even more earnestly than before.
"Even that I cannot tell you. With us, the man who gives a pledge and breaks it, even in the spirit, though not in the letter, is not considered worthy to live, and therefore I must be silent."
Instead of answering with her lips, Olga turned her hand palm upwards and clasped his with a pressure which he returned before he very well knew what he was doing. And while the magic of her clasp was still stealing along his nerves, Sergei broke in with a harsh ring in his voice.
"But pardon me for interrupting what seems a very pleasant conversation with my sister. I should like to ask, with all due deference to the infinitely superior wisdom of the rulers of Aeria, whether it is not rather a risky thing for you to travel thus about the world, possessing secrets which any man or woman would almost be willing to die even to know for a few minutes. Then, after all, you are but human, even as the rest of humanity are. You, for instance, are only two among millions. How would you protect yourself against the superior forces of numbers? Suppose you were taken unawares under circumstances which make your superior knowledge unavailing. You know, human nature is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, despite the superficial varnish of civilization. The passions of men are only curbed and not dead. There may be men on earth today who, to gain such knowledge as you possess, would even resort to the tortures used by the Inquisition in the 16th century. Suppose you found yourself in the power of such men as that. What then? Would you still preserve your secret intact, do you think?
Alan heard him to the end without moving a muscle of his face, and without even withdrawing his hand from Olga's clasp. But at the last sentence he snatched it suddenly away, half-turned in his seat, and faced him. Then, looking him straight in the eyes, he said in a tone as cold and measured as might have been used by a judge sentencing a criminal to death, "We do not fear anything of the sort, simply because each one of us holds the power of life and death in his hands. If you laid a hand on me now in anger, or with an intent to do me harm, you would be struck dead before you could raise a finger in your own defence. Do you think that we, who are as far in advance of you as you are in advance of the men of 100 years ago, would trust ourselves amongst those who might be our enemies, were we not amply protected against you? Tell me, have you ever read a book written nearly 200 years ago in the Victorian age called The Coming Race?" "Yes," said Sergei, thinking, as he spoke, of the possibilities contained in the secret will of Paul Romanoff. "I have read it, and so has Olga. What of it?" "Well," said Alan quietly, without moving his eyes from those of Sergei, "I had better tell you at once that we have realized to all intents and purposes the dream that Lytton dreamt when he wrote that book. I can tell you so much without breaking the pledge of which I have spoken. All that the virile Yard did in his dream we have accomplished in reality, and more than that. Our empire is not bounded by the roofs of subterranean caverns, but only by the limits of the planet's atmosphere. We can soar beyond the clouds and dive beneath the seas. We have realized what we call the virile force as a sober, scientific fact, and if I thought that you, for instance, were my enemy,
I could strike you dead without so much as laying a hand on you, and if a dozen like you tried to overcome me by superior brute force, they would all meet with the same fate. I am afraid this sounds somewhat like boasting," he continued in a more gentle tone, and dropped his eyes to the floor of the car. "But the turn the conversation has taken obliged me to say what I have done. Suppose we give it another turn and change the subject. We have unintentionally got upon rather uncomfortable ground." Sergei and Olga were not slow to take the pointed hint, and so the talk drifted into general and more harmless channels. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. A Vision from the Clouds. At Königsberg, which was reached in 9 hours after leaving London, that is to say, soon after 7 o'clock in the evening, the Eastern Express divided. 5 of the cars went northward to St. Petersburg, carrying their passengers who were going to participate in the winter festival, while the other 5, which made up the train, went on to Moscow and the east. During the 20-minute stop at Berlin, Olga had found an opportunity of having a few words in private with Sergei, and had succeeded in persuading him, much against his will, of the necessity of postponing their marriage, and therefore their visit to Moscow, for the execution of a daring and suddenly conceived plan, which she had thought out, but which she had then no time to explain to him. Sergei, though very loath to postpone even for a day or two the consummation of his hopes and the hour which should make Olga irrevocably his, so far as human laws could bind her to him, was so far under the domination of her imperious will that, as soon as he saw that she had determined to have her own way, he yielded with the best grace he could. Olga chided him gently and yet earnestly for his outbreak of temper towards Alan, and told him plainly that, where such tremendous issues were concerned as those which were involved in the struggle which sooner or later they must wage with the Arians, no personal considerations whatever could be permitted a moment's serious thought. If she could sacrifice her own feelings, and disguise her hatred of the tyrants of the world under the mask of friendliness, for the sake of the ends to which both their lives were devoted, surely he, if he were at all worthy of her love, could so far trust her as to restrain the unreasoning jealousy of which he had already been guilty. Either, she told him, he must trust to her absolutely for the present, or he must take the management of affairs into his own hands, and, as she said in conclusion, he must find some influence stronger than hers in their dealings with him who would one day be the ruler of Aeria, and therefore the real master of the world, should it ever be possible to dispute the empire of earth with the Arians. From the influence which she exercised over himself, Sergei knew only too well that he could not hope to rival her in this regard where a man was concerned, and so he perforce agreed to her proposal, and for the present left the conduct of affairs in her hands. A telephonic message was therefore sent from Königsberg to the friends who expected them at Vorobivo, near Moscow, to tell them of the change in their plans. And when the train once more glided out over the frozen plains of the north, the 4 were once more seated together in the brilliantly lighted car, which flashed like a meteor through the gathering darkness of the winter's night. About half an hour after they had passed what had once been the jealously guarded Russian frontier, a dazzling gleam of light suddenly blazed down from the black darkness overhead, and Olga, who was sitting by one of the windows of the car, bent forward and said, "Look there! What is that? There is a bright light shining down out of the clouds on the train." Alan,
saw the flash across the window, and without even troubling to look up at its source, said, "Oh, I suppose that'll be the airship that was ordered to meet us at St. Petersburg. You know, we usually have one of them in attendance when we trust ourselves alone among our possible enemies of the outer world." The last sentence was spoken with a quiet irony which brought home both to Olga and Sergei the not very pleasant conviction that their previous conversation had by no means been forgotten. Sergei, perhaps fearing to give utterance to his thoughts, remained silent, but Olga looked at Alan with a half-saucy smile and said almost mockingly,
"Your Majesties of Aeria may well esteem yourselves impregnable, while you have such a bodyguard as that at your beck and call. I suppose that airship would not have the slightest difficulty in blowing this train and all it contains off the face of the earth at a moment's notice, if it had orders to do so."
"Not the slightest," said Alan quietly, "but in proof of the fact that it has no such hostile intentions, you shall, if you please, take a voyage beyond the clouds in it the day after tomorrow from St. Petersburg."
"What?"
cried Olga, her cheeks flushing and her eyes lighting up at the very idea of such an experience.
"Do you really mean to say that you would permit a daughter of the earth, as I am told you call the women who had not the good fortune to be born in Aeria, to go on board one of those wonderful airships of yours, and taste the forbidden delights of spurning the earth, and sharing, even for 1 hour, your empire of the air?"
"Why not?" replied Alan with a laugh. "What harm would it be done by taking you for a trip beyond the clouds? We are not so selfish as all that, and if the novel experience would give you any pleasure, we have a perfect right to ask you to enjoy it. Will you come?"
"Surely there is scarcely any need for me to say yes. Why, do you know, I believe I would give 5 years of my life for as many hours on board the airship of yours," said Olga. "And if you will do as you say, you will make me your debtor forever. Indeed, how could a poor earth-dweller such as I am repay a favour like that?"
"Ah, if only you were an Aryan, I should not have much difficulty in telling you how you could do that," retorted Alan with almost boyish candour. "As it is, I'm afraid I must be satisfied for my reward with the pleasure of knowing that I have given you a pleasurable experience."
"Your Majesty has put that so prettily that it almost atones for the sense of hopeless inferiority which, I need hardly tell you, is just a trifle bitter to my feminine pride,"
said Olga, in the same half-bantering tone she had used all along. Before a reply had risen to Alan's lips, the conversation was interrupted by the airship suddenly swooping down from the clouds to the level of the windows of the train, which was now flying along over a wide, treeless plain at a speed of fully 200 miles an hour. As the searchlight of the aerial vessel flashed along the windows of the cars, the blinds, which had been drawn down at nightfall, were sprung up again by the passengers, who were all eager to get a glimpse of one of the marvellous vessels which so rarely came within close view of the dwellers upon earth. The airship, on which all eyes were now bent with such intense curiosity, was a beautifully proportioned vessel, built chiefly of some unknown metal, which shone with a brilliant pale blue lustre. Her hull was about 200 feet from stem to stern, not counting a long ram-like projection which stretched some 25 feet in front of the stem, with its point level with the keel, or rather with the 3 keels, the centre one shallow, and the 2 others very deep, which were obviously shaped so as to enable the craft either to stand upright on land or to sail upon the water, if desired. From each of her sides spread out 2 great wings, not unlike palm leaves in shape, measuring some 100 feet from point to point, and about twice the width of the vessel's deck, which was, as nearly as could be judged, 20 feet amidships. These wings were made of some white lustrous material, which shone with a somewhat more metallic sheen than silk would have done, and were divided into a vast number of sections by transverse ribs,
These sections vibrated and undulated rhythmically from front to rear with enormous rapidity, and evidently not only sustained the vessel in the air, but also aided in her propulsion. 3 seemingly solid discs, which glittered brilliantly in the light from the train, marked the position of the airship's propellers, of which one revolved on a shaft in a straight line with the centre of the deck, while the shafts of the other 2 were inclined outwards at a slight angle from the middle line. From the deck rose 3 slender raking masts, apparently placed there for ornament rather than use, unless indeed they were employed for signalling purposes. The whole deck was covered completely from end to end by a curved roof of glass, and formed a spacious chamber pervaded by a soft diffused light, the origin of which was invisible, and which showed about 6 figures clad in the graceful costumes of the Aerians, and all wearing the headdress with golden wings. From under the domed crystal roof projected 10 long, slender guns, 2 over the bows, 2 over the stern, and 3 over each side at equal intervals. Such was the wonderful craft which swept down from the darkness of the wintry sky in full view of the passengers in the cars, and lighted up the snowy landscape for 3 or 4 miles ahead and astern with the dazzling rays of her 2 searchlights. Although, as has been said, the express was moving at quite 200 miles an hour, the airship swept up alongside it with as much apparent ease as though it had been stationary. Amid the murmurs of irrepressible admiration which greeted it from the passengers, it glided smoothly nearer and nearer, until the side of one of its wings was within 10 feet of the car windows. Alan and Alexis stood up and saluted their comrades on the deck. Then a few rapid, unintelligible signals made with the hand passed between them. A parting salute was waved from the airship to the express, and then, with a speed that seemed to rival that of a lightning bolt, the cruiser of the air darted forward and upward, and in 10 seconds was lost beyond the clouds. "Well, now that you have seen one of our aerial fleets at close quarters," said Alan, turning to Olga and Sergei, "what do you think of her?" "A miracle," they both exclaimed in one breath, and then Olga went on, her voice trembling with an irresistible agitation. "I can hardly believe that such a marvel is the creation of a merely human genius. There is something appalling in the very idea of the awful power lying in the hands of those who can create and command such a vessel as that. You Aerians may well look down on us poor earth-dwellers, for truly you have made yourselves as gods." She spoke earnestly, and for once with absolute honesty, for the vision of the airship had awed her completely for the time being. Alan appeared for the moment as a god in her eyes, until she saw his lips curve in a very human smile, and heard his voice say, without the slightest assumption of superiority in its tone, "No, not as gods, but only as men who have developed under the most favourable circumstances possible, and who have known how to make the best of their advantages." "God or man?" said Olga in her soul, while her lips were smiling acknowledgment of his modesty. "By this time tomorrow you shall be my slave, and I will be mistress both of you and your airship." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Deed and Dream. When Olga went to her room that night in St. Petersburg, instead of going to bed, she unpacked from her valise a series of articles which seemed strange possessions for a young girl of not quite 17 to travel with on her wedding journey. First came a tiny spirit furnace from which, by the aid of an arrangement something like the modern blowpipe, an intense heat could be obtained. Then a delicate pair of scales, a glass pestle and mortar, and a couple of glass liquid measures, and lastly, half a dozen little vials filled with variously coloured liquids, and as many little packets of powders that looked like herbs ground very finely. When she had placed these out on the table, after having carefully locked the door of her room and seen that the windows were completely shuttered and curtained, she drew from the bosom of her dress a gold chain, at the end of which was fastened, together with the key of the secret recess in the wall of the turret chamber of the house at Hampstead, a small bag of silk, out of which she took a little roll of parchment. The slip which she had abstracted from Paul Romanoff's secret will, after she had persuaded Sergei with her false kisses to leave her alone for a while. She seated herself at the table, drew the electric reading lamp which stood on it close to her, laid the slip down in front of her, keeping it unrolled by means of a couple of little weights, and studied it intently for several minutes. Then she made a series of calculations on another sheet of paper and compared the result carefully with the same figures on the slip. She made them 3 times over before she was satisfied that they were absolutely correct, and then, with all the care and deliberation of a chemical analyst performing a delicate and important experiment, she proceeded to weigh out tiny quantities of the powder and to mix them very carefully in the little glass mortar. This done, she emptied the mixture into a little platinum crucible, which she placed on the furnace, at the same time applying a gentle heat. Then she turned her attention to the vials, measuring off quantities of their contents with the most scrupulous exactitude, mixing them 2 and 2, and adding this mixture to a third, and so on, in a certain order, which was evidently prearranged, as she constantly referred to the slip of parchment and her own calculations as she was mixing them. By the time she finished this part of her work, she had obtained from the various coloured liquids one perfectly colourless and odourless, of a specific gravity apparently considerably in excess of that of water, although, at the same time, it was extremely mobile and refractive. She held it up to the light, looking at it with her eyelids somewhat screwed up and with a cruel smile on her pretty lips.
"So far, so good," she said in a voice a little higher than a whisper. "The lives of 50 strong men in that couple of ounces of harmless-looking fluid. If anyone could see me just now, I fancy they would take me rather for a witch or a prisoner of the 15th century than for a girl of the 21st. Well, my friend Alan, your mysterious power may kill more quickly, but not more surely than this, and this, too, will take a man out of the world so easily that not even he himself will know that he is going, not even when he sinks into the sleep from which he will awake on the other side of the shadows. So much for the bodies of our enemies, and now for their souls. I don't want to kill wholesale, at least not just yet. And as for you, my Alan, you are far too splendid, too glorious a man to be killed, to say nothing of your being so much more useful alive. No, I have a very much pleasanter fate in store for you."
Just then a little cloud of incense smoke began to rise from the crucible in which were the mixed powders, and a faint, pleasant perfume began to diffuse itself. She stopped her soliloquy, measured off exactly half of the liquid, and patiently poured it, drop by drop, into the crucible, at the same time gradually increasing the heat. The vapour gradually disappeared and the perfume died away. When she had poured in the last drop, she began slowly stirring the mixture with a glass rod. It gradually assumed the consistency of thick syrup, and after stirring it for 3 minutes by her watch, which lay on the table beside her, she extinguished the electric lamp and waited. In a few seconds a pale orange-coloured flame appeared hovering over the crucible. As its ghostly light fell upon her anxious features, she caught sight of herself in a mirror,
let into the wall on the opposite side of the table. She started back in her chair with an irrepressible shudder. For the first time in her life, she saw herself as she really was. The weird, unearthly light of the flame changed the clear, pale olive of her skin into a sallow red, and cast what looked like a mist of vapour tinged with blood across the dark lustre of her dusky eyes. It seemed as though the light that she had called forth from the darkness had melted the beautiful mask which hid her inner self from the eyes of men, and revealed her naked soul incarnate in the evil shape that should have belonged to it. Suddenly the flame vanished. She turned on the switch of the lamp, placed a platinum cover over the crucible with a pair of light curved tongs, and, with a quick half-turn, screwed it hermetically down. Then she turned the heat of the furnace on to the full, rose from her chair, and stretched herself, with her linked hands above her head, till her lithe girlish form was drawn up to its full height in front of the mirror. She looked dreamily from under her half-closed lids at the perfect picture presented by the reflection, and then her tightly closed lips melted into a smile, and she said softly to herself,
"Ah, that is a different sort of picture. I wonder what Alan would have thought if he could have seen that one. I don't think I should have taken my trip in the airship tomorrow if he had done. Well, I have seen myself as I am, what 4 generations of inherited hate and longing for revenge have made me. In the light of that horrible flame, I might have sat for the portrait of the lost soul of Lucretia Borgia. Ah well, if mine is lost, it shall be lost for something worth the exchange. Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven, as old Milton said, and after all, who knows? Bah! That is enough of dreaming. When the time for doing is so near, I must get some sleep tonight, or my eyes will have lost some of their brightness by tomorrow."
So saying, she busied herself putting away her vials and powders and apparatus. The half of the colourless liquid she had left she carefully decanted into a tiny flask, over the stopper of which she screwed a silver cap that had a little ring on the top, and this she hung on the chain around her neck. She replaced the slip of parchment in its silken bag, and carefully burnt the paper on which she had made her calculations. By this time the bottom of the crucible was glowing red-hot. She noted the time that had elapsed since she had screwed the cap down, waited 5 minutes longer, and then extinguished the furnace, undressed, and got into bed. And in half an hour was sleeping as quietly as a little child. She had set the chime of her repeating watch to sound at 6, and hung the watch close above her head. Calm as her sleep was at first, it was by no means dreamless, and her dreams were well fitted to be those of a guilty soul slumbering after a work of death. She saw herself standing with Alan on the glass-domed deck of the airship, beneath the light of a clear, white moon sailing high in the heavens, and a host of brilliant stars glittering out of the deep blue depths beyond it. Far below them lay an unbroken cloud sea of dazzling whiteness, which stretched away into the infinite distance on all sides, until it seemed to blend with the moonlight and melt into the sky. Then the scene changed, and the airship swept downward in a wide spiral curve, and plunged through the noiseless billows of the shadowy sea. As she did so, a fearful chorus of sounds rose up from the earth below. The moonlight and starlight were gone, and in their place the lurid glare of burning cities and blazing forests cast a fearful radiance up through the great eddying waves of smoke, and reflected itself on the under surface of the clouds. Now the airship swept hither and thither with bewildering rapidity, like the incarnation of some fearful spirit of destruction. Alan had vanished,
and she was giving orders rapidly, and men were working the long, slender guns in a grim silence that contrasted weirdly with the horrible din that rose from the earth. She saw neither smoke nor flame from the guns, nor heard any sound as they were discharged, but every time she raised her hand, the motion was followed, within a few seconds, by a shaking of the atmosphere, a dull roar from the earth, and the outburst of vast, dazzling masses of flame, before which the blaze of the conflagration paled. She looked down with fierce exultation upon the scene of carnage and destruction, and as she gazed upon it, the fires died away. The roar of the explosions began to sound like echoes in the distance, and when the landscape of her dreamland took definite shape again, the airship was hovering over a vast oval valley, walled in by mighty mountain masses, surmounted by towering peaks, on some of which crests of everlasting snow and ice shone, undissolved in the rays of the tropical sun. The valley itself was of such incomparable and fairy-like beauty that it seemed to belong rather to the realm of imagination than to the world of reality. A great lake lay in the centre, its emerald shores lined with groves of palms and orange trees, and fringed with verdant islets spangled with many-coloured flowers. On the northern shore of the lake lay a splendid city of marble palaces, surrounded by shady gardens and divided from each other by broad, straight streets, smooth as ivory and spotless as snow, and lined with double rows of wide-spreading trees which cast a pleasant shade along their sides. In the midst of a vast square, in the centre of the city, rose an immense building of marble of perfect whiteness, surmounted by a great golden dome, which in turn was crowned by the silver shape of a woman with great spreading wings, which blazed and scintillated in the sunlight as though they had been fashioned of sheets of crystal, pure and translucent as diamonds. All over the valley, villas and palaces of marble were scattered in cool ravines and on shaded wooden slopes, and as far as her eye could reach, vast expanses of garden land, emerald pasture, and golden cornfields stretched away over hill and vale, until the most remote were met by the cool, dark forests which clothed the middle slopes of the all-encircling mountains, and themselves gave place higher up to dark, frowning precipices, vast walls of living rock, rising thousands of feet sheer upwards, and ending in the mighty peaks which stood like eternal sentinels guarding this enchanted realm. If she had had her will, she would have gazed forever upon this delightful scene. But the spirit of the dream was not to be controlled, and it faded from her sight just as the picture of death and desolation had done. As it faded away, Alan, who had now come back to her side, laid his hand upon her shoulder, and looking at her with mournful eyes, said wearily, "That was your first and last glimpse of heaven. Now comes the judgment." As he spoke, the airship soared upward again, and was instantly enveloped in a cloud of impenetrable darkness. She sped on and on in utter silence through the gloom, which was so dense that it seemed to cast the rays of the ship's electric lights back upon her as she floated amidst it. Presently, the death-like silence was broken by a low, weird sound that seemed like a wail of universal agony rising up from the earth beneath. Then, far ahead and high up in the sky, appeared a faint light, which grew and brightened until the darkness melted away before it, and Olga saw the airship floating near enough to the earth for her to see that all its vegetation was withered and yellow, and the beds of its streams almost dry, with only little thin rivulets trickling sluggishly along them. Millions of people seemed wandering listlessly and aimlessly about the streets of the cities and the parched fields of the open country, even and anon stretching their hands
as though in appeal to the dark, moonless sky, in which the fearful shape of light and fiery mist was growing every moment brighter and vaster. It grew and grew until it arched half the horizon with its tremendous curve, and then out of the midst of it came a huge, dazzling globe of fire, from the rim of which shot forth great flames of every colour, some of which seemed to descend to the surface of the earth like long, fiery tongues that licked up the seething lakes in wreathing clouds of steam, which hissed and roared as they rose like ascending cataracts. She looked down between them at the earth. The myriads of figures were there still, but now they lay prone and lifeless on the ground, as though the last agony of mankind were past. The light of the blazing globe grew more and more dazzling, and the heat more and more intense. The speed of the airship slackened visibly, although the wings and propellers were working at their utmost speed, and it was falling rapidly as though there was no longer any air to support it. She gasped for breath in the choking, burning atmosphere of the deck chamber, and then a swift, vivid wave of light seemed to sweep through her brain, and she woke with a choking gasp of terror, with the chimes of her watch ringing sweetly in her ears, telling her that the vision had been but a dream of a night that had passed. Wide awake in an instant, she got out of bed and turned on the electric lamp. As the room had been perfectly warmed all night by the electric conduction stoves, which were then in almost universal use, she only stopped to throw a fur-lined cloak around her shoulders before she went to remove the cap of the crucible. She peered anxiously into the vessel, and saw about 2 fluid ounces of a dark, glittering liquid, from the surface of which the light of the lamp was reflected as though from a mirror. With hands that trembled slightly, in spite of the great effort she made to keep her nerves in check, she poured the precious fluid into one of the glass measures that she had used the night before. Seen through the glass, its colour was a deep, brilliant blue, and, like the white liquid first prepared, shone as though with an inherent light-giving power of its own. She held it up admiringly to the light, and said to herself, with the same cruel smile that had curved her lips when she had contemplated the other fluid,
"How beautiful it is! It might be made of sapphires dissolved in some potent essence. In reality, it is an elixir capable of dissolving the souls of men. Ah, my proud masters of the world, we shall soon see how much your boasted powers avail you against this and a woman's wit and hatred. And you, my splendid Alan, before tomorrow night you shall be at my feet. 2 drops of this, and that proud, strong soul of yours shall melt away like a snowflake under warm rain, and you shall be my slave and do my bidding, and never know that you are not as free as you are now. The days have gone by when men sought the elixir of life, but Paul Romanoff sought and found the elixir of death, death of the body or of the soul, as the possessor of it shall will. And he is gone, and I, alone of all the children of men, possess it."
She set the measure down on the table, and took out of her valise a similar little flask to the one which held the white liquid. In this she carefully poured the contents of the measure, screwed the cap on as before, and hung it with the other on the chain around her neck. Then, womanlike, she turned to the mirror, threw back her cloak a little, and gazed at the reflection of the 2 flasks which shone like 2 great gems upon her white skin.
"There is such a necklace as woman never wore before, since woman first delighted in gems. A necklace that all the jewels in the world could not buy. How pretty they look."
So saying, she turned away from the mirror, and carefully put away all traces of the work she had been engaged in. Then she threw off her cloak, and turned the lamp out, and got into bed again, to wait
until the attendant called her at 8 o'clock as she had directed. She did not go to sleep again, but lay with wide open eyes looking at the darkness and conjuring out of it visions of love and war, and the world-wide empire which she believed to be now almost within her grasp. In all these visions 2 figures stood out prominently, those of Sergei and Alan, her lover that had been and the lover that was to be, if only the elixir did its work as its discoverer had said it would. As such thoughts as these passed through her brain, a new and perhaps a nobler conception of her mission of revenge took possession of her. In the past, Natasha had won the love of the men whose genius had made possible, nay, irresistible, the triumph of that revolution which had subverted the throne of her ancestors, and sent the last of the Tsars of Russia to die like a felon in chains amid the snows of Siberia. What more magnificent vengeance could she, the last surviving daughter of the Romanoffs, win than the enslavement of the men descended not only from Natasha and Richard Arnold, but also from that Alan Tremaine whose name he bore, and who, as first president of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, had ensured the victory of the Western races over the Eastern. The empire of freedom and peace, which Richard Arnold had won for Natasha's sake, this son of the line of Natas should convert, at her bidding, into an empire such as she longed to rule over, an empire in which men should be her slaves and women her handmaidens. For her sake the wave of destiny should flow back again. She would be the Semiramis of a new despotism. What was the freedom or the happiness of the mass of mankind to her? If she could raise herself above them and put her foot upon their necks, why should she not do so? By force the leaders of the Terror had overthrown the despotisms of the old world. Why should not she employ the self-same force to seat herself, with the man she loved in spite of all her hereditary hatred, upon the throne of the world, and reign with him in that glorious land whose beauties had been revealed to her in the vision which surely had been something more than a dream? Thus thinking and dreaming, and illumining the darkness with her own visions of glories to come, she lay in a kind of ecstasy, until a knock at the door warned her that the time for dreaming had passed and the hour for action had arrived. A brief half-hour sufficed for her toilet, and she entered the room of the hotel in which Sergei was awaiting her, dressed to perfection in her plain, clinging robe of royal purple, and self-composed as though she had passed the night in the most innocent and dreamless of slumbers. She submitted to his greeting kiss with as good a grace as possible, and yet with an inward shrinking which almost amounted to loathing, born of the visions which were still floating in her mind. She shuddered almost invisibly as he released her from his embrace, and then the bright blood rose to her cheeks, and a sudden light shone in her eyes as the thought possessed her, that not many hours would pass before a far nobler lover would take her in his arms, and would press sweeter kisses upon her lips, the lips which had sworn fealty and devotion to the enemies of his race. Sergei, with the true egotism of the lover, took the blush to himself, and said with a laugh of boyish frankness, "Travelling and Russian air seem to agree with your Majesty. Evidently you have slept well your first night on Russian soil. I was half afraid that what happened yesterday, and your conversation with that golden-winged braggart from Aeria, would have sufficiently disturbed you to give you a more or less sleepless night. But you look as fresh and as lovely as though you had slept in the most perfect peace at home." The anger that these unthinking words awoke in her soul brought back the bright flush to Olga's cheeks and the lights into her eyes, and again Sergei mistook the sign, as indeed he might well have done, and so he entirely mistook the meaning of her words when she replied with a laugh of the true significance of which he had not the remotest conception.
On the contrary, How was it possible that I could have anything but the sweetest sleep and the most pleasant dreams after such a delightful journey and the making of such pleasant acquaintances? Do you not think the fates have favoured us beyond our wildest expectations in thus bringing our enemies so unconsciously across our path at the very outset of our campaign against them? But really, these Aryans are delightful fellows. No, don't frown at me like that, because you know as well as I do that in that chivalrous good nature of theirs lies our best hope of success.
As she spoke, she went up to him and laid her 2 hands upon his shoulder, and went on looking up into his eyes with a seductive softness in hers.
I am afraid I made you terribly jealous yesterday, but really, Sergei, you must remember that in diplomacy, and diplomacy alone, lies our only chance of advantage in the circumstances which the kindly fates appear to have specially created for our benefit. The time for you to act will come later on, and when it comes, I know you will acquit yourself like the true Romanoff that you are. But for the present, well, you know these Aryans are men, and where diplomacy alone is in the question, it is better that a woman should deal with them. You will trust me for the present, won't you, Sergei?
For all answer, he took her face between his hands, put her head back and kissed her, saying as he released her, "Yes, darling, I will trust you, not only now, but forever. You are wiser than I am in these things. Do as you please, I will obey." As he spoke, the door opened, and an attendant came in with 2 little cups of coffee on a silver salver. He placed it on the table, told them that breakfast would be ready for them in the morning room in 10 minutes, and retired. As they sipped their coffees, Olga said to Sergei,
"Now, we shall meet our enemies at breakfast, and I want you to be a great deal more cordial and friendly than you were yesterday. Our own feelings concern ourselves alone, but in our outward conduct we owe something to the sacred cause which we both have at heart. You can imagine how great a sacrifice I am making in my relations with those whom I have been taught to hate from my cradle. I can see, as well as you do, perhaps better, that this future ruler of Aeria admires me in his own boyish way. If I can bring myself to appear complacent, surely it is not too much to ask you to look upon it with indifference or even with interest, a brotherly interest, you know, for you must remember that he knows me only as your sister. Now, I want you to ask them to come and have breakfast with us at our table, and to exert yourself to appear agreeable to them, even as I shall, and above all things, promise me that you will fall in with any suggestions that I may make as regards our trip in this wonderful airship which we are to make tomorrow. There is no time now to explain to you what I mean, but I swear to you, by the blood that flows in both our veins, that if I can only carry through without any let or hindrance the plans that I have already formed, that before 48 hours have passed, that airship shall no longer be under Alan Arnoldson's command.
He looked at her for a moment with almost incredulous admiration. She returned his acquiring glance with a steady, unwavering gaze, which made suspicion impossible. All his life he had grown up to look upon her as sharing with him the one hope that was left of restoring the ancient fortunes of their family. More than this, they had been lovers ever since either of them knew the meaning of love. How then could he have dreamt that behind so fair an appearance lay as dark and treacherous a design as the brain of an ambitious woman had ever conceived? Intoxicated by her beauty and the memory of his lifelong love, he took a couple of steps towards her, took her unresisting into his arms again, and said passionately, "Give me another kiss, darling, and on your lips I will swear to trust you always and do your bidding, even to the death." She returned his kiss with a passion so admirably simulated that his resolve was thrice strengthened by it, and then she released herself gently from his embrace, saying,
Even so, unto the death if needs be. As I shall serve our sacred cause to the end, cost what it may. Come, it is time that we went down to breakfast.
End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Spell of Circe. Breakfast passed off very pleasantly, and by the time it was over, Sergei was upon much better terms with the two Aerians than he had been on the previous day. He had taken Olga's warning and appeal to heart, and he had done so all the more easily for the reason that he felt somewhat ashamed of himself for the ill temper and bad manners of which he had been guilty, and which their two new acquaintances had repaid with such dignified courtesy and good humour. His frankly expressed apology was accepted with such perfect good nature, unmixed with even a suspicion of condescension, that he felt at ease with them at once, and even began to regret that his destiny made it impossible for him to be their friend instead of their enemy. The discussion of their plans for the day occupied the rest of the meal. They had a whole 24 hours before them, for the Ethereal would not be back from San Francisco, where she was going when she passed the train, until 10 o'clock on the following morning. So it was arranged that they would begin the day with a sleigh drive, a luxury which not even Aeria could afford. Then the two Aerians were to see the sights of the city under the guidance of Olga and Sergei, and perform the chief of the duties that brought them to St. Petersburg. After luncheon, they were to have a couple of hours on the ice in the park, into which the Yusupov gardens of the 19th century had been expanded, after which they would see the ice palaces illuminated at dusk, then dine, and finish the day at the opera. When the airship arrived, a rapid flight was to be taken across Europe, over the Alps and back to Moscow, across Italy, Greece, and the Black Sea, which would enable Alan and Alexis to deposit their guests with their Moscow friends soon after nightfall. The sleigh drive took the form of a race on the plain stretching towards Lake Ladoga between the two troikas driven by Sergei and Olga, who had so managed matters that she had Alan for a companion, and who, not a little to Sergei's disgust, won it, after a desperate struggle, by a head. The race was a revelation to the two Aerians, and when Alan handed Olga out of the sleigh after they had trotted quietly back to the city, the interest which she had excited in him during the railway journey had already begun to deepen into a sentiment much more pleasing and dangerous. The rest of the morning was devoted to driving about the city, and to paying a visit to the ancient fortress of Peter and Paul, which alone of all the fortress prisons of Russia had been preserved intact as a fitting monument of a fallen despotism and a warning to all future generations. Once at least in his life, every man in Aeria visited this fortress, as good Muslims visit Mecca, and this was the duty which Alan and Alexis were now performing. In one of the horrible dungeons deep in the foundations of the fortress, under the waters of the Neva, they were shown a massive gold plate riveted onto the rough, damp stone wall. Its surface was kept brightly polished, and it looked strangely incongruous with the gloom and squalor of the cell. On it stood an inscription in platinum letters let into the gold. In this cell, Israel Demuska, afterwards known as Natas, the master of the terror, was imprisoned in the year 1881, previous to his exile to Siberia by order of Alexander Romanoff, the last of the tyrants of Russia. With feelings wide asunder as love and hate, or gratitude and revenge, the descendants of Natas and the daughter of Romanovs stood in front of this memorial plate and read the simple and yet pregnant words. Alan and Alexis both bent their heads as if in reverence for a moment, but Olga and Sergei gazed at it with heads erect and eyes glowing with the fires of anger, in a silence that was broken by Alan saying, "Liberty surely never had a stranger temple than this, and yet this dungeon is to us what the tomb of the prophet is to the Muslims. I wonder what the last of the Tsars would have thought if he could have foreseen even a little part of all that sprang from the tragedy that was begun in this dismal cell."
"He would have killed him,"
said Olga, carried away for the moment by an irrepressible burst of passion.
"And then there would have been no Netas, no terror, and no terrorist air fleet. And Alexander Romanoff would have died master of the world instead of a chained felon in Siberia. Your ancestor, Richard Arnold, would have starved in his garret, or killed himself in despair, as many other geniuses did before him, and the world would have remained the slave market of tyrants and the shambles of murderous men.
Let us thank God that Netas lived to do his work," said Alan in a tone of solemn reverence, wondering not a little at Olga's strange outburst, and yet not having the remotest idea of its true cause. Neither Olga nor Sergei could reply to this speech. They would have bitten their tongues through rather than say amen to it, and anything else they dare not have said. After a moment more of somewhat constrained silence, Olga turned towards the door and said,
"Come, let us go. The air of this place poisons me."
When they got on the ice after lunch, Olga was not a little astonished to find that, perfect as she and Sergei were in skating, the two Aryans were little inferior to them, despite the fact they had just left their tropical home for the first time.
"How is this?"
said Olga to Alan as, hand in hand, they went sweeping over the ice in long, easy curves.
"I suppose you manufacture your ice for skating purposes in Aeria?"
"No," he said. "Some of our mountains rise above the snow line, and in their upper valleys they have little lakes, so when we want a skating surface, we just pump the water up and flood them, and let it freeze. Besides this, I don't think there is any harm in me telling you that we have a sort of wheel skate, which runs quite as easily as steel does on ice."
"Ah,"
said Olga, possessed by a sudden thought.
"Then I suppose that is why the streets of your splendid city are so broad and white and smooth."
Quietly as the words were spoken, Alan's hand tightened upon hers, as he heard them with a grip that almost made her cry out with pain. It was some moments before he recovered from his astonishment sufficiently to ask her the meaning of her unexpected and amazing question. She greeted his question with a saucy smile and a mocking upward glance, and said quietly,
"Simply because I have seen them."
It was a bow drawn at a venture. She had suddenly determined to test the truth of her vision, and hazard a description from it of the unknown land. "You have seen them?" cried Alan, now more amazed than ever. "But pardon me, even at the risk of contradicting you, I must tell you that is impossible. No one, not a born Aryan, has set eyes on Aeria for more than 100 years.
"So you think, perhaps,"
said she in the same quiet, half-mocking tone.
"Well, now listen and tell me whether this description is entirely incorrect. If it is correct, you need say nothing. If it is not, you can tell me so."
And then she began, while he listened in a silence of utter stupefaction, and described the valley and the city of Aeria as she had seen them in her dream vision. When she had finished, he was silent for several moments, and then said, in a voice that told her that she had really seen it as though with the eyes of flesh, "What are you, a sorceress, or— No, you cannot be an Aryan girl in disguise, for none ever leaves the country till she is married."
"Then, as I cannot be the latter,"
said Olga,
"you must, I suppose, consider me the former. Now, I shall take my revenge for your reticence in the train yesterday, and tell you no more. We are quits to that extent at least, and now we will go back to my brother, if you please."
With this, Alan was forced to be content. Indeed, he could not have pursued the subject without breaking his oath, and so a few minutes later it came about that Olga and Sergei were skating together in an unfrequented part of the lake, and here Olga took an opportunity that she might not have again of telling him as much as she thought fit to him to know of her plans for capturing the airship on the following day.
"I needn't tell you," said she, "that this airship is worth everything to us, and that therefore we must be ready to go to any extremities to get possession of it. It is the first step to the command of the world, for you heard Alan say today that she is the swiftest vessel in the whole Aryan fleet."
"But to do that, we must first overcome the crew," said Sergei, looking anxiously about to see if there was anyone within earshot. "How are we going to do that? 2 of us against 10 or a dozen, armed with powers we know nothing about."
"We must find means to drug them, to poison them if necessary, during tomorrow's voyage,"
came the reply, in a whisper that made his heart stand still for the moment with utter horror.
"Good God! Is that really necessary? It seems a horrible thing to do when they are trusting us and taking us as their guests,"
he said in a low, trembling voice.
"Yes,"
she replied with a well-simulated shudder.
"It is horrible, I know, but it is necessary. Remember that we have solemnly sworn war to the knife against this people, and that, armed as they are, all open assault is impossible. Therefore, they must be struck in secret or not at all. Now listen, I have brought with me a flask which my grandfather gave me a day or 2 before he died. It contains enough of a tasteless, powerful narcotic to send 20 people to sleep so that nothing will wake them for several hours. I will give you half of this tonight and keep half myself, and one of us must find an opportunity to get the crew to take it in their wine, or whatever they may drink, for they are sure to have 1 or 2 meals while we are on board. Tonight I will send instructions in cipher to the Losenskis in Vorobyevo to tell them that as many as possible of the friends must be ready for action by 8 tomorrow night, and must wait, if necessary, night after night till we come. If all goes well, we shall select the new crew of the Ethereal from them before we see 2 more sunrises. In fact, by the time we return from our voyage, we must have absolute control of the vessel. Such an opportunity as this will never offer itself again, and I, for my part, am determined to risk anything, not excepting life itself, to take the best advantage of it. It would be madness to allow any scruples to stand in our way. When the empire of the air is almost within our grasp."
"And none shall, so far as I am concerned," replied Sergei in a low, steady voice that showed that his horror of the deed they contemplated had succumbed, at least for the moment, to the tremendous temptation offered by the prospect of success.
"Spoken like a true Romanoff,"
said Olga, looking up at him with a sweet smile of approval.
"As the deed is, so shall the reward be. Now we must get back to our friends. We will find a means to get an hour together before tonight to arrange the matter further, and we will have Alan and Alexis to supper with us after the opera, and then I will begin my share of the work. Once the airship is ours, we can hide her in one of the ravines of the Caucasus, hold a council of war in the villa of Vorobyevo, and set about the work of the revolution in regular fashion."
The rest of the day was spent in accordance with the plans already agreed on. Olga and Sergei had tea together in their private rooms before going to the theatre, and put the finishing touches to their plans for the momentous venture of the following day. And Alan and Alexis, all unsuspecting, accepted their invitation to supper after their return from the opera house. The seemingly innocent and pleasant little supper, which passed off so merrily in the private sitting-room occupied by Olga and Sergei, had but one incidental which calls for description here, and even that was unnoticed not only by the 2 guests, but by Sergei himself. Just before midnight, Olga proposed that, in accordance with the ancient custom of Russia, they should drink a glass of punch, brewed in the Russian style, and as she volunteered to brew it herself, it is needless to say that the invitation was at once accepted. The apparatus stood upon a little table in one corner of the room. For a single minute her back was turned to the three sitting at the table in the centre. Her share in the conversation was not interrupted for an instant, and no one saw a couple of drops of sparkling blue liquid fall into each of the three of the glasses from the little flask that she had concealed in the palm of her hand. And when she turned around with the little silver tray on which the glasses stood, the flask was resting at the bottom of her dress pocket. She handed a glass to each of them, and then took her own up from the side table where she had left it. She went to her place, and holding her glass up, said simply,
"Here's to that which each of us has nearest at heart,"
and drank. All followed suit, and as the clock chimed 12, a few minutes later, the two Aryans took their leave and left Olga and Sergei alone.
"You said you would begin your share of the work tonight," said he, as soon as they were alone. "Have you done so?"
"If you do your work tomorrow as successfully as I have done mine tonight,"
replied Olga, looking steadily into his eyes as she spoke,
"the empire of the air will no longer be theirs."
Sergei returned her glance in silence. He wanted to speak, but some superior power seemed to have laid a spell upon his will, and as long as Olga's burning eyes were fixed on his tongue was paralyzed. Nay, more than this, his mind even refused to shape the sentences that he would have liked to speak. Olga held him mute before her for several minutes, and then she said quietly, still keeping her eyes fixed on his,
"Now speak, and tell me what you would do if I told you that I preferred Alan as a lover to you, and that I would rather 1,000 times be his slave and plaything than your wife."
"I should say that you are the mistress of my destiny, that I have no law but your will, and that it is for you to give me joy or pain, as seems good to you."
Sergei spoke the unnatural words in a calm, passionless tone, rather as though he was speaking in a sort of hypnotic trance than in full command of his senses. A strange, subtle influence had been stealing through his veins and over his nerves ever since he had drunk the liquor which Olga had prepared. He seemed perfectly incapable of resisting any suggestion that might have been made to him. His will was paralyzed, but even the consciousness of this fact was fading from his mind. All his passions were absolutely in abeyance. Even his love for Olga failed to inspire him with any jealous resentment of words which half an hour before would have goaded him to frenzy. He heard them as though they concerned someone else. The ruin of his life's hopes, which they implied so distinctly, had no meaning for him. So far as his volition was concerned, he was an automaton, ready to obey without question the dictates of her imperious will.
"That will do,"
said Olga, in the tone of a mistress addressing a servant.
"Now go to bed and sleep well, and remember the work that lies before you tomorrow."
"I will," said Sergei, and without another word, without attempting to take his customary good-night kiss, he walked out of the room, leaving her to the enjoyment of her victory and the contemplation of triumphs that now seemed almost certain to her. Punctual to its appointed time, the airship appeared in mid-air over the city a few minutes before 10 the next morning. It sank slowly and gracefully to within 100 feet of the ground over the garden of the hotel in which the two Aryans and their new friends were staying. Signals were rapidly exchanged as before between Alan and one of the crew standing on the after part of the deck. Then it sank down onto one of the snow-covered lawns of the garden. A door opened in the glass covering of the deck. A short, light, folding ladder with handrails dropped out of it to the ground, and Alan, springing up 3 or 4 of the steps, held out his hand to Olga, saying, "Come along, we shall have a crowd around us in another minute." This was true, for the appearance of the airship had already attracted hundreds of people in the streets, and many of them had already made their way into the gardens of the hotel in order to get a closer view of her. Olga, feeling not a little like a queen ascending a throne, ran lightly up the steps, followed by Sergei and Alexis. The moment they got onto the deck, the ladder was drawn up, the glass door slid noiselessly to, and Alan at once presented them to his friends on deck. While the introductions were taking place, the wings of the airship began to vibrate and undulate with a wavy motion from forward, aft, at first slowly, and then more and more swiftly. Her propeller whirled around, and the wonderful craft rose without a jar or a tremor from the earth. Then the propellers began to revolve faster and faster, and she shot forward and upward over the trees, amid the admiring murmurs of the crowd in the streets about the hotel. But little did those light-hearted sightseers dream, any more than did the captain and the crew of the Ethereal, that this aerial pleasure cruise was destined to mark the beginning of a tragedy that would involve the whole of civilized humanity in a catastrophe so colossal that the like of it had never been seen or even dreamt of on earth before. From the wit of a woman and the weakness of a man were now to be evolved the elements of destruction that ere long should lay the world in ruins. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The New Terror. 5 years had passed since the Ethereal had vanished like a cloud from the sky, leaving, so far as the airship itself was concerned, no more trace than if she had soared into space beyond the sphere of the Earth's attraction and departed to another planet. All the rest of the winter of 2030-31, tidings had been sought most anxiously, but in vain, by the kindred and friends of those who had formed her crew during the ill-fated voyage on which she had disappeared into the unknown. The earth had been ransacked, east and west, north and south, by the aerial fleet in search of the missing Ethereal, but without result. She had been traced to St. Petersburg and Vorobievo, but there, like the phantom craft of the Flying Dutchman, she had melted into thin air so far as any result of the search could show. But when the snows thawed on the mountains of Norway, and the bodies of 8 Aryans who had formed her crew on her last fatal voyage were discovered by a couple of foresters on a melted snowdrift on the very spot on which Vladimir Romanoff had been killed with his companions by the order of the Supreme Council, a thrill both of horror and excitement ran through the whole civilized world. That their death was intimately connected with the disappearance of the airship was instantly plain to everyone, and the only inference which could be drawn from such a conclusion was that at last some power, silent, mysterious, and intangible, had come into existence, prepared to dispute the empire of the world with the Aryans, and, more than this, had already struck them a deadly blow which it was utterly beyond their power to return. The effects of this discovery were exactly what Olga had anticipated. From the first time since their ancestors had conquered the earth and made war impossible, the supreme authority of the Aryans was called into question. It was quite beyond their power to conceal the fact that their flagship had either deserted or been captured, incredible as either alternative seemed. The Central Council therefore wisely accepted the situation, and immediately after the discovery of the bodies, the President published a full account of her last voyage, as far as was known, in the columns of the European Review, the leading newspaper of the day in the Old World. The only clue to the fate of the airship seemed to lie in the fact that at St. Petersburg
a youth and a young girl with whom Alan and Alexis had made friends on their journey from London, had gone on board the Ethereal for a trip to the clouds. But this led to nothing. Who was to recognize the daughter of the Tsar and the last male scion of the House of Romanoff in Olga and Sergei Ivanitch, who had never been known as anything but the orphan grandchildren of Paul Ivanitch the sculptor? More than this, even to entertain for a moment the supposition that this boy and girl, for they were known to be little more, could by any possible means have overcome the 10 Aerians, armed as they were with their terrible death power, and then have vanished into space with the airship, would have been to shatter the supremacy of the Aerians at a blow. Even as it was, the wildest and most dangerous rumours began to fly from lip to lip and nation to nation all round the world. And for the first time since the days of the Terror, the earth folk began to think of the Aerians rather as men like themselves than as the superior race which they had hitherto regarded them. The president of Aeria at once issued a proclamation asking, in the interests of peace and public security, for the assistance of all the civilized peoples of the earth in his efforts to discover the lost airship, and also conditionally declaring a war of extermination on any power or nation which either concealed the whereabouts of the Ethereal or gave any assistance to those who might be in possession of her. This proclamation was published simultaneously in all the newspapers of the world, and produced a most profound sensation wherever it was read. The terrible magic of the ominous word war roused at once the deathless spirit of combativeness that had lain dormant for all these years. It was impossible not to recognize the fact that this mysterious power, which had come unseen into existence, and had snatched the finest vessel in the Aerian navy from the possession of the council with such daring and skill that not a trace of her was to be found, could have but one object in view, and that was to dispute the empire of the air with the descendants of the terrorists. This could mean nothing else than the outbreak, sooner or later, of a strife that would be a veritable battle of the gods, a struggle which would shake the world and convulse human society throughout its whole extent. The general sense of peace and security in which men had lived for 4 generations was shattered at a stroke by the universal apprehension of the blow that all men felt to be inevitable, but which would be struck, no man knew when or how. A year passed and nothing happened. The world went on its way in peace. The Aerian patrol circled the earth with a moving girdle of aerial cruisers, ready to give instantaneous warning of the first reappearance of the lost Ethereal. But nothing was discovered. If she still existed, she was so skilfully concealed as to be practically beyond the reach of human search. Then, without the slightest warning, while Anglo-Saxondom was in the midst of the 130th celebration of the Festival of Deliverance, the civilized world was started out of the sense of security into which it had once more begun to fall by the publication in the European Review of the following piece of intelligence.
A mystery of the sea. Disappearance of 3 transports. It is our duty to chronicle the astounding and disquieting fact that the 3 transports, Massilia, Ceres, and Astrea, belonging respectively to the Eastern, Southern, and Western services, have disappeared. The first left New York for Southampton 4 days ago and should have arrived yesterday. The Central Atlantic Signalling Station reported her all well at midday on Tuesday, and this is the last news that has been heard of her. The second was reported from Cape Verde Station on her voyage from Cape Town to Marseille, and there all trace of her is lost, as she never reached the Canary Station. The third was last heard of from Station number 2 in the Indian Ocean, which is situated at the intersection of the 80th meridian of east longitude with the 20th parallel of south latitude. She was on her way from Melbourne to Alexandria and should have touched at Aden 2 days ago. The disappearance of these 3 magnificent vessels filled as they were with passengers and loaded with cargoes of enormous value both in money and material, can only be described as a calamity of worldwide importance. Unhappily, too, the mystery which surrounds their fate invests it with a sinister aspect which is impossible to ignore. That their loss is the result of accident or shipwreck, it is almost impossible to believe. They represent the latest triumphs of modern shipbuilding. All were over 40,000 tons in measurement and had engines capable of driving them at a speed of 50 nautical miles an hour through the water. For 50 years no ocean transport has suffered shipwreck or even serious injury. So completely has modern engineering skill triumphed over the now conquered elements. Added to this, no storms of even ordinary violence have occurred along their routes. After passing the stations at which they were last reported, they vanished, and that is all that is known about them. The president of Aeria has desired us to state that he has ordered his submarine squadron stations at Zanzibar, Ascension, and Fayal to explore the ocean beds along the routes pursued by the transports. Until we receive news of the results of their investigation, it will be well to refrain from further comment on this mysterious misfortune which has suddenly and unexpectedly fallen upon the world, and in doing so we shall only express the fervent desire of all civilized men and women when we express the hope that this calamity, grievous as it is, may not be the precursor of even greater misfortunes to come.
It would be almost impossible for us of the present day to form any adequate estimate of the thrill of horror and consternation which this brief and temperately worded narration of the mysterious loss of the 3 transports sent through the world of the 21st century. Not only was it the first event of the kind that had occurred within the memory of living men, but, saving the loss of the ethereal, it was the first dark cloud that had appeared in the clear heaven of peace and prosperity for more than 125 years. But terrible as was the state of excitement and anxiety into which it threw the nations of the world, it gave place to a still deeper horror and bewilderment when day after day passed, and no tidings were received of the 3 submarine squadrons consisting of 3 vessels each, which had been sent to inquire into the fate of the transports. They dived beneath the waves of the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic, and that was the last that was ever seen of them. Month after month went by, every week bringing news of some fresh calamity at sea, of the disappearance of transport after transport along the great routes of ocean travel, of squadron after squadron of submarine cruisers which plunged into the abysses of the sea to discover and attack the mysterious enemy of mankind that lay hidden in the depths, and which never reappeared on the surface. Whether they were captured or destroyed, it was impossible to say, simply because no member of their crews ever returned to tell the tale. Whatever doubt there had been as to the existence or hostile nature of this ocean terror that was paralyzing the trade of the world was speedily set at rest by a discovery made in the spring of the year 2032 by a party of divers who descended to repair a fault in one of the Atlantic cables about 200 miles west of Ireland. There, lying in the Atlantic ooze, they found the shattered fragments of the Sirius, a transport which had disappeared about a month before. The great hull of the splendid vessel had been torn asunder by some explosive of tremendous power, and more than this, her hold had been rifled of all its treasure and the most valuable portions of its cargo. After this, there no longer remained any doubt that the depths of the ocean were the hunting ground for some foe of society, one at least of whose objects was plunder. The President and Council of Aeria found themselves at last confronted and baffled by an enemy who could neither be seen nor reached in his hiding place, wherever it might be beneath the surface of the waters. Thousands of lives had been sacrificed, and treasure in millions had been lost by the end of the first year of what men had now come to call the New Terror. new fleets of submarine cruisers were built and held in readiness in all the great ports of the world, and these scoured the ocean depths in all directions with no further result than the swift and silent annihilation of vessel after vessel by some power which struck irresistibly out of the darkness and then vanished the moment that the blow had been delivered. As yet, however, no enemy appeared on land or in the air, nor were any tidings heard of the lost Ethereal or her captain and lieutenant. The Aerians had replaced her with 10 almost identical vessels, and had raised the strength of their navy to 250 vessels, 100 of which were kept in readiness in Aeria, while the other 150 were distributed in small squadrons at 24 stations, half of which were in the Western Hemisphere and half in the Eastern. The submarine warfare had now practically ceased. Nearly 200 vessels belonging to Aeria, Britain and America had been captured or destroyed by an enemy which at the period at which this portion of the narrative opens was as supreme throughout the realm of the waters as the Aerians were in the air. To the menace of the airships this hidden foe replied by severing all the oceanic cables and paralyzing the communication of the world save overland and through the air. Thus, at the end of 6 years after the capture of the Ethereal by Olga Romanoff, more than half the work of those who had brought peace on earth after the Armageddon of 1904 had been undone. All over the world, not even excepting in Aeria, men lived in a state of constant anxiety and apprehension, not knowing whether or how their invisible enemy would strike them next. The masters of the world were supreme no longer, for a new power had arisen which, within the limits of the seas, had proved itself stronger than they were. Communication between continent and continent had almost ceased, save where the Aerian airships were employed. In 6 short years, the peace of the world had been destroyed and the stability of society shaken. Among the nations of Anglo-Saxondom, the change had manifested itself by a swift decadence into the worst forms of unbridled democracy. Men's minds were unhinged, and the most extravagant options found acceptance. Parliaments had already been made annual, and were fast sinking into machines for registering the ever-changing opinions of rival factions and their leaders. Sovereigns and presidents were little better than popular puppets existing on sufferance. In short, all that Paul Romanoff had prophesied was coming to pass, more rapidly than even he had expected so far as the area of the Anglo-Saxon Federation was concerned. In the Muslim Empire affairs were different, but no less threatening. The Sultan Khalid, the Magnificent as he was justly styled by his admirers, saw clearly that the time must come when this mysterious enemy would emerge from the waters and attempt the conquest of the land. And for 3 years past he had been manufacturing weapons and forming armies against the day of battle which he considered inevitable, and which he longed for rather than dreaded. Thus, while Anglo-Saxondom was lapsing into the anarchy of unrestrained democracy, the Muslim monarch was preparing to take advantage of the issue of events which, skilfully turned to account, might one day make him master of the world. Such was the condition of affairs throughout the world on the 1st of May 2036. And then the long-expected came in strange and terrible shape. At midnight, a blaze of light was seen far up in the sky over the city of Aeria. A moment later, something that must have been a small block of metal fell from a tremendous height in the square in the centre of the city and was shivered to fragments by the force of its fall. On the splintered pavement where it fell was found a little roll of parchment addressed to the President. It was taken to him, and he opened it and read these words: To Alan Arnold, President of Aeria. If you want your son Alan and his friend Alexis, go and look for them on an island which you will find near the intersection of the 40th parallel of south latitude, and the 120th meridian of west longitude in the South Pacific. They have served my turn, and I have done with them. Perhaps they will be able to tell you how I have conquered the empire of the sea. Before long, I shall have wrested the empire of the air from you as well. Olga Romanoff. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Flight of the Revenge. Astounding, almost stupefying as were the tidings conveyed by this letter, which had dropped like a veritable bolt from the blue, the challenge contained in the last sentence and the ominous name with which it was signed were matters of infinitely greater and more instant importance. Alan Arnold was the responsible president of Aeria first, and a father afterwards. He lost not a moment in speculating upon the strange fate of his son and firstborn. The safety not only of Aeria but of the world demanded his first attention, and he gave it. Crushing the missive in his hand, he took 2 swift strides to a telephone in the wall of the room in which he had received the message from the skies, and delivered several rapid orders through it. If they had been the words of a demigod instead of those of a man, their effects could scarcely have been more instantaneous or marvellous. On 100 mountain peaks all around the great valley of Aeria, enormous lights blazed out simultaneously, flinging long streams of radiance, dazzling and intense, for miles into the sky towards all points of the compass. And at the same moment 50 airships soared up from their stations all around the mountains, flashing their searchlights ahead and astern in all directions. It was a scene of unearthly wonder and magnificence, a scene such as could only have been made possible by the triumphant genius of a race of men, heirs of all the best that earth could give them, who had turned the favour of circumstance to the utmost advantage. 3 minutes sufficed for the aerial cruisers to clear the mountains, and as they did so the wide sweeping rays of 50 searchlights, assisted by the blazing orbs which crowned every mountain peak, illuminated the darkness for many miles outside the valley. In the midst of the sea of light, thus projected through the semi-darkness of the starlit heavens, the flying shape of an airship was detected, speeding away to the southeastward. Instantly, the prows of the whole squadron were turned towards her, and the first aerial race in the history of the world began. The pursuing airships spread themselves out in a huge semicircle, at the extremities of which were the 2 swiftest vessels in the fleet, almost exact counterparts of the lost Ethereal. One of these bore the same name as the stolen flagship, and the other had been named the Ariel, after the first vessel built by Richard Arnold, the conqueror of the air, 132 years before. These 2 vessels carried 10 guns each, and were capable of a maximum speed of 500 miles an hour, the highest velocity that it had so far been found possible to attain. The others were somewhat smaller craft, mounting 8 guns each, and capable of a speed of about 400 miles an hour. The chase, either because she could not travel faster, or for some hidden reason, allowed the pursuing squadron to gain upon her until she was only some 5 miles ahead of its 2 foremost vessels, which were travelling at the highest speed attainable by the whole flotilla. She showed no lights, and so in order to keep her in view it was necessary for her pursuers to keep their searchlights constantly sweeping the skies ahead of them, lest they should lose sight of her in the semi-darkness. This placed the Aryan fleet at a serious disadvantage, which very soon became apparent, for before the pursuit had lasted an hour the chase opened fire with her stern guns, and shell after shell charged with some terrific explosive began bursting along the line of the pursuing squadron, producing fearful concussions in the atmosphere, and causing the pursuers to rock and toss in the shaken air like ships on a stormy sea. The ethereal and the aerial at the two extremities of the semicircle replied with a rapid converging fire from their bow guns in the hope of reaching the now invisible chase. All the projectiles were, of course, time shells, but the speed at which the vessels were travelling not only made the aim hopeless, but caused such an inrush of air into the muzzles of the guns that the projectiles, checked in their course through the barrels, flew wild and exploded at random, often in dangerous proximity to the vessels themselves. Hence, after about a dozen shots had been fired, the commanders of the two vessels found themselves compelled to cease firing, and to trust to speed alone to overtake the enemy. On the other hand, this disadvantage to them was all in favour of the chase, which was able to work her two stern guns without the slightest impediment. Before long, she got the range of her pursuers, and at last a shell burst fairly under one of the smaller vessels. A brilliant flash of light, blue as the lightning bolt, illuminated her for an instant, and in that instant her companion saw her stop and shiver like a stricken bird in mid-air, and then plunge downwards like a stone to the earth. Olga Romanoff, standing on the deck of what had once been the ethereal flagship of the Aerian fleet, and now renamed the Revenge, saw this catastrophe as the others had done through her night glasses. She lowered them from her eyes and said to a dark-eyed, black-haired young fellow who was commanding the gun that had done the execution,
"Bravo, Boris Losensky! Did you sight that gun?"
Boris drew himself up and saluted, saying, "Yes, Majesty, I did."
"Then for that you shall be a prince henceforth, and if you can bring another down, you shall command an airship of your own when this fight is over."
Boris saluted again and ordered the gun to be reloaded. Before it could be discharged, a shell from the port gun, which had been fired as Olga spoke, struck another of the Aerian vessels square on the fore quarter. The flash of the exploding projectile was almost instantaneously followed by the outburst of a vast, dazzling mass of flame, which illuminated, for the instant, the whole scene of the aerial battle. The airship, with all its cargo of explosives, blew up like one huge shell, and the frightful concussion of the atmosphere induced by the explosion hurled the two vessels that were close on either side of her like feathers into space, turning them completely over and flinging them to the earth 6,000 feet below. A few moments later they struck the ground simultaneously. Two great spouts of flame shot up from the spots where they struck, and when the darkness closed over them again, 4 of the pursuing squadron had been annihilated.
"Better still, Levin Ostrov,"
cried Olga, as she saw the awful effects of this last shot.
"For that you too shall be a prince of the empire, and command an airship on our next expedition. Now, Boris, let us see if you can beat that."
"Yes, Majesty," said Boris again, knitting his brows and clenching his teeth in anger at his rival's superior success. He glanced along the line of the pursuers and saw 4 of the Aerian squadrons flying close together. He brought the gun to bear upon the 2 inner ones, took careful aim, and dispatched the projectile on its errand of destruction. The moment he had released it, he said to the other 2 men who were working under him, "Load again, quickly." The command was instantly obeyed, and scarcely had the explosion of the first blazed out than a second shell was sent after it. The very firmament seemed split in twain by the frightful results of the 2 well-aimed shots, each of which had found its mark on the 2 inner vessels with fatal accuracy. Great sheets of flame leapt out in all directions from the focus of the explosion, and in the midst of their dazzling radiance those on board the Revenge saw the 2 outside airships of the 4 roll over and dive head foremost into the dark abyss below them. They struck the earth as the others had done, and vanished into annihilation in the midst of the momentary mist of fire. This last catastrophe made it plain to the commanders of the ethereal and the aerial that to continue the chase under such conditions meant the destruction in detail of all the smaller ships of the squadron. Those on board the Revenge saw signals rapidly flash from one end of the line and instantaneously answered from the other end.
"Ah,"
said Olga,
"my lords of the air seem to have had enough of it for the present. Look, the small fry are falling to the rear. Our reception has been a little too hot for them. I wonder what they are going to do now. Cease firing, and let us watch them. You two gunners have done gloriously and earned quite enough laurels for your first battle."
It soon became evident that the Aryans had decided to send their smaller craft back. From the speed of the Revenge and the terrible accuracy and destructiveness of her guns, the commanders of the squadron were now convinced that she was either the lost ethereal or some vessel even superior to her, built upon the same plan. This being so, to have continued the pursuit under such conditions with the smaller craft would simply have been to court destruction for them in detail. It was impossible for them to use their guns effectively at the speed at which they were travelling, while, as had been so terribly proved, the chase could use hers with perfect ease. The flying fight could thus only result under present conditions in the ignominious defeat of the squadron by the single vessel, as long as she was able to keep ahead. The only hope of success lay, therefore, in a trial of speed and manoeuvring skill between her and the ethereal and aerial. So orders were flashed to the smaller vessel to return to Aeria with the mournful tidings of the destruction of 8 of their number. As they vanished into the darkness behind, Olga divined instantly the tactics that were to be adopted. She saw the converging searchlights of the 2 remaining airships begin to glow brighter and brighter in the rear of the Revenge, proving that they had increased their speed.
"So it's going to be a race, is it?"
she said, half to herself.
"Well, we will see if we can lead them into the trap. How fast are we going, Boris?"
He went to the engine room and returned, saying, 400 miles an hour, Majesty."
"Make it 5,
replied Olga. He saluted and transmitted the order to the engineer. The lights of the pursuers immediately began to recede again, then they seemed to stop.
"That will do,"
said Olga.
"They have reached the limit of their speed. Keep to the southward and see that they come no nearer."
The 3 airships were, in fact, now travelling at their utmost speed. If anything, the advantage was slightly in favour of the Revenge, thanks to the high efficiency of the motive power which had been applied to her in accordance with the directions left by Olga's father and transmitted in the will of Paul Romanoff. So all the rest of the night and on into the next day, pursuers and pursued sped on with fearful velocity through the air. They passed over Africa and out above the ocean, and still on and on they swept until the southern sea was crossed, and the mighty ice barriers that fences in the South Pole gleamed out white upon the horizon. This was past, and still they rushed on over the dreary wastes of Antarctica. The pole was crossed along the 40th meridian, and then they swept northward until the smoke cloud that crowned the crest of Mount Erebus rose above the snow clouds that hid the earth. The Revenge headed straight towards this and swept over it, followed at a distance of about 10 miles by her pursuers. Then, with a mighty upward sweep, she leapt 200 feet higher still, came to equilibrium and discharged a shell downwards onto the ice. The explosion was answered by the rising of a flotilla of airships which seemed to have sprung out of the bowels of the earth. 30 vessels as large as herself rose simultaneously through the clouds and spread themselves out in a wide circle around the 2 Aryan vessels, which thus found themselves surrounded by an overwhelming force and dominated by the Revenge floating far above them with her 10 guns pointing down upon them. To an observer so placed as to be able to command a view of the situation, it would have seemed that nothing short of the surrender or annihilation of the ethereal and the aerial could have been the outcome of it. So evidently thought Olga and those in command of the Russian aerial fleet, for although for one brief instant the 2 Aerian vessels lay at their mercy, they failed to take advantage of it, and in losing this one precious moment, they reckoned without the superior skill and perfect control of their airships possessed by those of whom they thought to make an easy prey. What really happened took place with such stupefying suddenness that they were taken completely off their guard. The ethereal and the aerial lay end-on to each other in the midst of the circle of their enemies. Each mounted 10 guns, and of these every one was available. The crews of both vessels, trained by constant practice to the highest point of efficiency, knew exactly what to do, without so much as an order being given. Automatically, the 20 guns were trained in the twinkling of an eye, each on a Russian vessel, and discharged simultaneously. A moment later, the 2 vessels sank like stones through the thick clouds below them, and while the heavens above were shaken with the combined explosions of the 20 projectiles, each of which had found its mark with unerring accuracy, they had regained their equilibrium 1,000 feet from the surface of the ice, and darted away full speed northward. To such a fearful pitch of efficiency had their guns and projectiles been brought that, while the aim was unerring, if once a fair shot was obtained, nothing shaped by human hands could withstand the impact of their shells without destruction. 21 of the 30 vessels of the Russian fleet collapsed, and as it were shriveled up under the frightful energy of the Aerian projectiles. 20 masses of flame blazed out over the grey surface of the cloud sea, and in another moment the fragments of the vessel it had taken so many months of labour and such wondrous skill to construct were lying scattered far and wide over the snow and ice of the Antarctic desert. The awful suddenness with which this destruction had been accomplished deprived Olga and her subordinates of all powers of thought for the moment. They heard the roar of the explosion and saw a mist of flame burst out around them, as though all the fires of Mount Erebus had broken loose at once. And then came the silence of speechless horror and stupefaction. It was more like the work of omnipotent fiends than of men. The bolts of heaven themselves could have done nothing like it. Then the moment of shock passed, and those who survived remembered what they ought never to have forgotten, that, armed as they were with weapons which under favourable circumstances were absolutely irresistible, the first shot meant victory for those who fired it and destruction for their enemies. Odds of mere numbers went for nothing, for each airship was equal to 10 others, provided she could send her 10 projectiles home first, and this is just what had happened. All this had passed in 1/20th of the time that it has taken to describe it, and by the time Olga and her subordinates grasped the extent of the calamity that had overtaken them, the 2 Aerian vessels, darting through the air at 500 miles an hour, had swept far out of range of their guns, and were, moreover, so hidden by the cloud sea that they had no idea which course they had taken. And, in a paroxysm of unrestrained passion, literally screamed with rage as she ordered the Revenge to sink below the clouds. Less than 2 minutes sufficed for the remains of the fleet that had been 31 strong 5 minutes before, and now only numbered 11 vessels, to sink through the clouds. A rapid glance round showed them the ethereal and the aerial, tiny specks far out over the waste of snow and ice, speeding away to the northward. To give chase was out of the question, for scarcely had they sighted them than they vanished as completely as though they had melted into the atmosphere. and so Olga signalled for her remaining vessels to proceed to their secret haven in the snowy solitudes of the south, while the Ethereal and her consort sped onward on their homeward voyage to carry the news of the terrible vengeance that they had taken for the destruction of the 8 airships which had been annihilated by the guns of the Revenge. 20 hours sufficed for the 2 Aerian vessels to pass over a quarter of the earth's circumference and carry their tidings of vengeance and victory to Aeria. And shortly after noon on the day but one after Olga had dropped her challenge from the skies, a meeting of the ruling council was held at the president's house in order to consider the startling and pregnant events which had taken place, and to determine the plan of the war which, after 130 years of unquestioned supremacy, they were now called upon to wage not only for the mastery of the world, but for the very lives and liberties of the citizens of Aeria. It had, of course, been impossible to conceal from the inhabitants of the valley the gravity of the startling events which had taken place in such rapid succession. Nor did the President and Council consider any such concealment desirable. There were no demagogues and no politics in Aeria, and therefore there was no need for any state secrets save those which contained the essentials of aerial navigation. There was also no fear of panic in a community which contained no ignorant or criminal classes, and so, when the council was sitting, the strange tidings were promulgated through the length and breadth of the valley. Marvellous and disquieting as they were, they yet gave rise to very few external signs of excitement. They were gravely, earnestly, and even anxiously discussed, for they brought with them a prophecy of calamities to come, the probability of whose realization was too plain to be ignored. But ever since the days of the Terror, each generation of Aerians had been carefully trained to recognize the fact that the progress of science and the restlessness of human invention in the world outside their borders must, sooner or later, produce some challenge to their supremacy, and some attempt to dispute with them the empire of the air. Now, after 4 generations, in spite of all the elaborate precautions that had been taken, the stringent laws that had been enacted and more than once mercilessly enforced, the crisis had come. It was now impossible to doubt that by some means, which so far seemed almost superhuman, the flagship of their fleet had been stolen, and the son of the president kidnapped with his greatest friend. More than this, the news brought back by the Ethereal and the Aerial proved beyond all doubt that means had been found to build a large fleet of aerial warships without even rousing the suspicion of the council. And worse, and most sinister sign of all, there was also the fact, proved by Olga's letter to the president, that the moving spirit of this defiant revolt against the supremacy of Aeria was one who bore the ill-omened and still hated name of Romanoff. As has been said, there was no panic through the night in Aeria, but still many a man and woman anxiously asked, either aloud or in his or her own soul, whether in the mysterious revolutions of human affairs it might not be about to come to pass that she who had wrought this apparent miracle might not yet be able to avenge the terrible fate of her ancestor, the last of the Tsars. Then, with this thought, came a universal revulsion of horror at the prospect of such a crime against humanity, and a deep resolve to exact the penalty for it to the utmost. If war was to be brought once more upon the earth, those who brought it would find Aeria worthy of its splendid traditions and ready, if necessary, to reconquer the earth as the founders of its empire had done in the Armageddon of 1904. Fierce as that mighty struggle had been, its horrors would pale before those of a conflict in which conquest would mean extermination. For if Aeria was forced once more to draw the sword, it would not be sheathed until there was peace again on earth, even if that peace were to be but the silence of universal desolation. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Strange Tidings to Aeria. The sitting of the council lasted until nightfall, and just as the western mountains were throwing their huge shadows over the lovely valley, 2 more airships passed between 2 of the southward peaks and alighted in the great square in the centre of the city. They were the 2 vessels which had been sent to the island indicated in Olga's letter to bring back the long-lost Alan and Alexis. It would be vain to attempt to describe the feelings with which the president and the father of Alexis went, as they thought, to receive their sons. But the airships had returned without them, and in their stead they brought a written message which conveyed tidings no less strange and startling than those brought from Antarctica by the Ethereal and her consort. It was a letter from Alan to his father, and as soon as he received it from the captain of one of the airships who had found it nailed to a tree on the island, he took his friend into his library, and there the 2 fathers read it together. After briefly but circumstantially recounting the capture of the flagship by Olga by means of her subtle drugs, and showing how, by using the power they gave her, she had kept them in mental slavery for years, forcing them to employ their skill and knowledge in aiding her to build her aerial and submarine fleets out of the spoils of the destroyed ocean transports, from which the latter had taken an incalculable amount of treasure. Alan's letter concluded thus: I will now tell you the reason why Alexis and myself have not waited for the airship which we knew you would send for us as soon as you received the message which Olga Romanoff told us she would dispatch to you. We consider that by our weakness and folly, or in truth, I should rather say mine, for it was I who invited these treacherous guests on board the Ethereal, we have not only brought endless calamities upon the world, but we have also forfeited our right to the citizenship of Aeria. What the judgment of the council would be upon us, I don't know, but we are resolved that whatever it might have been, you and Alexis' father shall be spared the sorrow of pronouncing sentence upon your own sons. Some day, perhaps, we may win at least the right to plead our cause before you. At present we have none, and until we have won it you shall not see us again, unless you capture us by force. We were sent here in the Narwhal, the swiftest and most powerful vessel of the Russian submarine fleet. Only a few days ago, an accident revealed to Alexis, for the first time during our long mental slavery, the means which this woman, who is as beautiful as an angel and as merciless as a fiend, had used to keep us in subjection. We took the utmost care to give her no suspicion of his discovery, and although we drank no more of her poison, we acted exactly as though we were still under its influence. In what could only have been mockery, she gave us back our belts and coronets, bidding us wear them when we return to our kingdom, as she put it. We shall never wear the winged circlet again till we have regained the right to do so, but the belts and a couple of brace of magazine pistols which we took before we left her stronghold in Antarctica stood us in good stead. We have killed the crew of the Narwhal and taken possession of her. She is far swifter and more powerful than any vessel in our submarine navy, for she can be driven at 150 miles an hour through the water, and can destroy anything that floats in or on the sea with a blow of her ram. And more than this, she carries a torpedo battery which has an effective range of 2 miles, and can strike and destroy anything within that distance without giving the slightest warning of her presence. There are 50 vessels of this type in the Russian fleet, but the Narwhal is at least 30 miles an hour faster than any of them. An attack will probably be made by the Russians on our station at Kerguelen Island within a week by submarine vessels and a small squadron of airships, and there we shall begin our operations against the enemy. If you have any reply to make to this letter, we will wait for it at sea off Kerguelen, and then begin the campaign we have planned. We shall never rest
until we have either destroyed the Russian fleet in detail or have died in the attempt to do so. If we ever return, it will be to restore to you the supremacy of the sea, and then, and not till then, we will ask you to pardon our fault, and will willingly submit to such further conditions as you may see fit to impose upon us before you give us back, if you ever do, the rights which we have lost. With all love, and duty to yourself, and loving remembrance to the dear ones in Aeria, your son, Alan.
At the foot of the letter was a postscript signed by Alexis, endorsing all that Alan had said, save with regard to his sole responsibility for the calamity that had ensued from the admission of Olga and Sergei on board the Ethereal. The two fathers discussed the strange, and to them, most affecting communications for nearly an hour in private, and then another meeting of the council was called to consider it and pronounce authoritatively upon it. The president read the letter aloud in a voice which betrayed no trace of the deep emotion that moved his inmost being, and then left the council chamber with Morris Masorov so that their presence might not embarrass their colleagues. The simple, mainly straightforwardness of Alan's letter appealed far more eloquently to the council than excuses or prayers for forgiveness would have done. It was plain, too, that after the first indiscretion of taking the strangers on board the airship, no moral responsibility or blame could be laid on Alan and Alexis for what they had done under the influence of a drug which had paralyzed their moral sense. The council, therefore, not only accepted the conditions of the letter, but without a dissentient voice agreed to confer the first and second commands of the Aerian submarine fleets and stations for the time being upon Alan and Alexis, with permission to call in the aid of the nearest aerial squadrons when necessary. This decision was dispatched forthwith by an airship to Kerguelen, and within an hour all Aeria was talking of nothing else than the strange fate of the two youths who for 5 years had been mourned as dead. Later on that evening, when the twin snow-clad peaks which towered above the high city of Aeria had lost the pink afterglow of the departed sunlight, and were beginning to gleam with a whiter radiance in the level beams of the newly risen moon, a girl was standing on the spacious terrace of a marble villa which stood on the summit of a rounded eminence a couple of miles from the western verge of the city. She had crossed the threshold of womanhood. The next sun that would rise would be that of her 20th birthday. Yet for 2 years she had worn the silver circle and crystal wings, for in Aeria a girl became of legal age at 18, though she took no share in the civil life of the community until she was married, an event which, as a rule, took place not long after she was invested with the symbol of citizenship. It was an exceedingly rare event for an Aerian girl to reach the eve of her 20th year unmarried, for the sexes in the Central African paradise were very evenly balanced, and, as was natural in a very high state of civilization, where families seldom exceeded 3 or 4 children, celibacy in either sex was looked upon as a public misfortune and a private reproach. But Alma Tremaine, the girl who was standing on the terrace of her father's house on this most eventful evening, had become an exception to the rule through circumstances so sad and strange that her loneliness was an honour rather than a reproach. There were many of the wearers of the golden wings who had sought long and ardently to win her from the allegiance which forbade her to look with favouring eyes upon any of them. She was beautiful in a land where all women were fair, a land where, under the most favourable conditions that could be conceived, a race of almost more than human strength and beauty had been evolved, and she came of a family scarcely second in honour even to that of the president, for she was the direct descendant in the 5th generation of Alan Tremaine, first president of the Anglo-Saxon Federation through his son Cyril, born 2 years after the daughter who had married the firstborn son of Natasha and Richard Arnold. More than 5 years before, she and Alan had plighted their boy and girl troth on the eve of his departure on the fateful voyage from which he had never returned, and of which no tidings had reached Aeria until a few hours before. To the simple vow which her girlish lips had then spoken, she had remained steadfast, even when, as the years went by and still no tidings came of her lost lover, she, in common with her own kindred, had begun to mourn him as dead. It is true that she was in love rather with a memory than with a man. Yet with some natures such a love as this is stronger than any other, more ideal and more lasting, and exempt from the danger of growing cold in fruition. So strong was the hold that this love had taken upon her being, that the idea of even accepting the love and homage of any other man appeared as sacrilegious to her as the embrace of an earthly lover would have seemed to a nun of the Middle Ages. And so, with a single companion in her solitary state, she stood aside and watched with patient, unregretful eyes the wedded happiness of her more fortunate friends. This companion was Isma Arnold, Ellen's sister, who had a double reason for doing as Alma had done. Not only had she resolved never to marry while her brother's fate remained uncertain, but she, too, had also made her choice among the youths of Aeria, and in such matters an Aerian girl seldom chose twice. So she waited for Alexis, as Alma did for Ellen, hoping even against her convictions, and keeping his memory undefiled in the sacred shrine of her maiden soul. No artist could have dreamt of a fairer picture than Alma standing there on the terrace overlooking the stately city and the dark shining lake at her feet. She was clad in soft clinging garments of whitest linen and finest silk of shimmering pearly grey, edged with a dainty embroidery of gold and silver thread. Her dress, confined at the waist with a girdle of interlinked azurine and gold, clothed without concealing the beauties of her perfect form, and her hair, crowned by her crystal-winged coronet, flowed unrestrained, after the custom of the maidens of Aeria, over her shoulders in long and lustrous waves of dusky brown. There was a shadow in the great deep grey eyes which looked up as though in mute appeal to the starlight, the shadow of a sorrow which can never come to a woman more than once. All these years she had loved in cheerful patience and perfect faith for the man whose memory she had lived in maiden widowhood, and now who could measure the depths of the darkness darker than the shadow of death itself that had fallen across her life, severing the past from the present with a chasm that seemed impassable, and leaving the future but a barren, loveless waste to be trodden by her in weariness and loneliness until the end. All these years she had loved an ideal man, one of her own splendid race, the very chosen of the earth, as pure in his unblemished manhood as she was in the stainless maidenhood that she had held so sacred for his sake, even while she thought him dead. And lo, the years had passed, and he had come back to life. But how? Hers was not the false innocence of ignorance. She knew the evil and the good, and because she knew both, shrank from contamination with the horror born of knowledge. She had seen both Olga's letter and Alan's, and those two terrible sentences.
"They have served my turn, and I have done with them."
And
"She is as beautiful as an angel, and as merciless as a fiend,"
kept ringing their fatal changes through her brain in pitiless succession, forcing all the revolting possibilities of their meaning into her tortured soul, till her reason seemed to reel under their insupportable stress. Mocking voices spoke to her out of the night, and told her of the unholy love that such a woman would, in the plenitude of her unnatural power, have for such a man. How she would subdue him, and make him not only her lover, but her slave. How she would humble his splendid manhood, and play with him until her evil fancy was sated, and then cast him aside, as she had done, like a toy of which she had tired. Better 1,000 times that he had died as his murdered comrades had died, in the northern snowdrift into which this Syren of the skies had cast them, to sleep the sleep that knew neither dreams nor waking. Better for him and her that he had gone before her into the shadows, and had remained her ideal love until, hand in hand, they could begin their lives anew upon a higher plane of existence. As these thoughts passed and repassed through her mind with pitiless persistence, her lovely face grew rigid and white under the starlight, and, but for the nervous twining and untwining of her fingers as her hands clasped and unclasped behind her, her motionless form might have been carved out of stone. For the first time since peace had been proclaimed on earth, 132 years ago, the flames of war had burst forth again. And for the first time in the story of her race, the snake had entered the now no longer enchanted Eden of Aeria. It was hers to suffer the first real agony of soul that any woman of her people had passed through since Natasha, in the palm grove down yonder by the lake, had told Richard Arnold of her love on the night that he had received the master's command to take her to another man to be his wife. There were no tears in the fixed wide-open eyes that stared almost sightlessly up to the skies, in which the stars were now paling in the growing light of the moon. The torment of her torturing thoughts was too great for that. She was growing blind and dizzy under the merciless stress of them when, it might have been just in time to save her from the madness that seemed the only outcome of her misery, the sweet, silvery tones of a girl's voice floated through the still, scented air, uttering her name.
Alma!
The sound mercifully recalled her wandering sense in an instant. It was the voice of her friend, of the sister of her now doubly lost lover, and it reproved the selfishness of her great sorrow by reminding her that she was not suffering alone. As the sound of her name reached her ear, the rigidity of her form relaxed. The light came back to her eyes, and turning her head, she looked in the direction whence it came. There was a soft whirring of wings in the still air of the tropic night, and out of the half-darkness floated a shape that looked like a realization of one of the old-world fairy tales. It was a vessel some 25 feet long by 5 wide, built of white polished metal and shaped something like an old Norse galley, with its high, arching prow fashioned like the breast and neck of a swan. From the sides projected a pair of wide, rapidly undulating wings, and in the open space between these stood on the floor of the boat the figure of a girl whose loose, golden hair floated out behind her with the rapid motion of her fairy craft. There was no need for words of greeting between the two girl-friends. Alma knew the kindly errand on which Isma had come, and as she stepped out, she went towards her with hands outstretched in silent welcome. As their hands met, the two girls stood face to face, motionless for a moment. They made an exquisite contrast of opposite types of womanly beauty. Alma, tall and stately, with a proudly carried head, clear pale skin, grey eyes, and perfectly regular features. And Isma, a year younger and a good inch shorter, slender of form, yet strong and lithe of limb, with golden silky hair and sunny blue eyes, fresh, rosy skin, and mobile features which scarcely ever seemed to wear the same expression for a couple of minutes together. As sweet a daughter of delight as ever man could look upon with eyes of love and longing. But she was grave enough now, for her friend's sorrow was hers too, and its shadow lay with equal darkness upon her. The ready tears welled up under her dark lashes as she looked upon Alma's white, drawn face and dry, burning eyes, and her low, sweet voice was broken by a sob as, passing her arm around her waist, she drew her towards the boat and said,
"Come, dear, this sorrow belongs to me as well as you, and we must help each other to bear it. I have brought my new boat so that we can take a flight around the valley and talk about it quietly. If 2 heads are better than 1, so are 2 hearts."
Alma's only reply to the invitation was a sad, sweet smile and a gentle caress. But the welcome, loving sympathy had come when it was most sorely needed, and so she got into the aerial boat with Isma, and a few moments later the beautiful craft was bearing them at an easy speed southward down the valley. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Snake in Eden. No more perfect place could have been imagined for an exchange of confidences and sympathy between two girls situated as Alma and Isma were, than the oval, daintily cushioned interior of the Cygna, as Isma had called her swan-proud craft. Skirting the mountains at a distance of about 500 yards from them, and at a height of about as many feet from the summits of the undulating foothills below, the Cygna sped quietly along at a speed of some 25 miles an hour. The temperature of the tropic night was so soft and warm, and the air was so dry, that it was not even necessary for them to make use of the light wraps that lay in the stern of the boat. Isma reclined in the after part of the broad, low seat, which ran around the inside, with one hand resting lightly upon a little silver lever, which could be used for working the rudder fan, in addition to the tiller ropes, which she held in her hands while standing up. Alma sat almost upright amidships, with one hand clasped on the rail of polished satin wood which ran round the well of the boat, her head turned away from Isma, and her eyes fixed upon two dim points of light far away to the southward, which marked the position of the two moonlit, snowy peaks which guarded the southern confines of the valley. For several minutes they proceeded thus in silence, which neither seemed inclined to break. At length Isma looked up at a planet that was shining redly over the northern mountains and, possessed by a sudden inspiration, said,
"Look, Alma, there is Mars returning to our skies."
"Yes," said Alma, turning around and gazing from beneath her slightly frowning brows at the ruddy planet.
"It is a fitting time for him to come back now that after all these years of peace and happiness, human wickedness and ambition have brought the curse of war back again on earth."
"Yes," said Isma.
"If there were anything in what the old astrologers used to say, we could look upon his rising as an omen. And yet we have very little reason, surely, for taking as an emblem of war a world in which wars have been unheard of for thousands of years." "I wonder when that time will come on earth,"
said Alma bitterly.
"If ever it does. We terrestrials seem to be too hopelessly wicked and foolish for such wisdom as that. Mankind will never have a fairer opportunity of working out its redemption than it had after the Terror, and yet here, after 4 generations of peaceful happiness and prosperity, the wickedness of one woman is able to set the world ablaze again. Our forefathers were wise, but they would have been wiser still if they had stamped that vile brood out utterly. Their evil blood has been the one drop of venom that has poisoned the whole world's cup of happiness."
As Alma spoke these last words, her grey eyes grew dark with sudden passion under her straight, drawn brows. Her breast heaved with a sudden wave of emotion, and the sentences came quickly and fiercely from the lips which Isma had never heard speak in anger before.
"Yes,"
she replied, rather sadly than angrily.
"Perhaps it would have been better for the world if they had done so, or at any rate if they had shut them up for life as they did the criminals and the insane in the middle of the last century. But we must remember, even in our own sorrow and anger, that this Olga Romanoff is in her way not altogether unlike our own angel was in hers." "Surely you speak in sacrilege now,"
interrupted Alma.
"How can the evil be like the good under any circumstances?" "No, I'm not," said Isma with a smile. "Remember how Natasha was trained up by the master in undying hate of Russian tyranny, and how she inherited the legacy of revenge from her mother and him. No doubt this Olga has done the same, and she has been taught to look upon us as the terrorists looked upon the Tsar and his family. We are the descendants of those who flung her ancestor from the throne, extinguished his dynasty, and sent him to die in Siberia. I would kill her with my own hand if I could, and believe that I was ridding the world of a curse. But surely we 2 daughters of Aeria are wise enough to be just, even to such an enemy as she is. But she has done worse than kill us,
Alma almost hissed between her clenched teeth.
If she had 1,000 lives and we took them one by one, they would not expedite her crime against us, or equal the hopeless misery that she has brought upon us. What is mere death? The swift transaction from one stage of existence to another, compared with the hopeless death in life to which her wanton wickedness has condemned you and me, or to the calamities which she has brought upon the world. It is nothing, I grant you, said Isma, but still I do not agree with you about the hopeless death in life, as you call it. Our present sorrow is great and heavy enough, God knows, but for me at least it is not hopeless, nor will it be for you when the first stress of the storm is over. What do you mean?
Cried Alma, almost as fiercely as before, and leaning forward and looking through the dusk into her face, as though she had hardly credited her ears.
Do you mean to say that either you or I could ever—
Yes, said Isma, interrupting her, and speaking now with eager animation.
Yes, I mean just what you were going to say, and some day I believe you will think as I do.
Alma shook her head in mournful incredulity, and Isma, noticing the gesture, went on.
Yes, you will. The reason that you do not agree with me now is that yours is a deeper and stronger nature than mine. You are like the sea, and I am like the lake. Your grief and anger struck you dumb at first. You were in a stupor when I found you on the terrace, and now the depths of your nature are broken up, and the storm is raging. Until it is over, you will see nothing but your own sorrow and anger. But with me, the storm broke out at once, and I ran to my room and threw myself upon my bed, and sobbed and wailed until my mother thought I was going mad. You have not wept yet, and it will be well for you when you do. Your nature is prouder than mine, and it will take longer to melt, but it must melt sometime, for we are both women after all, and then you will see hope through your tears, as I did.
Alma shook her head again and said in a low, sad, steady voice,
I can never see hope until I can see Alan as he was when he left me, and you know that is impossible. You will never see him again as he was,
replied Isma gently,
but that is no reason why you should not see him better than he was. Better?
Exclaimed Alma, with an involuntary note of scorn in her voice, which brought a quick flush to Isma's cheek, and a flash into her eyes for her brother's sake.
Better? How can that be? Just as the man who has fallen and risen again of his own native strength is better and stronger than the man who has never been tempted,
replied Isma almost hotly.
Remember the lessons we have learnt from the people of Mars, since we learnt to communicate with them. You know how they have gone through civilization after civilization, until they have refined everything out of human nature that makes it human, except their animal existence and their intellectual faculties. They have no passions, and they make no mistakes. What we call love, they call sexual suitability, the mechanical arrangement into which they have refined our ruling passion. Do you remember how almost impossible Vasilis, after he had perfected the code of signals, found it to make even their brightest and most advanced intellects understand the meaning of jealousy?
The skillfully aimed shot struck home instantly. A bright wave of colour swept from Alma's throat up to her brow. Her eyes shone like two pale fires in the dusk, and her hand grasped the rail on which he was resting, till the bones and sinews stood out distinct in it. She seemed to grasp for breath the moment before she found her voice, but when she spoke, her tones seemed to ring and vibrate like a bell in the sudden strength of her unloosed passion.
Yes,
she said.
Yes, you innocent-looking little Isma, you are wiser than I am after all. I did not know the meaning of that word till Olga's letter fell from the sky. But I know it now. My God, how I hate that woman. She is not a woman,
replied Isma, speaking in the unconscious pride of her pure descent.
She is a base-born animal, for she has used her beauty for the vilest ends. Yet I am glad to hear you say that you hate her for Alan's sake, as I do, and for Alexei's. While you can hate, you can love, and some day you will love Alan, the real Alan, not your ideal lover. All the better because you have hated Olga for his sake.
What? Almost wailed Alma in the intensity of her anger and misery.
After he has held her in his arms, after his lips have kissed hers, after... Yes, even after that. When your first bitterness has passed, as mine has, you will be more just and remember the influence under which he did so, if he did. Do you hold yourself responsible for what you think or do in your dreams? Or do you not believe what Alan said in his letter about the drug? You know too much about chemistry not to know that such horrible poisons have existed for centuries. Yes, I know that, and I know that he has no share in the moral guilt. But how can I ever forget? He has been what those cruel words of Olga told us she had made of him,
replied Alma, her face growing cold and hard again as she spoke.
Alma,
said Isma with gentle dignity, yet with a note of keen reproach in her voice.
Surely you are forgetting that you are speaking of my brother as well as of your lover. No, I'm not angry, for I am too sad myself not to understand your sorrow. But I want you to remember that I, who have lost both a lover and a brother, am asking you to be patient and to hope with me. We have never seen Alan and Alexis as they are. We only remember them as two handsome boys who had never seen or known evil. When we meet them again, as I firmly believe we shall, they will be men who have passed through the fire, for if they do not pass through it and come out stronger and better than they were, rest assured we shall never meet on earth again. Alan would no more come to you now than you would go to him. When he believes himself worthy of you, he will come for you, as Alexis will come for me, and then...
She stopped short in her eloquent pleading, for Alma at last melted, and overcome by her sweet unselfishness and loving logic, had felt the springs of her own woman's nature unloosed, and with a low wailing cry had sunk down upon the cushions towards her, and was sobbing out her sorrow on her lap. Isma said nothing more, for her end was achieved. She laid her left hand caressingly on Alma's hair, and with her right she pulled the steering lever back, and swung the Stigna round until her prow pointed towards home again. When they reached the villa, they found the President's private yacht resting on the terrace, for Alan's father and mother had come over after the council meeting to discuss with Alma's parents the more intimate family aspect of the strange events, which had cleared up in such terrible fashion the mystery which had so long shrouded the fate of the sons of the two families in Aeria. So revolting was the idea of their mental servitude to such an enemy of the human race as they could not but believe Olga Romanoff to be, and so frightful were the consequences that must infallibly befall humanity in consequence of it, that their parents would rather have known them dead than living under such degrading circumstances. To the Aryans, far advanced as they were beyond the standards of the present day, both in religion and philosophy, the conception of death was one which included no terrors and no more regret than was natural and common to all humanity at parting with a kinsman or a friend. As they were destined to prove, when face to face with a crisis unparalleled in the history of humanity, they regarded death merely as a natural and necessary transition from one state of existence to another, which would be higher or lower according to the preponderance of good or evil done in this life. If therefore the parents and kinsmen of those who were now exiles and wanderers upon the ocean wastes could have chosen, they would infinitely rather have known that Alan and Alexis had shared the fate of their companions in the Norwegian snowdrift than they would have learnt that for 6 years they had been the slaves and playthings of a woman who, as they guessed from Alan's letter, combined the ambition of a Semiramis with the vices of a Messalina, and who had used their skill and knowledge which they had acquired and inherited as princes of the air with the avowed purpose of subverting the dominion of Aeria, and doing all that their ancestors had done, and bringing back the evil era of strife, bloodshed, and political slavery. So too with Alma. As she had told Isma, she would 1,000 times rather have seen her lover dead than degraded to such base uses, although she, like everyone else in Aeria, admitted that the strange circumstances absolved both Alan and Alexis from all moral blame and responsibility. She, in common with her own father and mother, and perhaps also with others not less intimately concerned, found it impossible to forget or ignore the taint of such an association, and to look upon it as a stain that might never be washed away. Indeed, the only member of the family council who openly proclaimed her belief that the two exiles would, if ever they returned, come back to Aeria better and stronger men than those who had known no evil, was Isma, who repeated, with all the winning eloquence at her command, all the arguments that she had used to Alma during their cruise together. Whether Alma and the others would ever come round to her view could of course only be proved by time, but it is nevertheless certain that when the family council at last separated, the hearts of its members were less sore than they would have been had Alan and Alexis not possessed such an advocate as the girl who had so good a double reason for pleading their causes. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Battle of Kerguelen. The Council of Aeria possessed, as has already been said, 24 stations scattered over the oceans of the world, which it used as depots for the submarine fleets, by means of which, acting in cooperation with its aerial squadrons, it had made any attempt at naval warfare hopeless, until the disasters described at the beginning of this book proved that an enemy, in this respect at least, more powerful than itself, had successfully challenged its empire of the sea. Of these stations, the most important in the southern hemisphere was that on Kerguelen Island, or Desolation Land, situated at the intersection of the 49th parallel of south latitude with the 69th meridian of east longitude. This lonely fragment of land in the midst of the ocean, barren of surface and swept by the almost constant storms of long winters, had been chosen, first, because of its situation on the southern limits of the Indian Ocean, equidistant between Africa and Australia, and secondarily, because of its numerous and sheltered deep-water harbours so admirably adapted for vessels which were perfectly independent of storm. Added to this, the island contained large supplies of coal, from which the motive power of both the submarine vessels and the airships was now derived by direct conversion of its solar energy into electrical force through the secret process known only to the President and the 2 members of the Council. So far, the Russians had not ventured to make any attack upon this stronghold. So strongly was it defended, not only by its submarine squadrons and systems of mines guarding the entrances to all the harbours, but also by the large force of airships which had been stationed there since the new naval warfare had broken out. The warning which Alan had conveyed in his letter to his father was based on the knowledge that a general attack was soon to be made upon it both by air and sea, with the object of crippling the power of the Aryans in the Southern Ocean. No time had been lost in acting upon this warning. The aerial squadron was increased
to 40, with the Ariel as flagship and 20 new submarine vessels, the largest and best possessed by the Aryans, had been dispatched from Port Natal to reinforce the fleet of 35 already at Kerguelen Island. With these must of course be counted the Narwhal, under the command of Alan and Alexis. The strength of the attacking force could only be guessed at, as even Alan did not know it, but it was not expected that, however strong a force the Russians might bring up by the sea, they would be able, after the disaster of Antarctica, to muster more than a dozen airships. The Aerian headquarters was at Christmas Harbour, on the northern shore of the island. This is an admirably sheltered inlet running westward into the land between Cape Francois and Arch Point, and its upper and narrower half forms an oval basin, nearly a mile long by a quarter of a mile broad, walled in by high perpendicular basaltic cliffs, and containing a depth of water varying from 2 to 16 fathoms, as compared with 25 to 30 fathoms in its outer half. North of the harbour, Table Mountain rises to a height of 1,300 feet, and to the south is a huge mass of basalt over 1,100 feet high. On both of these elevations were mounted batteries of guns capable of throwing projectiles of great size and enormous explosive energy to a distance of several miles. There were altogether 12 of these batteries placed on various heights about the island, and the guns composing them were mounted on swivels, which enabled them to be trained so as to throw the projectile either into the sea or high up into the air. Soon after daybreak on the 4th day after Alan's letter had been received, the outlook on Cape Francois, a bold mass of basalt to the north of the outer bay, telephoned "Narwhal in sight" to the settlement at the head of the harbour. Immediately on this message being received, the commander of the station, named Max Ernstein, a man of about 34, and the most daring and skilful submarine navigator and engineer in the service of the council, went on board his own vessel, the Cachalot, and set out to welcome the long-lost son of the president and convey him the commission which had been sent out by airship from Aeria. The Cachalot, which may as well be described here as elsewhere as a type of the submarine warship of the time, was a double-pointed cylinder, built of plates of nickelized aluminium steel, not riveted, but electrically fused at the joints, so that they formed a continuous mass equally impervious all over, and presenting no seams or overlaps. The cylinder was 150 feet from point to point, with a midship's diameter of 40 feet. The forward end was armed with a sheathing of azurine, the metal peculiar to the mines of Aeria, which would cut and pierce steel as a diamond cuts glass. This sheathing formed a ram which was by no means the least formidable portion of the warship's armament. The upper part of the cylinder was flattened so as to form an oval deck 40 feet long by 15 wide. A centre section of this deck, 3 feet wide, could be opened by means of a lateral slide, which allowed of the elevation of a gun 25 feet long, which could be used either for discharging torpedoes by water or for throwing projectiles through the air. It could be aimed and fired from below the deck without the artillerists even seeing the objects aimed at, save in an arrangement of mirrors so adjusted that when the object appeared in the centre of the lowest of them, the gun could be fired with the certainty of the projectile reaching its mark. 4 underwater torpedo tubes, 2 ahead and 2 astern, completed the armament of the submarine warship. When underwater, the deck could be hermetically closed and sliding plates could be drawn over the opening of the torpedo tubes, so that from stern to stern of the cylinder there were no excrescences to impede the progress of the vessel through the water, with the sole exception of a dome of thick forged glass just forward of the deck, under which stood the helmsman, who gave place to the commander of the vessel when she went into action. Her powerful 4-bladed screw, driven by engines almost precisely similar to those of the airships, gave her a maximum speed of 100 miles an hour. The cachalot ran at 25 miles an hour down the harbour, and as soon as he got abreast of Cape Francois, Captain Ernstein, who was standing on the deck, saw a small red flag apparently rising from the waves about a mile to seaward. A similar flag was soon flying from a movable flagstaff on the cachalot, and a few minutes later she was lying alongside the Narwhal. This vessel was a very leviathan of the deep, and as she lay 3 parts submerged in the water, Captain Ernstein calculated that she could hardly be less than 200 feet in length, and 45 in diameter amidships. She appeared to be built on very much the same plan as the cachalot, and of the same materials, saving only, of course, the ram of azurine, which was replaced by one of nickel steel. As the cachalot got alongside, a slide was drawn back in the deck of the Narwhal, and the head and shoulders of a man dressed in close-fitting seal fur appeared. It was Alan, little changed in appearance since the fatal day that he invited Olga Romanoff on board the Ethereal, save that he had grown a moustache and beard, which he wore trimmed somewhat in the Elizabethan style, and that the frank open expression of the boy had given place to a grave, almost sad sternness which marked the man who had lived and suffered. Max Ernstein recognized him at once and saluted as though greeting a superior officer, for although all the Aerians were friends and comrades, the etiquette of rank and discipline was scrupulously observed among them when on active service. "What do you salute me for?" said Alan gravely as he reached the deck and came to the side on which the cachalot lay. "Do you not see that I am no longer wearing the golden wings? Are you the officer in command of the station?" "Yes, Admiral Arnold," returned the other, in the same formal tone, and at the same time presenting the letter from the council. "I suppose you have forgotten me. I am Max Ernstein, in command of the naval fleet at Kerguelen. This letter will explain why I saluted, and why I have come to hand over my command to you." Before he replied, Alan ran his eye rapidly over the letter. As he did so, the pale bronze on his face flushed crimson for a moment, and he turned his head away from Ernstein, brushing his hand quickly across his eyes, and then read the letter again more deliberately. Then he turned and said in a voice that he vainly strove to keep steady, "This is more than I have deserved, or could expect. But obedience is the first duty, so I accept the command. Come on board, Ernstein. Of course I recognize you, but until I knew how I stood with the council, I looked upon myself as an outlaw, and therefore no friend or comrade for you." The captain of the cachalot had a gangway plank brought up and passed from one vessel to the other, and in another moment he was standing beside Alan on the deck of the Narwhal, and their hands were joined in a firm clasp. "This is the first honest hand that I've grasped for 6 years, except Alexis," said Alan, as he returned the clasp with a grip that showed his physical forces had been by no means impaired by his long mental certitude. "Come down to the cabin. We shall find him there." He led the way below, and as soon as Alexis had been told the unexpected good news, which seemed to affect him even more deeply than it had Alan, the 3 sat down at the table in the saloon of the Narwhal, a plain but comfortably furnished room about 25 feet long by 15 broad and 10 high, to discuss a plan of operations in view of the expected attack on the station. Alan at once assumed the authority with which he had been invested by the council, and made minute inquiries into the nature and extent of the defending force at his disposal. "I think that ought to be quite sufficient, not only to defeat but pretty well destroy any force that the Russians can bring against us," said Alan, as soon as Ernstein had finished his description. "We have much more to fear from the airships than from the submarine boats, because the Narwhal would give a very good account of them, even by herself. Have any more vessels of the type of the Ethereal been built since the old Ethereal was lost?" "Yes," replied Ernstein, "but only 10, I'm sorry to say. One of them is here, as I told you just now, but we have 40 of the others, and I don't suppose the Russians can bring more than a dozen against us." "What do you mean?" said Alan. "They have 50. Every one of them as fast and as powerful as the old Ethereal. I ought to know," he continued grimly,
for they were every one of them built under my own eyes.
"I beg your pardon," said Ernstein.
"I ought to have told you before now that we have already won our first victory, and that though we lost 8 vessels, we destroyed 20 of the Russians."
And then he went on to give Alan and Alexis a rapid description of the pursuit of the Revenge and the havoc wrought at the end of it by the Ethereal and the Aerial.
"That is glorious news," said Alan. "But they have 30 ships at their disposal still, and I expect they will bring at least 20 of these against us. And they are all swifter than ours, saving only the Aerial. Of course, my command ends with the shore, but I think it will be as well if the captain of the Aerial were to come on board the Narwhal, so that we could arrange our plans of defence together, I for the sea and he for the air."
"But why not come ashore and see him?" said Ernstein. "He and all of us would be delighted to see you on the island."
"No," said Alan, shaking his head. "Alexis and I have promised each other never to leave the Narwhal until the Russian sea power is crippled. The day that we set foot on dry land again will be the day that we give back the supremacy of the sea to the Council. So if we 2 admirals of the sea and air are to meet, the commander of the Aerial must come here."
"Very well," said Ernstein. "I understand you. Write a note and I will send the Cachalot back with it. She will bring him back in under half an hour, for he was up at the settlement when I left." Alan wrote the letter forthwith, and the Cachalot departed, returning, as her captain had said, in less than half an hour, with Edward Forrest, the commander of the Aerial. He was a lean, wiry, active man of about 45, of mixed English, Scotch, and Aryan descent, with short, crispy, curly black hair and smooth, shaven face, rather sharp, regular features, and a pair of keen grey eyes which seemed to look into the very brain of the person he was talking to. A man of prompt decisions and few words, and one of the most able aerial navigators that Aeria could boast of. He held the rank of admiral, and was responsible for the station of Kerguelen and the command of the southern seas. He greeted Alan and Alexis courteously, but a trifle stiffly, as though he thought that the indiscretion had been somewhat lightly dealt with by the council. This, however, was no business of his, for the first law of Aeria was the decision of the president and council were not open to criticism by any private or official citizen, whatever his rank or experience. Therefore, after reading as a matter of form the commission sent to Alan and Alexis, he addressed himself at once to the business of the moment, and before they had been discussing the plan of defence for many minutes, he was forced to admit to himself that the president's son, young as he was more than his master both in aerial and naval tactics. For the greater part of the morning, plan after plan was discussed, thrashed out, and either accepted or thrown aside, and when he took his leave, he shook hands with both Alan and Alexis far more cordially than he had done in greeting, and said, with brief, blunt candour, "This is not the first time that a woman has used a man to upset the peace of the world, and I tell you honestly that I once thought you had both turned traitors. I don't think so now, and I'm heartily glad you are back. If you could only have returned 3 years ago, a lot of trouble might have been saved. But I must confess that you have both learnt more in 5 years than I have in 20. I will follow your instructions to the letter." "What is done," said Alan, smiling, and yet with a grave dignity that showed Admiral Forrest that, despite all that had happened, he was standing in the presence of his master. "The work in hand now is to regain what we have lost, and if every man does his duty, we shall do so. I think everything is arranged now, and as we have no time to lose, I will say good morning." He held out his hand as he spoke, and Admiral Forrest took his dismissal and his leave at the same time. Captain Ernstein took 6 men out of the Cachalot and placed them at the disposal of Alan and Alexis for the working of the Narwhal, and then took his leave to execute his part of the plan of defence. It was a bitterly cold day, for the southern winter had already set in all its severity. The sea to the north of the island was comparatively smooth, but swept every now and then with violent gusts of wind from the southward. The sky was entirely covered by thick masses of gold-grey cloud, every now and then torn up into great rolling masses by the sudden blasts of icy wind from the pole, which drove fierce storms of hard frozen snow across the bare and desolate island. But the roughness of the elements was a matter of small concern to the crews of the airships and the submarine cruisers, for both were independent alike of sea and storm. The former could literally ride upon the wings of the fiercest gale that ever blew. Their interiors were warm and windproof, and the machinery was powerful enough to drive them 4 and 5 times as fast as the air currents in which they floated, while the latter had only to sink a few feet below the level of the waves to find perfect calm. The days, in short, were past when men had been at the mercy of the elements, and so the atmospheric conditions which would have made a modern naval attack upon a rocky and exposed coast almost impossible were not even taken into account in preparing to meet the threatened assault on Kerguelen Island. No one knew when or how the first assault would be delivered. All that was known was that, unless Olga and her advisers had completely altered their plans, the attack would take place either that day or the next, and consequently ceaseless vigilance was necessary on sea and land and in the air. In accordance with the plan arranged on board the Narwhal, 10 airships rose above the clouds to an altitude of 5,000 feet, and from each of these an electric thread hung down to as many signal stations on the island, all of which were connected with the headquarters at the top of Christmas Harbour. 20 cruisers patrolled the coast at a distance of a mile from the land, and 2 miles outside these the Narwhal ran to and fro along the northern shore. All the more important inlets, which had sufficient depth of water for submarine attack, were guarded with mines and chains of torpedoes, so disposed that no vessel could possibly enter without firing them, and so give warning of the locality of the attack. The afternoon passed without any alarm, and at nightfall the clouds sent down a blinding storm of snow, which, added to the intense darkness, made vision impossible both on land and sea. Although high above the clouds, the 10 airships floated in a calm, clear atmosphere under the brilliant constellations of the southern hemisphere. No attack seemed possible without warning, either by sea or above the clouds, for the hostile airships could not approach without being seen from a great distance through the clear starlit sky, and without their lights, which would instantly betray their presence, it was impossible for the submarine vessels even to find the coast. Hour after hour passed, and still no hostile sign rewarded the vigilance of the defenders. No one of the present day could have guessed that all the preparations had been made for such a battle as had never been fought before on sea or land, or in the air. Nothing was visible but the snow-covered earth and the storm-swept sea, for the sentinel ships floating far above the clouds were beyond the reach of vision. And yet, if the combined fleets of the modern world had attacked Kerguelen that night, not a ship would have escaped to tell the tale of annihilation. So terrible were the engines of destruction which waited but the signal of battle to strike their swift and irresistible blows. It was about 6:30 the next morning when Alexis, who was on watch in the conning tower of the Narwhal, saw a faint beam of light illuminating the water a long way ahead. He instantly signalled to Alan, "Enemy in sight. Back, I am going to ram." Alan, unwilling to leave the new crew, who were not yet perfectly acquainted with the working of the machinery, had taken command of the engine room alternately with Alexis, who was now taking his 4 hours' watch in the conning tower, and to whom the fortune of war had given the honour of striking the first blow. The Narwhal backed rapidly, and as she did so, Alexis turned a small wheel in the side of the conning tower, and the whole chamber sank into the hull of the vessel. As soon as it stopped, he pulled a lever, and a heavy steel sheet slid over the opening where the glass dome had been. In front of him, as he stood at the steering wheel, was a long, very slender needle hung with extreme delicacy on a pivot, up which an electric current constantly passed. The needle was terrestrially insulated by a magnet which always swung opposite to the magnetic pole, and when acted upon only by the steel of the vessel's fabric, swung indifferently as long as there were no other vessel within 1,000 yards of the narwhal. But the moment one came within that distance, the needle pointed towards it with unerring accuracy, as it was doing at the present moment. Alexis allowed the vessel to back until he saw the needle begin to waver. Then he knew that the 1,000-yard limit had been reached and signalled full speed ahead. The next moment the engines were reversed and the narwhal bore down on her invisible prey. The needle became rigid again. Alexis kept it pointing dead ahead as the narwhal gathered way and rushed silently, but with irresistible force, upon her victim. She passed over the 1,000 yards in 40 seconds. Then came a dull, rending crash, a slight shiver of the mighty fabric, and then she swept on away as though she had passed through a couple of inches of planking, instead of the steel hull of a submarine warship more than 2/3 her own size. And so in silence and darkness, without the discharge of a gun or the flash of a shot or an audible cry of human pain, the work of death and destruction began and ended. In the passing of an instant, a warship had been destroyed which could have annihilated a fleet of modern battleships in detail without once appearing above the surface of the water. The moment that the shock told Alexis that the ram of the narwhal had done its work, he signalled stop, and as the vessel slowed down, he watched the momentous fluctuations of the needle in front of him. It oscillated for an instant, and then became still again, pointing to another victim hidden away somewhere under the dark waters. He brought the vessel around until it pointed ahead again, and then once more the Leviathan plunged forward at full speed on her errand of destruction. 30 seconds later, a rasping, tearing sound told him that he had ripped the side out of a second Russian vessel, and again he stopped, and again the fatal telltale needle pointed to a mark on which he hurled his irresistible ram. So the work went on, and vessel after vessel was torn to pieces and sank in the midst of the darkness and silence of the wintry sea, without even a warning having been given either to the consorts of the destroyed vessels or to those nearer inshore, all of which were, of course, outside the range of the needle's indication. But for this fact, Alexis would have been unable to do his work, for he would not have known whether he was ramming friend or foe. When the ram had found its mark for the 12th time, the needle oscillated vaguely to and fro, showing that within 1,000 yards radius at least there were no more victims to be found. Then the narwhal rose to the surface of the water, and Alexis resumed his watch as the vessel patrolled the coast again at a speed of 50 miles an hour. Alan now came out and relieved Alexis from his watch. As he entered the conning tower, he said,
"How many is that you've settled? A dozen, isn't it?"
"Yes," said Alexis.
"But I can hardly think they can have been anything but scouts, and so we shall have the main fleet to tackle yet." "Do you think any of them have got through?"
said Alan.
"You know, they may have approached from east and west as well, and if so, they are lying inside of us." "No," replied Alexis, "I don't think they would do that. You see, we have the advantage of them in this way. They can't see 10 yards in front of them unless there is bright sunshine on the water, or unless they turn their lights on to the full, in which case they would betray their presence at once. Then they don't know what has become of the narwhal, and probably think that she has been attacked by an overwhelming force, or blown up by some lucky torpedo. They daren't go inshore in force for fear of springing a mine, and so you may depend upon it the 12 we have destroyed were scouts, prowling about very slowly and waiting for daylight to examine the coast and find a way into Christmas Harbour. They must have been in a single line, and we had the luck to catch one of the end ones first, and so we sank the lot in the order in which they were floating,
I don't think we can do anything more till daylight, except run up and down the coast and keep a sharp lookout to seaward and on the Needle." "I suppose you're right," said Alan. "You better go and get an hour's sleep if you can." "There won't be much sleep for any of us till tonight," said Alexis quickly, pointing to the clouds over the island. "Look, the row has begun in the air already." Alan glanced up and saw a series of intensely bright flashes stream downwards from the clouds, which at the same moment were rent and rolled up into vast shadowy billows by some tremendous concussion of the atmosphere above them. There could be only one explanation of this. The attack on the island had begun from the air, and the flashes were those of the first shots of the aerial bombardment. What had really happened was this. A fleet of 50 submarine warships under the command of Michael Lusensky, the eldest son of Olaf Lusensky, who was now Olga Romanoff's chief adviser in the conduct of the war that she had commenced with the Aryans, had reached the northern coast of Kerguelen Island about 4 o'clock in the morning in order to cooperate with an aerial squadron of 15 vessels led by the Revenge under the command nominally of Lusensky's second son, Boris, but really of Olga herself. As Alexis had surmised, the 12 vessels destroyed by the Narwhal were scouts sent out to, if possible, feel their way to the entrance of Christmas Harbour, which was known to be the headquarters of the station. These would have returned to the fleet with all the intelligence they could get as to bearings and soundings, and the position of mines and the defending fleet. Then at daybreak, that is to say about 8 o'clock, the whole squadron was to have advanced to the entrance of the harbour, ramming any of the defenders who barred their way, and then, after sending a swarm of torpedoes into the mouth of the bay to explode the mines and blow up any submarine defences that might exist, to have made a rush for the inner bay at the same time that the airships engaged the land defences. The naval portion of the programme was completely frustrated by the destruction of the scouts, while the aerial attack was foiled by the lookouts stationed above the clouds. Soon after 7 it became light enough at their altitude for the powerful glasses of their commanders to make out the 15 Russian airships coming up from the southward at a distance of about 20 miles. A few minutes later they were themselves discovered by the Russians, and Olga, to her intense chagrin, saw at a glance that all hope of a surprise was gone. By some means or other, the Aryans had received intelligence of the attack and were ready for it. The terrible experience taught by the disaster of Antarctica warned her and her lieutenants that any approach, now that they were seen, must be made with the utmost caution, for they had no precise knowledge as to the range of the Aryan guns. All they knew was that it was very great, and that where one of their projectiles found its mark, destruction followed instantly. Added to this, there was another difficulty. The dense masses of cloud completely hid both the sea and land from their view, and made accurate shooting at the land defences impossible. Consequently, there was nothing for it but to fight the battle out in the upper regions of the air, against a force of whose actual strength they were ignorant. They dare not attempt to surround the 10 airships which hung stationary over the island, for this meant bringing all their guns into play, while they could only use half of their own. While they were debating on a plan of operations, 2 new factors in the coming struggle were swiftly and unexpectedly brought into play. As soon as the news of their arrival had been telegraphed to the headquarters, the Ariel took the air and passed under the clouds to the rear of the Russian squadron. 10 miles behind them she swept round sharply, and with her wings inclined to the utmost and her engines working at the fullest capacity, she took a mighty upward swoop, passed through the clouds like a flash of light, and before the Russians knew what had happened, she was floating 3,000 feet above them, out of reach of their guns, and hurling projectile after projectile into their midst. 3 of their ships, struck almost simultaneously, were torn
into 1,000 fragments and vanished through the clouds. It was the glare and shock of this explosion that Alexis had seen from the conning tower of the Narwhal. The remaining Russian ships instantly scattered and sank through the clouds to seek a refuge from the foe whose deadly blows they were completely unable to return. But the moment they appeared on the underside of the cloud sea, all the guns of the land batteries opened fire in all directions with time shells, and so rapid were the discharges and so terrible the energy of the explosives that the whole firmament above the island seemed ablaze with them, while the concussions of the nether atmosphere were so tremendous and continuous that it would have been madness for the Russian airships to have approached within the zone of fire with which the Aryans had covered and encircled their positions. The clouds were torn and broken up into vast whirling masses, which completely obscured the view of the Russians and rendered anything like accurate shooting in the direction of the island impossible. Worse than this, the range of the great land guns fired at an elevation of 45 degrees was so enormous that they were forced by the incessantly exploding projectiles, which were hurled up into the air in all directions, to retire to a distance which, beyond the most random shooting, the results of which were spent upon the rocks of the island and the sea, rendering their own guns useless. Rise up through the clouds they dare not, for they knew the Ariel was still there, and that the first ship that showed herself would be an almost helpless mark for one of the 10 guns which, for the time being, commanded the heavens. There seemed nothing for it but an ignominious retreat, for, as Boris Lesensky said to Olga when, furious with rage and mortification, she reproached him with a lack both of skill and courage, an attack upon a volcano in full eruption would have been child's play to an assault at close quarters on Kerguelen Island. Their one hope of success had lain in a surprise, and that, by some unaccountable means, had been made impossible. They had reckoned only on the airships and the submarine defences, and even these they had expected to take unawares. The terrible power of the battery guns, which were able to spread their seas of fire through the air and to shake the very firmament itself with their projectiles, had been a revelation to them. They could not train their own guns without seeing their mark, and neither flame nor smoke betrayed the position of the batteries. While on the other hand, the artillerists on the island had simply to surround the station with a zone of fire and a continuous series of atmospheric convulsions, through which no airship could have passed without the risk of overturning or completely collapsing. So Olga was at last convinced that her choice lay between abandonment of the attack or running the gauntlet of fire, in the almost forlorn hope of engaging the land batteries and an aerial fleet of unknown strength at close quarters. Baffled and defeated, and yet convinced that to continue the unequal contest under its present conditions would be merely to court still more disastrous defeat and even probable destruction, Olga at last allowed Lesensky to give the signal for retreat, and the Russian squadron withdrew to a position 12 miles northward of the island. Its departure was seen both from the air and the land, and the cannonade immediately stopped. Meanwhile, Allen had run the Narwhal into the mouth of Christmas Harbour flying his red flag. He was met by the cachalot, and after telling Captain Ernstein what he had done, and learning of the repulse of the Russians in the aerial battle, he directed 40 of the submarine vessels to follow him out to sea to look for the Russian flotilla. All the craft were furnished with telltale needles similar to the one on board the Narwhal, for it is impossible to see a sufficient distance under water to effectively attack an enemy as agile as the submarine warships were, and this fact had led to the universal employment of the needles. As it was now quite light, the whole Aryan squadron, with the exception of 5 vessels whose duty it was to act as scouts under water, proceeded seaward on the surface of the waves, keeping a sharp lookout for the remains of the Russian fleet, which they soon discovered lying about 5 miles off the island. They could make out 35 of the long, black, half-submerged hulls lying together like a school of whales, with the waves breaking over them as over sunken rocks. Alan immediately signalled from his conning tower in the manual sign language used by the Aerians to communicate between their airships to his consorts, and ordered them to scatter and form a wide circle round the Russian squadron at a distance of 1 mile and a depth of 2 fathoms, but on no account to approach within 1,000 yards of them. When they had reached their positions, they were to rise to the surface, and each was to discharge a couple of torpedoes towards the centre of the circle. After that, they were to retire and leave the rest to him. The moment the order had been passed through the fleet, every one of the vessels disappeared and proceeded to her station. The narwhal sank at the same time until nothing but the glass dome of her conning tower remained above the water. By carefully noting the course steered by the compass and accurately measuring the distance travelled by the number of revolutions of the propeller, each captain was able to place his craft in the desired position. So perfectly indeed was the manoeuvre performed that when the vessels rose to the surface, they formed a circle 2 miles in diameter, in the centre of which lay, within a space of about 200 yards square, the Russian flotilla, the commanders of which, afraid to advance nearer to the shore without the intelligence which they still awaited from their scouts, and confounded by the awful spectacle presented by the aerial battle, of the issue of which they were utterly ignorant, were waiting, in bewilderment and indecision, the issue of the events which had taken such a marvellous and unexpected turn. The manoeuvre ordered by Alan had been executed so promptly and secretly that the Russians were not even aware that they were surrounded until torpedo after torpedo, coming in from all points of the compass, began exploding in their midst, hurling vast masses of water and foam up into the air, tearing their plates and crippling their propellers, and disabling half their number before they had time to recover from the confusion into which the sudden attack had thrown them. To communicate signals from one vessel to another under such circumstances was impossible, and so united action was out of the question. All that the captains of the vessels could see was that there were enemies upon all sides of them. The explosion of the 80 torpedoes had churned the water up into a mass of seething foam, in the midst of which 15 vessels were lying crippled and helpless on the surface, while 6 more had been sent to the bottom. This was bad enough, but while the captains of those which had escaped were recovering from the stupefaction into which this sudden disaster had thrown them, Alan saw his chance, and as soon as the last torpedo had exploded, headed the narwhal full speed into the midst of them. Then followed a scene which would have beggared all description. The great ship, moving at a speed of nearly 3 miles a minute, tore her way through the half-crippled squadron, hurling everything she struck to the bottom of the sea. Every Russian vessel that was able to do so after the first assault sank out of the way of the terrible ram of the narwhal and headed off at full speed into the open sea. But for those that were partially or wholly disabled, there was no escape. Alan, standing in his conning tower, his teeth clenched and his blue eyes almost black with the fierce passion of battle and revenge, whirled his steering wheel this way and that, and as the steel monster swung around in rapid curves in obedience to the rudder, he hurled her again and again upon his practically helpless victims, piercing them through and through as though their plates had been cardboard instead of steel. When the last one had gone down, he left the conning tower, hoisted his flagstaff, and flew a signal to his consorts to return to harbour. What had become of the Russian vessels that had escaped, he neither knew nor, for the present, cared. The victory of the Aerians both at sea and in the air was complete, and he was certain that the Russians had received such a lesson as would convince them that Kerguelen Island was impregnable to any assault that they could make upon it, unless they were able to take its defenders by surprise, a contingency which was justly considered impossible. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Syren Stronghold. As soon as the first pitched battle in the World War was over, a lengthy and detailed report of the attack on Kerguelen and its repulse was drawn up by Allen, Captain Ernstein, and Admiral Forrest for presentation to the Council. To this report Allen added a supplement, which is here reproduced in his own words. From what I know of the designs of Olga Romanoff and her advisers, I am convinced that the defeats which have been inflicted upon them will merely have the effect of checking and not putting a stop to their operations against the peace and freedom of the world. I have seen and heard enough during the last 5 years to feel satisfied that there exists a very widespread conspiracy, the object of which is the restoration of the Romanov dynasty in the person of Olga, the breaking up of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, and the inauguration of an era of personal despotism and popular slavery. As far as we have been able to learn, this conspiracy embraces practically all the descendants of those families who lost their rank, official position, or property during the reconstitution of Russia after the fall of the Romanovs. These people have, of course, everything to gain and not much to lose by the destruction of the present order of things, and Olga has promised them, no doubt quite sincerely, that in the event of her triumph they shall be restored to all that their ancestors lost. As a matter of fact, the greater part of Russia will be divided amongst them should she ever accomplish her designs. The old order of things, as it existed before the days of Alexander II, is to be completely reinstated. The lower orders of the people are to be reduced once more to serfdom, and the trading classes to a condition very little better. If they resist, they are to be terrorized into submission by the airships, and all who raise their voices for freedom are to be banished to Siberia, which is once more to be the prison land of the Russian Empire. A large standing army is to be kept constantly on the war footing, while the sea, navy, and the aerial fleet are to be kept up to such a strength as to be able to hold the rest of the continent in practical subjection. In short, Olga aspires to nothing less than the throne of an empire which shall stretch from the Yellow Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. I am afraid, too, that there can be no doubt but this conspiracy is not only favoured but actually assisted by large numbers of people throughout the Federation area. In fact, during the latter part of our stay at Mount Terror, the Stronghold was visited by men of all nations, who, of course, came and went away in the submarine vessels, and who openly promised to do everything they could to further what they called the cause of the new revolution in their own countries, on the understanding that the old evils of capitalism and private ownership of land by which their ancestors had grown wealthy are to be restored. This will, I trust, be enough to show you that the triumph of Olga Romanoff means nothing less than the complete undoing of all the work that was done in the days of the Terror. We have proved so far that Kerguelen and therefore Aeria is impregnable to attack save by surprise, which will now, of course, be impossible. But on the other hand, the force at the disposal of Olga and her allies is still so strong that all our present resources will have to be kept constantly employed to protect ourselves, and this leaves the world at the mercy of any power which can obtain the assistance of the Russians' aerial navy, which still numbers 27 vessels, all equal to our best ships. In addition to these, they possess a submarine navy of at least 40 vessels, all of which are swifter and more powerful than ours, with the exception of the Narwhal. I therefore suggest that the whole of the resources at the command of the Council shall at once be devoted to
to the building of at least 50 airships of the ethereal type, and the same number of submarine battleships, like the Narwhal, complete plans of which I enclose. Until this additional force is at our command, I think it would be useless to attempt the destruction of the Russian stronghold in Antarctica. And until this is destroyed, there can be no hope of peace. This stronghold, which I will now attempt to describe for the information of the Council, is one of the most marvellous places on earth. It lies in and about Mount Terror and the Parry Mountains, which run from it towards the pole behind the ice barrier of Antarctica. Nearly 10 years ago, a Russian explorer named Kishinov reached the ice barrier and made the discoveries which have enabled the Russian revolutionists to create their stronghold. In addition to his ship, he took with him 3 aerostats, which were chiefly constructed during his voyage, and also a small submarine vessel, which he took out in sections and put together at sea. He skirted the coast of Victorialand and was stopped by the ice in latitude 78 degrees, as all other Antarctic explorers by sea have been, since the voyage of Sir James Ross. The season was a singularly fine and open one, and 2 days after his arrival he inflated one of his aerostats and crossed the Great Barrier to make a thorough exploration of the unknown land. Kishinov was the first man, not an Aryan, who had ever seen what there was on the other side of the Antarctic ice wall. But he discovered far more than our explorers did, for while he was in the neighbourhood of Mount Terror, an earthquake, accompanying a violent eruption of Mount Erebus, made a huge fissure in the south side of Mount Terror. After waiting 3 days to make sure that the earthquake had subsided, he and 2 of his officers entered the crevice, which they found to be over 200 feet wide at the level of the land ice. Furnished with storage batteries and electric lights, they penetrated into the interior of the mountain and found that it was pierced in all directions with great galleries and enormous chambers, hollowed out by volcanic forces during the period of Mount Terror's activity. 4 days were spent altogether in exploring this subterranean region, the existence of which was kept a profound secret by Kishinov and his officers. Not the least strange, and, as it has proved, one of the most valuable portions of his discovery, was the finding of a subterranean lake at the heart of Mount Terror, the temperature of which was kept far above the freezing point by the heat which the interior of the mountain derived from the neighbouring fires of Mount Erebus. Finding the lake to be salt water, he concluded that it must have some connection with the open sea. And so the next day he and the same 2 officers entered the submarine boat and penetrated underneath the ice barrier. After a search of 5 hours, the searchlights of the boat revealed a huge tunnel leading southwest into the land, that is to say, direct for Mount Terror. They followed this tunnel up for a distance of nearly 5 miles and then struck the end. They now rose and finally found themselves floating on the surface of the lake in the interior of the mountain. One of Kishinov's officers, a man named Louis Kemsky, was a member of the Russian Revolutionary Society, whose existence only became known 5 years ago. After the capture of the ethereal, the heads of this society met, and to them this man communicated the secret of Mount Terror. Kishinov and the other officers refused to join the revolutionists and were assassinated. Kemsky was at once taken on board the ethereal, now renamed the Revenge, and guided her to the fissure leading into Mount Terror. Its outer portion was of course filled and covered with ice and snow, but as soon as Kemsky had found its position by his landmarks, a couple of shells speedily reopened it, and it was here that the Revenge lay hidden while you were ransacking the world for her. Olga inherited from her grandfather, the father of Vladimir Romanoff, who was executed for disobeying the order of the Council, all the plans and directions necessary for the building both of airships and submarine vessels. And as soon as this perfect stronghold and hiding place was discovered, her accomplices in the conspiracy for the restoration of the Russian monarchy at once devoted their fortunes to the supply of money and materials. The Revenge made one more voyage to Russia, and by travelling at full speed, at a great elevation, managed to make it unobserved. The services of the cleverest engineers and most skilful craftsmen among the revolutionists were secured. Transports were chartered and sent out to Antarctica loaded with materials. On the shores of the subterranean lake the first squadron of submarine vessels was built, and then began the system of ocean terrorism which soon paralyzed the trade of the world. Piracy was carried on with utter ruthlessness. Transports were sunk by the vessels and then plundered by divers of the treasure which they carried, and which was employed to purchase new materials and to repay those who had furnished the funds. Alexis and myself were kept by Olga, as I said in my first letter, under the influence of a drug, which completely paralyzed our volitional power, and were compelled to reveal all we knew concerning our own airships, submarine vessels, guns, and explosives. And in this manner was created and equipped the force which will be employed to dispute with us the empire of the world, unless we are able to extirpate it utterly.
While the dispatch to the council was being drawn up, the Narwhal had been lying in the inner basin of Christmas Harbour, renewing her store of motive power from the generating station ashore. As soon as the engineer in charge reported that her power reservoirs were full, and Alan had delivered the dispatch for conveyance to Aeria by airship, Alexis, who had been apparently buried in a brown study for the last 2 hours or so, asked Alan to come with him into his private cabin, and as soon as the two friends were alone together, he said to him,
"Look here, old man, while your fellows have been drawing up that dispatch and talking about the impossibility of attacking the stronghold at Mount Terror, I've been doing some thinking, and I've come to the conclusion that as far as an undersea attack is concerned, it isn't quite so hopeless as you've made out." "I should be only too delighted to hear you prove us wrong," replied Alan, his eyes brightening at the prospect, for he knew Alexis too well not to be sure that he would not have spoken in this way unless he had pretty solid reasons for doing so. "Say on, my friend, I'm all attention." "Get out to sea, then, as fast as ever you can," said Alexis, "for there is not an hour to be lost if you adopt my plan, and if you don't, we can just come back." "Very well," said Alan. "What is the course?" "Clear the islands and head away southward as hard as you can go," replied Alexis briefly. The excitement of the battle in which he had played such a terrible part had left Alan in just the frame of mind to listen to the project of a desperate adventure, such as he instinctively knew was now in his friend's mind. Without hesitating further, he went into the saloon, summoned the crew of the Narwhal, and said to them, "Alexis and I have decided upon an enterprise which will end either in very great injury to our enemies or our own destruction. You have seen enough today to know that in the warfare we are engaged in there are only two choices, victory or destruction. We don't want to take anyone against his will to what may be certain death. Those who care to go ashore may do so."
Not a man moved. An athletic sailor named George Cosmo, who had held the post of chief engineer, saluted and said briefly, "We shall all go, sir. What are the orders?"
"Get out of the harbour as fast as you can, and as soon as you are clear of the island, sink 2 fathoms, steer a straight course due southeast, and put her through the water as hard as she'll go,"
replied Alan. Cosmo saluted again and left the room with his comrades to execute the order.
"Now, my friend,"
said Alan, turning to Alexis as soon as they were alone again,
"what is your plan?" "Simply this," replied Alexis. "Mount Terror, or at any rate the mouth of the submarine tunnel, is in round numbers 3,000 geographical miles from here. Our speed is 30 miles an hour faster than that of Olga's squadron. That means that even if they go back at once and at full speed, we shall be there 4 or 5 hours before them. They, I think, have had quite enough fighting for today, and I don't believe they'll attack the island again. First, because they know that they can't take our sea defences by surprise. And second, because they think the narwhal will remain on guard. Either they will go off on a raiding expedition somewhere else with the airships, in which case we can't follow them, for we don't know where they're going, or they will return to Mount Terror at an easy speed of 50 or 60 miles an hour. They will never dream that you and I will venture to attack the Stronghold single-handed, and therefore that is just what I propose to do. That will be odds of about 40 to 1 against the narwhal, replied Alan somewhat gravely, unless we can destroy it completely before they get back. But go on, let's hear the rest. I don't think you can propose anything too desperate for me now that I have really tasted the blood of the enemy. Well, what I propose is not to destroy the Stronghold, simply because it would be impossible to do that by sea. I merely propose to get quietly into the tunnel, go to that narrow part about 2 miles from the entrance, fix a dozen torpedoes with time fuses up against the roof of the tunnel, and then clear out into the open water. When those 12 torpedoes go off, if they don't bring a few thousand tons of rock down into the tunnel and block it pretty securely, I'll grant I know very little about explosives. Good so far, very good, said Alan. I confess I envy you that idea. What next? Well, after that, replied Alexis, you see, we shall have shut in the vessels that are inside and shut out those that are outside. The ones inside will be no use for some time, for it will take the divers a good many days to open the tunnel again, even if they ever do. As for those outside, we can lie in wait for them if they return, and trust to the narwhal's speed and strength to sink as many of them as we can. Or else, if they don't put in an appearance, we can come home with the consciousness that we have done about all the damage in our power. Now what do you think?
Alan was silent for a few moments, weighing the pros and cons of the desperate venture. For desperate it was, in spite of the incomparable speed and strength of the splendid vessel he commanded. It was easy enough, always supposing that it could be accomplished without interruption, but to be caught in the tunnel, as was quite possible, between a force inside and one outside, meant almost certain destruction. For if the narwhal was not rammed and sunk in a space too narrow for her to turn, she would be certain to be blown up by the torpedoes which would be launched against her. In the end, the very character of the desperate venture, combined with the magnitude of the injury it would do to the enemy, overcame the scruples of his prudence. He put his hand on Alexis' shoulder and gave him a gentle shake, said with a laugh, "Bravo, old philosopher! You've done more with your thinking than we have with our talking and writing. We'll do it, if there isn't a square foot of the narwhal left when the business is over." "I knew you'd say that," said Alexis. "Now let's have some dinner and go to sleep, for we shall want it." It was then very nearly midnight, and the narwhal had cleared the islands, and, with her prow pointed direct for the northeastern extremity of Wilkes Land, was rushing at full speed through the water, about 12 feet below the surface of the sea. For 20 hours she sped silently and swiftly and unseen on her way, swept round the ice barrier that fences the northern promontory of Victoria Land, and into the bay dominated by the fiery crest of Mount Erebus. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. From the Sea to the Air. 24 hours after she had reached Mount Terror, the narwhal came into the inner basin of Christmas Harbour, running easily along the surface with the red flag flying at her flagstaff.
the news spread rapidly through the little settlement, the dwellers in which had been wondering greatly at her sudden disappearance, and there was quite a crowd on the jetty as she ran alongside. Max Ernstein was among it, and as the battleship came to a standstill, he saw to his amazement Alan spring ashore and come towards him with outstretched hands.
"Why, what does this mean?"
he said as he grasped his hand.
"I thought you told me you were never going to leave the Narwhal until we had done what we have done,"
said Alan with a laugh, as he returned his hand clasp with a grip that made the bones crack.
"We have destroyed a good half of what remains of the Russian Sea Navy, and what's more, we've blown up the entrance to their submarine dockyard, and completely crippled them as far as building or equipping new vessels is concerned, until they can find a new harbour."
"Magnificent!" exclaimed Ernstein.
"Glorious! You'll be wearing the golden wings again in 48 hours.
"If I am,"
said Alan, flushing with pleasure at the thought,
"the credit will be due to Alexis and not to me. It was his idea entirely. But never mind that now. We've suffered rather badly, and only just escaped with our lives. 5 out of 6 of the Narwhal's crew are disabled, and I want you to get them out and send them away to Aeria as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Alexis and I will write our dispatch to the council."
His instructions were obeyed at once, and the invalids were transferred to the Vega, the airship that was to convey them to Aeria, and in her luxurious staterooms their hurts were attended to by the best skill on the island, while the dispatch was being drawn up. It was brief, plain, almost formal in language, and confined entirely to statement of bare fact, and in little more than an hour after the arrival of the Narwhal at Christmas Harbour, the Vega had risen into the air and was speeding on her way towards Aeria. Meanwhile, the news of the daring venture and brilliant exploits of Alan and Alexis and their comrades spread like wildfire through the island, and everyone who was not engaged on duties that could not be left came to the settlement to see and congratulate the two heroes of the hour, whose strange and romantic fate, so well known to every Aryan, had thus suddenly been glorified by the triumph of the genius and daring which had proved capable of wresting victory from defeat and glory from misfortune. Although some were more demonstrative, none were heartier or more sincere in their congratulations than Edward Forrest, the admiral of the station, and unknown to Alan and Alexis. He and Ernstein had sent a joint dispatch by the Vega, strongly urging both the justice and the policy of at once restoring to the full rights of citizenship the two men who had proved themselves possessed of such extraordinary ability. If the battle for the empire of the world was to be fought over again, the command of the forces of Aeria could not be entrusted to any hand so able and so daring as those of the president's son and his friend and companion in misfortune and victory. The triumphs at Kerguelen and Antarctica had really been due to them alone. They had given warning of the attack on the station, and it was due to the skill and boldness of their strategy that it had been foiled with such disaster to the enemy. This of itself was much, but it had not satisfied either their ambition or their devotion, for after it had been accomplished, they had carried the war almost single-handed in the Russian stronghold, and there, under circumstances of unparalleled danger to themselves, they had struck a blow which could not fail to cripple the sea power of the enemy, and so influence to an incalculable extent the ultimate issue of the war which, ere long, might be raging over the whole world. That night, while the almost constant storms of the southern winter were sweeping over the barren surface of Desolation Land, a feast was held in the central hall of the headquarters at Christmas Harbour in honour of the double victory and the return of the two chief heroes of it from their long captivity. The next day was spent in a rigorous inspection of all the defences of the island and the machinery and ammunition of the airships and submarine vessels. At 6 o'clock in the evening, 26 hours after she had started, the Vega returned from Aeria, bringing the reply of the council to the dispatches which she had taken. The council has heard with great satisfaction of the repulse of the attack on the station at Kerguelen, and of the distinguished services rendered by Alan Arnold and Alexis Mazarov, both at Kerguelen and Mount Terror. In recognition of the great skill and devotion they have displayed, the council invites them to assume the command of the airship Ethereal, and to make use of that vessel to execute such plans and purposes as in their discretion will best serve the interests of the state of Aeria for a period of 1 year from the present date. They will be supplied with motive power and all stores and materials of war at any of the oceanic stations. The Council accepts the recommendation contained in the supplement to the first dispatch, and has given orders for the immediate building of 100 airships of the Ethereal class, and the same number of submarine battleships of the Narwhal type. These are expected to be ready for service at the end of the year, by which time the Council hopes to be able to call upon Alan Arnold and Alexis Mazarov to assume the duties of Admiral and Vice-Admiral of the aerial navies, and at the same time to restore to them full privileges of citizenship in Aeria. The Admiral and officers of Kerguelen will give all assistance in the carrying out of these directions, and will make and transmit all necessary reports in connection with them. No further hostilities are to be undertaken for the present by the aerial or sea forces, but they will maintain a strict watch against all possible surprises on the part of the enemy, and be ready to repel any assault which may be made. This order does not apply to the airship Ethereal. Given in the Council Hall of Aeria on the 11th day of May, in the 132nd year of the deliverance. Alan Arnold, President. Francis Tremaine, Vice President. To Edward Forrest, Admiral in command at the station of Kerguelen. Such was the reply of the Council to the news of the daring foray made by the Narwhal upon the stronghold of Mount Terror, and the suggestions of Admiral Forrest and Captain Ernstein. Although it did not precisely adopt the latter, which, indeed, the Council was well justified in looking upon as inspired rather by enthusiasm than the judicial spirit proper to the occasion, it was even more satisfactory both to Alan and Alexis than an immediate recall would have been. True, they had done great and brilliant service in the first few days of their return to freedom. They had virtually crippled the Russian sea power by the blows which they had so skillfully, so swiftly, and so daringly struck. But neither of them felt that this was a sufficient achievement to warrant their full restoration to all that they had lost through the fatal error that they had made on board the old Ethereal. Both indeed longed ardently for just such further opportunity of devoting themselves to the service of their race and country as this order offered them. In command of the new Ethereal, one of the swiftest and most formidable aerial warships in existence, there was no telling the damage that they might do to the enemy, or what service they might render to their friends. They knew that, as regarded the Russian force, the odds against them were about 24 to 1. And they also knew that Olga and her lieutenants would lose no time in increasing their navy to the utmost extent in their power in preparation for the war of extermination that was now inevitable. They had a year before them during which they would have an absolutely free hand, and all the supplies that the resources of Aeria could give them. True, it was a year of exile and probation, but they gladly welcomed the test of fidelity and devotion which it offered, and which, worthily passed through, would mean restoration of all they had lost, and a return to their friends and kindred in their beloved valley of Aeria, armed with powers and responsibilities which would make them practically the arbiters of the destinies of their people,
and perhaps of the whole human race. But the Vigor had brought something more to the two friends and exiles than the reply of the council to their dispatches, for immediately he landed, her captain handed to Alan a small sealed packet addressed to him in the handwriting of his sister Isma. When he opened it, as he did at the first opportunity that found him alone, he found that it contained 2 letters and 2 chromatic photographs. The letters were from his parents and sister. His father's was, as may well be imagined, very different from the cold and formal dispatch that he had signed as president of the council. It was full of tender and loving sympathy for him in the strange fate that had overtaken him, and, while it entirely absolved them of all moral blame for the loss of the flagship and the lives of his companions, it exhorted him earnestly to apply himself without useless regrets to the work of the year of probation which the council had seen fit to impose upon him. And it ended with an assurance that the happiest day that had been known in Aeria within the memory of its citizens would be that on which the golden wings would be replaced on their foreheads in the council hall of the city. To this letter was added another, written by Alan's mother, and written as only a mother can write to her son. Strong and well tried as he was, there were tears in Alan's eyes when he had finished reading these 2 letters. But they did not remain there long after he had begun the one from his sister. Isma, proud beyond measure of the exploits of her brother and the man she still looked upon as her lover, and absolutely assured that when the time came both would return, covered with honour, wrote in the highest spirits. As it was an invariable rule of life among the Aerians to be perfectly frank with one another, and to take every precaution to avoid those misunderstandings which in a less perfect state of society had produced so much personal and social suffering, she told him in plain yet tender language exactly what had passed between her and Alma on the night that his first letter had been received. Yet she said nothing that in any way committed either Alma or himself to a renewal of the troth which had been broken by the designs of Olga Romanoff. And though she sent her remembrances to Alexis, she sent them as though to a friend, tacitly giving both to understand that no words of love must pass between the 2 exiles and their former sweethearts until they met again upon equal terms. But there was another message, not contained in the letter or written in any words, which said more than all that she had written, and this was conveyed by the photographs, which she sent without a word of allusion to them. As Alan looked upon them, the 6 years of mental slavery and degrading servitude to the daughter of the enemies of his race passed away for the moment, and he saw himself standing with Alma in one of the groves of Aeria, plying his boyish troth on the night before he started on his fatal voyage in the ethereal. The face that looked at him with such marvellous lifelikeness, with all its perfection of form and exquisite colouring, reproduced with the most absolute fidelity, was the same face that had been upturned to his to receive his kisses on that never-to-be-forgotten night. And yet, in another sense, it was not the same. That had been the sunny, smiling face of a girl to whom sorrow and evil were as absolutely unknown as they would be to an angel in heaven. But this was the face of a woman who had lived and thought and suffered. And when he remembered that whatever of sorrow or suffering she had known had been on his account, the last lingering traces of the vile spells of the evilly beautiful Syren of the skies who had so fatally bewitched him vanished from his soul, and the old love revived within him pure and strong, and intensified tenfold by the knowledge of the great reparation that he owed to the girl upon whose life he had brought the only shadow it had ever known. He knew that their hands would never meet again until all that had been lost was regained, at whatever cost of labour or devotion that might be necessary on his part. But he also knew that in all these years no other man had been found worthy to fill the place
that he had once occupied, and which he was resolved to win back or die in the attempt. And this knowledge made him look forward to the mighty struggle which lay before him with an eagerness that augured well for its issue. He had gone into his own cabin on board the Ethereal, which was being rapidly prepared for her roving commission, to read his letters in solitude. He put Alma's photograph on the table, and sat before it with his eyes fixed upon it until every line of form and tint of colour was indelibly impressed anew upon his memory. Then he kissed it, as reverently as a devotee of old might have kissed a sacred relic, and then he attached the oval miniature to a chain of alternate links of azurine and gold, and hung it around his neck inside his tunic, registering a mental vow that if death came before he once more wore the golden wings, it should find it lying nearest his heart. "This," he said, speaking to himself, as he took Isma's photograph up from the table and looked fondly upon the radiantly lovely face that looked out from its frame, "is evidently not intended for me. Isma doesn't say who it's for, but I fancy that there is someone on board the Ethereal who has a very much better right to it than I have. I wonder if Alexis is in his room." So saying, he left his cabin and found his friend still deep in the perusal of 2 lengthy letters from his father and mother. "So you've had some letters from home as well, old man. I hope they've been as pleasant reading as mine have," he said, going to the couch on which Alexis was sitting, and holding one hand behind his back. "Yes, they're from my father and mother, and so they can scarcely be anything else, so far as what they do say. It's what they don't say that gives me the only cause to find fault with them. But still that, I suppose, would be expecting too much under the circumstances." He ended with something very like a sigh, and Alan replied as gravely as he could, "And what might that be, my knight of rueful countenance? Don't you think the council have treated us splendidly, and given us a glorious opportunity of winning back all that the daughter of the Tsar has robbed us of?" "Of course I do," replied Alexis, looking up at him with a flush on his cheeks. "But for all that, there is one thing still, something that I'm not ashamed to say I value above everything else that I've lost or can regain." "And that is?" "Well, to put it plainly," replied Alexis, the flush deepening as he spoke, "these 2 letters don't contain one single word about Isma. Now you know what I mean. Of course, I'm ready to do everything that the council may call upon us to do, and the moment that I know I have won back the right to wear the golden wings will be the proudest of my life. But it will be far from the happiest if I only go back to Aeria to find Isma another man's wife. And what else can I think when they don't so much as mention her name?" "Be of good cheer, my friend," replied Alan with a laugh, putting one hand on his shoulder and taking the other from behind his back. "You will never find that, I promise you. I am the bringer of good tidings. There, take those and feast your eyes and your heart on them in solitude, as I have just been doing on something else." So saying, he put Isma's letter and photograph into Alexis' hand, and without another word left him to gather courage and comfort from them, as he himself had done. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Olga in Council. The remains of the Russian submarine squadron, numbering now only 17 vessels, headed out northward into the open sea after leaving their disabled consorts to their fate. In the brief space occupied by her first rush, they had recognized the Narwhal both by her size and speed, and one of the captains avowed that he had recognized Alan Arnold, Olga's late captive, standing under the glass dome of the conning tower, steering the great vessel upon her devastating course. 20 miles out from the island, they rose to the surface and made out the aerial fleet some 5 miles to the southward, hovering at an elevation of about 1,000 feet and evidently on the lookout for them. Michael Losensky, who had escaped the ram of the narwhal, ran up his flagstaff and flew a signal which soon brought the airships bearing down upon them. The Revenge sank down to the surface of the water and took Losensky off his ship in order that he might report himself. Olga and his father received the first news of the defeat of their naval forces with cold displeasure. But when Michael told them that more than half the fleet had been destroyed by the narwhal, and that it was believed that Alan was in command of her, Olga's anger blazed out into fury, and she cried passionately,
"You fools and cowards, to have fled like that from one ship and one man! Could not 17 of you have overcome that one vessel? Had you no rams, no torpedoes, that you fled before this single foe?"
He took the bitter rebuke in silence. He knew that he had failed both in duty and courage, and that a reply would only make matters worse. Olga looked at him for a moment with eyes burning with scorn and anger. Then she rose from her seat and, pointing to the door of the saloon, said,
"Go, you have disgraced yourself and us. Take your ships back to Mount Terror and await our further commands."
With bowed head and face flushed with shame, the disgraced man walked in silence out of the saloon and left Olga alone with his father. As soon as he had gone, Olga began striding up and down the saloon, her hands clenched and her eyes black with passion, glittering fiercely under her straight, drawn brows. Olaf Losensky knew her too well not to let her anger take its course uninterrupted. So he sat and watched her and waited for her to speak first. At last she stopped in front of him and said in a low, fierce voice that was almost hoarse with the strength of her passions,
"So, you were right, my friend. I was a fool, an idiot, to let those two escape. I ought to have killed them, as you advised. They were of no further use to us, and we could have done without them. Yes, truly, I was a fool, such a fool as love makes of every woman."
"Not every woman, Majesty," replied Losensky in a low, soothing tone that was not without a trace of irony. "If I may say it without disrespect, your ancestress, the great Catherine, knew how to combine love and wisdom. When she wearied of a lover or had no further use for a man, she never left him the power of revenging his dismissal."
"Yes, yes," she replied, "I know that, but I did not weary of this man, this king among men for whose love I would have sold my soul. I only wearied of my own attempts to win it. You know what I mean, Losensky, and you can understand me, for you have confessed that he was well worthy of the sacrifice. You know that when he seemed my lover he was only my slave, that I could not compel the man to love me, but only the passive machine that I had made of him. And you know, too, that the moment I had let him regain his freedom of will, he would have loathed and cursed me, as no doubt he is doing now. Why did I not kill him? How could I, when I loved him better than my own life, and all my dreams of empire? Why, I could not even kill the other one, because he was Alan's friend, and because he would have hated me still more for doing so. But, after all," she continued, speaking somewhat more calmly, "it is not setting them free that has done the mischief. It is the treason or the miracle that enabled them to capture the narwhal. I would give a good deal to know how that was done. They cannot have done it themselves, for I had given them enough of the drug to deprive them of all willpower for at least 24 hours, and I told that traitor, Turgenev, who must have betrayed the attack on Kerguelen, to give them more when he landed on the island."
"But is your Majesty sure that they took the drug?" said Losensky, interrupting her for the first time. "Did you give it with your own hand, or see them take it with your own eyes?"
"No," said Olga with a start, "I did not. I sent it to them by my maid Anna. But she swore that she put it in the wine, and when they had finished their last meal, the decanter was empty.
That was a grave mistake, Majesty, said Losensky in a tone of respectful reproof, and one which may yet cost you the empire of the world. It is such trifles as that which destroys the grandest schemes.
I know,
said Olga impatiently.
You may think me a fool and a weakling, but I could not bring myself to see or speak to Alan again after I had last resolved to give up the hopeless task of winning him and send him away. But for that mistake, the novel would still have been ours, and we should have taken Kerguelen unawares. He could have told his people nothing else that would have harmed us, for the more he tells them about Mount Terror, the more impossible they will see any attack upon it to be. No, it was all that one fatal mistake. But there, it tortures me to talk about it. Tell me, my old friend and counselor, what we are to do to repair the damage.
Exhausted by her fierce and sudden outburst of passion and the bitterness of her regret, Olga threw herself into a chair and sat waiting for Losensky to speak. He remained silent for several minutes, buried in thought, and then he began speaking in the low, deliberate tone of a man who has weighty counsels to impart. We cannot deny, Majesty, that we have been worsted in our two first encounters with these Aryans. But we must learn wisdom and patience from defeat. It seems plain to me that the Aryans are too strong for us as we are. When we attack them, we forgot that. While we are children in warfare, they are perfect masters of it. They have preserved the traditions of their fathers, and for 4 generations they have been trained in the use of the weapons which we have only just learned to use. Therefore, my advice is that we do not attack them again for the present.
But,
interrupted Olga,
in any case they will attack us, and we shall still have to fight.
Not of necessity, your highness, replied Losensky. You see, they have not pursued us, and the reason for this is that they know that both our airships and our submarine vessels are swifter and more powerful than theirs, with 2 or 3 exceptions. They will not attack us till they can do so on equal terms, and we must take care that they never do that. You have plenty of treasure and plenty of men at your command. Let us retire to our stronghold again and devote ourselves to increasing our strength, both by sea and in the air, until we have made ourselves invulnerable. And remember too, Majesty, he continued with an added meaning in his tone, Aeria is not the world. There are vast possibilities before you in other directions. I am convinced now that we have made a mistake in attacking the Aryans first. Russia is ripe for revolt, and great quantities of arms have already been manufactured. The tribes of Western Asia need only a leader to take the field, and the Sultan Khalid could put an army, millions strong, into the field within a few months. On the other hand, Anglo-Saxondom is a babel of conflicting opinions, and the mob rules throughout its length and breadth. Where everyone is master, there can be no leaders, and those who are without leaders are the natural prey of the strong hand. They are wealthy and weak and divided amongst themselves. The Aryans have given them over to their own devices. Why should you not, when we have repaired the damage we have suffered, take your aerial squadrons to Moscow, proclaim the new revolution, and crown yourself Tsarina in the Kremlin? In speaking thus, Olaf Losensky was really only putting into formal shape the project which it had all along been the aim of Olga and her adherents to carry out. There was nothing new in the suggestion, save the proposition that the revolution should be proclaimed in Russia, and that Olga should crown herself Tsarina before, instead of after, the attempted subjugation of Aeria. Up to the present, it had been believed that nothing could possibly be done until the power of Arians was either crushed or crippled. But the Battle of Kerguelen had clearly shown that this was a task far beyond their present resources. Even the mastery of the sea was now no longer theirs, thanks to the two fatal mistakes which Olga had made. First, in setting Alan and Alexis free, and second, in sending them away from Mount Terror in the swiftest and most powerful vessel in their sea navy. Why she had been guilty of this last imprudence she could not even explain to herself. It was one of those mistakes made in pure thoughtlessness, which again and again have marred the great schemes of conquest. Another vessel would have done just as well, save that she would not have performed the errand quite so quickly. But the Narwhal happened to be in readiness at the moment, and as Peter Turgenev, her commander, was one of Olga's most trusted sea captains, she had given him the order to convey Alan and Alexis to the island, and so the fatal error had been committed. It must, however, be remembered that when she made it, it was impossible for her to foresee its disastrous outcome. She implicitly believed that the two Arians were completely under the influence of the will poison, and so utterly unable to think or act independently, or to form and execute the daring design which they had so successfully accomplished. But now that the mistake had been made, Olaf Losensky saw that the course he suggested to his mistress offered the only hope of counteracting it. His advice pointed out the shortest road to the attainment of the designs of Olga and her followers, and he gave it in all sincerity, for he was absolutely devoted to Olga's person and fortune, and the realization of her ambition was the dearest dream of his own life. It meant, too, the restoration of his own order to all its ancient rights and privileges, with the added wealth and dignity that would be won by conquest. It meant the establishment of a Russian empire far greater and more powerful than that of the last of the Tsars, for its power would extend from the Pacific coast of Asia to the Atlantic coast of Europe. Olga heard him with flushed cheeks and shining eyes, and when he had done speaking she rose to her feet again and faced him, looking every inch a queen in the ripe beauty of her perfect womanhood, and said, in tones from which every trace of her former anger and sorrow had vanished,
"Well spoken, Olaf Losensky. That is worthy counsel for you to give and for me to hear. I will follow it, for it is wise as well as bold, and the day that I crown myself in the Kremlin, you shall be the first noble in Russia. But stop. What of the Sultan? Surely he and his armies will have to be reckoned with?"
"True," said Losensky, "but if he will not listen to reason, cannot your airships destroy his armies like swarms of locusts, lay his cities in ruins, and sweep him and his dynasty from the face of the earth?"
"Yes, that is true again,"
replied Olga,
"provided that the Aryans did not come to his aid."
"They would not do that, I think," he replied. "But to make that impossible, why should you not make an alliance with him, and offer to help him with your airships and submarine navy to the conquest of the world, on the condition of the restoration of the Russian Empire and the division of the world between you? Remember that as long as you kept the command of your navies of the air and the sea, you could always keep him to the terms then once made." As the old man ceased speaking, Olga laid her hands upon his shoulders and said in a lower, clear, steady voice that spoke of a great resolution finally taken,
"My friend, you are the wisest of counselors, and when I regain my throne, you shall be the first minister of the empire. I will pardon your son for his failure today, for the sake of his father's wisdom, and we shall say no more about disaster and defeat. We will look forward only to victory, and the empire that it will bring us."
But when the defeated squadrons arrived at Mount Terror, Olga was rudely awakened from her dream of empire by the tidings of the disaster that had occurred during her absence. The damage inflicted by the narwhal was speedily proved to be irreparable. For a distance of nearly a mile, the roof of the tunnel had sunk bodily down, blocking it forever. Millions of tons of rock and earth had fallen into the submarine channel, and all hope of clearing it again was out of the question. The explosion of the 12 torpedoes had not only brought down all the rocks in their vicinity, but it had so shaken the earth in both directions that a general subsidence had taken place, forming a barrier which was so vast and massive that its removal, even if possible, would have taken many months of labour. And so there was no avoiding the dismal conclusion that their submarine dockyard was useless, and for the present at least their sea power crippled. The effects of the explosion in the interior of the mountain, though bad enough, were much less serious. Nearly 70 men, or more than half the total garrison that had been left behind, had been either killed or maimed for life. The 6 submarine warships that had been lying in the lake were, of course, useless, now that their way to the sea was barred, and 5 of the 12 airships which had been lying in the vast cavern whose floor formed the shores of the subterranean lake were so seriously injured that considerable repairs would be necessary for them. The whole of the lower level of the vast system of chambers and galleries which pierced the interior of the mountain in all directions had been flooded by the volumes of water projected from the lake by the explosion. Workshops, laboratories, and building slips had been wrecked or thrown into complete confusion, and the appearance of the whole of the level was that of a place which had been swept by a tornado. As soon as the amount of the damage done had been estimated, Olga called a council of war, composed of 12 of her most skilful and trusted adherents, in a chamber which was led up to by a path sloping steeply up from the shores of the lake. This chamber was an almost perfect oval, about 60 feet long by 20 wide and about 30 high. Neither its temperature nor its internal appointments would have given any idea of the fact that it was situated at the uttermost end of the earth and buried under the eternal snows of Antarctica. The rough rock walls had been smoothed and hung with silken hangings, against which statues of the purest marble gleamed white, and pictures, some of vast size and exquisite execution, brought the scenes of sunnier lands to the eyes of the occupants. Electric light globes hung in festoons all around, shedding a mild diffused lustre over the luxurious furniture of the chamber. The floor, of lava smoothed and polished, was covered with priceless carpets, into whose thick pile the foot sank noiseless, as though into soft, shallow snow. Treasures, both of art and luxury, which had been plundered from ocean transports that had fallen victims to the rams of the submarine cruisers, were scattered about in lavish profusion that was almost barbaric in its excess. Behind the hangings of the wall ran an elaborate system of pipes, which circulated fresh air drawn from the exterior of the mountain, and heated by passing through electric furnaces, at once warmed and ventilated this council chamber of the extraordinary woman who, in virtue of her strange conquest of the air, had come to be known among her followers as the Syren of the skies. Human art and science had completely conquered both the ruggedness of nature and the inclemency of the elements, and had transformed these gloomy caverns, excavated by the volcanic fires of former ages out of the heart of Mount Terror, into warm, well-lighted and airy abodes, capable of sheltering several hundred human beings from the rigours even of the Antarctic winter. The subterranean retreat and stronghold was roughly divided into 2 levels, on the lower of which were situated the chambers and galleries which served for the performance of all the work necessary for the building of the airships and submarine vessels,
while the upper was devoted to storerooms and dwelling places for the followers and assistants of the queen of this strange realm. No other region could have presented such a marvellous contrast to the sunlit and flower-scented paradise which was the home of their mortal enemies, the race with which they had dared to dispute the empire of the world. The powers of darkness and of light could hardly have been better typified than were these two contending forces by the different characters of the respective strongholds. When the council of war, summoned at Olga's bidding by Olaf Losensky, had assembled in the central chamber, a pair of heavy purple velvet curtains parted, and the Syren entered from the gallery, which had been hewn through the solid rock and which communicated with her private suite of apartments. The members of the council rose as she entered and greeted her as subjects were wont to greet their sovereigns in the days before the Terror. She acknowledged their reverence with a royal condescension, and took her seat on a raised divan at the inner end of the chamber, beckoning Losensky to her side. She exchanged a few words with him in an undertone, and then called upon Andrei Levin, the secretary of the council, to enumerate the nature and extent of the losses they had sustained in their brief but disastrous first attempt to cope with the mighty race which had dominated the world for nearly a century and a half. When Levin had finished, it was found that, in addition to the irreparable damage done to the submarine dockyard, no less than 35 submarine cruisers had been destroyed or rendered useless, while 23 airships had been annihilated by the projectiles of the Aerians. This left an available fighting force of 28 submarines and 24 aerial warships fit for service. It had been calculated that it would take at least a month of hard work to get the subterranean arsenal into such working order as would enable them to repair their losses, and after this at least 12 months would have to elapse before they had brought their fighting force up to the strength it had possessed but 5 short days before. In addition to their losses in ships and war materials, more than 100 of Olga's chosen and most devoted followers had lost their lives in the terrible warfare which knew no sparing of life, and it would be necessary to draft more men from Russia to replace them before the work could be carried on upon an adequate scale. Olga listened to the catalogue of disasters with frowning brows and eyes gleaming with hardly suppressed fury. When it was over, she rose and spoke in a voice whose wonderful music and witchery seemed to charm all sense of misfortune for the time being out of the hearts of her listeners. A born queen of men, she knew when to wither with her scorn or to charm with her sweetness, and she was well aware that this hour of defeat and disaster was no time for reproaches or rebuke. So her voice was low and sweet, and almost pleading, as she reviewed the situation which, for the moment, seemed so dark, and appealed to her followers, through those who commanded them, not to yield before a sudden and temporary misfortune, but to learn from defeat the lessons of victory. She reminded them all that their ancestors and hers had lost at the hands of the terrorists, the forefathers of the hated and arrogant Aerians, and she painted in glowing colours the glory and the boundless wealth that would be the reward of victory. Heavy as their losses had been, there was no reason why they should not repair them. She reminded them how, 5 years before, they had possessed but a single airship, and were only a weak and scattered body of revolutionaries. Now they possessed, even after all they had lost, an aerial fleet superior to all the vessels of the Aerian navy save 2, and submarine cruisers swifter and more powerful than any that floated, save only the stolen Narwhal. More than this, they were now supported by a vast organization numbering thousands of devoted men and women, any one of whom would give his or her life for the cause for which they were fighting. She only spoke for a quarter of an hour or so, but every word went home, and when she concluded with an appeal to their loyalty and devotion, the 12 members of the council rose with one accord to their feet,
and there and then spontaneously renewed the oath of fealty to her person and dynasty which they had taken when they enlisted in her service. Every man of them was a scion of some once noble Russian house, and her cause was theirs in virtue of personal interest as well as that sentiment of blind, unreasoning loyalty which even 4 generations of freedom had failed to eradicate from the Russian blood. Olga thanked them with a tremor in her voice which, whether it was real or not, spoke to them with far greater eloquence than words. And then she bade Losensky lay before the council the plans which she had already discussed with him for the future conduct of the vast enterprise which had opened so inauspiciously. Losensky rose at once, and for over 2 hours unfolded a vast and subtly conceived scheme which had been very briefly outlined in a previous chapter, and the results of the working out of which will become apparent in due course. At the end of the discussion which followed, it was decided that a transport should be purchased as soon as possible in a Russian port and sent out to Antarctica with fresh supplies of men and materials. A flotilla of 12 marine cruisers was told to convoy her on her voyage and protect her from possible attack in case the Aerians should suspect or discover the purpose to which she was devoted. As no more submarine vessels could be built in Antarctica, for the fearful cold of the outside waters made such work totally impossible, all efforts were to be concentrated upon the increase of the aerial navy, and 100 airships, in addition to those already in existence, was fixed upon as the minimum strength that it would be safe to depend upon when the hour for the final struggle came. No force was to be wasted, if possible, upon minor attacks or isolated engagements, for the Russians, like the Aerians, had learnt that, under the conditions of the new warfare, skirmishes only meant destruction in detail and loss of strength entirely disproportionate to the advantage gained. Thus, virtually the same decision was arrived at in Aeria and Antarctica. Both sides resolved to husband their resources and increase their strength, and then to risk everything upon the issue of one mighty conflict. A veritable struggle of the gods in which both equally recognized that the defeated would be annihilated, and the victors would remain undisputed masters of the world. Finally, it was decided that Orloff Losensky should depart at once with a formal offer of alliance to the Sultan of the Muslim Empire, and that a day later Olga should follow with a squadron of 20 airships and give him the alternative of alliance or immediate war. If, as was confidently expected, he chose alliance, 5 submarine cruisers were to be given to him, so that he might use them as models for the construction of a fleet which should be powerful enough to sweep the Aerian warships from the sea, and which would be supplied with the secret motive power at a station to be established at Larnaca under Russian control. Then, when all was in readiness for the World War, Olga was to be proclaimed Tsarina in Moscow, and the standard of absolute monarchy once more reared over the re-erected throne of the House of Romanoff. Anglo-Saxondom was to be invaded and conquered, and Aeria itself attacked and either subdued or depopulated and laid waste. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Khalid the Magnificent. A few minutes before midnight on the 15th of May, in the year 2036, Khalid the Magnificent, lord and master of the greatest and most splendid realm that had ever been ruled over by a single man since the world began, stood alone on the spacious terrace of his palace in Alexandria, gazing up at the myriads of stars that shone in the cloudless firmament above him, and dreaming,
one of those dreams of worldwide empire, which had haunted the soul of such men as he from the days of Ramesses the Great until his own. He was a man of 34, tall, swarthy, and athletic, with the proud aquiline features of the Arab, the dark, alternately flashing and melting eyes of the Caucasian, and the strong, reposeful dignity of the Turk. A man whom women looked upon with love and men with respect that was often akin to dread. The lord of 700 million subjects who, even in those days so strong was still the faith and loyalty of the Muslims, looked upon him only as something less than Allah and the Prophet whose sacred blood flowed in his veins. His soaring ambition was not content even with the splendid inheritance that he had received from his ancestors. In his being were closely blended those elements of religious enthusiasm and worldly ambition which had made the men of the golden age of Islam such irresistible conquerors and such mighty rulers of men. He had pondered over the past history of his faith and his people from the times of the Prophet down to his own, until he had come to believe himself the man chosen by destiny to subjugate the world and to compel all men, from pole to pole and east to west, to accept the rule and faith of Islam, and to confess the unity of God and the apostleship of Muhammad. He saw in the vast area of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, which now, in name at least, dominated Europe, America, and Australasia, only a collection of democratic and ill-governed states, in which the mob ruled by blind counting of heads, and in which religion had been refined into a mere philosophy of life and morals, the last word of which seemed to him to be, make the best of today, lest tomorrow should never come. In his own breast the flame of the fierce, uncompromising faith of Islam burnt, undimmed by the mists of the centuries that had passed since the first Muslim armies had emerged from the deserts of Arabia to conquer the greater part of the Roman world. Why should he not send forth his armies, as the caliphs of old had done, to plant the banner of the crescent over the subjugated realms of Christendom and rule, the greatest of the commanders of the faithful, sovereign lord of a Muslim world? It was a splendid destiny, but there was a power in the world located in one tiny spot of earth, and yet, so far as he knew, universal and irresistible, before which the armies which he had called into existence would be as helpless as a swarm of locusts before a forest fire. This power possessed the empire of the air, and therefore of the earth. In the days of the Terror, it had led the Anglo-Saxon race to the conquest of the world. Would it sit idly now behind the bulwarks of Aeria and watch his armies conquering the domains of Anglo-Saxondom? Was it not far more likely that those terrible airships would be sent forth to hurl their destroying lightnings from the skies and overwhelm his armies and his cities in irretrievable ruin? These Aryans had ruled the world for 125 years, and yet had committed no act of aggression upon the rightful liberties of any nation. How, therefore, could he believe that they would hold their mighty hand while he carried fire and sword through the habitations of their blood and kindred? If he gave the word for war, within 48 hours after he had spoken, more than 10 millions of men, armed with weapons of fearful precision and destructive power, would stand ready to do his bidding, and to carry the banner of the crescent to the uttermost ends of the earth. But of what use would be their numbers, their valour, or their devotion, with a squadron of aerial cruisers wheeling above them and hurling death and destruction upon them from the inaccessible heights of the sky? He remembered how his ancestor Mohammed Rishad had been stopped in his career of conquest, and how his victorious armies had been decimated and thrown into confusion by a flotilla of airships and war balloons, which a dozen cruisers of the present Aryan navy would have swept from the skies in a few minutes. Intolerable as the thought was to his haughty soul, the truth remained that, in the midst of all his power and splendour, he was as helpless as a child before the real masters of the world. He had armies and fleets, but he could not make war without their permission or the assurance of their neutrality, save with the certainty of disaster and defeat. What would he not give for a squadron of these aerial battleships? Half his empire willingly, and yet he knew that even an attempt to build a single airship would be the signal for his own death and the end of the dominion of his dynasty. He had no knowledge of the momentous events which had just been taking place on the other side of the world. He still believed implicitly in the unquestioned supremacy of the Aryans throughout the domain of the skies, although he was well aware that some mysterious power had successfully disputed with them the command of the seas, and he remembered the stern threat of immediate war and annihilation that the president of Aeria had promulgated against any who should even help in the concealment of the airship that had been lost 6 years before, and, so far as the world at large was concerned, had never been heard of since. Anglo-Saxondom, and therefore Christendom, lay at his mercy, but for this guardian power of the air. Its millions were unarmed and its wealth unprotected. Its indolent and luxurious democracies occupied solely with social experiments, and the increase of their material magnificence would be crushed almost without resistance by his splendidly armed and disciplined legions. The crescent would replace the cross above their temples, and the world would be a Muslim planet, but for this empire of the air, universal and unconquerable, which barred his way to the dominion of the world and the final triumph of his faith. For the 100th time, he had revolved the hopeless dilemma in his mind, alternately looking upon the conquest he longed for, and on the splendid but useless forces at his command, when a huge, strange shape dropped swiftly and silently out of the sky overhead, and, as though in answer to the unspoken call of his intense longing, one of those very airships of which he had been thinking with such angry despair swept with a majestic downward sloping curve out of the dusk of the night, and run up close alongside the low parapet of the terrace on which he was standing. It was the first time he had ever seen one of these marvellous vessels, which were the talk and the wonder of the world at such close quarters. Paralyzed for the moment by mingled curiosity and amazement, he recoiled, with a startled invocation to the prophet on his lips, and then stood staring at it in silence, wondering whether the strange apparition meant the visit of a friend or an enemy. While he was standing thus, the airship drifted as silently as a shadow over the parapet, and sank gently down until it rested on the marble floor of the vast terrace. Then a sliding door opened in the after part of the glass dome which covered the deck from stem to stern. A light metal stairway fell from it, and 3 men, richly and yet simply dressed, descended to the terrace and advanced to where he stood. 2 of them halted at a respectful distance, and the third, a man whose dignity of bearing was enhanced by the snowy whiteness of his hair and beard, advanced alone, and with a grave and courteous gesture of salute, said in English, the language of universal intercourse, "Am I right in believing this to be the palace of His Majesty the Sultan?" It was some moments before Khalid recovered his composure, sufficiently to answer the question, simple as it was. His wonder was increased tenfold when he saw that his visitor from the skies did not wear the golden wings which were the insignia of the Aryans. Was it possible that some other inhabitants of the earth had, in spite of the rigid prohibition of the Supreme Council, managed to build an aerial navy? His heart leapt with exultation at the thought. Obeying the impulse of the moment, he took a stride forward and held out his hands, saying, "I know not who you are, or whence you come, but if you come in friendship, there is my hand in welcome. This is the palace, and I am Khalid, the commander of the faithful. What is your errand?" His visitor took the outstretched hand, and bending low over it, replied in a tone of the deepest respect, "I am honoured and fortunate beyond measure. I trust your majesty will pardon the strangeness of my coming for the importance of the mission that brings me." "Say on, sir, and tell me freely who you are and what your mission is, for I am all impatient to know," said the Sultan, speaking even more cordially than before. "I am Olaf Lozensky," replied the ambassador from the skies, "and I am the bearer of a message from my mistress Olga Romanoff, by right of descent Tsarina of the Russians, and deprived of her lawful rights of rule by the terrorists who reign in Aeria." "Then you are enemies of the Aryans," broke in the Sultan, "and you possess airships like that marvellous craft yonder. How have you— But pardon me, I have interrupted you. You can satisfy my curiosity later on." "Her Majesty, my mistress, possesses a large fleet of airships, of which this is one," replied Lozensky, "and she has sent me as her envoy to give you, Majesty, this letter, which will explain my mission in full. At this hour tomorrow night the Tsarina will come in person to receive your answer to it." As he spoke, he presented a letter to the Sultan, and then drew back a pace. Khalid took the missive without a word, and walked towards one of the electric lamps, with which the terrace was lighted, breaking the seal as he went. This is what he read. "To Khalid the Magnificent, Sultan of the Muslims. You have dreams of worldwide conquest, but the fear of the power of the Aryans restrains you from putting them into action. You command armies and fleets, but they are useless and helpless because you cannot fight in the air as well as on the land and sea. I can give you the power of doing this, and I will help you to the conquest of the world, if you will help me to regain the dominions that were stolen from my ancestors in the days of the terror. 24 hours after you receive this, I will come for your answer to it. If you agree to the general terms, I have no fear, but that the detail will be easily arranged between us. This is brought to you by Olaf Lozensky, my chief counselor and responsible minister, who, at your majesty's desire, will lay the particulars of my proposals before you in full. Olga Romanoff, Tsarina of the Russians." Hardly had the Sultan finished the perusal of this strangely curt and yet all-pregnant letter, when a cry from Lozensky's 2 attendants caused him to look up. If what he had seen but a few minutes before had amazed him, what he saw now fairly stupefied him. A second airship, similar in size and shape to the first, but with a hull of a strangely lustrous blue metal, had dropped without sign or sound out of space, and was hovering exactly above Lozensky's vessel, with her 10 long, slender guns pointing in all directions. A moment later, she seemed to drop bodily onto the Russian airship, splintering her thin steel mast with the weight of her hull, and yet stopping in her descent before she crushed in the glass dome of the deck. The next instant, a score of men slipped swiftly over the side and gained the open door of the Russian's deck chamber. Then there came a sound of fierce cries and oaths, and the quick cracking reports of repeating pistols. The envoy's two companions turned as though to fly, but two shots fired in quick succession brought them down before they had made a couple of strides. Then a dozen men leapt down upon the terrace and covered Lusensky and the Sultan with their pistols, before they had time to recover from the stupefaction into which the suddenness of the attack had thrown them. The next moment a man, whose splendid stature raised him a good head above the Russian and the Muslim, came down the steps from the deck of the now captured airship. As he advanced towards them, Khalid, brave and haughty as he was, looked up at him almost as he might have looked upon the visible shape of one of the angels of his faith. He was dressed in the Aeria costume, save for the fact that, instead of azurine and gold, his winged coronet was black and lustrous as polished jet. In his left hand he carried a magazine pistol, and in his right a long, slender rapier with the blade of azurine that gleamed with an intense blue radiance in the light of the electric lamps.
Olaf Lusensky, you are our prisoner. Go back to your ship, or you will be shot where you stand. Sultan Khalid, have you received that letter in your hand from this man?
Alan's words came quick and stern, but before they were spoken, the Sultan had put a golden whistle to his lips and blown a shrill call. In instant obedience to which a stream of armed guards issued from a door of the palace opening onto the terrace, spread out into a semicircle, and in turn Alan and his companions were covered by 100 rifles.
"Now, sir, whoever you are," exclaimed the Sultan, recovering at once his courage and his composure, "you are my prisoner. Throw down your arms or—"
"Stop!" cried Alan, in a voice that rang clearly over the whole terrace.
"Don't you see that your palace is under our guns? Fire a shot, and in an hour it shall be a heap of ruins."
Khalid had forgotten the airships for the moment. He glanced up at the 2 rows of guns and saw in the lighted interiors of the deck chambers men standing ready to rain death and ruin in every direction. Lusensky, too, grasped the sudden change situation in an instant. He knew far better than the Sultan did what would be the effect of a discharge of that awful artillery upon the palace and the city. And more than this, he saw the hopeless ruin of his mistress's plans that would follow the death of the Sultan. He turned to him with an appealing gesture and said,
"Your Majesty, for the sake of all you hold dear, send back your guards. I surrender to save you."
And then, with a glare of impotent hate at Alan, he turned and walked quickly towards the airships. Nothing could have brought the terrible power of the Aryans home to the mind of Khalid the Magnificent more convincingly than the position in which he now stood. Absolute master of the greatest empire on earth, he stood on the terrace of his own palace, in the midst of his own capital, and with thousands of soldiers within call, as helpless as a child. But before he could force the words of surrender from his reluctant lips, an event occurred which, brave as he was, struck terror to his heart. Alan had raised his rapier to command the attention of his men at the guns, and the captain of the Sultan's guards, thinking he was going to strike his master, rushed forward and struck at the uplifted blade with his scimitar. As the steel rang upon the azurine, the Damascus blade splintered to the hilt. With a cry, half of rage and half of fear, the Muslim whipped a pistol out of his sash. But before he could level it, the bright blue blade descended swiftly, and when its point was within a foot of his assailant's eyes, Alan dropped his own pistol and pressed a jewel in the centre of his belt clasp. As he did so, a pale blue flame leapt from the point of his sword, and the Muslim, without as much as a sigh, dropped dead on the floor of the terrace. "Mashallah!" cried the Sultan, recoiling in ungovernable terror. "What are you, man or fiend, that you carry the lightnings in your hand?" "A man like yourself, Sultan, and one who wishes your majesty no evil," replied Alan. "I am Alan Arnold, the son of the president of Aeria, and therefore your friend, unless you choose to make me your enemy. I am at present in command of the cruiser Ethereal, and we have followed that Russian vessel for over 5,000 miles to find out what his errand was. When he landed on your palace, we guessed it pretty nearly, I think. Lesensky came to propose an alliance between your majesty and his mistress, Olga Romanoff, did he not?" Before he replied, the Sultan, seeing some of his guards advancing again, and being now convinced that resistance was both unnecessary and impossible, ordered them to take away the body of their comrade and those of the 2 Russians who had been shot. Then he turned to Alan and said with politeness that was perhaps more oriental than sincere, "Pardon my ignorance, Prince of the Air. I did not know that I was speaking to the son of one who is above all kings of the earth. That slave deserved his death for raising his arm against your highness. Yes, you are right. The Russians came to me with such a proposal from her you name. Here is her letter. She styles herself Tsarina of the Russians, but I have never heard her name before. Who is she?" "I will tell your majesty," said Alan, taking the letter which the Sultan now held out to him without hesitation. "For no one can tell you better than I can. She is the last living child of the house of Romanoff. She is beautiful beyond description and evil beyond comprehension. She aspires to rule in fact as what she styles herself in name, and to bring back the gloom of despotism and oppression of the earth. She and her accomplices are responsible for that terrorism of the seas which has paralyzed international commerce for more than 5 years, and they are also in possession of a fleet of about 30 airships. How they were enabled to construct them there is now no time to explain. Suffice it to say that they have them, that they have dared to challenge the forces of Aeria to a contest for the empire of the world, and that during the fortnight they have been fighting, they have had very much the worst of it. We have practically crippled their sea power, blown up their submarine dockyard, and destroyed about half of their aerial fleet. I tell you this, in order that you may receive her proposals with your eyes open. The course of events has made your majesty, to a great extent, the arbiter of the destinies of humanity. Olga Romanoff knows that you have a splendid army at command, that you have illimitable wealth to spend on war material, and that an alliance between you would be irresistible. As an independent sovereign it is, of course, within your right, as it is within your power, to conclude this alliance if you think fit. Do so if you choose, but remember that if you do, you must assume the tremendous responsibility of plunging the whole world into war and bringing inconceivable desolation upon your fellow creatures. You will be allying yourself with the worst enemies of humanity, nay, with the only enemies that humanity has on earth. This Olga Romanoff is called by her followers the Syren of the skies, and the name is an apt one, for she is a very siren, armed with arts that can charm a man's heart out of his breast.
make him forget his duty to himself and his loyalty to his race, and, like Circe of old, reduce him to an animal that exists only for the execution of her will and the gratification of her desires. I speak with knowledge, for I have felt, and through me the world will feel, the terrible force of her spells. And I tell you frankly, as man speaks honestly with man, that if you make this alliance, there will be war between your people and mine, to the death. As far as a single man can do so, you hold the fate of mankind in your hand, and within the next 48 hours you will decide it. Now, I have done my duty, and given you such warning as I can. You will answer for your decision at the bar of God, and it is not for me to say more. Whether we meet again as enemies or not, let us part as friends, and let me implore you, for the love of God and your kind, to rest content with what the fates have already given you. You have raised the Muslim power to a pitch of splendor and dominion far beyond all its former glories. You have all that man could ask for. Yes, as a man, interrupted the Sultan, who up to this point had listened with silent attention to Alan's quick, earnest words. But not all that the commander of the faithful may be content with. I know not what the religion of your people is, but you know that the laws of mine command me, as they command every true Muslim, to plant the banner of the Prophet over the habitations of the infidel, and to give the enemies of the faith the choice between the sword and the Koran. It is not for mere conquest that I have created my armies and my fleet. It is in obedience to the commands of heaven, which has given me the means of conquering the earth for Islam. Khalid spoke rapidly and fiercely, with heaving breast and eyes blazing with the lurid lights of fanaticism. Alan heard him out in silence. Then his hand fell heavily on the Muslim's shoulder, and holding him at arm's length, he looked him straight in the eyes and said slowly and deliberately, Sultan, a man's faith, by whatever name it may be called, is no concern of ours. He is responsible for it to his God, and there is an end of it. But when you tell me that your faith commands you to force it with fire and sword upon the consciences of those who hold another creed, then I tell you to your face that you are a fanatic and a persecutor. Blood enough and to spare has been shed in the wars of creeds, and if I believed that you meant to revive the warfare between cross and crescent, I would strike you dead where you stand, as I struck your slave down just now. But I cannot believe it either of you or any other enlightened man. I am not in any mood to utter empty threats, but I am speaking no idle words when I tell you that the hour in which you make war on Christendom, either for political or religious conquest, shall be the hour in which you will hear the voice of destiny, speaking your own doom. More than that, I ask you now to pledge me your word as an honest man and a ruling king, that for 12 months from now, at the very least, you will neither draw a sword nor fire a shot against Anglo-Saxondom or any other power. He stopped and took his hand from the Sultan's shoulder. Khalid recoiled and drew himself up to the full height of his royal stature as he replied, Prince of the air, demigod almost as you are, you must learn that the commander of the faithful is not to be dictated to on the roof of his own palace, even by you. Am I your slave, that you should lay these commands upon me? Before he made any reply in words, Alan communicated a few rapid orders to those in command of the 2 airships in the Aryan sign language.
The Ethereal rose from above the Vindea as the Russian airship was named, and both vessels ranged themselves alongside the front of the terrace. The Sultan watched this manoeuvre in helpless silence, well knowing that whatever it imported, he was powerless to resist. Then Alan went on. "Not my slave, Sultan, but my fellow man, and as such I will, if I can, and by any means within my power, prevent you from committing such a colossal crime as that which I am afraid, I must now believe, you are contemplating. Now listen well, for my words mean much. These 2 airships could lay your capital, vast and splendid as it is, in ruins before tomorrow's sun rises. And as surely as those stars are shining above us, they shall do so, unless you give me the pledge I ask for. I ask it in the name of all humanity, and I will not spare a few thousands of lives to enforce it." "If you could," ejaculated the Sultan, half involuntarily. "I have heard much of your wonderful airships, but do you know that I have 100,000 soldiers in the city, and that I have hundreds of guns, which will hurl their projectiles for miles into the air? If only one of the 100 struck either of those vessels of yours, she would fall like a stone and be dashed to pieces on the earth. The fighting would not be all on one side." His tone grew more and more defiant as he went on, and Alan saw that some stern lesson would be necessary to induce him to give the pledge upon which the safety of millions depended. In quiet, even tones that contrasted strongly with those of the Muslim, he said, "We of Aeria are not accustomed to boast our prowess lightly, and I am threatening nothing that I cannot do. Still, I do not wish you to give the pledge I ask, save in the fullest knowledge. If you will trust yourself with me on board the Ethereal for an hour, under my pledge of your safe return, I will prove to you, to demonstration, that your city would be as defenseless beneath our guns as a collection of tents would be. The moon is high enough now to give us plenty of light for the experiment, if you think fit to make it." The Sultan hesitated for a few moments, as though in doubt whether he would be permitted to return if he once allowed the Ethereal to carry him away from the earth. Then he remembered that no man had ever known the Aryan who had broken his word. He looked into Alan's strong, frank face, and read there an absolute assurance that his safety would be respected. Then, with a slight inclination of his head, he said, "Your words are wise. I will come, and if you convince me that you can do as you say, I will swear by the holy name of the Prophet that I will make no war upon any man for a year from now." Alan signalled to the Ethereal, which ran in close to the terrace. The door of the deck chamber opened, a gangway was run out, and for the first time in his life, Sultan Khalid trod the deck of a cruiser of the air. The Ethereal and the Vindea at once mounted up into the now brightly moonlit atmosphere. The Sultan saw the myriad lights of his splendid capital sink swiftly down into a vast abyss that seemed to open beneath him. The dim horizon widened out until it enclosed an immense expanse of pale grey desert to the south, while to the north the dark stretch of sea spread out farther than the eye could reach. Up and up the airship soared, until the lights of Alexandria glimmered like a faint white mist at the bottom of a seemingly unfathomable gulf. At length, Alan, who was standing beside him, pointed down and said, "This is your city. If I give the word, 100 shells a minute would be rained onto it from here. Do you think your guns could reach us?" "No," said the Sultan, striving in vain to repress a shudder at the fearful prospect disclosed by Alan's words. "But how could your shells strike that little patch of light which is miles away and thousands of feet below us?" "That too I will prove to you, but not at the expense of your city." He sent an order to the engine room, and the ethereal swerved round to the northward and, followed by the Vindeya, swept out over the Mediterranean in the direction of Crete. Half an hour's flight at full speed brought them in sight of a small rocky islet which showed like a black spot on the surface of the moonlit sea. The two airships were stopped 6,000 feet above the water, and about 4 miles from the heap of rocks. Alan then gave orders for each of the ships to train 4 guns upon it. "Now," he said to the Sultan, "fix your glass on that mass of rocks down yonder, and watch what happens." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the 8 guns were discharged simultaneously. The Sultan heard no report, and saw no flash. But a few seconds later, he saw through the night glasses that Alan had given him a vast mass of flame, of dazzling brilliancy, burst out over the islet, covering it completely, for the moment, with a mist of fire. "Now you shall see the effects of our shells," said Alan. The 2 vessels sank rapidly down in a slanting direction towards the spot where the projectiles had struck. 100 feet from the surface of the water they stopped, and Alan said, "Now look for the island." Khalid swept the sea with his glass. The islet had vanished. The waves were breaking over what seemed to be a sunken reef, and that was all. With hands that trembled, in spite of all that he could do to keep them steady, he took the glass from his eyes, saying in a voice that was shaken by irresistible emotions, "God is great, and I am but a man, while you are as demigods. It is enough. I will give the pledge you ask for." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Olga Romanoff. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Franklin. Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. Chapter 17. An Unholy Alliance. Within a couple of hours after the destruction of the islet, Sultan Khalid was back in his palace, and the Ethereal and the Vindeya had departed with their prisoners of war for Kerguelen. Alan, quite content with the advantage he had gained by obtaining the Sultan's pledge of peace for a year, in comparison with which even the capture of one of the Russian airships was of trifling importance, had determined not to run the needless risk of an encounter with Olga's fleet, for he had learnt the strength of it from Lusensky, and saw that it would be madness to attack it. Added to this was far more important work in hand for him to do, for it was absolutely imperative that a full report of what he had discovered with regard to the proposed alliance between Olga and the Sultan should be laid before the council, with as little delay as possible. For if it ever became an accomplished fact, it could not fail to enormously complicate the coming struggle for the mastery of the world. Therefore, as soon as he had placed a prize crew on board the Vindeya, under the command of Alexis, he gave orders for the 2 airships to proceed southward at full speed, having bidden the Sultan farewell on the terrace of his palace, and left him to draw what morale he could from the brief but startling experience that the midnight hours had brought him. A few minutes before 12 on the following night, the inhabitants of Alexandria were thrown into a state of the most intense excitement by a marvellous appearance in the southern heavens. Long streams of light, which in power and brilliancy excelled even the great electric suns with which the city was lighted, shot down out of the skies, flashing hither and thither, and sweeping the earth below it in vast curves of radiance. Now they streamed out in a huge fan of endless horizontal rays which seemed to reach to the horizon, and now they crossed each other in a network of beams, changing their positions with a rapidity which dazzled and bewildered the beholders. Then they were projected vertically to the zenith as though challenging the stars, and then they blazed straight down upon the earth, bringing into strong relief of light and shadow everything they fell upon. Instantly the spacious streets were crowded with excited throngs of people, and millions of eyes were cast heavenwards, watching the approach of the Syren and her aerial squadron. The 20 airships swept up out of the south at a speed of about 100 miles an hour, in the form of a wide crescent, with the Revenge in the centre. They slowed down as they neared the city, and the concentrated blaze of their light soon fell upon the Sultan's palace, the magnificent proportions of which distinguished it conspicuously even from the thousands of splendid edifices which adorned the Muslim metropolis. Then, still keeping their relative positions with perfect accuracy, the winged vessels sank downwards and wheeled around until they faced the eastern terrace, on which stood the Sultan, with his Grand Vizier and the chief officers of his household, awaiting the coming of his aerial visitors. The flotilla stopped 100 feet from the terrace. Its searchlights were extinguished, but the strange and beautiful shapes of the cruisers of the air stood out sharply, defined against the bright background formed by the myriad lights of the city. The Revenge, flying the long-vanished imperial standard of Russia, with its crowned black eagle on a broad ground of gold at the mizzen, the white flag of peace at the main, and the star and crescent of the Muslim Empire at the fore, floated slowly forward till her shining ram projected over the parapet, and her 3 keels rested lightly upon it. Then one of the forward doors of the deck chamber was drawn back by some invisible agency, and the Sultan saw standing in the opening such a vision of loveliness as he had never imagined even in his dreams of the houris of paradise. Clothed, according to her invariable custom, in a plain clinging robe of royal purple, with no other ornament than a coronet, consisting of a plain broad band of gold, from which rose above her temple 2 wings of silver filigree thickly encrusted with diamonds, Olga Romanoff stood upon the deck of her flagship, the perfect incarnation of royal dignity and womanly beauty. Khalid, who had advanced to the parapet as the squadron approached, saw instantly that this could be none other than the woman whom Alan Arnold had described as beautiful beyond description and evil beyond comprehension. Few men had seen so many beautiful women as he had, and there were scores of them waiting in his harem for the favouring glance that none could win from him. But no sooner did his upward glance rest upon the vision that was looking down upon him from the doorway of the deck chamber of the Revenge than his eyes fell and his head bowed in the involuntary homage that the supreme beauty of such a woman has always claimed from such a man. Evil she might be, but evil in such a shape might be something more than good in the eyes of some men. And of these Khalid the Magnificent was one. His hot Arab blood was aflame the instant that he looked upon her intoxicating loveliness, and half her errand was accomplished before a word had passed between them. She returned his greeting with a gracious inclination of her wing-crowned head, and as she did so, he said,
"The Tsarina is welcome. My house and all that is in it is hers, if she will honor me by entering it, for she will make it more beautiful by her presence."
"Your Majesty's welcome is sweet in my ears,"
she answered, almost insensibly adopting his oriental style of speech.
"For I come as a friend, and I hope to go as an ally."
The gangway stairs dropped as she spoke, and as they did so the Sultan made a sign, and a pair of attendants brought forward some steps covered with crimson velvet, which they placed so that she could descend from the parapet, to which the Sultan himself ascended to meet her as she came down. Taking her hand on the parapet, he led her down to the terrace, with the grace of a king and the deference of a courtier. Then he bent low over her hand and kissed it. And as he did so, the attendant officers of his empire bowed in silent and respectful salutation. Olga was at once conducted to one of the state apartments of the palace, in which the Sultan was wont to receive his most distinguished guests. She was treated with even more respect than would have been accorded to one of the crowned monarchs of the earth. For not only her wonderful beauty and royal carriage, but the marvellous manner of her coming and the tremendous power represented by the flotilla of airships inspired both the Sultan and his subjects with a deference that amounted almost to homage. Then, too, the mystery and romance which invested her name and family and fortune distinguished her as a woman apart from all other women in the world. It might be, as Alan had told the Sultan, that she was really the enemy of the human race, that her true object was to destroy the peace of the world and rekindle the fires of war on earth. But still, the present romance was stronger than the future, and possibly problematical reality, and so it would hardly be too much to say that Olga had succeeded in removing the impression left by Alan on Khalid's mind before she had been an hour under his roof. She naturally expected that one of the first to receive her would be the ambassador who had preceded her. But after looking anxiously for him and not finding him either on the terrace or in the reception room, she turned to Khalid and said,
"I do not see my ambassador here, and yet he must have arrived, since your Majesty tells me that you have been expecting me."
The Sultan's face darkened, and his brows slightly contracted as he replied,
"Tsarina, I have been waiting for an opportunity to tell you what cannot but be unwelcome news. Your ambassador, Olaf Losensky, is not here."
"What?"
cried Olga, half rising from her seat.
"Not here? Surely he has not presumed to leave before my arrival. I can hardly believe that of him."
"He has gone, nevertheless," said the Sultan, "though not by his will or mine, I can assure you. Scarcely had his vessel alighted on the terrace yonder, and he had disembarked, when an Aerian cruiser dropped down as silently as a shadow from the skies. Whence it came I know not, but it would seem that these Aerians see everything, and that their hands reach everywhere. In a moment she had dropped upon your ambassador's vessel, splintering her masts, and yet so softly did she alight that the glass dome was not broken. Then her crew streamed out of the doors of the deck chamber, and the next I knew was that your ambassador and I were covered by half a score of pistols and rifles, and commanded to stand still on pain of death. Then Alan Arnold alighted, forced your envoy to surrender, struck one of my guards dead by some mysterious lightning that flashed from his sword, and after carrying me away into the air, over the sea, and blasting a rock out of the waters to prove to me the power of his guns, brought me back honorably and in safety to await your coming. Truly, these Aerians are more as gods than men. Furious at the unexpected tidings made her, Olga yet managed to restrain her anger sufficiently to reply with wonderful coolness.
Your Majesty gives me sad and bitter news, but it is the fortune of war, and I must not complain. The airship that is taken by surprise is lost, and Olaf Losensky fell a victim to his own carelessness.
Then her mood changed swiftly, and a soft musical laugh came from her smiling lips as she went on.
But it is a poor revenge after all. That same Alan Arnold, the son of the great president of Aeria, was my would-be lover and slave for over 5 years. For my sake he turned traitor to his name and race, gave up the revenge to me, and told me all the jealously guarded secrets of aerial navigation. He killed my brother in a quarrel, but he was useful, so I let him live, a prisoner of war, till I had done with him. Then I set him free, when perhaps I ought to have kept him safe to go and tell his people what a fool I had made of him. I suppose he did not tell your Majesty that?
No, laughed Khalid in reply, wondering what magic she had used to accomplish so marvellous a charm.
He did not, but such a miracle proves that you have been truly named the Syren of the skies, as he said you are, for no other woman could have worked such a wonder, and disputed the empire of the air with the masters of the world.
This is true,
replied Olga, lowering her voice to a tone of intense earnestness.
And the fact that I did it single-handed proves, I hope, that with good friends and true allies I can do more than dispute that empire with the Aryans. These despots of peace who have made the world a paradise of the commonplace, and fettered all strongest and most aspiring spirits, so that they might be equal with the coward and the fool. But those are matters which I would discuss with your Majesty in private, and it is too late in the night to go into them now. You tell me that Alan Arnold has shown you what his airships can do. If your Majesty will honor the revenge by being my guest for tomorrow, I will show you that mine are in no wise inferior to them. Indeed, as I have told you, the Revenge is an Aryan ship built in the enchanted land of Aeria, and if you will tomorrow, she shall carry you over the whole of your dominions, and after that, over those other dominions that shall be yours if you approve the plans that I will lay before you.
She paused and looked at Khalid with cheeks glowing and eyes shining with enthusiasm and passion. He returned her glance with one no less fiery and passionate as he replied,
I will be your guest as you say, but the honor and the favor will be to me, your Majesty. For Majesty you are, crowned by the hand of favoring nature with that which makes all men your subjects. Your airship shall rest in the garden of my palace tonight, and an hour after sunrise you shall find me ready for another journey to the skies. For my first experience has given me a taste for more. Till then, farewell. The memory of your eyes will make me dream of paradise tonight.
There was that in his tone which told Olga that his words meant more than a neatly turned oriental compliment. And as he stooped and kissed her hand in leave-taking, she said, half in jest and half in earnest,
And I shall dream of the nearer glories of the world empire which your Majesty and I may, in the not very distant future,
divide between us. Oh, share together, said Khalid in his soul, as he raised his head again, and their eyes met. At the appointed time the next morning, the squadron rose into the air from the palace gardens. In order to produce as widespread an effect as possible, Olga had extended her invitation to the Grand Vizier and about a score of the Sultan's highest officials, including the commanders of his armies and fleets, who happened to be in Alexandria at the time. These were distributed among the 20 airships, but Olga took care to arrange matters so that only the Grand Vizier should accompany the Sultan on board the Revenge. In order that the Vizier, who was a cool-headed, wary, far-seeing man of nearly 70, and therefore beyond the power of her own personal spells, might not interfere with her design upon his master, she lost no time in placing him under the power of the drug which he had already used with such disastrous results to the world. Although he had said nothing about it, she felt certain that Khalid must have been warned by Alan of the danger of taking anything to eat or drink from her hands, and therefore she had decided to make no attempts upon his liberty of will, unless it became absolutely necessary to do so. But the Vizier was easily taken unawares, and she had little difficulty in causing him to drink a cup of coffee, while her chief engineer was explaining the working of the machinery to the Sultan in the engine room. The coffee, of course, contained a sufficient quantity of the drug to deprive the Vizier of all powers of opposing her will or resisting her suggestions for many hours to come. So far as all independent advice was concerned, he was safely disposed of. The airships rose to an elevation of some 2,000 feet, and at a speed of 200 miles an hour ran first along the valley of the Nile to the southward. At Khartoum they swerved to the eastward, crossing the mountains of the Red Sea, literal at a height of 9,000 feet. Then sank again and skirted the Arabian coast until Mecca, the sacred city of Islam, came into sight. The ancient temple of the Kaaba, containing the tomb of the Prophet, still stood, almost unchanged by the hand of time, amid the splendid buildings, verdant gardens, and long groves of palms, with which the new Mecca of the 21st century was adorned. Pointing down towards it, Olga said to the Sultan, who was standing by her side on the deck, dazzled by the splendours of the swiftly changing prospects of the scene below.
There is the holy city which your majesty may some day make the religious capital of the world. That would be an achievement worthy of the commander of the faithful and the descendant of the prophet, would it not?
Khalid looked down at the city over which they were now speeding in the direction of Medina, and was silent for a few moments. Then he raised his eyes to hers and said, "Even so, but have you counted the cost of achieving it to me and my people? Before the banner of the Crescent could float over a worldwide empire of Islam, we should have to triumph in a war which would involve the whole human race. And this means that we should first have to destroy those who have been lords of the earth and of the air for more than a century."
The Aryans are but men,
said Olga, a trifle coldly.
Why should your majesty fear them? If you are armed with the same weapons that they wield, I suppose Alan Arnold has threatened you and your people with nothing less than annihilation, should you conclude this alliance with me. But why should you fear? I have met the Aryans in battle, and you see, I am not annihilated.
"I do not fear them as personal enemies," replied Khalid proudly, "but only as the possible destroyers of my people, who would be defenseless against them. Think of the destruction you could rain upon the sacred city down yonder, while it could strike no blow in return. That would be the fate of Alexandria, and all the capitals of my empire. And while my armies were marching to the conquest of Christendom, our homes would be laid in ruins, and our wives and children slain without mercy. Show me, he continued, speaking more earnestly and rapidly, how they are to be protected against this, and our alliance may become possible.
It is purely a matter of relative strength, replied Olga. Do you know why this squadron of mine is allowed to pursue its way unmolested, although the Aryans know of its existence? It is because, although, as Alan Arnold truly told you, by superior skills and experience in handling their ships, they have been able to destroy about half my fleet, I am still stronger in the air than they are, and they know that we have now gained the experience which we lacked. They have only 3 vessels, counting the one you saw captured, as swift and as powerful as this, while I have 26. None of their smaller vessels dare venture within reach of my guns, for to do so would be to meet certain destruction. They are doubtless building others as strong and as swift as these, in preparation for the struggle which they know must come. But if we join hands against them, we shall be stronger than they will be when the year of your truce is ended. My engineers shall teach yours how to build airships in all respects equal to these, and submarine cruisers, a dozen of which could destroy your present navies in a day. With all the resources of your empire at command, you could possess in a year from now an aerial navy of 1,000 ships, and a fleet of equal strength. Then you would be strong enough to sweep the seas from pole to pole, and to storm the mountain battlements of Aeria itself. You must not forget that what the Aryans could do to your cities, you could do to Aeria, and to all the capitals of Christendom, city for city. You could take your revenge until
the whole earth was laid waste, and the habitations of men were desolate, broke in Khalid, overwhelmed by the horror of the prospect. It is too great a price to pay, even for the empire of the world and the supremacy of Islam. Even if we survive the ruin that we should have brought upon the world.
Too great if there were any need to pay it,
said Olga quickly, seeing that her lust of conquest and revenge had carried her too far.
But matters will never come to such a pass as that. Our battlefields will be the countries that we shall invade and conquer, not our own. And enough airships can be devoted to the defense of your cities to repel any attack the Aryans may make upon them. Your Majesty must not forget, too, that they will not dare to send any very large force away from Aeria, for they well know that the final battle for the possession of the earth will have to be fought out round the summits of its mountains.
You are right, and I was wrong, Tsarina, said the Sultan in an altered tone. And the Prophet has said of the infidel, such as are stubborn and refuse the true faith, ye shall slay without mercy. Kill them wherever ye find them. But alas! He stopped suddenly and looked at her, and she could see a smile moving his lips under his black beard and moustache. She divined instantly what was passing in his mind, and saw the opportunity for a stroke of diplomacy which, base as it was, she made without a moment's hesitation. Before he could continue, she turned and faced him, looked into his eyes with a glance that dazzled him, and said in a low, quick, earnest tone,
I know what you would say, Sultan Khalid. You would say that I and my people are infidels in your eyes, and therefore worthy of destruction. I have thought of that. But the deck is too public a place for the discussion of such a matter. Call your vizier, and we will retire to my own saloon and talk of it there.
Khalid obeyed, wondering what was coming next from the lips of the Syren, whose fatal beauty of person and subtlety of mind were luring him on to plunge into an ocean of blood, of which no human eyes could see the further shore, if it had one at all. And as soon as the three were seated in the room which had once been Alan's, Olga addressed the vizier first. Rapidly, but very clearly sketched out the project that had been suggested to her by Lusensky, and then, turning to the Sultan, she said,
There seems now to be one real bar to such an alliance, and that is the difference in our faiths, or I should rather say in our creeds. I have not ignored this, nay, I have pondered it deeply and earnestly. Creeds change with times, and Russia, like the rest of Europe, has no real living faith like yours. But you shall give it to them if you wish, and the day that I am proclaimed Empress of the Russians, the crescent shall shine on the towers of the Kremlin.
"What do I hear?" cried Khalid, springing to his feet in amazement at her astounding words. "You and your people will accept the Koran and acknowledge the Prophet."
I will, and they shall,
said Olga calmly and firmly, committing herself to the huge apostasy without a tremor in her voice.
Remember, too, that millions who should by right be my subjects in Asia are already good Muslims. If the Russians refuse to obey me in this, they will be rebels, and you shall do with them as you will do with the other people of Christendom if they remain stubborn. Let your Majesty's chief minister and favourite counsellor speak, and say whether or not I have spoken fairly.
"Speak, Musa el-Ghazi," said the Sultan, in a voice that betrayed intense emotion, "and weigh your words well, for many and great issues may depend upon them."
Commander of the faithful,
said the old man, speaking slowly and with some hesitation, as though he were repeating a lesson hardly yet learned,
I can speak, but the words that my soul echoes from within. A strange power has seemed to take possession of me, and I speak as one to whom another has taught what he should say. Yet the words seem wise to me, and I will speak them, lest not doing so I should have to answer for my negligence. It is written that you shall be the one chosen of heaven to plant the crescent where now falls the shadow of the cross and reign supreme, sole lord of a Muslim world. Then have the means been sent to you by the hands of her who gives you the means of measuring strength with the masters of the nations, by whose pleasure we possess that which we have, and without whose countenance your Majesty would not much longer remain commander of the faithful. I would not willingly speak words of offence, but it is necessary to recognize that the Muslim practices his faith only by permission of those who, if they hold any, hold another.
"By the beard of the Prophet, thou hast said it, Musa. I am a king by permission, a high priest of Islam by sufferance of the infidel," exclaimed Khalid as the hot blood rushed to his swarthy cheeks and the fire of fanaticism leapt into his eyes. "But I will be so mean a thing no longer than the time of the truce to which I have pledged my word. In the blood of the infidel I will wipe out this shame on Islam, yea, though the whole earth shall be drenched with the blood
and tears that shall be licked up by the fires of war. It is my destiny, and I will do it, or my name shall perish from the earth forever. Tsarina Olga, I have seen and heard enough. Let us return to my palace, and arrange the terms of our alliance. And when you have sworn upon the Koran that you will take Allah for your God and Muhammad for your prophet, I will sign them, and together we will conquer the world for Islam. It is Kismet, and that which is written shall be done.
Olga looked upon the splendid figure of the Sultan as he stood before her. His athletic form dilated and his face glorified by the passion of religious fervour that was burning within him. And as she did so, a new light dawned upon her. She saw that this strong, fiery soul might some day conquer even hers, and fuse it into itself. It would be an unholy union, a love brought with apostasy from her faith, and sealed with treachery to her people, and the trust that she had inherited from her forefathers. But what were apostasy and treachery to her now, that the love she had stained her soul with blood and untold crime to win was lost to her for ever? Earthly pomp and power, the pomp of imperial rule, and the power of life and death, of happiness and misery, over millions of her fellow creatures were well worth living for. And with them might come love again, or if not love, then passion, fierce and all-consuming, for this one king of earth who dared to be a king, in fact as well as in name, and then... Before she could make any reply to the Sultan's words, the slow, measured tones of the vizier sounded again, saying,
"If I may speak again, Majesties."
"Say on, good Musa," said the Sultan, "for so far thou hast spoken the words of wisdom."
"I would say,"
continued the old man,
"that even as the winged steed Al-Barak bore the prophet from earth to the seventh heaven, so may it be written that the winged ship of Tsarina Olga shall bear thee, my master, into that paradise of love which so far hast thou sought and not found."
"What say you, well-named Syren of the skies, to that?" said Khalid, taking a step towards the couch on which Olga was sitting, and making a half-appealing gesture with both his hands. She rose to her feet and faced him. One look into his passion-lighted eyes told her that the victory was already won, and that strength could now give place to softness. She dropped her eyes before his burning gaze, and, crossing her hands upon her bosom, with a pretty semblance of submission, said, in a low, sweet tone that he had heard now for the first time,
"All things are possible, and if this be possible, then more than Cleopatra lost for Antony, I will win for you. And you shall reign sole Caesar of a subject world. As for me, when that comes to pass, let it be to me as it shall seem good in the eyes of my lord the king."
And so saying, she bowed slightly before him, and turned, and passed out of the saloon, seeing the vision of him whom she had loved in vain through the mist of tears, which rose in that instant to her eyes. End of chapter 17. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Craig Franklin. Olga Romanoff, Chapter 18. A Momentous Commission.
12 hours after they had left the Sultan on the terrace of his palace, the Ethereal and the Vindea dropped through the clouds onto the snow-covered surface of Kerguelen Island. And within an hour the dispatch vessel Vega was speeding away northwestward to Aeria with a full account of the results achieved by the first cruise of the Ethereal. The 24 hours which would have to elapse before the reply of the council could be received were employed in repairing the damage done to the Vindea, and in renewing the motive power and ammunition of both vessels. Sundry small but effective improvements in the mechanism and appointments of the Vindea were also made. And last, but by no means least important, the name of the prize was changed.
"You are henceforth her commander, old fellow,"
said Alan to Alexis when the question of the new name came up.
"and therefore it is for you to say what her name shall be." "I knew you would say that,"
replied Alexis, his grave, thoughtful face lighting up with a quick flush and almost a boyish smile.
"And of course I needn't tell you what name I should like above all things to give her. But then, you see—" "I see nothing but a quite unaccountable embarrassment written largely upon those ingenuous features of yours, my blushing Achates,"
interrupted Alan, with a laugh that deepened the colour on his friend's cheeks.
"Well, you see, I'm not quite sure whether she would like it, under the circumstances,"
said Alexis hesitantly.
"I didn't know that airships had any choice in the question of their names any more than children have,"
said Alan, gravely stroking his beard and looking at his friend with a laugh in his eyes.
"Don't assume a density that the gods have not given you,"
laughed Alexis in return.
"You know very well who the she is to whom I refer. Now, suppose you were going to name and command the Vindea. What would you call her?"
"I would do as you want to do, my friend," said Alan, laughing outright now.
"Although I fear with more chance of getting snubbed for my temerity and trust to winning forgiveness from the lips of her name-mother by good service and hard hitting." "Perfectly reasoned," exclaimed Alexis. "And so henceforth, until I have expressed orders to call her something else, the Forlorn Hope, for instance, she shall be the Isma, and on her decks I will win the right to ask. I mean to wear the golden wings again, or else she will never cross the confines of Aeria. You will win more than the golden eagles, I hope and believe,"
said Alan, now very serious again.
"For you evidently have a better chance of forgiveness than I have, though I don't despair, mind you, for I am determined never to go back to Aeria, unless I feel that I can fairly ask Alma to forgive what is past, and if she refuses, I will hunt Olga Romanoff to the ends of the earth till I take her alive, and then I will carry her to Aeria, and at Alma's feet I will strike her dead with my own hand, so that she may know the truth." "Amen,"
said Alexis, striding forward and taking his hand.
"And if Alma says no to you, I will never see Isma's face again till I have helped you to clip the Syren's wings and take her to meet her just reward. It is a bargain. Between us we will bring those proud damosels to sweet reasonableness. Now let us go and get a bottle of sparkling Arian and rename the Vindea in proper form."
Thus it came to pass that when the Ethereal next took the air, her consort bore the name that was dearest to her commander's heart. The anxiously expected Vega did not return till nearly 30 hours after her departure. The delay proved that the council had considered the tidings that she had brought of great importance, and had therefore taken some time to deliberate over them. This turned out to be the case, and the decision arrived at by the rulers of Aeria showed that they looked upon the crisis as grave in the last degree. The return dispatch stated that within 24 hours after the arrival of the Vega at Kerguelen, a fleet of 50 airships
would be at the disposal of Alan and Alexis, who were ordered to place themselves at the head of it and proceed with all speed to Alexandria, taking Orlof Losensky and the other Russian prisoners with them. Alan was to be the bearer of an ultimatum to the Sultan confirming, in the name of the President and Council of Aeria, the provisional declaration of war which he had threatened as the result of an alliance with Olga Romanoff, and stating that at sunrise on the 16th of May in the following year, hostilities would be commenced against him, and continued to the point of extermination, so far as all men who bore arms were concerned. He was also called upon to order the Russian squadron to leave his capital, should it still be there, within 2 hours. If he refused, or if Olga declined to remove her ships, they were to be engaged there and then, and, if possible, destroyed at all costs. This latter part of the message was to be conveyed to Olga in a different form by the hands of Losensky, who was then to be set at liberty with his fellow prisoners. If Olga consented to go within the given time, it would be necessary to allow her to depart unmolested, as the superior speed of her ships would place the bulk of the Aerian fleet at a hopeless disadvantage in a pursuit, and expose it to certain destruction. If she insisted on fighting, then, of course, the hazard of battle must be taken, and the Council relied upon the commanders of its fleet to do their duty as their judgment should point it out to them. No specific terms were to be made with Olga and her adherents, but hostilities were, if possible, to be avoided until the Sultan's year of truce had expired, and the new Aerian fleet was ready to take the air. If no fighting took place, Alan was to proceed with his squadron to London, with a third dispatch to the King of Britain, as head of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, advising him, in the face of the threatening danger, to call together the rulers of Anglo-Saxondom and take immediate measures for mutual defence against the Muslims, in case they should invade Europe when the year of truce was up. For this purpose, arms in any quantities that might be needed would be sent out from Aeria, and the Aerians would undertake the task of drilling the newly formed armies and instructing them in the use of the weapons. In addition to this, the necessary works and power stations for building and equipping at least 1,000 of the largest airships were to be established under Aerian control in England, and at the same time dockyards were to be set up for the construction of an equal number of submarine vessels of the narwhal type. It was, however, to be made an absolute condition of this assistance and protection that the armies and aerial and sea navies were to be entirely officered by Aerians, and were to be under the unquestioned control of the President of Aeria. This condition was, for obvious reasons, held by the Council to be absolutely essential to success. Divided commands in the face of a foe which would obey blindly the orders of a single chief, who had already shown that he could create armies and fleets of high efficiency, would mean inevitable failure and disaster. Therefore, the absolute control of Anglo-Saxondom must once more be placed in the hands of the Supreme Council, until the danger was past and peace was restored. Or Aeria would fight the battle alone and leave the nations of Anglo-Saxondom to their fate. The immediate effect of the orders brought by the Vega was to throw the station of Kerguelen into a state of the most intense activity. Alan at once assumed command by common consent, and, assisted by Alexis, Admiral Forrest and Captain Ernstein, got everything in readiness for the reception of the coming squadron from Aeria. All the defences of the station were also thoroughly inspected, from the airships floating above the clouds to the submarine mines which guarded the entrances to the harbours, and a general plan of the now inevitable campaign was sketched out at a council of war held on the evening of the Vega's return. it is scarcely necessary to say that the orders from headquarters put both Alan and Alexis into the highest spirits. They had already vindicated their claim to the confidence of the council and their fellow countrymen, and the claim had been allowed without stint or hesitation. Though their year of probation had only just begun, they found themselves entrusted with a mission, dangerous it is true, but also of the most supreme importance. And Alan in particular felt his pulses thrill with justifiable pride when he found himself charged with the glorious task of doing almost exactly what his great ancestor, Alan Tremaine, had done 130 years before, when he marshalled the millions of Anglo-Saxondom against the leagued despotisms of Europe and overthrew them in the mighty conflict which had given peace on earth for nearly 5 generations. Whether he would succeed, as the chief of the Terror had done, depended not upon himself so much as on Anglo-Saxondom itself. If the once conquering race of earth had kept intact its old martial strength and imperial spirit through the long years of peace and prosperity, as its kindred in Aeria had done, all would be well, and the disturbers of the welfare of humanity would pay dearly and bitterly for their tremendous crime. But if, like the Romans of old, they had allowed the tropical atmosphere of material luxury to relax the fibres of their once sturdy nature and weaken the arms which had once enclosed the world in their embrace, then his mission would fail, however eloquently he might urge it. A desolation infinitely greater than that which overwhelmed Rome or Byzantium would fall upon Anglo-Saxondom, and its name would be the only monument of its vanished glory. But the Vega brought something more to Alan and Alexis than the dispatches and the orders of the council. This was a letter from Isma to Alan, filled with the tenderest expressions of delight at the triumphs which he and his companion in arms had already achieved, and of brave and hopeful confidence in them, despite the terrible dangers that they were going forth to confront. The letter concluded with the significant sentence,
"When you come back in triumph, as I know you will, there will not be one heart in Aeria that will not beat more gladly for your sakes, not one hand that will not be stretched out to greet you, either in friendship or in love. Remember this against the day of battle, and in the day of peace you shall see how true my words are."
Although the letter made no mention of Alma, save as one of the intimate friends who sent their loving greetings to the 2 men who were going to lead the navy of Aeria to what might be the first battle of a war that would be the most colossal and unsparing struggle ever waged on earth, Alan was able to read enough between the lines to give him hope. He knew enough of Alma's proud and sensitive nature to fully understand why no word had come directly from her to him, and also to recognize that the task of winning her back from her estrangement would be no light one. Indeed, of the 2 tasks which lay before him, the conquest of the world and the reconquest of Alma's heart, he looked with less misgiving upon the former than he did upon the latter. Still, he by no means despaired, and what he had said to Alexis was justified in his mind by the belief that in Isma he had the most eloquent of advocates, always at Alma's side, pleading his cause even better than he could do it himself, at any rate for the present. As for Alexis, his lover's eyes and more sanguine temperament found in the letter ample justification for the renaming of the Vindea, and if he forgot to return the precious sheet of paper to Alan after he had read its contents, it was because he honestly felt that he had the better right to it. And his companion in love and war apparently recognized this, for he carefully refrained from asking him for it. thus well comforted with new-born hope, and impatiently longing to begin the momentous work in hand, whether it was to be war or diplomacy, they awaited the arrival of the promised fleet from Aeria, which was expected to alight on the surface of Kerguelen about noon on the day after the arrival of the Vega. A few minutes before 12 o'clock on the 19th of May, one of the lookout vessels floating 5,000 feet above the clouds which overhung Desolation Land telephoned,
"Fleet from Aeria in sight."
And half an hour after the receipt of the anxiously expected news at headquarters, the 50 airships were grouped round the power station at the head of Christmas Harbour, renewing the motive power which had been expended on the voyage from Aeria. When this operation was completed, the fleet was equipped for a voyage of 30,000 miles if necessary. As every vessel was completely furnished with all stores and munitions of war, no further preparations had been made, and Alan was able to give the signal for the flotilla to take the air in a little more than an hour after its arrival at Kerguelen. It was divided into 2 divisions of 25 ships each, one led by the Ethereal and the other by the Isma. And these rose into the air, formed into 2 straight lines each about a quarter of a mile long. The 2 flagships flew, one on either flank, and slightly ahead and above the main body. This formation enabled any signals made from either of them to be instantly seen by every ship in the fleet. The distance to be traversed was 5,800 geographical miles, and the voyage was performed at a speed of 400 miles an hour without incident. At daybreak on the 20th, the 2 divisions were floating in a wide circle 6,000 feet above Alexandria at a sufficient distance to be practically invisible from the city, which nevertheless lay completely at the mercy of the 400 guns which were trained upon it, and which, if the terms of the council's ultimatum were not accepted by the Sultan and Olga, would reduce it to a wilderness of ruins within an hour from the signal to fire being given. That the Russians were still the guests of the Sultan was made apparent as soon as the light became strong enough for their squadrons to be seen resting on the earth in the gardens of the palace, with one lookout ship stationed about 1,500 feet above the roof of the palace. When all the ships were in their stations, the Ethereal and the Isma ran up close to each other, and Alexis boarded the flagship to receive his final instructions from Alan, who had undertaken the perilous duty of conveying the ultimatum to the Sultan and his possible ally. Orloff Losensky was on board the Ethereal, and Alan requested him to be present when Alexis received his orders. As he shook hands with the Vice-Admiral, Alan said, "I have asked Orloff Losensky to hear our last arrangements made, so that he may recognize as well as we do that this is a matter of life and death for all of us. For my own part, I am determined that the wishes of the council shall be obeyed, or the Ethereal and her crew shall be buried with our enemies in the ruins of Alexandria. We have not been seen yet from the Russian lookout ship, but they will of course see the Ethereal going down. I shall descend, flying a flag of truce, and I feel certain that the Sultan will recognize it himself and compel his allies to do so. But if not, if a single shot is fired, or if the Russian squadron attempts to rise in the air until my return, you are to give the signal to open fire upon the city, and the fleet is not to cease firing until it is destroyed. You are to forget that you are destroying friends as well as foes, for I and all on board the Ethereal recognize that the honour of Aeria and the safety of the world demand the sacrifice, and we are resolved to make it. I not only order this as your superior in command, I ask it as a friend and brother in arms. I know you will gladly die in the same cause if necessary, and so you must not hesitate to kill me and destroy the Ethereal.
if the fortune of war compels you to do so."
Alan's speech, spoken with the perfect steadiness of an unalterable resolve, found a fitting response in the breast of his companion in arms. Still holding his friend's hand in what might be a farewell clasp, Alexis simply replied,
"I see the necessity, and I will obey to the letter. God grant that you may all return safe and sound, but if you don't, you shall have such a tomb as no man ever had before. Goodbye."
"Goodbye," said Alan in the same steady tone, and then their hands parted, and Alexis returned to his ship.
"Now, Orloff Losensky,"
said Alan, turning to the Russian,
"you have heard my instructions, and you know that they will be obeyed. Neither you nor your mistress have any right to expect mercy at my hands, and you shall have none. Obey my orders to the letter, and see that your mistress does the same, or Alexandria will be in ruins before the sun reaches the zenith. I have heard, and I will obey, for the fortune of war is with you, and I must,"
replied Losensky, completely overmastered by the heroic devotion displayed by Alan in what bade fair to be a crisis in the fate of the world. A broad white flag of truce was now flown from the aftermast of the Ethereal. At the fore flew, as a greeting to the Sultan, the star and crescent of Islam, while above both at the main floated the sky-blue banner of Aeria, emblazoned with the golden wings united by a mailed hand armed with a dagger. With every man at his station and every gun ready for instant use, the flagship dropped swiftly down towards the Russian vessel floating over the palace. Within a mile of her signal, "We bring dispatches to the Sultan," flew from the signal staff at the stern. The captain of the Russian scout ship read the signal and at once telephoned to the palace, with which his ship was connected by an electric thread, for instructions. The Ethereal then flew a second signal: "If you rise, we shall fire." And this he was forced to obey, as the Aerian vessel was too far above him for his guns to come into play. He therefore replied with the signal, "I have asked for instructions, wait for reply." A few minutes later, Alan, keeping the Russian well under his guns, saw her drop down to the earth and alight on the flat roof of the palace, on which several figures could be seen moving about and scanning the skies with glasses, which were speedily centred on the Ethereal. Then a white flag was run up to the top of the flagstaff on one of the minarets of the palace. A similar one was hoisted by the Russian airship, and she rose towards the Ethereal. Alan, feeling now sure that the flag of truce would be respected for the Sultan's sake, allowed the ship to come stern on to the Ethereal until the two were within speaking distance. As she approached, the Russian swung her stern guns out laterally, and Alan did the same with his, so that for the time being neither ship could injure the other. The stern doors were then opened, and the Russian captain delivered a message to the effect that the Sultan had just risen for morning prayers, and would receive the captain of the Ethereal in half an hour. The Aerian vessel could therefore descend without fear.
"There is no question of fear," replied Alan shortly. "I have not come alone. Use your glasses and you will see that the city is surrounded. But we shall respect the truce if you do."
The Russian stepped back with a hurried gesture and seized his glasses. It was now quite light enough for him to see, at that elevation, a wide circle of points of flashing blue light, reflected from the hulls of the Aerian fleet. He put down his glasses and replied,
"So I see. You would not have got here if patrols had been sent out as I advised."
or else your patrols would not have come back," said Alan, turning on his heel and walking forward. Half an hour later, the white flag on the minaret was dipped 3 times, as an invitation for the ethereal to descend, and Alan, determined to guard against any possible treachery on the part of the Russian scout ship, signalled to it to precede him. And so the 2 vessels sank down and alighted almost together on the roof of the palace. The Sultan, surrounded by his ministers, was awaiting them, and as soon as salutes had been exchanged, Alan handed him the ultimatum of the council. As Khalid read the brief but pregnant message, his brows contracted, and an angry flush showed through the bronze of his skin. He read it twice over, stroking his beard slowly and deliberately as he did so. Then he looked up, and said to Alan in a tone from which he made no effort to banish the accents of his anger, "Was not my word enough? Have I not promised that I would make no war for a year? By what right do you order me to compel my friend and ally to leave my city within 2 hours?" At the word ally, Alan's face assumed an expression of wrathful sternness, and he replied, "By the right which has always governed the issues of war, the power to compel obedience." "To compel!" cried the Sultan in a still angrier tone. "What, with 1 airship against 20? Not even a prince of air could do that."
"No prince of the air would be mad enough to make the attempt," replied Alan coldly. "Ask the captain of your scout ship, and he will tell you that your city is surrounded. And I can tell you that 400 guns are trained upon it at this moment, and that the firing of a shot or the rising of any airship but my own from the ground will be the signal for them all to be discharged. I need not tell your majesty what the result of that would be."
Khalid recoiled with a cry that was almost one of fear. He knew instinctively that Alan was speaking the literal truth, without the confirmation given by the captain of the scout ship. He saw, too, that Olga had deceived him, or at any rate had been grievously mistaken, when she had said that the Aerians would not send a fleet after her squadron. They had done so, and so skillfully had its movements been ordered that the city had been taken by surprise and lay at its mercy. Brave as he was, the strange terrors of the situation sent a thrill of fear through his soul. There he stood, the proudest king on earth, on the roof of his palace, beneath the smiling sky of an Egyptian summer morning, and yet that smiling sky was charged with death and destruction 100-fold greater than if the thunder clouds were lowering on it, ready to hurl their lightning upon the earth. He could see nothing but the blue heavens and the eastern sunlight shining over the roofs of his capital, and yet he knew that the man standing before him could, with a single signal, reduce the splendid city to heaps of shattered, shapeless ruins, and bury its inhabitants and its guests in one common tomb. Then, what seemed to be a saving thought flashed through his mind, and he said, almost in a tone of banter, "But in that case we should not die alone, unless you have taught those unsparing guns of yours to distinguish between friend and foe. The signal for our destruction would be the signal for yours as well."
"Even so," replied Alan gravely. "That is a contingency which I have foreseen. Olaf Losensky, tell his majesty what my last orders to the fleet were."
The Russian stepped forward and after saluting the Sultan said,
"I heard the orders given, Majesty, and they were to that effect. Friends and foes are to be destroyed alike, and nothing is to be left of Alexandria but its ruins. I am also charged with a message to my mistress, the Tsarina, which tells her that if she does not leave within 2 hours, her ships will be attacked in the city, and that too would be disaster. And if my words have still any weight with her, I shall advise compliance with the order of the council. Will your Majesty permit me to be conducted to my mistress in order that I may deliver my message in due form?"
The Sultan did not seem to hear the request at all. The idea that Alan and his crew should thus deliberately devote themselves and their beautiful vessels to annihilation in the event of their orders being disobeyed appalled and unnerved him. He knew nothing save by tradition of the heights of heroism to which men can rise under the stimulus of war, and he looked upon the man who had so calmly pronounced the provisional death sentence of himself and his companions as something more than human, as beings of a higher order, to fight against whom would be impious rashness rather than courage. It was a situation that would have shaken the nerves of the sternest and most experienced soldier of the 19th century, and so it was no wonder that his spirit, unbraced by the discipline of war, shrank from facing its terrors. He saw, too, that there was literally no choice save between submission and destruction. To save not only the lives of himself and his people, but also those of his guests and allies, he and they must submit and obey this imperious mandate.
"It is the will of God,"
he said, bowing his head slightly towards Alan as he spoke.
"They who cannot fight must yield. Hereafter we may meet upon more equal terms, and then today's humiliation shall not be forgotten."
Alan inclined his head in reply and said,
"So be it. As your Majesty has seemingly decided to involve the world in the horrors of war, it is not for me to say any more. When the day of battle comes, let the fortune of war decide between us. Meanwhile, Olaf Lasensky, it is time that you took the council's message to your mistress."
"Give it to me,"
said the Sultan, stepping forward with outstretched hands,
"and I will take it to her, if she has risen yet."
"There is no need for that,"
said a voice a few yards beyond Alan.
"I am here, and I will take it."
As the sweet, low, even tones now so hatefully familiar reached Alan's ears, he turned sharply round, with a blaze of ungovernable anger in his eyes, and saw Olga, calm and self-possessed in all the pride of her imperial beauty, walking towards the group from an arched doorway that led up from the interior of the palace. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Craig Franklin. Chapter 19. Face to Face Again. Smiling and self-possessed as Olga appeared when she gained the roof of the palace, she had passed through a perfect purgatory of conflicting and agonizing emotions since the news of the arrival of the ethereal had reached her in her room. Her tremendous and, but for the fact of her strange, hopeless love, incomprehensible blunder in setting Alan and Alexis free, instead of either killing them or keeping them in lifelong captivity, had already borne terrible fruit. But this visit, made at the very moment when her plans were apparently crowned with success, seemed to threaten nothing less than the complete ruin of all her schemes. She knew instinctively that the city must be surrounded by an overwhelming force of Aerian ships. For a single one to venture thus into the midst of her own squadron, and, judging by her own tactics, she expected nothing less than immediate annihilation as the alternative to surrender. But even more bitter than this was the thought of meeting, not only as a free man, but as the commander of the Aerian navy, the man who but a few days ago had been her docile, unresisting slave, robbed of the highest attribute of his manhood by the Circe spell that she had cast over him, and which she now knew was broken for ever. And more than this, she must now meet as an implacable enemy the man whom, in spite of herself, she still loved with all the passion of her fiery nature, and who, now that he was free again, could but look upon her not only with hatred, but with disgust. This, so far as her own feelings were concerned, was the miserable end of her scheming. But there was no help for it. She had deliberately sown the wind, and now the time was approaching for her to reap the whirlwind. She thought of her dreams in St. Petersburg, and a new and awful meaning was made apparent to her in those few minutes of mental torture before she went to meet her well-beloved enemy face to face. She saw herself, mistress of a conquered world, seated on a lonely throne, wailing over her own broken heart in the midst of a desolation that she had brought upon the earth for nothing. This, it seemed, was to be the penalty of the unspeakable crime she had committed to gain possession of the airship. A hopeless love that should turn all the fruits of conquest, if she ever won them, into the bitter ashes of the Dead Sea apples in her mouth, a love not only unrequited, but repaid with righteous horror and almost divine disgust. And yet, despite all this, her marvellous fortitude and royal pride came to her aid to help her to bear herself bravely before her enemies. And so, with a smile on her lips and a hell of raging passions in her bosom, she ascended to take her part in the debate, big with the destiny of the world that was being held on the palace roof. As Alan turned and confronted her in all the strength and splendour of the manhood that not even her almost superhuman arts had been able to tarnish or weaken, and looked at her with the stern, steady gaze without one sign of recognition in the eyes that shone blue-black beneath his straight-drawn brows, her heart stood still and seemed turned to ice in her breast. And for one brief moment her foot faltered, and the light died out of her eyes and the colour from her cheeks. Then she caught the Sultan's gaze turned inquiringly upon her. Her indomitable spirit rose to the emergency, and her self-possession returned. Passing Alan by with a slight inclination of her head, which did not conceal the mocking smile which curled her dainty lips, she went to Khalid, and, holding out her hand, said in steady, musical tones which, do what he would to resist it, sent a thrill to Alan's heart.
"There is the message that my faithless servant brings from the tyrants of the world."
The Sultan gave it to her, and as she read it, Losensky stood silent like the rest, but with head bowed down in shame and sorrow. When she reached the last word of the dispatch, the crimson deepened on her cheeks, and her hands closed convulsively on the paper. Then, with a quick movement, she tore it in twain, flung the two fragments to the ground, and then, looking up with eyes blazing with passion, she cried,
"I should be a slave to obey. Losensky, signal to the squadron to rise. Boys,
Train a gun on that ship and blow her to pieces if a man moves on board of her. Out of the way there, Alan Arnold. If you lift a hand, I will shoot you like a dog."
As she spoke, she snatched a pistol out of her belt and had almost levelled it at Alan's heart, when, like a flash of lightning, his rapier leapt from its sheath, and as the pistol came up, it was dashed from her hand.
"I could have killed you with less trouble,"
he said in quick, stern accents, raising the glittering blue blade to a level with her eyes, and keeping it outstretched towards her.
"Have you forgotten what I told you? Or that I am no longer under your vile spell? If those orders are obeyed, I will kill you now, though you do wear a woman's shape. The city is surrounded, and if one vessel rises from the earth, Alexandria will be in ruins in an hour. Now, give the signal for its destruction if you dare, and let the earth be rid of you. And of you, my gallant knight of the air, who draws his sword upon a woman?"
She almost hissed at him in fury.
"Yes, I dare, and I will, Lusensky."
In another moment, the fate of the world would have been changed. But before the order could be repeated, the Sultan strode forward and placed himself between Alan and Olga with outstretched arms.
"No, Tsarina, that order shall not be given on my palace or in my hearing. You have forgotten our agreement and my oath. I have sworn on the Koran that there shall be no war between Islam and Aeria for a year, and by the glory of Allah there shall be none. What have I and my people done that you should bring this destruction upon them? Your servant shall be shot if he opens his lips, and if you must fight, go into the desert and do it. But that will end our alliance, for you will have broken the peace to which I have sworn, and made me a liar. It is enough. Let us talk like reasonable beings, and not quarrel like children."
Olga was conquered for the time being, and she saw it. Few as had been the moments of the Sultan's speech. They were enough to allow her agile intellect to get the better of her anger, and to convince her that it would have led her to suicide in another minute. Her manner changed with a swiftness that was almost miraculous. Her long, thick lashes fell, hiding the still burning fires of her eyes. Her attitude changed from one of defiance to one of deference, and as she stepped back a pace or two, she said, in a totally altered voice,
"Your Majesty has justly rebuked me. My anger overcame my reason for the moment. My hatred of these tyrants of the air is not a thing of today or of yesterday, as you know, but the legacy of generations of wrong and robbery, and the arrogance of this man, who but a few days ago was my slave, and now ventures to dictate terms of war or peace to me, was more than my patience or my temper could bear. I have done wrong, and in atonement I will promise, on the honour of Romanoff, to be bound absolutely by such engagement as your Majesty may make, until the period of your truce is expired."
So saying, she retired to a distant part of the terrace, beckoning Lusensky to follow her. Throwing herself on a seat in full view, but out of earshot of the group she had left, she bade him to tell her the story of the loss of the Vindea, and how he came to be the bearer of the message of the Council of Aeria to her. Lusensky told the story simply and truthfully, and as he finished, the Grand Vizier approached, and after an obeisance made with oriental reverence, said,
"Tsarina, my master commands me to inform you that he has settled all matters with the Prince of the Air, save one, and to settle that he craves your assistance. Will it please you to come and speak with him?"
"I will come,"
said Olga, rising and following him, with the words of Losensky fresh in her ears. "Tsarina Olga," said the Sultan, coming to meet her as she approached the group amidst which Alan was still standing. "I have come to an agreement with Alan Arnold upon all points but one, and that one only you can decide. He asserts that 6 years ago he took you and your brother as guests on board the airship, which you now call the Revenge, that you drugged the wine drunk by him and his comrades, and, sparing only him and his friend, Alexis Mazarov, you poisoned the rest of the crew, and threw them out onto the snows of Norway, after which you kept him and Alexis under your influence by means of a drug that deprived them of their willpower, and forced them to reveal the secrets of the airship to you, and assist you in building your fleet."
"And has your Majesty given credence to such a monstrous story, or do you only wish to hear me give it the contradiction which its absurdity and falsity deserve? If the former, the sooner I and my ships leave your city never to return as enemies, the better. If the latter, you shall soon be satisfied."
Olga spoke with an air of angered innocence, which completely deceived the Sultan, anxious as he was to find the extraordinary story false, and he hastily replied, "It is the latter that I desire, of course. I was obliged to say that if you were unable to deny the accusation, it would be impossible for me to continue an alliance with one who had been guilty of a crime which my faith and the customs of my race denounce as vile beyond all human measure. But I refuse to believe it against you until your own lips had confessed it, or undeniable evidence had proved it. And therefore I have asked you to come and let us know the truth."
"I thank you, Sultan Khalid, for your confidence and your chivalry,"
she said, looking up into his eyes with a glance that rendered all denial from her once and forever unnecessary.
"You shall hear me deny the foul falsehood to my traducer's face."
Stung to a fresh fury by the knowledge that Alan had sought to expose her in her true nature to the man whom she sought to make her slave in his place, she strode forward to within 3 paces of where he was standing, and drawing herself up to the full height of her royal stature, she faced him with pale cheeks and blazing eyes, her beauty so transfigured by anger that the Muslims standing about her instinctively shrank back, awe-stricken by such an incarnation of wrath and loveliness as no man of them had ever dreamt of before. Even Alan himself forgot his hate and disgust for the moment in the contemplation of her almost miraculous beauty, and the indescribable dignity with which her anger invested her, and waiting in silence that was almost respectful for the tempest of wrath and reproach which he saw was about to be let loose on him. Her lips trembled mutely for a moment or two before any sound came from them, but when she spoke her tone was low and clear, though almost hoarse with passion and shaken by the manifest effort she made to keep it under control.
"So this is the return that your chivalry makes for my generosity in giving you your life and liberty, when you were lost to the world, when I might have killed you, as I see now that I should have done, without a single soul among your people knowing anything
of your fate. I expected that you would take up arms against me, for your people and mine are enemies to the death. And I knew, too, that the love which I had spurned would not be long in turning to active hate. But you excelled my expectations. You, one of the princes of the air, the scion of the race that holds itself above all the other races of the earth, the son of a man who but a few years ago was lord and master of the world. You come in the guise of open and honourable warfare to smirch with your foul lies the fame of a woman for whose sake you made yourself a traitor to your people and a murderer of your own comrades. A pretty story, forsooth, to tell in the ears of my friends and allies. Do you take them for children or fools that you expect them to believe it? Imagine such a miracle, your majesty,
she continued, turning, with a clear ring of a mocking laugh in her voice, to the Sultan.
Imagine this Alan Arnold, son of the president of Aeria, with his friend and lieutenant Alexis Mazarov, and a crew of 8 Aryans on board their flagship, armed with the most tremendous means of destruction ever invented by human genius, and each man of them, moreover, possessing in his own person the power of life and death, as he himself has proved before your own eyes. These kings among men invite 2 casual acquaintances for a trip to the clouds, and these 2 guests, a youth of 20 and a girl not 17, unarmed and without assistance, seize their ship, kill 8 of their invincibly armed comrades, and lead the captain and his lieutenant away captive. And how? By the means of some mysterious drug, subtle and irresistible poisons, of which such a boy and girl could not possibly have known either the composition or the use, and which they would have been afraid to employ if they had done. But let me come to the facts as they are,
she went on, turning again to Alan, who stood literally dumbfounded before her, amazed beyond power of thought or speech by the audacity of her words.
It is you who are the liar, the traitor, and the murderer. It is you who killed my brother before my eyes because he sought to protect me from your violence. And it is you and your friend Alexis who, of your own free will, struck your comrades dead and threw them out of the airship into the Norwegian snows, and then, in the hope of gaining my favour, took the ethereal to Vorobyevo near Moscow and delivered her into the hands of my friends. I have 50 men within call at this moment who will swear that this is true. Olaf Losensky, you are one of them. Were you not at the villa at Vorobyevo when these 2 came with me in the ethereal and delivered her into your hands? And did you not find the corpse of my brother Sergei in one of the staterooms, with his neck bruised and blackened by the grip of his murderer?
Yes, Majesty, replied Losensky, stepping forward as he was addressed. That is true, though they told us at the time that your brother had been killed in a struggle with their comrades.
And is it true,
continued Olga,
that they accompanied me into your villa and had supper with us as friends? And did I not forgive the deaths of my brother for the sake of the advantage which the possession of the airship, which they consented to surrender to us, would be to the cause of the revolution in Russia to which we were pledged?
That is also true, Majesty, and there are several here now with the squadron who can also testify to the fact.
And also,
interrupted Olga,
to the fact that these 2 traitors worked willingly to help us to secrete the airship, and finally to take her to Mount Terror, and there explains the working of her machinery to us, and helped us to build other airships and submarine vessels, and commanded these in their attacks upon the commerce of our enemies. Is that true also?
It is, Majesty, again replied Losensky,
Shall I summons the crews of our ships, that they also may testify to it, lest my word should not be enough?"
"Is it your Majesty's wish that they be called?"
asked Olga, again turning to the Sultan, who all this time had been standing, shifting his gaze from her face to Alan's, and from Alan's back again to hers, horrified by the fearful accusations with which she had replied to the story, of the falsity of which he was already thoroughly convinced.
"If Alan Arnold desires it," he said, in grave, deliberate tones, "but would it not be better that he should speak first? At present we have 2 words against 1. Has he any proof that what you say is false?" he continued, looking inquiringly towards Alan.
"I have none but my own words and that of Alexis up yonder in the skies, and him I cannot, and if I could, under the circumstances, I would not call,"
said Alan, who by this time had recovered his self-possession.
"If your Majesty proposes to judge between us according to spoken testimony, I say at once that I will accept no such tests. For I well know that this woman could produce 100 of her accomplices who would swear anything she bade them to swear. She has given me the lie with equal skill and audacity. I can only give her the lie in return, if not as skilfully, at least as boldly, and with a knowledge that I am telling the truth. Your Majesty can believe her story or mine as you choose. If you believe hers, I am willing to do you the justice of confessing that you will be judging according to the weight of testimony, such as it is, for that is certainly against me."
"And so I must judge," replied the Sultan coldly. "I cannot believe your story, for it seems to be impossible, while the Tsarina has every appearance of truth. Into your motives I have neither the right nor the wish to inquire, and all that is left for me to say is that what I have heard has finally decided me to espouse the cause of Tsarina and her friends against those who have wronged and slandered her, be the cost to me and my people what it may. We shall keep the truce if you do, and in the day of strife let the god of battles decide between us. My answer to your council's message shall be ready for you in half an hour. Farewell."
So saying, Khalid the Magnificent turned his back upon Alan, and walked, followed by his vizier and his ministers, to the doorway leading to the interior of the palace. Olga, pausing for a moment to cast one glance of triumphant hatred at her discredited foe, beckoned Lysensky, and followed the Sultan without a word. Alan, amazed and enraged beyond measure by the unexpected turn that affairs had taken, and yet confident in his own knowledge of the truth, turned on his heel and went back on board the Ethereal, where he went into his own cabin and sat down to write his directions for enforcing the order of the council with regard to the evacuation of the city by the Russian squadron. He bitterly regretted that the orders of the council did not permit him to destroy the Russian airships there and then, while they lay at his mercy. But the orders were explicit, and forbade him even to pursue them after they had left Alexandria, unless they committed an act of hostility against him. If he could have done so, he would have fought them at all hazards, and then, if he had conquered, he would have been able to enforce the general prohibition of the council against building airships upon the Sultan. But as disobedience was not to be thought of, he could only carry out his orders, and hope that the judgment of the council might in the end prove superior to his own. At the end of half an hour he was summoned to meet the Grand Vizier, who brought the reply of his master. This ran as follows.
In the name of the most merciful God, Khalid, commander of the faithful, to Alan Arnold, president of Aeria, I have received your message from the hands of your son. I shall faithfully observe the terms of the truce I promised to him, and of which he has told you. As my city lies, for the time being, at the mercy of your fleet, I can only save my people and my guests from destruction by agreeing to your demands. The Russian airships shall leave Alexandria within an hour of the delivery of this to your son. But this is to tell you that I have made alliance with Olga Romanoff, rightful Tsarina of the Russians, and that when the year of truce has expired, I will no longer be a king merely in name, and hold my power and dignity at your pleasure. At the end of the year of truce, there shall be war between you and me, and your people and mine, unless before then you shall recognize my independence in due form, and my right to create such armaments as I think fit for the protection of my domains against yourself or any other power. And unless you consent to restore Olga Romanoff to the throne and dignity which is hers by right, and of which your ancestors robbed her in the days of the terror, if you do this, there shall be peace between us. But if not, there shall be war, and we will fight until the God of battles has decided between us, and given to you or to me the dominion of the world.
Alan's brows contracted slightly as he read this defiant missive. But there was a half-pitying smile on his lips when he said to the vizier, as he handed him the instructions he had just written,
I am deeply sorry. Sorry for him and his people, and indeed for the whole human race, that he has been misled into writing words which in a year's time will set the world in a blaze. Our reply to this will be written in blood and fire and the smoking ruins of cities throughout the length and breadth of his dominions. But he has chosen, and he and you must abide by his choice. I cannot believe that he knows what he is doing, and if you are a faithful friend and servant, you will counsel peace and moderation.
My master,
said the vizier haughtily,
does not seek advice from his enemies more than ever. Would it be impossible for him to do so when their lips are fresh stained with lies?
Alan's hand instinctively sprang to the hilt of his rapier, and in another moment the vizier's life would have paid for the insult. But when the blade was half out of its sheath, his self-control returned, and he thrust it back again, saying,
You are an old man and an ambassador, so you are safe. You shall live so that you may some day find out for yourself where the truth in this matter lies. Who knows but that the Syren may, before long, put you or your master under her spell? If she does, you will drink something from her hand, and when you have drunk it, you will have no will but hers. You will obey her blindly, and the thoughts that you speak shall be only those she suggests to you.
Later on that day, when the excitement of the hour had passed, Musa al-Ghazi remembered these words, and the strange acquiescence which he had given to Olga's plans in the saloon of the Revenge. If he had remembered it while Alan was speaking, millions of innocent lives might possibly have been saved, and the curse of war averted from the world for many generations, perhaps forever. But he did not. And so events took their logical course. As it was, he made no direct reply to Alan's words, but handed him another paper, saying,
I have been commissioned also to give you this. The instructions agreed upon shall be obeyed, and now I have only to remind you that you are no longer my master's guest.
With that, he saluted with frigid dignity,
and turned away towards the palace door. Alan looked after him for a moment with a smile half of contempt and half of pity. Then he opened the paper in his hand. As he expected, it was from Olga, and beginning without any form of address, it ran thus.
I shall obey your orders and leave the city, not because I will, but because I must, in order to save the Sultan and his people from destruction. I will also undertake to refrain from hostilities until the Sultan's truce expires, provided you do not molest me. If you do, or if the Sultan is subjected to any unreasonable commands or acts of oppression, I will consider the truce at an end, and I will not only recommence my submarine attacks upon the world's commerce, but I will send out my airships and scatter death and destruction far and wide over the earth, without mercy and without discrimination between enemies or neutrals. It is therefore for you to choose whether the issue between us shall be fought out when the time comes, and in fair and honourable warfare, or whether the dogs of war shall be let loose at once. I have still 30 airships, and as many submarine cruisers, and I can do what I say. Olga Romanoff.
No doubt, said Alan to himself. I'm afraid we shall have to accept your terms. I didn't think that even you would be capable of such a colossal crime as that. But now I know something, like the full capacity of your wickedness. And if you threaten it, you will do it. With those 30 ships, if you have as many as that, and I suppose you must have 24 or 25 at least, you could wreck half the great cities of the world in 6 months, and we could do little or nothing to stop you. We have only 11 ships equal in speed to yours, and most of those must be kept in the call of Aeria. I would give my life and my ship willingly for permission to fight it out here and now. And yet, after all, that would be frightful cruelty and injustice to the unoffending thousands who would lose their lives by the destruction of the city. So I suppose it must be peace for a year, and then... what then? His soliloquy began on the terrace and ended on the deck of the Ethereal. He gave the order to rise into the air, and the aerial cruiser soared slowly upwards, still flying the flag of truce as a signal to her consorts that the mission had been successfully accomplished. As he felt certain that the Sultan would carry out the directions agreed upon to the letter, he left the city without any misgivings, and in a few minutes the Ethereal was floating alongside her consort, the Isma, and Alan and Alexis had clasped hands once more. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Craig Franklin. Chapter 20. The Call to Arms. Within an hour, the wondering inhabitants of Alexandria saw the Russian fleet rise 1,000 feet into the air, and form in 2 columns of line ahead. Then the Aerian fleet ranged itself in 2 long lines 500 feet outside them and 1,000 feet above them. A time shell from the Ethereal gave the signal to start, and the 2 fleets leapt forward to the southeast at a speed of 100 miles an hour, and in a few minutes had vanished over the desert. The speed was quickly increased to 200 miles, and so they sped on all day and through the next night, the Russian ships being forced to show their lights, while the Aerians remained in darkness until, when morning dawned and Olga and her captains looked for Alan's fleet, they found that it had vanished, and that they were floating alone over the solitudes of the Southern Ocean. They had been escorted like offended schoolchildren out of harm's way, and then left to their own devices. It was a bitterly humiliating ending to an expedition which had really produced such important events. But there was no possibility of present revenge, and so Olga gave the order to proceed straight to Mount Terror, intending to begin there, and then the working out of her part of the compact that she had made with the Sultan. The arrangement was briefly to the following effect. Olga placed at Khalid's disposal all the necessary plans for the construction of both airships and submarine vessels, and also supplied members of her own immediate retinue, well skilled in the work, to supervise the building, which was, of course, to be carried out with the utmost secrecy and speed, so as to guard, as far as practicable, against the possible destruction of the factories and dockyards by the Aryans. The Sultan had engaged to find money and material for building 1,000 airships, and the same number of submarine cruisers within the year, and these were to be supplied with motive power at conversion stations established at the dockyards under the exclusive control of certain of Olga's lieutenants. The secret of this motive power, which was identical save for slight differences in the process of conversion with that possessed by the Aryans, that is to say, electrical energy derived directly from atomized carbon and vaporized petroleum, was retained in her own keeping by Olga, who had simply promised that an unlimited supply of it should be forthcoming as it was wanted. She had insisted on a strict engagement that no one not authorized by her should even approach the conversion stations, and she had given the Sultan and his ministers distinctly to understand that any attempt to discover the secret of the process would terminate the alliance and expose the cities of the Muslim Empire to destruction. At the expiration of the year of truce, the Sultan's army and navy, supported by the immense aerial fleet that would then be in existence, was to be in complete readiness for any emergencies. Olga was to be proclaimed Tsarina in Moscow, and the House of Romanoff formally restored in her person. If any portion of Russia refused to receive her, they were to be terrorized into submission by the airships. The tribesmen of Western and Central Asia were to be armed as rapidly as possible, so as to be ready to form a reserve force for compelling the submission of the Russians if they resisted the new order of things, and to participate in the invasion of Europe, which was to take place at several points as soon as the Holy War of Islam was proclaimed, and the cross and crescent once more confronted each other on the battlefield. Meanwhile, too, the resources of the dockyard at Mount Terror were to be strained to the utmost, and the conspiracy in Russia for the restoration of Olga to the throne of the Romanovs was to be developed by every means that money could purchase or skill devise. The scheme of defence arranged by the Council of Aeria had already been completed, and it was to execute this that the Aerian fleet had left the Russian squadron during the night. Indeed, the Russians had been travelling southward alone for more than 8 hours before they had discovered the fact. As soon as it became impossible for them to see the Aerian vessels, these had stopped, in accordance with a prearranged plan, and had wheeled round and steered for London across the African continent at a height of about 10,000 feet. Flying at the full speed of the smaller vessels, a 20-hour flight carried the fleet over the 8,000 miles which separated its starting point from the capital of the world, and about 6 o'clock in the evening of the 21st of May, the 52 vessels, flying the Aerian and British flags, appeared in the air over the open space which is now called Hyde Park, and, to the amazement of the astonished citizens, dropped quietly to the earth and lay open to the unrestricted inspection of the thousands who speedily gathered in the park to avail themselves of the unwanted spectacle, and to learn, if possible, the reason of the unexpected visit. No attempt was made by the crews of the ships to prevent the sightseers from seeing all they could of the exteriors of the vessels, which were arranged on the sward in 2 long lines, so that they could walk down between them and admire their beautiful shape and wonderful construction at their leisure. A sentry was stationed by each vessel to warn the sightseers not to approach too close to the wings and propellers, and that was the only precaution taken. Alan learnt soon after landing that King Albert II, the fourth in descent from Edward VII, who was king during the War of the Terror, was at Windsor, and that the House of Commons and the Senate, which for over 100 years had filled the place of the old House of Lords, had dissolved for the spring recess, and would not meet again until after the general election, which was held every 1st of June. He therefore caused a message to be sent to His Majesty at Windsor, requesting him to name a time for an interview on the following day, and then, sufficient watches having been set on all the vessels, he and Alexis, with the majority of the crew, took a few hours' leave, not a little glad of the opportunity of stretching their legs on terra firma after their 3 days' confinement to the airships. The reply which he received from the king fixed 11 o'clock in the morning of the 22nd as the time of the interview for which he had asked, and, just as the castle clock was beginning to sound the strokes of the hour, the Ithuriel swept up out of the distance towards Windsor Castle, and, after hovering for a moment in mid-air, sank quietly down, until she rested on that portion of the terrace which overlooks the home park. Her arrival had been announced to the king as soon as she hove in sight, and he was on the terrace ready to receive his visitors when she alighted. Albert II, King of England, Emperor of Britain, and President of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, was a monarch only in name. Nothing but the trappings of sovereignty remained to himself or his station, and he would not have retained these had it not been for the fact that, during its 100 years of actual rule, the Supreme Council had insisted upon the maintenance of the monarchical principle in those countries where it had obtained at the end of the 19th century. The first formal greetings over, the king caused Alan to be escorted to his private apartments in the castle, and as soon as they were alone together in the room, which he reserved for his own special use, he motioned Alan to seat, and, throwing himself back upon a lounge with an air of weariness which accorded but ill with the hour of the day, he said in a somewhat querulous tone,
"We are quite alone now, and you can speak with perfect freedom. I am sure it must be important business that has brought you here with a whole fleet of your airships, and I should be glad if you can tell me at once what it is. I hope nothing has occurred to imperil our peace and safety."
"On the contrary, your majesty," replied Alan, "I regret to say that my errand is to tell you that not only is that the case, but that it is a practical certainty that within 12 months from now the whole world will be plunged into war."
What? Exclaimed the king, jerking himself up to a sitting posture.
"Surely you don't mean that? I thought that no war would be possible without the permission of your council. Surely you would not allow the nations of the world to go to war with each other again, and repeat all the horrors that happened 130 years ago."
"Your majesty forgets that when we renounced the control of the world 6 years ago, we gave back to the nations the right of making war upon each other, though we hardly believed that they would be foolish enough and wicked enough to exercise it. That, however, is beside the question, because war is now inevitable, and, what is even more important, The Council of Aeria is unhappily powerless to prevent it.
"Eh, what is that?" exclaimed the king, this time rising to his feet and facing Alan with an air of petulant reproach. "Powerless to prevent it? You, with all your fleets of airships and submarine vessels? You, who have called yourself the masters of the world for nearly a century and a half? You cannot stop war?"
"We cannot do so, your majesty," said Alan, also rising to his feet, "simply because I regret to say that we no longer possess the undisputed empire of the air, and therefore, in a measure at least, we have lost the command of the world. As for the responsibility which your words impute to us, I must tell you at once that it does not exist. The rulers of the world, and yourself among them, voluntarily and with full knowledge accepted perfect freedom, and therefore the individual responsibility that is inseparable from it. You knew that from the time we resigned the world throne, you were free to make war upon each other on land and by sea. It is your fault, and not ours, that you are now so defenceless, that you have cause to fear the war against which you ask us to protect you. You have known for nearly 4 years that the Sultan of Islam has been creating armies and fleets, and diligently training millions of his subjects in that art of war which we hoped was to be forgotten for ever among men. Did you suppose, you kings and princes of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, that Khalid the Magnificent, a man of boundless ambition, was creating these armies and fleets simply to play with them? Could you not see that nothing but some dream of worldwide conquest could be inspiring him to do this? And do you need to be told that the realms of Christendom offered him the only possible areas of conquest in the world? What have you done to defend yourself, or to prepare against a possible day of battle? You have done nothing, saving your international police, now little more than an ornamental body of officials. The Federation does not possess a single soldier. You have seen the Sultan building battleships and arming them with the deadliest weapons that skill and science could devise, and you, with all your wealth and skill and knowledge, have not built a single vessel that would be of use in time of war. I understand that the Council has warned you again and again that the Sultan's designs could not have been peaceable, and yet your parliaments have not voted a single pound for the defence of your homes and your riches.
"Oh, yes," broke in the king, now in an apologetic tone, for he was completely cowed by the direct, earnest force of Alan's reproving words. "That is it. You must not blame myself or my fellow monarchs. You must blame the parliaments. We can do nothing without them. They have usurped all the power that formerly belonged to kings. It is this democracy that has weakened us and left us defenceless. Every man thinks himself a ruler, and so there are no rulers except in name. Every man has a vote, therefore every man must be consulted about everything, and so nothing can be done but what the multitude wishes. They want only riches, splendid buildings and cities, light work and comfortable lives. That is all they have cared about. And so this is all they have got. If we, their kings and duly appointed rulers, could have done as we wished to do, affairs would have been very different. But it is impossible to rule where every man fancies himself a king."
"That is but a poor excuse, King Albert," replied Alan sternly, and yet somewhat sadly. "It is the old story of Greece and Rome and Byzantium over again. The weakness of the rulers has been the strength of the demagogues, and that has always spelled national decay from the days of Cleon until now. I might ask you how it comes that Sultan Khalid has been able to keep his millions of subjects in hand, and to be today the sole actual ruler of the greatest empire the world has ever seen. But neither you nor I have any more time to waste, either in reproaching each other or regretting what cannot now be helped."
"No, no," said the king, almost appealingly. "It is quite right, quite right. Tell me, if you please, what has really happened to bring about this terrible danger which threatens us, and let us see if we cannot yet protect ourselves."
"You can make such preparations as will at least enable you to meet your enemies on equal terms," replied Alan, following the king's example and seating himself again. "And it is to put before you a necessary scheme of defence that I have come here, and when I have described it, you will see that we Aryans have not forgotten that our ancestors once led Anglo-Saxondom to the conquest of the world."
"Pray proceed," said the king, sitting on his lounge again. "I can assure you that I am all attention."
Alan then began, and told in detail all that was necessary for the king to know of what had happened during the last 6 years, concluding with a graphic narrative of startling vividness of the marvellous and momentous events that had been crowded so thickly into the last 21 days. It would not be saying too much to state that the close of the recital, which he had listened to with the most anxious attention, left King Albert in a state of nervous excitement that bordered closely upon absolute panic. He had heard enough to show him that the splendid fabric of Anglo-Saxon civilization would, if left in its present defenceless state, totter and fall like a house of cards at the first onslaught of its powerful and disciplined enemies. He saw that its wealth and splendour, like those of the effete empires of old, were a source of weakness and not of strength, a temptation to its foes and an encumbrance to itself. Then, as Alan went on to describe the scheme of defence proposed by the Council of Aeria, he seemed to find support and consolation in the quiet, masterful tones of the man who, without a tremor in his voice, could calmly discuss the prospect of war which would involve the whole of humanity in one colossal struggle, which could have no other result than an indescribably appalling loss of human life and the complete subjection, if not destruction, of those who were vanquished in it. Yet, when he had finished, King Albert shook his head sadly and doubtfully, and said,
"Yes, yes, it is a splendid scheme. A scheme worthy of you and your wonderful race, but it can only be accomplished if our parliaments agree together to sanction it and support it. I hope with all my heart that they will do so, but I sadly fear that not even your influence and the fearful danger which threatens them will make them agree one with another. Of late years, since the power of the democracy has increased so enormously, they wrangle for weeks over the smallest matters of municipal government. As for national policy, they seem to have forgotten what it means. I may be wrong, and with all my soul I hope I am. But I sadly fear they will never consent to what they will call a military despotism, even to save themselves. The elections take place during the last 4 days of this month, and by that time the news that you have brought me shall be published everywhere, so that the people may know what is before them. But everything will depend upon the men and women whom they return to Parliament."
"Ah," interrupted Alan, stroking his beard to conceal a smile. "I had forgotten for the moment. You have lady legislators now as well as male ones. We were ungallant enough to refuse them admittance to the Parliament during our period of control."
"Yes," said the king, with a smile that had but little mirth in it. "But we have progressed fast since then. In our Parliament, men and women were almost equally balanced in both chambers, and scarcely any business was done during the year."
"Which proves," said Alan, "that what was called our discourtesy and unfairness was not so very unwise after all." The interview ended shortly after this remark, for the time for action had already arrived. Alan had learnt enough from the king's own lips to see that he was merely a crowned puppet in the hands of the rival parties, which contended in both chambers
for the favour of the democracy and the continuance of office. He therefore saw further that, if anything was to be done in working out the scheme of international defence, he would have to take the initiative. As full discretion had been given to him in his commission from the Council of Aeria, he did not scruple to half persuade and half frighten the king into investing him with such authority as he could give, and armed with this, he went to work that very day with a vigour and promptness which amazed the feeble monarch and raised a storm of indignation among the members of the two chambers who were seeking re-election. A very short experience of these people proved to him that nothing must be hoped from them. Day after day he met committees and deputations of them who argued with him, and wrangled among themselves until he was utterly disgusted and out of patience with them. At last, on the evening of the 27th, after he had spent the whole day in striving to convince a joint committee consisting of 20 members of each chamber of the tremendous danger which threatened the Federation and the immediate and urgent necessity of united action in preparing to meet it, he lost the last remnants of his temper, and springing to his feet, he faced them, with anger in his eyes and scorn on his lips, and said, "We have talked enough, ladies and gentlemen. I came here expecting to find the old spirit of Anglo-Saxondom still alive, and as far as you are concerned, I find it dead. You are not patriots or competent rulers. You are simply members of a noisy and verbose debating society. When absolute destruction at the hands of a well-armed and implacable foe is threatening your country and your allies, you talk of averting the calamity by discussion and arbitration instead of armed resistance. By all means discuss and arbitrate if you can, but also prepare for battle in case it proves, as I am certain it will prove, to be inevitable. Do you suppose that the lamb can argue with the wolf, or that the rich and defenceless man can save his wealth from the armed plunderers by mere force of argument, or an appeal to his moral sense? If you do, you are something worse than simple. You are guilty of a folly which is a crime against those who have committed their affairs to your keeping. But I, like most of my people, have Anglo-Saxon blood in my veins, and I will not leave my kindred defenceless. I bear an English name, and that name and my descent shall be my title to do what I now tell you I am going to do. In my own person, and with the full authority and sanction of the Council of Aeria and your own lawful monarch, I here and now reassert the supremacy over the realms of Anglo-Saxondom, which my father resigned in St. Paul's Cathedral 6 years and a half ago. Hold your elections if you choose, and conduct your noisy pretence at government according to your own tastes, but do not expect me to be guided or bound by any enactments that you may choose to make. You may call this a revolution if you will, so it is, but remember that your foolishness has made it necessary. I can make Anglo-Saxondom ready to meet its enemies on equal terms when the day of battle comes, as come it surely will in less than 12 months from now, and, God helping me, I will do it. You either cannot or will not do this, but I will take good care that you do not prevent it being done. I believe that the old spirit which won the Armageddon of 1904 still survives in Anglo-Saxon breasts, and I believe that it will respond to the call to arms which shall be heard throughout the length and breadth of the Federation before another sun has set. To-morrow I shall take possession of the means of intercommunication, and I warn you that you will oppose me at your peril. You know that I have a force at command before which you are as helpless as the worms that crawl in the earth, and as there is a heaven above me, I will use it without ruth or scruple, if I see that the interests of Anglo-Saxondom require me to do so.
You have your choice. To act with me, or to remain neutral. Oppose me, and I will destroy you as traitors and enemies to your country and your race.
So saying, Alan turned his back upon the committees, and strode out of the room in which he had met them, leaving them speechless with anger and dismay. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Craig Franklin. Chapter 21. The Homecoming. The eastern mountains were still casting their long shadows over the lawns and fields, the vineyards and the gardens of Aeria on the morning of the 11th of May in the year 2037 of the Christian era, and the 133rd year of the peace. But the whole population of the lovely valley was already afoot and abroad, for this was the most momentous day that had been in the history of the colony, since Richard Arnold had first crossed the northern ridge with Natasha beside him, in the conning tower of the little Ariel, in those days the only airship that existed in the world, to lay the foundations of that throne from which their descendants had ruled the nations of the earth for a century and a quarter. Today, the year of probation imposed by the council upon Alan Arnoldson and his companion in misfortune, in exile and in victory, was to expire, and the long-lost wanderers were to return to their home and kindred. Very soon after it became light, hundreds of aerial boats and yachts of every variety of design and ornamentation that the taste and the skill of the most highly cultivated race of people the world had ever seen could devise, came floating in towards the vast city of Aeria, from the marble palaces and villas which were scattered throughout the length and breadth of the Central African paradise. Along the broad, smooth white roads, too, which led from the southern portions of the valley round the lake to the northern shore on which the city stood, groups of people, with here and there husbands and wives and pairs of yet unwedded lovers, were gliding in long, swift, easy curves on noiseless wheel skates over the polished marble of the pavements. Bright with the gayest and yet most perfectly harmonized colours, blazing with jewels and precious metals, from their gold or crystal-winged coronets to the burnished silver framework of their skates, splendid in stature and glowing with perfect health. If some man of the present day could have beheld these dwellers in Aeria on their way to hold high festival in their capital, he would have thought that he had strayed into some other and higher sphere, inhabited by some glorified race of beings who had left the toils and cares and pollutions of earth far behind them, on some lower plane of existence. Doubtless, indeed, from some such sphere the reincarnated spirits of those who, 133 years before, had passed through the tremendous ordeal of the Terror, and in their hour of well-won triumph had made such a splendid future possible for their descendants, looked down with approving eyes, not undarkened by a shade of sorrow for woes to come, upon this glorious scene of the fruition of the harvest that they had sown, this realization of the long-sought ideal of human brotherhood, where there was no evil, because men had learnt at last that good was better than evil. Vast as was the stately city, which was at once the capital and the only town of Aeria, it was soon comfortably filled by the brilliant throngs of visitors that came pouring into it by roads and through the air. The broad white streets, lined with their double groves of palms and tree ferns, soon blazed with colour, and became vocal with greetings and laughter,
and all the houses which lined them were thrown open to all visitors who chose to come and claim hospitality for the day of rejoicing. On the terrace in front of her father's villa, on the slopes that rose to the west of the city, Alma stood, with Isma, watching the brilliant scene below and around them, and speculating on the coming events of the day, which for them had a supreme interest, such as no other inhabitant of the valley could feel.
"It will be a right royal homecoming for our two heroes, won't it, Alma?"
said Isma, slipping her little hand through her friend's arm.
"Almost worthy of the great deeds that they have done to regain what will be given back to them today. And yet, alas, there is to be a spot on the sun of happiness for all that. Alma, are you still quite sure that poor Alan will have to come back and not find that which above all other things he comes to seek?"
A faint flush rose to Alma's cheeks as she replied in a low, steady tone.
"Yes, Isma, alas, as you say, I am still sure of that. Supposing always that he really does come to seek what you mean. I know that no man ever lived more worthy the love of woman than he is. Yet, God help me, I cannot give mine. I know, too, that he will come back today crowned with more honour than any Aerian save Alexis ever won before him, since the days of our ancestors. And yet, whenever I permit myself even to dream of him as a lover, a dark, beautiful, cruel face looks with black, burning eyes into mine, and two sweet, scornfully smiling lips say in a whisper that sounds almost like a serpent's hiss, 'You may take him now, for I have done with him.' Take him and ask him to tell you how well he and I loved when my spell was strong upon him, and he forgot both you and all his kindred for sake of me. It is horrible, horrible beyond all thought or speech, but it is so, Isma. And I, of all the thousands of Aeria who will make merry today, shall be sad at heart and praying for the night to come. I don't believe it, Alma, however sincerely you may do so, as of course you do,"
replied Isma impatiently.
"It is not your true and loving self that is speaking. It is the woman who has been brooding over a shattered idol that never really was a man of flesh and blood. I tell you again, and before that sun has set, you will confess in your own heart that I am right, that you have never known the Alan who is coming home today any more than I have known the Alexis who is coming home with him. Neither you nor I have ever seen two such men as they will be, men who will have passed through such experiences as no other Aerian ever had, who have suffered and conquered, dared and done, like them. You must put away those morbid fancies of yours, dearest. They are not worthy of you any more than Olga Romanoff is worthy to cause you an hour's unhappiness. Never mind thinking about Alan as a lover now. I tell you, you have never seen him. Therefore it will be time enough for you to begin to do that when you do see him. For my own part, I don't mind telling you, of course strictly between ourselves, that though I can hardly say that I love Alexis as he is now, since I do not know what he is like, I am quite prepared to fall in love with him all over again, on the slightest provocation. And now, after that confession, I think we had better close the discussion and get ready to go over to the city."
This frank avowal, uttered as it was with a delightful candour, quite irresistible in its charm, brought a smile to Alma's lips in spite of her own sombre thoughts. She slipped her arm round Isma's waist and led her towards one of the long windows, which opened out onto the terrace under the pillared portico which ran the whole length of the front of the villa.
"I quite agree with you,"
she said.
"If that telltale face of yours is no better masked than it is now when you meet Alexis, I don't think you will have long to wait for the provocation. Ah, well, I suppose, in fact I am sure, that you take by far the wiser view, and I would give anything to be able to look upon Alan as you are ready to do on Alexis. But no, it's no use. Do what I will, I cannot think of him apart from that Syren
who has held him in the bondage of her spells all these years. I know it is unreasonable, and yet he seems, even now that he has regained his freedom, to belong to her more than he ever did to me. That, my dear Alma, replied Isma, half seriously and half in jest, is as nearly absurd as anything that such a serious and cultivated person as yourself could say. If I could give you a share of my more trivial temperament, you would just say that you are still so desperately jealous of Olga Romanoff that you cannot bring yourself to think of Alan as a possible lover until you feel quite sure that he hates her as intensely as you do. That may not be a very heroic way of putting it, but I think we shall find it pretty near the truth before you have known the new Alan very long.
Alma laughed, more musically than mirthfully at this sally, but made no reply to it in words. There was, perhaps, more truth in the half-bantering, half-reproachful words than she would have cared to admit, even to her best beloved and most confidential friend, and so she took a wise refuge in silence, from which Isma, in the gladness of her own heart, drew her own conclusions. It might have been that there were depths in Alma's nature which were not even their lifelong friendship and their common sorrows had enabled her to fathom. But for the present she was quite satisfied that the jealousy of Olga and anger at the advantage which Alma believed her to have taken of her power were the sole reasons that prevented her from regarding Alan as she had confessed herself ready and willing to regard Alexis. When they left the terrace, the two girls had breakfast together in Alma's own room, in a privacy which the other members of the family tactfully respected, knowing as they did that the events of the day would bear a totally different significance for them to that which they would have for all the other inhabitants of the valley. By the time the sun began to show his disk above the ridges of the eastern mountains, they were on their way to the city with Alma's mother and father in one of the aerial boats that were used for transit about the interior of the valley. They alighted on the flat roof of the president's official residence, a splendid palace of the purest white marble, which stood on the northern side of the great square, from the centre of which rose the golden domed building which served the Aerians as a meeting place on all public occasions. It was here that the decrees of the council were promulgated, and here too, on every seventh day, were held the simply impressive religious services prescribed by the Aerian form of worship. Soon after they had arrived at the president's house, a great mellow-toned bell sounded the hour of 6 from the cupola above the dome, and as the last stroke died away, a chorus of silvery chimes rose up from 100 towers in different parts of the city, and went floating across the lake and down the valleys to the southward, caught up and echoed as it went by peals from the 1,000 palaces and villas scattered about the lower slopes of the mountains. This was the signal for the commencement of the first ceremony of the day, and the gaily dressed, smiling throngs of visitors to the city began to file in orderly, leisurely fashion into the 8 wide-open doors which led to the interior of the vast temple in the middle of the central square. In the midst of the immense open area under the dome was a space about 20 feet square, enclosed by low railings of massive gold, and in this stood 3 tall pillars of marble, without a single flaw or vein to mar their perfect whiteness from base to capital. On each of them stood an urn of exquisite shape, each curved out of a solid block of crystal, and each containing a small quantity of ashes. Each pillar bore an inscription in letters of gold let into the marble. The centre one was slightly higher than the other 2, and its inscription consisted of the single word, Natas. The urns on the other 2 pillars contained a larger quantity of ashes. On the pillar to the right hand, facing the main entrance to the temple, were the words, Richard Arnold, first conqueror of the air. Natasha, the angel of the revolution, and on that to the left, Alan Tremaine, first president of the Anglo-Saxon Federation,
Muriel Tremaine, his wife. The square in which these pillars stood was the most sacred spot on all the earth in the eyes of the Aerians, sanctified as it was by the ashes of those who had made possible the great deliverance, and brought peace on earth after countless ages of strife. Each tongue was silent, and every head was bowed in reverence, as those who entered the temple first caught sight of the pillars and their priceless burdens. Then the vast and ever-swelling congregation ranged itself in orderly files, all fronting towards an elevated rostrum, which stood at one of the angles of the great square under the dome, formed by the junction of the four naves, with their long pillared aisles which ran towards the 4 points of the compass. Suddenly all the carillons that were still ringing out over the city ceased, and in the midst of the perfect silence the president ascended the rostrum to address the expectant assembly. Although he spoke but a little above his ordinary tone, every word could be heard with perfect distinctness through the immense interior of the building. For a system of electric transmitters, a development of the modern telephone, carried his voice simultaneously to 100 parts of the walls, so that those who were standing farthest from him heard quite as distinctly as those who were close to the rostrum. He began by a brief narration of all that had happened to Aeria and the world since the fatal day on which Olga Romanoff had set foot on the deck of the Ethereal to the present moment, and made no attempt to conceal or to minimize the tremendous and disastrous consequences that had flowed from that fatal yet innocent mistake on the part of his son. He confessed that the empire of the air, that pricey legacy which they had received from its first conqueror, had been lost, and that not only the outside nations of the earth, but even Aeria itself, stood upon the eve of a conflict in comparison with which even the war of the Terror itself would prove almost insignificant. All that had been won then had now to be fought for over again, and fought for with weapons the destructiveness of which made impossible any estimate of the carnage and desolation that were about to burst upon the world. Then he described how Alan and Alexis, acting under the orders of the council, had, after vainly trying to arouse the rulers and senates of Anglo-Saxondom to a sense of their danger and responsibility, proclaimed martial law throughout the whole area of the Federation, reasserting the supremacy which the council had resigned nearly 7 years before, and taken the direct conduct of affairs into their own hands. He told how the manhood of Europe, America, South Africa, and Australia had, under the influence of their appeals, roused itself from the sloth of prosperity and the vain dreams of democracy, and under their leadership had mustered millions upon millions strong to oppose those who determined to rivet the chains of despotism once more upon the limbs of free men. The energy and devotion of the 2 men whose exile was to end that day had accomplished this miracle in less than a 12-month. All the mechanical resources of the Federation had been simultaneously devoted to the building of an aerial navy, which already numbered nearly 1,000 vessels, and more than 100 dockyards had achieved the construction of a navy of over 1,000 submarine warships, while millions of small arms had been sent out from Aeria or manufactured in the arsenals of the Federation for the equipment of the newly created armies. What the issue would be of the mighty struggle, which would begin in 6 days, no man could tell. But all that could be done to give the victory to Aeria and the Federation had been done, and the rest lay in the hands of the God of battles, who had given their ancestors the victory in the days of the Terror. The President concluded his address by saying, "Then their welcome shall be unmarred by any voice of dissent. As the father of one of the exiles, I thank you for endorsing the sanction which, as President of the Council, I have believed it my duty to give to the return of my son Alan and his friend and companion Alexis Mazaroff, who fell with him, and with him has risen again." Hardly had the last word left his lips when salvo after salvo of aerial artillery roared out from the mid-air all around the mountains, and came echoing down the upper gorges and ravines to tell the people of Aeria that the fleet which had been sent out to escort the returning exiles was already in sight. So spacious were the approaches to the vast building that in less than 10 minutes from the time the President had left the rostrum on hearing the salutes from the sky, not a soul remained within its precincts. Outside the city hall the scene was such as to baffle all attempts at adequate description. Hundreds of aerial craft, fashioned in every conceivable variety of design that the educated fancy of their owners could suggest, soared up from various parts of the city and its environs and made towards the ridge to the north of the valley. The summit was about 4,000 feet above the slope on which the city stood, and it was quite within the capacity of the pleasure craft to scale this height. So their glittering wings beat the cool, fresh air of the morning with rapid strokes, and the whole flotilla of them soared upwards, until their occupants were able to see over the mighty rock wall and the illimitable landscape beyond opening out before their expectant gaze. The President, the Vice-President, and the 12 members of the Council with their families had embarked on one of the new aerial battleships, 250 of which had been constructed during the past year. The Avenger, as she had been named, in view of the fact that she was henceforth to be placed under Alan's immediate command as flagship of the combined Aryan and Federation fleets, was the largest aerial cruiser then in existence, and embodied the highest structural skill to which the engineers of Aeria had attained. From the stern to the point of her ram she was 275 feet in length, with a midships beam of 30 feet. She was sustained in the air on 2 pairs of wings, one working under the other. Of these the lower and larger pair measured 200 feet, from point to point, and 50 feet in their greatest breadth, while the upper pair, working nearly flush with the deck, were 2/3 of their size. She carried 10 guns on each broadside, and 2 bow and 2 stern chasers of a range limited only by the possibility of taking aim at the object to be destroyed, and her propellers were capable of driving her through the air at the hitherto unheard of speed of 600 miles an hour. The Avenger, attended by an escort of 50 cruisers of somewhat smaller dimensions than her own, rapidly outdistanced the flotilla of pleasure craft, and passed over the ridge at a speed of 60 miles an hour, stopped at an elevation of 1,000 feet above it. From here, those on her deck could see the vast oval of the valley encircled by the sentinel ships which now constantly patrolled the mountain bulwarks of Aeria, and which were launching hundreds of time shells up into the air from their outer broadsides and producing a continuous roar of explosions, which formed such a greeting salute as had never been heard on the earth or in the air before. Presently, an answering roll of thunder was heard from far away to the north, and growing every moment louder and louder.
"There they come at last!"
cried Isma, who was standing with Alma in the bow of the Avenger, eagerly scanning the northern heavens through a pair of field glasses.
"I can see the flashes of the shells quite distinctly."
As she spoke, she handed the glasses to Alma, and noticed, not without a little smile of satisfaction, that her hands trembled slightly as she raised them to her eyes.
"Yes, they are coming,"
said Alma, in a tone that might have been a good deal steadier than it was.
"I can see the sun shining upon the hulls of the ships. They are coming up very fast, evidently." "Of course they are,"
laughed Isma.
"After the poor fellows have been shut out all this time from the delights of Aeria, it is only natural that they should hasten their homecoming. Look,
You can see them without the glasses now. What a swarm of them there seems to be." As she spoke, an immense fleet numbering nearly 500 vessels spread out in the form of a vast crescent, the arc of which was turned towards Aeria, swept up out of the blue distance, their polished hulls glittering in the bright sunlight. In the centre of the arc, and slightly elevated above the rest, shone the blue hull and the white glistening wings of the Ethereal, and close in her wake followed the Isma. When the advancing fleet was within 5 miles of the mountains, it slowed down from 400 to about 50 miles an hour. At the same instant, the other fleet ran up the Aryan and Federation flags, and the simply eloquent signal, "Welcome home," flew from the lofty foremast of the Avenger. It was instantly acknowledged by the Ethereal, and then on all the 500 vessels, the Aryan and Federation flags were run to the mastheads and dipped 3 times in greeting. Then the 2 points of the vast crescent that they formed swung slowly and regularly forward until the arc was inverted, and the Ethereal and the Isma came along side by side midway between the 2 horns. When the 2 fleets were within half a mile of each other, the Avenger, with 25 of her consorts on each side, swung round into line with their prows pointing towards the mountains, and in this order, at 50 miles an hour and an elevation of 1,000 feet above the ridge, the combined squadrons swept across the mountain barrier, and Alan and Alexis, each steering his own vessel in the conning tower, saw for the first time, after nearly 7 years of exile, the incomparable beauties of the Aryan landscape open out before their eyes. Following the movements of the leading squadron, they dipped as soon as they had passed over the ridge, and were met on their downward flight by the hundreds of pleasure craft which were waiting for them in mid-air. Thousands of gaily coloured handkerchiefs were waved in welcome to them, and many a greeting in the sign language passed from the crews of the warships to the occupants of the pleasure craft and back again. For some of the former had been on foreign service for nearly a year, and there were many pleasant relationships to be renewed which had been interrupted by the calls of duty. Far below, the homecomers could see the spacious streets of the great city, brilliant with the gaily attired throngs who had come to welcome them, and heard the greeting chorus of thousands of bells chiming in gladsome peals from the hundreds of towers and minarets scattered over the city and its environs. Signals were now flown from the Avenger, directing the whole of Alan's fleet, excepting the Ethereal and the Isma, to alight on a great sloping plain to the northward of the city, where the crews were to disembark and then proceed to the central hall of the temple. Acting on previous orders, the consorts of the Avenger did the same. The pleasure craft fluttered downwards onto the housetops, and so the 3 battleships were left alone in the air, the Ethereal now floating on the right of the Avenger and the Isma on the left. Amid the welcoming cheers of the throngs which now filled the great square, they sank slowly down, and at length alighted on the roof of the President's palace. Then the doors of the deck chambers opened, and a last and loudest cheer of all rose up, as, in full view of the assembled thousands in the square, the President and Morris Masarov once more clasped hands with their long exiled sons. Then they descended into the interior of the palace, followed by the council and the other guests aboard the Avenger. In the President's room, the same in which he had received Olga Romanoff's challenge from the skies, Alan and Alexis were welcomed home again by those who were nearest and dearest to them. Only their immediate kindred were present, for, in the nature of the case, the occasion could have been nothing but a private one, nor could mere words of description do justice to the tender pathos of the scene which was enacted in that inner chamber. For but few words were spoken even by the actors in it. The emotions of such a moment were too intense and overpowering for speech. and so heart spoke to heart almost in silence. Alma, who had, of course, remained outside in the reception-room of the palace with the council and her parents, felt even more keenly than she had expected the truth of the prophecy that she had uttered to Isma an hour or so before. Amidst all the thousands of Aeria, she was the only one whose heart was heavy on that day of universal rejoicing. Once, and only once, her eyes had met Alan's, but the single swift glance had been more than enough to tell her how far they now stood apart. She had seen the light of pleasure and triumph suddenly die out of his eyes, and the bright flush on his cheek pale as he looked at her. There had not even been a greeting smile on his lips as he bowed his cold, grave salutation to her, and then turned away to look down upon the city and the splendid prospect of the valley that was opening before him. This had happened up in mid-air, just as the ships had crossed the ridge in close order, and she had not been able to trust herself to look at him again even when they had disembarked on the roof of the palace. The swift telegraphy of that one glance had been enough to tell her that it was not the fond, light-hearted lover of her girlhood that had come back, but a strong, stern, and prematurely grave man who knew all and more than she knew of the new relation between them, and who knew also that they could not meet as they had parted, and so accepted the changed conditions with a proud reserve that drew a sharp dividing line between them, which, for all she knew, might never be crossed. Though outwardly she was calm and perfectly self-possessed, she waited in a suspense that almost amounted to mental agony for the moment when the greetings in the president's room would be over, and Alan and Alexis would be brought out to be formally presented to the council. Then their hands would have to meet, and words would have to pass between them. Meet as strangers they could not, for everyone knew, even he knew, why she had refused all these years to wed with any other man. Nor yet could they meet as lovers, as Isma and Alexis had perhaps done by this time. For between them the shadow had fallen, and even if there was love in their hearts, there could be none upon their lips. If Olga Romanoff could have looked into Alma's soul at that moment, she would have seen something very like a fulfilment of a prophecy she had made on board the old ethereal 6 years and a half before to Alan, when she first heard of her rival.
By your hand I will wring her heart dry, and cast it aside, to wither like an apple shaken from the tree.
In those moments of suspense, it seemed to Alma that even now her heart was withering under the blight of this great sorrow that had fallen upon her life after all her years of loving and patient waiting. At last she heard footsteps and the voices in the corridor that led from the private apartments of the palace. They were coming, and almost mechanically she turned her eyes towards the curtain which screened the doorway through which they would enter. They parted, and Alan came in walking by his father's side, and with Isma hanging, laughing, on his arm. She shrank back a little as she saw Isma look at her for a moment and then say something to Alan, but he appeared to take no notice, and walked forward with his father to where the members of the council were waiting to receive him. She heard the president say the formal words of presentation, and saw the rulers of Aeria one after another grasp his hands, and then those of Alexis, greeting them heartily as they did so. Then the little group opened, and she saw, as in a waking dream, Alan's tall form striding towards her with both hands outstretched, and heard a voice that was his, and yet not his, so deep a ring of unwonted gravity was there in it, say,
"Are you going to be the only one who has no greeting for the prodigal, Alma? Have you forgotten that we were sweethearts once, therefore surely may be friends now?"
There was an emphasis on the word friends that was perhaps imperceptible to all ears but hers, but she caught it, and took her cue from it instantly. With admirable tact he had, in that one word, shown her the only basis on which it would be possible for them to take part together in the society of the valley. As man and woman, they must be to one another as friends, whose friendship was sweetened by the recollection that long ago, as boy and girl, they had been lovers. She accepted the situation with a sense of thankfulness and infinite relief, and, frankly placing her hands in his and summoning all her self-command to her aid, she looked steadily up into his bronzed, bearded face, and said gravely and sweetly,
"You know that is not so, Alan, and if my welcome is a little tardy, it is none the less sincere for that reason. There were others who had prior claims, and so I waited. For it is only right that friends should come after kindred. Welcome home. I suppose we are going to the council hall now, to see what we are all longing so much to see, the golden wings once more upon your brows."
"Yes," replied Alan, colouring slightly as he noticed her upward glance at his sable headgear.
"We are going there immediately, I believe, but,"
he continued in a lower tone, and still holding her hand in his,
"long and anxiously as I have looked forward to today and its promise, half of that promise will be betrayed unless you tell me first that you believe I have fairly won the right to wear the golden wings again. Tell me now, do you in your heart think so?" "If you have not done so,"
she replied, only keeping her voice steady by a supreme effort,
"then it would be hopeless for any man to look for forgiveness on earth. You have fallen and you have risen again, and today there are no two men in Aeria more worthy of honour than you and Alexis are."
He looked down into the clear depths of her soft grey eyes as she spoke, and in another instant he might have forgotten that which sealed his lips to all words of love, and all the reserve to which he had been schooling himself for so long. But at that moment Alma's mother came towards them, saying that the president was ready to take Alan to the council hall, and, this with a smile, that thousands should not be kept waiting for the sake of one. Her words recalled him to himself, and with an inclination of his black-plumed head he said, "That is enough, for now I know that I have heard the truth from the lips of my severest judge, and I am well content with it. I have not lost everything if you believe that I have regained my honour."
"We all believe that, Alan,"
said Alma's mother before her daughter could reply.
"And more than that, I know of no one in Aeria who thinks that you ever really lost it. Now go to your father. He is thinking of the thousands who are waiting anxiously for you in the council hall. You can finish this conversation later on."
He accepted the dismissal with a smile, and as he went back he saw Isma slip away from Alexis' side with a telltale blush on her lovely face, and, giving him a saucy, laughing glance as she passed him, run lightly across the room to Alma's side.
"Well,"
she said, reading too swiftly and not very correctly the altered expression of her friend's face.
"Have you made friends, then, after all? I thought you would, and oh, Alma, I am so happy." "Yes,"
replied Alma gravely, though she could not repress a smile at the radiant face that looked up at hers.
"We have made friends, but you seem to have done something more than that. Your explanations?" "There were no explanations at all," interrupted Isma,
rosy red from neck to brow.
"When we met in the room, he picked me up in his arms before everybody and kissed me, and after that, of course, there was nothing to be said."
End of chapter 21. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Eve of Battle.
An irregular procession was now formed, at the head of which walked the 2 returned exiles, each with his father by his side, and followed by the rest of the company. They passed out of the reception room, down the wide entrance hall, and out of the great arched portal which opened onto the square. As they appeared at the top of the spacious flight of marble steps which led from it down to the pavement, a mighty cheer of welcome went up from 100,000 throats. The peals of bells in the 4 towers which rose from the angles of the council hall sent forth the signal to all the other belfries of the city. And, amidst the jubilant chorus that instantly burst forth, the scene of the reinvestiture was reached. Then the great bell in the dome tolled out one sonorous warning note, and instantly there was silence on the earth and in the air. This was at the moment that the procession, after passing half round the square along the broad path left for it by the cheering throng, halted in front of the main entrance to the temple of Aeria, which faced towards the south, in the middle of the magnificent facade, fronting a marble-paved avenue of double rows of palms and tree ferns, which ran in a straight line for 3 miles down to the shores of the lake. The Aerians had progressed far beyond the stage of semi-barbaric pomp and display, and so the ceremony of restoring to Alan and Alexis the rights of citizenship, of which the golden wings were the symbol, solemn as it was also simple in the extreme. As the vast curtains which hung over the main doors of the temple swung aside to admit them, they fell out of the procession and doffed their sable headgear. The president and his fellow councillors went on and took up their position in front of the 3 pillars under the centre of the dome. Then a guard of honour, composed of 100 of their shipmates and companions in arms from Kerguelen, marched up to the door, and formed into 2 files, between which Alan and Alexis walked down the aisle through the space left by the orderly throng that filled the vast building from the floor to the topmost tier of the rows of seats which rose halfway up the lofty walls, and so came in front of the president and the council. Here their guard halted and formed a semicircle, leaving them in the open space within it. A breathless silence fell upon the assembled thousands as they dropped on one knee before the president. Then, in a voice whose every accent rang distinctly to the farthest corners of the huge building, he said, "Alan Arnold and Alexis Mazarov, the year of your probation ended with the rising of this morning's sun. You have been tried, and you have not been found wanting. And that of which the arch-enemy of our race robbed you for a time, you have regained by manly valour and patient devotion. Therefore, by command of the Supreme Council, and with the consent of all the citizens of Aeria, I restore to you the symbols of those rights which you lost and have regained. In the presence of God in this assembly, and on the holy ground that is sanctified by the ashes of those mighty ancestors of ours, who bequeathed to us the empire of the world, I replace the golden wings upon your brows, in the full belief that from the higher and happier sphere they now inhabit, they are looking down with approval upon the act. Rise now, re-crowned princes of the air, and in the near approaching day of battle go forth with fearless hearts and stainless honour, to do that which the voice of duty and the needs of humanity shall bid you do." As he ceased speaking, he held out a hand to each of them, and so they rose to their feet again, once more wearing the golden wings, once more free and equal amidst their peers of the royal race of Aeria. As they did so, a burst of jubilant melody rolled out, apparently from all parts of the temple at once. It was the opening chorus of a triumphal march which the greatest living musicians of Aeria, and therefore of the world, had composed in honour of the day and the event, and as its splendid harmonies rolled out from the hidden organ through the vast interior, and through the open portals into the square beyond, the great assembly filed out in 4 streams from the temple, and all Aeria made ready to give itself up to feasting and merry-making for the rest of the day. For 3 days Aeria kept high festival in honour of the homecoming of the son of the president and his companion in exile. But for all that there was sterner business in hand than merrymaking for those in authority. Save in the almost impossible event of overtures of peace being received from the Sultan, war, which, in the nature of the circumstances, could hardly fail to be universal, would actually begin at daybreak on the 16th of May. That is to say, in 5 days after the return of Alan and Alexis. The greater part, therefore, even of the days of rejoicing, was really spent in hard work by those upon whom had devolved the tremendous responsibility of counteracting, as far as was possible, the designs of conquest and oppression, to which Olga Romanoff, by means of her fatal beauty and subtle diplomacy, had succeeded in irrevocably committing Khalid the Magnificent. Early on the morning of the day following the reinvestiture of Alan and Alexis, with the symbols of Aryan citizenship, a council of war was held in the President's palace, which was attended by all the members of the ruling council, the chief engineers of the settlement and the admirals in command of the aerial and sea navies, and the squadrons posted at the various stations throughout the world. Before this assembly, Alan, who had already entered upon the active discharge of his duties as commander-in-chief of all the forces of Aeria and the Federation, laid the details of his plans of attack and defence, and invited criticism upon them. The same day Alan transferred his flag and his crew from the Ithuriel to the Avenger, while Alexis took possession of a splendid vessel of the same type, to which the name Orion had been given, after that of the airship commanded by Alan Tremaine in the Battle of Armageddon. Alexis, however, had very little difficulty in obtaining the consent of the council to his substituting another name for this, with the consequence that the prize taken from the enemy resumed her Russian name, and remained in Aeria as a trophy of the skill of her captors. Perhaps in his heart Alan would have dearly liked to have made a similar change in the name of the Avenger, but it was impossible for him to propose it, situated as he was with regard to Alma. Alexis and Isma had taken the shortest and therefore the wisest course out of the terribly delicate and embarrassing position which had been created by the unholy passions and ruthless treachery of Olga Romanoff. They had tacitly agreed to ignore it in toto, and to begin again where they had left off nearly 7 years before. And thus it came to pass that Isma's own pretty hands spilled the christening wine over the shapely bows of her formidable namesake. The first use that Alan made of his new ship was to test her immense capabilities to the utmost, so that he might know what demands he might safely make upon her in possible emergencies. He rushed her at full speed around the mountain bulwarks of Aeria, a distance of 250 miles, and found that she completed the circuit in just 25 minutes, which gave a speed of 600 miles an hour. Alexis followed, and covered the same distance in 27 minutes and a half in the Isma. These trials proved that the new Aryan vessels were from 50 to 75 miles an hour faster than the models on which their enemies had been building their new fleets, a fact which, unless Olga and her ally had made a corresponding improvement in their battleships, might be expected to have a considerable effect on the issue of the coming war. After the speed trials, the soaring powers of the two vessels were tried, and it was demonstrated that their machinery was sufficiently powerful to carry them to altitudes beyond which it was not possible for human beings to breathe. After this, all the defences of Aeria were visited and examined in detail. And then, on the second day, after their arrival in the valley, Alan and Alexis divided all the airships at their disposal into 2 squadrons, each numbering nearly 400 vessels, one of which, commanded by Alan, guarded the valley, while the other, under Alexis, constituted an attack force, the duty of which was to find out, if possible, any weak points
in the defensive organization. From noon to midnight the mimic battle went on in strict accordance with the accepted rules of aerial warfare. But though Alexis and the captains of his fleet tried everything that skill or daring could suggest, the defence proved too strong for them, and during the whole 12 hours they were unable to bring a single vessel into such a position that she could send a shell into Aeria without previously exposing herself to a fire that must have annihilated her in an instant. This aerial review was the concluding spectacle of the festivities, and it was watched by the occupants of thousands of pleasure craft, whose interest in it was sharpened by the knowledge that before many days a conflict such as it portrayed might be raging in deadly earnest around the mountain bullocks of their hitherto inviolate domain. So consummate was the skill displayed by Allen in this defence, that as soon as the Avenger touched ground after the review was over, he was summoned to the council chamber in the President's palace to receive the thanks of the Senate and cordial expression of the perfect confidence that the people of Aeria would feel, whatever the magnitude of war might prove to be. While the conduct of the campaign was in his hands and those of Alexis, whose tactics had also been so perfect that, without once putting a single ship in danger, he had made it impossible for Allen to do anything more than remain strictly on the defensive. On the following day, the 14th, the motive power of all the vessels was renewed, ammunition laid in, and all the guns and engines minutely inspected, so that there might be no chance of failure when the moment of trial came. Then the final arrangements for the defence of Aeria itself were perfected, and when that was done, the Vale of Paradise, as its inhabitants fondly called their lovely land, was a vast fortress, compared with which the strongholds of the present day would be as harmless and defenceless as molehills. 400 aerial battleships of what were now called the first and second classes, ranging in speed from 4 to 550 miles an hour, and mounting from 10 to 20 guns each, were to patrol the outer walls of the mountains, at distances of 5 and 10 miles from them, and at elevations varying from 2 to 10,000 feet. These were divided into 2 fleets of 200 each, which relieved each other every 6 hours, so that their supply of motive power might be constantly renewed. In addition to these, 2 squadrons of 25 of the most powerful warships of the newest type alternately kept watch and ward against surprise in the upper regions of the air from 15 to 20,000 feet above the valley, while all round the great circuit of the mountains were planted in the most favourable positions nearly 1,000 land batteries mounting 3, 5, and 10 guns each, which, if necessary, would be able to surround Aeria with a zone of storm and flame which nothing living could pass and still live. By day the range of vision from the decks of the sentinel ships would make surprise impossible, and at night the great electric suns on the summits of the mountains, aided by hundreds of searchlights flashing through the darkness in every direction, made an attack under cover of the darkness almost equally hopeless. The news of the alliance between Olga and the Sultan had acted like a trumpet call to battle on the proud and martial spirit of the Aryans. Generations after generations, their young men had been trained in the arts of war as well as in those of peace, for the wisdom of their ancestors had foreseen that, in the ordinary progress of science, it was impossible for many generations to pass without some independent solution of the problem of aerial navigation, which must, sooner or later, result in a challenge of their supremacy. Consequently, all through the years of profound peace which the outside world had enjoyed under their rule, their vigilance had never slept for a moment, and their men and ships and materials of war were kept in the highest possible state of efficiency. Thus, though the Aryan nation numbered little more than 1 million souls, inhabiting a territory of some 250 square miles, the amount of effective strength that it was able to put forth on an emergency was totally
disproportionate to its size. Living in a region of inexhaustible fertility and boundless mineral wealth, with no idle or mere consuming classes, no politics, and no laws that a child of 10 could not understand, they led simple, natural, and busy lives, accumulating immense public and private riches, which were as constantly expended in increasing the splendour and power of the state, which, as a whole, was the expression of the wealth and patriotism of its citizens. No sooner had the alliance of their enemies become an accomplished fact than they devoted the whole of their vast resources to increasing their offensive and defensive armaments to the utmost of their power. Reserves of material that had been stored up year after year had been drawn upon. The mighty natural forces that they had brought into subjection laboured night and day for them, and ships and machinery and guns came into existence as though at the bidding of some race of magicians. Magazines were filled with immense stores of ammunition, potential death and destruction such as had never been wielded by human hands before, and commanders and officers for all the battleships of the Federation had been sent out as each squadron of vessels was completed. In a word, Aeria had donned her panoply of war, and stood armed at all points, ready to fight the world, if necessary, in defence of the priceless heritage which its citizens had received from their fathers. The giants who, in the days of the Terror, had taken despotism and oppression by the throat, and flung them headlong out of the world. The defences of Aeria were to be under the immediate command of the President. All the oceanic stations save Kerguelen, Tenerife, Bermuda, and Hawaii had been abandoned, so as to permit of greater concentration of forces, while 50 new ones had been established in different parts of Europe and the British Islands. For here the brunt of the attack was to be expected, and here the enemy must be met and crushed if Anglo-Saxon civilization was to be saved from a new era of militarism and personal oppression. Alan and Alexis were to take command of the western and eastern fleets, into which the aerial forces were to be divided. Alan in the west, with Britain as his chief base of operation, and Alexis in the east, with the Balkan Peninsula as his base between the Russian and Muslim headquarters. The naval fleets in 3 divisions, the Atlantic, Mediterranean, and Pacific squadrons, had already received their general instructions, and were waiting at their various rendezvous for the outbreak of hostilities. The Atlantic squadron blocked the Straits of Gibraltar, the narrow seas of Britain, and the approaches to the Baltic. The Mediterranean division patrolled the inland sea from Gibraltar to Cyprus, and the Pacific fleet were blockading the southern approach to the Red Sea, ready to operate against any junction of the Indian and African sea forces of the Sultan. At midnight on the 14th, Alan and Alexis were to set out for their respective fields of operation, and that evening there was a farewell banquet given by the council in the President's palace in honour of them and the commanders of their ships. Many a hearty toast was given and drunk in the sparkling golden wine of Aeria, and many a hearty Godspeed and loving farewell passed between those who remained at home and those who were going forth to do battle, for them and for the peace of the world in distant skies, and to pass through the fiery storm of such warfare as had never been waged in the world before. Just before 12, when the fleets were ready to take the air and the last farewells were being said, the Avenger and the Isma were lying on the roof of the President's palace, and their commanders were standing by the gangway steps which hung down from the deck chambers, the centres of 2 little groups of grave, silent men and sorrowing women, their nearest and dearest in a land where all were friends. The last blessings of fathers and mothers had been given and taken, and then came the hardest farewells of all. Isma and Alexis parted as declared lovers will part as long as the fates are cruel. But when Alan took Alma's hand in his for the last time, and looked down upon the pale loveliness of her perfect face, and into the clear, calm depths of her eyes, The word that he had been longing to say ever since his return died upon his lips. The contrast between her stainless purity and the darkness of the blot that Olga's unholy passion had placed upon his life rose up in all its horror for the 100th time before him, and once more the impassable gulf opened between them. All that he could say was,
"Goodbye, Elmer. You too will wish me Godspeed, won't you?" "With all my heart, yes, Alan,"
she replied in low, sweet, steady tones.
"God guard you in your good work, and send you back in safety to us. You will come back rich in honours, and followed by the blessings of the world you are going to rescue from the oppressors, or I shall never come back. Goodbye, Elmer. Goodbye, all,"
he said, breaking upon her speech, for he could bear to hear no more. And as he spoke, he stooped and kissed her forehead, as he had kissed Isma's a few moments before. Then he turned and ran up the steps just as Alexis took his last kiss, and did the same. As they gained the decks of their ships, the great bell in the dome of the temple boomed out the first stroke of 12. At the 6th stroke, the electric suns on the summits of the mountains blazed out simultaneously at 100 points. A long, deep roar of thunder rolled round the bulwarks of Aeria, and with searchlights flashing out ahead and astern, the 400 battleships of the 2 squadrons rose into the air and swept up towards the ridge. 1,000 feet above it they stopped, and hung for a moment motionless in mid-air. Then the roar of 1,000 shells exploding far up in the quaking sky answered the salutes from the sentinel ships. And then, still signalling farewells with their searchlights, the squadron swept out into the ocean of darkness that loomed round the light-girdled realm of Aeria. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The First Blow. The night of the 15th of May 2037 was passed in an agony of apprehension by nearly the whole of civilized humanity. The long-threatened and universally feared thundercloud of war had at last loomed up over the serene horizon of peace, in full view of the whole world. Although the events of the last 6 years had to some extent prepared the minds of men for the impending disaster, now that the last hour of the long peace was really about to strike, there were very, very few among the millions of non-combatants who were able to rise superior to the universal panic. The ocean terrorism, which had paralyzed the commerce of the world 5 years and a half before, fearful as it had been, was, so far as the bulk of humanity was concerned, a terror of the unseen. Ships had gone out to sea and had vanished into the depths, leaving no trace behind them. But the hand that struck the blow had remained invisible. Now, however, this same terror, magnified 1,000-fold, was to come close up to the shores of lands whose inhabitants had never known what it was for man to raise his hand against his brother. Tomorrow the sun would rise as usual, the earth would smile, the sea would dance, and the air grow bright and warm under his beams. Yet air and earth and sea would be wholly strange to the eyes of men, for they would be invested with terrors hitherto only pictured by the fears of panic. The air would be charged with death. Beneath the laughing waves, great battleships would be speeding swiftly, silently, and invisibly on their errands of destruction. And the fair face of earth would be scarred by the harrow of battle and seared with the fires of murderous passion. The ocean traffic of the world had been almost wholly at a standstill for nearly a month. Transports, which could complete their voyage before the end of the truce, had done so. But since the 1st of May, only short voyages had been attempted, for it was known that escape from the attack of a submarine battleship
would be absolutely impossible for any vessel that floated on the surface of the water. The immediate results of this had of course been the dislocation of trade and commerce and ever-increasing scarcity of food in the great centres of population. Impossible, absurd even, as it still seemed to those who had not thoroughly recognized the tremendous gravity of the situation. The inhabitants of the magnificent cities of the old and new worlds were actually within measurable distance, even before a blow had been struck, of seeing the spectre of famine across the threshold of their palaces. In a few days communications by land would be as difficult and as dangerous as those by sea. For swift as the trains were, their speed was far excelled by that of the slowest airship, which could wreck them with a single shot. Bridges would be destroyed, stations blown up, and lines cut in 100 places at once, till railway travelling would have to cease all over the world. Thus, the most splendid civilization of all the ages stood trembling on the verge of destruction, at the moment when the sleepless eyes of the inhabitants of Alexandria saw the first faint glow of the dawn brightening in the eastern sky. No one knew where or how the first blow would be struck in the strange and terrible warfare, for the commencement of which the rising of that morning's sun gave the signal. There was scarcely any elements in common with the war of the 19th century, save the slaughter and destruction that it would entail. There could be no marshalling of fleets or warships on the sea, for to be detected by the enemy would be coming very near to being destroyed. Every blow would have to be struck swiftly, silently, and without warning, for only one could be struck, and to fail would be to be lost. So too in the air, as had been proved at Kerguelen and Mount Terror, everything would depend upon the supreme strategy which enabled the first fatal shot to be sent home, that would decide battle after battle, without hope for the vanquished to recover from their defeat. But after all, it would be on land that the terrors of the new warfare would be most fearfully manifested. It needed but little effort of the highly strung imaginations of those who were waiting for the world tragedy to begin, to picture vast armies, magnificent in their strength and splendid in their equipments, marching to grapple with each other on some field of titanic strife. Suddenly, and without warning, they would be smitten by an invisible foe floating far above the clouds, or perhaps visible only as a tiny speck of light high in the central blue. Their battalions would be torn to pieces, their regiments decimated and thrown into confusion. Their commanders, the brains of the huge organisms, would have no such protection as they had had in the wars of former times, for the aerial artillery would reach everywhere, and the commander-in-chief in his headquarters would be as much exposed as the private in his bivouac. Thus the brain would be destroyed and the body reduced to impotence. Disciplined armies would become lawless and unregulated hordes in a few days or weeks, and the organized slaughter of the battlefield would be exchanged for the butchery and plunder of the city carried by assault. It was little wonder, then, that the world watched the ending of its last night of peace and the dawning of its first day of battle with feelings such as men had not felt for 5 generations, if indeed ever before, in the history of man. It was not a mere war of nations with which men were confronted. The evil genius of a single woman had achieved the unheard-of feat of dividing the human race into 2 hostile forces, so nearly balanced in strength that mutual destruction seemed a not improbable issue of what might, after all, prove to be the death struggle of humanity, the collapse of civilization, and the sinking of a remnant of mankind back to the level of barbarians whose children would wander amidst the ruins of their forefathers' habitations, and wonder what race of demigods had created the wondrous fabric whose very fragments were splendid. As the dawn flew round the world on that momentous morning, every eye was turned towards the heavens. On every lip there was but one question: where will the first blow be struck? And in every heart there was but one thought: will it reach me or my dear ones? The focus of all human interest was for a moment Alexandria, for it was known that from there the main expeditionary force was to be sent out to, if possible, effect a landing on the shores of Italy, while other expeditions were to start from Tripoli, Tunis, and Oran to effect landings in France and Spain. The bridge across the Straits of Gibraltar from Point Circe to Goldamessi was to all intents and purposes neutral, since it would have been madness to send trains conveying troops across it when a single shot from the British battery at Gibraltar would have shattered the bridge to fragments. The forces destined by the Sultan for the invasion of Europe would, therefore, either have to be conveyed in swift transports by sea, protected by squadrons of airships and flotillas of submarine battleships, or else they would have to go by land round the Levant by Syria, and so through Asia Minor to the shores of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. As the European shores of these two straits were known to be defended by concealed batteries mounting guns a single shot from which would blow the biggest transport afloat out of the water, the Sultan had decided to make the attempt to invade Italy, France, and Spain by sea, while the Russian forces with their Asiatic allies were to attack the central nations from the east. So far, therefore, as could be foreseen, the Mediterranean would once more be the arena of strife, and on some part of its shores or its waters the first blow of the war would be struck. Every possible preparation for the attack upon Europe had been finally completed immediately after the return of Khalid from the coronation of Olga on the 11th. But beyond the fact that the coasts of Europe, from the Straits of Dover to the Golden Horn, were patrolled by Federation battleships, nothing was known of the dispositions which had made for the defence of Europe. Gibraltar, Minorca, Capes Bartivento, Mount Ida in Candia, and Olympus in Cyprus formed a chain of Federation posts, which, while they had been made impregnable to all attack save long, sustained bombardment from the air, rendered any attempt on the part of the large fleets to cross the Mediterranean an extremely hazardous venture. These stations were connected from Gibraltar to Cyprus by telephonic cables, buried beneath the floor of the sea to hide them from the enemy's cruisers, and also by patrols of battleships constantly moving to and fro, in touch with each other along the whole line. And this was the first barrier through which the Muslim Sultan had to force his way before he could land his armies upon the shores of southern Europe. This too formed what may be termed the first line of defence of the Federation and of Christendom, and although neither the Sultan nor the Tsarina was wholly aware of the fact, it had been strengthened to such a degree that it was expected to prove unbreakable even under the impact of the immense forces that would be brought to bear upon it. When the sun at last rose over the hills of Syria and Sinai, and the watchers in the streets and on the housetops of Alexandria heard the voice of the muezzin calling the first hour of prayer and the last hour of the world's peace, the bright blue waves of the inland sea lay smiling and sparkling in its earliest beams, betraying not a trace of the hidden forces which waited but for the signal that might come either from land or sea or sky to begin the work of desolation. The harbours of the city were thronged with shipping. Great transports lined the miles of quays whose network fronted the seaward verge of the Muslim capital. Some of the basins swarmed with the half-submerged hulls of scores of battleships waiting to take up their position as convoys to the flotilla, which, if the Sultan's plan succeeded, would, within the next 12 hours, land nearly 4 million troops on European soil. In the air, at elevations varying from 500 to 10,000 feet,
a squadron of 200 aerial cruisers, kept watch and ward against surprise from the upper regions of the air. By the time the day had fully dawned, land and sea and sky had been scanned in vain for a sign of an enemy's presence. The sailing of the flotilla of transports had been fixed for 6 o'clock by Alexandrian time, and already the battleships were moving out into the open to take up their places in advance of the fleet of transports. 50 airships had ranged themselves in a long line to seaward at an elevation of 2,000 feet to protect the transports from an aerial assault, and the transports themselves were moving out to form in the basin behind the breakwater, whence they were to commence their voyage. Sultan Khalid, on board his aerial flagship Al-Barak, named after the winged steed which, according to the old legend, had borne the prophet from earth to the threshold of the seventh heaven, superintended in person the last preparations for the departure of his great armament. Flying hither and thither, now soaring and now sinking, he inspected first the cruisers of the air and then the flotillas of the seas. And at last, when all was ready, he took his place by one of the bow guns of the Al-Barak to fire the shot that was to be the signal for the expedition to start. But a higher intelligence and a greater tactical ability than his had already determined that the signal should be given in a very different fashion. 50 miles to the south, towards the Libyan desert, high in air, 15,000 feet above the earth, a solitary airship hung, suspended in the central blue. As the sun rose, she had moved slowly forward towards the city. As she came within sight of it, Alan Arnold, standing in her conning tower, saw, through a telescope that commanded a range of 100 miles, the disposition of the aerial fleet above Alexandria. He marked down a group of 5 airships floating some 5,000 feet above the centre of the city, and singled them out as the first victims of the war. He was, of course, far out of range of gunfire, and to have gone within range and fired on them would have been to expose his single ship to a concentrated hail of projectiles which would have scattered her in dust through the sky. So he determined to open the game of death and destruction by a stroke as dramatic as it was terrible. He remembered how his ancestor, Richard Arnold, in the first Ithuriel, had rammed the Russian war balloons to the north of Muswell Hill, and resolved to eclipse even that marvellous stroke of tactics. Obeying his will, like a living creature, the mighty fabric under his control sank 5,000 feet, and then began to gather way on a slanting course towards the Muslim airships. The propellers whirled faster and faster, and the quadruple wings undulated with ever-increasing velocity until the crowds in the streets of Alexandria saw something like a swift flash of blue light stream downwards from the southern sky, and heard a long screaming roar as though the firmament was being rent in twain above them. Then 3 of the airships floating in line above their heads seemed to break up and roll over. The crowds held their breath and pointed upwards with one accord in sudden horror, as the crippled airships dropped like stones towards the earth. In another moment they struck it, and then, as though the central fires of the earth had burst through in the heart of the great city, there came a crash and a shock that shook the ground like an earthquake spasm. A vast dazzling volume of flame shot up from amidst a wide circle of blackened ruin. Towers fell and roofs collapsed all around the focus of the explosion. The whole atmosphere above the city was convulsed, and the very sea itself seemed to writhe under the stress of the mighty shock. And so, leaving death and ruin and consternation behind her, the Avenger swept out over the Mediterranean at a speed that the eye could scarcely follow, after striking the first blow in the world war of the 21st century. To say that this sudden and unexpected catastrophe spread panic through the Muslim capital would be but a very inadequate description of the Avengers' first blow in the World War. Consternation, wild and unabounded, blanched every cheek, and made every heart stand still as the mighty roar of the explosion burst upon the deafened ears of the inhabitants, and then instantly died into silence, broken only by the crash of falling ruins and the screams and groans of the wounded and the dying. The red spectre of war, in its most frightful form, had suddenly appeared to the terrified and horror-stricken vision of millions of men and women, scarce one of whom had ever seen a deed of violence done. Khalid, like a wise leader, did all he could to prevent the panic spreading to the troops on board the transports, by issuing peremptory orders for the expedition to start at once. At the same time, he signalled for half a dozen airships to ascend as far as possible and attempt to discover the source from which the inexplicable attack had come, an errand destined to be entirely fruitless. In orderly succession, the 100 huge transports, each carrying from 8,000 to 10,000 men, left the outer basin in 2 long lines, in the rear of the 50 airships already in position. 100 submarine battleships took up their stations 500 yards in advance of the first line of transports. 50 of these sank to a depth of 30 feet, and shot 2,000 yards ahead as soon as the whole flotilla was in motion, while the other 50 ran along the surface of the water, with their conning towers just showing above the waves, ready to sink in obedience to any signal that their commanders might receive from the airships, which commanded an immense range of vision over the waters. To all appearance the enemy was content with the one terrible blow that had already been struck. The smooth, sunlit sea betrayed no trace of a hostile vessel, and as far as the glasses of those on board the airships could sweep the sky, nothing but the blue atmosphere, flecked here and there with white, fleecy clouds, could be seen. But the Muslim commanders were far from being deceived by these peaceful appearances. From Sultan Khalid, who was commanding the expedition in person, to the engineers who worked the transports, all knew that the invisible line of the Federation patrols had to be passed somewhere in the depths of the sea before the shores of Italy could be reached. The speed of the 3 flotillas was limited to 25 miles an hour, in order that there might be no headlong running into danger, and the commander of each of the submerged battleships had orders to rise to the surface the instant that his telltale needle donated the presence of an enemy, and signal the fact to the rest of the squadron. The transports were then to stop, and were not to resume their passage until the battleships had cleared the way for them. The first division was to engage the enemy, while the second was to remain on the surface ready to defend the transports in case of need. For 6 hours the expedition proceeded on its way northwest by west from Alexandria without interruption. The intention was to pass about 100 miles to the south of the Federation post at Candia, between which island and the Cape Spartivento the ocean patrol would most likely be met with. Soon after 12, those on board the Sultan's flagship detected half a dozen little points of light shining amidst the waves to the northwestward. They could be nothing else but the scout ships of the patrol, and although they were nearly 10 miles away, a couple of shells were discharged at them from the Al-Barak's bow gun, more as a warning to the Muslim flotilla than in the hope of doing any damage. Whether they did or not was never known, for before the explosion of the shells was seen in the waters, the points of light had vanished. Signals were at once made from the flagship ordering the transport to stop, and the second division of battleships to stand by to protect them. A dozen remained on the surface of the water, running round and round the now stationary troopships in concentric circles. The others sank to varying depths and scattered until the vague fluctuations of their needles showed that they were more than 1,000 yards from each other and the transports. as the 1st Division had orders to keep more than 2 miles in advance as soon as an enemy was discovered, there would be no danger of ramming friend instead of foe. It ran on for 7 miles after the main body stopped. It was moving in a single line, the vessels being at an equal distance apart, so that, with the exception of the 2 ships at the extremities of the line, the attraction of the steel hulls on the needles should be neutralized, and therefore only give indications of vessels ahead. At the end of the 7th mile, the telltales ceased their wavering motions and began to point steadily in slightly varying directions ahead. The moment they did so, the engines were stopped and the flotilla rose to the surface of the water. Their commanders found themselves out of sight of the transports, but the Alborak, attended by 10 other airships, was floating about 1,000 feet above them. From the flagship's mainmast head flew the signal: "Fleet 8 miles to the rear, enemy ahead, sink and ram." The order was instantly obeyed by the whole division, and the 50 battleships simultaneously sank out of sight to engage the invisible enemy, while the Sultan and his companions on board the airships waited in intense anxiety to see what the next few fateful minutes would bring forth. No human eye could see what work of death might be going on down in the depths of the sea. Even those who took part in it would know it only by its results, and of these only the victors would know anything. They would reappear on the surface of the waves, but the vanquished would never rise again. Minute after minute passed, and still the anxious watchers on the airships saw nothing. The bright sunlit waves rippled on over the abyss, in which the conflict must by this time be almost over. 5, 10, 15 minutes passed, and still no sign. Had Khalid been a mile or 2 further on, and closer down to the surface of the sea, he would have seen streams of air bubbles rising swiftly here and there and instantly breaking. But from where he was, he could see nothing. 5 more minutes went by, and suspense gave place to apprehension. Had the whole of the 1st Division simply sunk to its destruction into some invisible trap that had been laid for it deep down in the watery abyss? If not, how come it that not even one of the battleships had risen to the surface to tell the tale of victory or defeat? Khalid knew that the squadron would obey orders and hurl itself at full speed. That is to say, at some 150 miles an hour upon the enemy the moment the telltales found the mark. In 2 or 3 minutes, 5 at the outside, their rams must either have done their work or failed to do it. If they had done it, they would have risen to the surface. If they had failed, and themselves escaped destruction, they would still have risen. Now, 20 minutes had passed, and not one of the 50 battleships had reappeared. What could this mean but disaster? And disaster it did mean. But great as it was as nothing compared with the frightful catastrophe which followed close upon it. All eyes aboard the airships were so intently fixed upon the portion of the sea where the squadron was expected to rise again that no one thought for the moment of looking back towards the transports until the dull rumbling roar of a series of explosions came rolling up out of the distance. Instantly, every glass was turned in the direction whence the sound came, and Khalid saw his great fleet of troopships tossing about in the midst of a wild commotion of the waves, out of which vast masses of white water spouted, as if from the depths of the sea. And amidst these ship after ship heeled over and sank into the white seething waters. Uttering a cry of rage and despair, he headed the Alborak at full speed towards the scene of the disaster. In 3 minutes he was floating over it, helpless to do anything to avert or even delay the swift destruction that was overwhelming the splendid fleet. Distracted by impotent rage and passionate sorrow for the fate of his soldiers and sailors, who were being slain hopelessly, and by wholesale beneath his eyes. He watched the awful submarine storm rage on, wrecking ship after ship, and swallowing them up with all the thousands on board in the boiling gulfs which opened ever and anon amidst the waves. When the first panic passed, the transports, which were still uninjured, scattered and headed away as fast as their engines would drive them to the southward, where the only chance of safety seemed to lie. But there was no escape for them from the invisible and merciless enemies. The fate of one magnificent transport, the flagship of the fleet, may be described as an illustration of the general disaster. She was a vessel of 50,000 tons measurement, and her crew and complement of troops numbered together nearly 25,000. She escaped the first discharge from the submarine torpedoes unharmed, and headed southward with her triple propellers revolving at their utmost velocity, rushed through the water at a speed of more than 40 nautical miles an hour. She had scarcely gained a mile on her course when the glass-domed conning tower of a battleship appeared for an instant above the waters. Before Khalid, not knowing whether it was friend or foe, could make up his mind to fire on it, it disappeared again. A few seconds later, the great ship stopped and shuddered with some mighty shock, as though she had run head-on to a sunken reef, and heeled over to one side. Then came a dull roar. A huge column of white foaming water rose up under her side amidships, and she broke in two and vanished in the midst of a white space of swirling eddies. Such scenes as this were occurring simultaneously in 20 different parts of the naval battlefield. The foe never showing himself safe for an instant. Then came the blow that meant destruction, and the victim vanished. There was none of the pomp and pageantry of modern naval warfare. No splendid armaments of mighty ironclads and stately cruisers, vomiting thunder and flame and storms of shot and shell at each other. Nor were there any rolling masses of battle smoke to darken the brightness of the sky. The occupants of an open boat 5 miles away would not have known that the most deadly sea fight ever waged since man had first gone down to the sea in ships was being fought out under the smiling May-Day sky. One after another, the flying transports were overtaken, rammed, or blown up and sunk by the pitiless monsters which unceasingly darted hither and thither a few feet below the surface of the water. And in less than 2 hours after the first alarm had been given, the last of the 100 transports which had sailed that morning from Alexandria had gone down a shattered wreck into the abysses of the inland sea. There was no chance of saving the drowning wretches who managed to escape from the eddies of the sinking ships, as there would have been in a naval battle of today. The airships could not do so without sinking to the waves and so making themselves marks for the irresistible rams and torpedoes of their enemies, who themselves could not be merciful, even if they would, shut up as they were in the steel leviathans whose only use was destruction. Khalid the Magnificent, with a heart well-nigh breaking with rage and shame and sorrow, watched in passionate helplessness the destruction of his splendid fleet, and the drowning, like rats in a pond, of the soldiers who were to have borne the banner of the crescent over the conquered fields of Christendom. More than 1 million men had perished beneath his eyes, and he had not been able to fire a single shot to help them, although he was in command of an aerial fleet which could have dispersed an army or wrecked a city between sunrise and noon. But the strangest part of the strange battle was yet to come. After the last of the transports had disappeared, the attack ceased, and the assailants vanished. In a few minutes the sea was as calm and bright as ever, and only a few bits of broken wooden wreckage floated here and there, betrayed the fact that anything out of the common had happened.
The remnant of the Muslim squadron rose to the surface and signalled for instructions. Only 20 of them remained uninjured out of the 100 that had gone into the fight. Before the signals could be returned, there was a loud hiss and a swirling noise as of some huge body rushing at a furious speed through the water. And a great battleship leapt up out of the nether waters and hurled herself at a speed of nearly 200 miles an hour into the midst of the floating squadron. Her gleaming ram of azarine tore its way through the sides of 3 vessels in such swift succession that, almost before their fragments had time to sink, her huge bulk vanished under the waves again. But hardly was her work done than a second battleship charged into the paralyzed squadron, sending 2 of its members to the bottom and crippling 3 more before she, too, vanished into the safe obscurity of the depths. A third was met by a storm of shells from the airships, which burst round her and under her just as she came to the surface, and blew her out of the water in fragments. Heedless of this, a fourth plunged fiercely through the foaming area of the explosion, and had wrecked 2 more Muslim vessels before a shell smashed her propeller and laid her helpless on the water. 2 of the Muslims instantly backed out and rushed at her, tearing 2 great ragged holes in her side and sinking her instantly, only to be sunk themselves in turn by a 5th charge from below. Scarcely had this last foe disappeared in safety than a swarm of torpedoes, converging from all sides, encircled the remaining Muslim battleships. Some plunged beneath the waves to escape them, but these never reappeared. The remainder, torn and twisted and shattered by a series of explosions that flung the water mountains high all around them, sank like stones. And when the sea once more settled down, the grim work of death had been completed. The fate which had so swiftly overwhelmed the expedition that had set out from Alexandria had almost simultaneously befallen 4 other expeditions which had started at the same hour from Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers, and Oran. The one disaster had been an almost exact reproduction of the others. The same order, formation, and tactics had been observed in each of the 5 cases, and each of the 5 squadrons of transports and fleets of submarine battleships had been overwhelmed and completely destroyed by the same mysterious fate. Of 500 transports and the same number of battleships which Sultan Khalid had possessed at sunrise on the fatal 16th of May, not a single one remained by sundown. And of the more than 3 million souls who had manned the 5 fleets, not 1 man survived. Of the strength or the losses of the enemy that had wrought this appalling and unheard of destruction within such a brief space of time, nothing could, in the nature of the case, be known by those who had seen only some of its effects from the decks of the airships, which floated almost helplessly over the waves, which were engulfing their naval consorts. The work of annihilation had for the most part been done in the dim and silent depths of the sea, and all that they knew was the number of those of their own comrades who had gone to battle and never returned. And yet, to all practical intents and purposes, these 5 stupendous blows, which had simultaneously crushed the Muslim sea power and half crippled the military strength of the Sultan, had been struck by one hand. In other words, the victory of the Mediterranean was due to 2 inventions which had been made and perfected by Max Ernstein, who had been transferred from Kerguelen and appointed admiral in command of the whole Mediterranean forces of the Federation. One of these was a highly improved form of an apparatus which had just come into use on board battleships and cruisers when the War of Terror broke out. This was an electrical contrivance which gave warning, more or less reliable, of the approach of torpedoes, by translating the aqueous vibrations set up by them into sound waves, which increased in intensity as the hidden destroyer came nearer.
This invention had been lost sight of when all the warships of the world were sunk in the South Atlantic after the proclamation of the universal peace. Ernstine's was therefore a new discovery or rediscovery, but the advantages of his position far ahead of the scientific skill of the 19th century had enabled him to produce a much more perfect instrument. And his apparatus, which was attached to all the battleships of the Federation, not only gave warnings of the approach of an enemy, but indicated his direction, the number of revolutions at which his propellers were working, and his distance at any given moment. This not only enabled the commander of a Federation battleship to detect the presence of an enemy, but it enabled him to distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as the phonetic indicator showed that another ship was approaching, he stopped his own propellers, started them, and stopped them again. The vibrations thus set up and interrupted would be conveyed to the indicator of the approaching ship, if she had one, and she would at once return the signal. If the signal was not returned, it was safe to conclude that the coming vessel was an enemy, and could be rammed accordingly. When this invention replaced the telltale needle that had been in use a year before, an alteration in tactics became necessary, and the fighting order became more extended. A mile instead of 1,000 yards was now the limit within which the Federation battleships were not permitted to approach each other, save under special circumstances. Every vessel acted as an independent unit, subject only to the general instructions. Ernstine's second invention was of a simpler but nonetheless effective character. Knowing that the Muslim and Russian squadrons would be forced to trust entirely to their telltale magnetized needles, he had devised a plan for making these worse than useless. As soon as the phonetic indicator told him that an enemy was coming, the commander of each of his battleships dropped a thin rope of insulated wire down 30 or 40 feet into the water below him. The lower end of the cable was a powerful electromagnet, through which a current of electricity was kept passing along the wires. The attraction of this magnet was far stronger than that of the hull of the vessel, and consequently the needles of the enemy were deflected downwards, and gave a total erroneous idea as to the depth of which the Federation ship was floating. Thus, when the first division of the Muslim submarine squadron charged at what its commanders thought were the hulls of their enemies, their rams passed harmlessly underneath them, merely striking the magnet and knocking it aside. The moment they had passed the magnet, its attraction swung their needles back and showed that some mysterious mistake had been committed. But before they had time to turn and seek the mark afresh, the Federation ships were upon them, and their rams had rent their way into their sides. In this manner, every ship of the First Division had been destroyed within 3 minutes after it had made its first and last charge. Then the Federationists had risen to the surface for an instant to reconnoitre by means of the arrangement of mirrors previously described, and sinking again had worked their way back towards the transports, formed in a huge circle around them, and had sent torpedo after torpedo into their midst. As soon as the flotilla had been thrown into confusion, they had converged until they could communicate with each other by means of their submarine signals. And after that they had attacked the enemy singly. Ship after ship charged into the melee, did her work and retired, if she escaped destruction to give place to another. Only 20 Federation ships had been engaged in each of the 5 battles, and of these 40 in all had been destroyed, a loss utterly disproportionate to the gigantic damage that had been done to the enemy. Khalid the Magnificent divined intuitively that the disaster which had overwhelmed the expedition which he had commanded in person was only a portion of a result achieved by some elaborate and consummately conceived scheme of defence, which must have been simultaneously put into operation against his other expeditions. What had succeeded against his own might well have been expected to have succeeded against them.
He at once dispatched 4 squadrons of 10 airships, each to Tripoli and Tunis, Algiers and Oran, with orders to collect all attainable information, and to return to Alexandria as soon after sunset as possible. Then he turned the prows of the remainder of his fleet towards his capital, and gave the signal for full speed ahead. End of chapter 23. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. War at its worst. Without even pausing to see the effects of his charge upon the 3 airships above Alexandria, Alan kept the Avenger going at full speed, soaring up into the higher regions of the atmosphere with her prow pointed to the northeast. About 3 hours later she was floating at an elevation of nearly 5 miles above Moscow. Not stationary, but sweeping round and round in vast circles on her quadruple wings, after the manner of the condors of the Andes, which thus sustain themselves on almost motionless wings at vast elevations and very small expenditure of force. Below, an immense expanse of country lay in unclouded clearness under the glasses of the captain of the ship and George Cosmo, late engineer of the Narwhal, who was now chief engineer of the Aerian flagship. Not only Moscow, but a dozen other towns lay at the mercy of the Avenger's 24 guns, and yet no shot was fired. For Alan, despite the tremendous debt of vengeance that he owed to her who now, at last in very fact crowned Tsarina of the Russias, held her court at Moscow, was yet extremely loath to involve non-combatants in the destruction which he knew must follow the discharge of his guns. Added to this, his present designs were rather to reconnoitre than to destroy. He was in command of the fastest and most powerful airship in the world, and the task that he had set himself was to supervise the whole of the complicated arrangements that had been made for repelling the coming attack upon the Federation by the Muslims and Russians. Thus he had started soon after midnight from Gibraltar, one of the chief power stations and depots in Europe. Thence he had run along the African coast over Oran, Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli, noting the sleepless activities of the brilliantly lighted towns, the swarming transports and battleships in their harbours, and the crowds of anxious watchers in their streets. Then he had got round to the south of Alexandria, and there struck the first blow in the war. Now his object was to discover what disposition of troops were being made for the invasion of Austria and Germany. Another scout ship would be by this time floating over St. Petersburg, and another over Odessa, and these were to report to him at noon. He had kept the Avenger moving with sufficient rapidity to make it extremely difficult for her to be seen from the earth, as he wanted to see without being seen, and he remained undiscovered until nearly noon. All this time trains had been seen running in swift succession into Moscow from the east and out to the west, evidently conveying troops to the frontier. A large fleet of airships numbering apparently between 200 and 300 vessels was seen lying in 4 squadrons on the open space above the Kremlin, and others were constantly flying into and out of the city in all directions. A few minutes after 11:30, Cosmo, after a long look through his glasses, called to Alan, who was looking out from the other side of the deck. "I fancy they must have seen us at last. 3 ships are coming up on this side, as if they wanted to investigate." Alan crossed over and soon picked out the Russian vessels rising in long spiral sweeps from the earth about 3 miles to the northward and coming up very fast. "They seem to have learnt something in tactics during the year," he said. "They evidently know better than to rise perpendicularly while they suspect we are up here. They think they'll be much more difficult to hit coming up like that."
"Yes," said Cosmo, "but we can soon show them the mistake in that idea. What are you going to do with them?"
"Destroy them, of course," replied Alan. "It doesn't matter about giving the alarm now. I think it's pretty certain that the Russians are going to concentrate on Kiev, Vitebsk, Dunnaburg and Vilna, and those 4 squadrons down there are intended to cover them. We'd better let them concentrate and make the fighting as short and as sharp as possible. It would be a waste of time to destroy them here in detail, and the moral effect wouldn't be anything like as good. What do you think?"
"I don't think there'll be any fighting," replied Cosmo, "unless between the airships. The most hardened troops of the 19th century would have broken and run like a lot of sheep under our shells. And these poor fellows, who have never seen a battle in their lives, will do the same. I don't believe we shall have any land fighting at all to speak of during the whole war. There'll be nothing but massacres from the air on both sides. Still, I think you're both wise and merciful in waiting until you can hit hard. Though perhaps from the strict military point of view, we ought to have Moscow in ruins by sundown."
"I won't do that," said Alan, shaking his head decisively. "There are 3 or 4 millions of women and children in it who have done no harm, and I'll shed no more blood than I'm obliged to. We had better destroy those fellows, however, before they get too close. You know what to do."
"Very well," said Cosmo. "You'll take the deck, I suppose?" Alan nodded, and Cosmo saluted and went into the conning tower. The Avenger now altered her course, so that her circling flight took her to the northward, above the 3 Russian airships that were sweeping round and round so fast that it would have been impossible to train a gun upon them. As soon as she got over them, the Avenger quickened her course until she was flying around in the same circles and at the same speed as the Russians. This, of course, made her relatively stationary with regard to them, and it was now possible to take aim. 2 of the broadside guns, 1 on each side, were much shorter than the others, and had been specially constructed for firing almost vertically downwards. Alan stood by one of these and trained it on the first of the Russian vessels, which were coming up in a spiral line. At the right moment he pressed the button in the breech and released the projectile. The shot struck the Russian amidship. They saw the glass deck of the roof splinter, then the blaze of the explosion flashed out, the air quaked, and the next moment the fragments of the Russian warship were falling back upon the earth. A second and a third shot followed, as the other 2 came into position. And when Alan looked down towards the city again, he saw that the 4 squadrons had taken the alarm, and were rising from the earth and scattering in all directions. This was just what he wanted, for it relieved him of the scruples which had prevented him from firing on them while they lay within the precincts of the city. In an instant, the crew of the Avenger were at their guns, and shell after shell sped on its downward way after the flying ships. Although, under the circumstances, the aim was necessarily hurried, for the captains of the Russian vessels, seeing the terrible disadvantage at which they were placed, had put on their utmost speed. The guns of the Avenger were so smartly handled that nearly a score of the Russians were either blown to fragments or crippled before the squadron escaped out of range.
"Well done," said Alan. "That will teach them to keep a little smarter lookout next time."
And then he went on to himself.
"I wonder whether she was on board one of those that are lying in little pieces down there. I suppose that would be too good luck to hope for, and yet I don't know. I think her end ought to be something different to that. I wonder what it really will be."
he ordered his men to cease firing now and placed the Avenger once more in her old position over Moscow, keeping her at a great elevation to guard against surprise from the squadron he had scattered. A few minutes later, 2 airships were reported coming from the south and north. The flash of the sun on their blue hulls proclaimed them friends. They were the vessels bringing the reports from St. Petersburg and Odessa, and these reports were to the effect that during the whole of the morning trains had been pouring through from the eastward and all the surrounding country towards the Austro-German frontier. Other reports from the westward had been received by the commanders of these 2 vessels to the effect that the Russian troops were massing along the frontier and seemingly prepared to invade the Federation area from the 4 points already selected by Allen. He at once dispatched orders by these 2 courier vessels to the depots at Königsberg, Thorn, Breslau, and Budapest, to assemble 4 squadrons of 50 vessels each, which were to be over the points of concentration at daybreak on the following morning. These ships were to maintain their greatest possible elevation, that is to say about 3.5 miles until the sun rose. Then, if the sky were clear, they were to bombard the towns at once from that height. If not, they were to use all precautions against surprise in passing through the clouds, and then the commanders were to use their own discretion as to the plan of operation. But Odessa, Kiev, Vicksburg, and Dunneburg were to be destroyed at all hazards as soon as it was certain that the invading forces were concentrated there and preparing to march eastward. As soon as these orders had been dispatched, the Avenger left Moscow and started at full speed for Gibraltar, where she arrived about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Here, Allen, after once more inspecting the land batteries and the aerial defences of this important outpost of the Federation, received news of the annihilation of the 4 Muslim expeditions, and heartily congratulated Admiral Ernstein on the complete success of his operation. It was at once apparent that the Sultan would not risk a second loss so enormous as this event if he had sufficient transports left, and could persuade any more of his people to brave the terrors of such another sea fight. This being so, only 2 alternatives would be open to him. Either he must give up all idea of invading Europe by land or sea, or else he must attempt to force the bridges across the Dardanelles and the Straits of Gibraltar and cross into Europe via Turkey and Spain. Both these bridges, the main highways between Europe, Africa, and Asia Minor, were guarded on the European side by batteries of enormous strength, similar to those which guarded the Federation posts in the Mediterranean. They were magnificent structures, each 400 feet broad, carrying 12 lines of railway as well as carriage drives and promenades, and, once in the hands of the enemy, troops could be poured across them in tens of thousands every hour. Allen, after a brief conference with Ernstein, decided to pursue the same tactics here as he was going to make use of on the Russian frontier. The bridges were to be left completely open, but their supporting pillars were to be mined with torpedoes, connected by electric wires with the batteries. If the Sultan attempted to force them, his men were to be allowed to concentrate on the African and Asiatic shores and to occupy the bridges. Then the bridges were to be blown up and the forces on the opposite side to be dispersed by the batteries and the airships. The message to the Dardanelles bridge was dispatched by telephone over the cables connecting Gibraltar with Candia and Gallipoli, and similar instructions were sent on from Gallipoli to Constantinople in case any attempt should be made to force the bridge which spanned the Bosphorus. The Mediterranean patrol was to be maintained as before, and 3 airships were sent out to reconnoitre the African coast from Ceuta to Port Said during the night and learn what they could of the Sultan's intentions. The rest of the evening and the greater part of the night was spent by Alan receiving and answering reports from the northern coast of the Mediterranean, the Russian frontier, and the principal cities of Europe, and in assuring himself that everything was ready, so far as was possible, to meet the storm that must infallibly burst over the continent within the next few days. What would have been in the 19th century a matter of weeks was now only one of days and hours. The enormously developed system of intercommunication made transit, even for very large numbers of men and between very distant points, rapid to a degree undreamt of in the present century. Trains could travel at 200 miles an hour along the hundreds of quadruple lines which covered the continent, with their gigantic network. Aerial cruisers could fly at more than twice the speed, and squadrons of submarine battleships could cleave their silent and invisible way through the ocean depths at 150 miles an hour. It was therefore almost impossible to tell without certain information where and how the blows of the enemy would be struck, or from how many points the European area of the Federation might be assailed at once, and vast indeed were the responsibilities and anxieties which weighed upon the man whose single brain was the centre of this vast and complicated system of defence, and on whose decision would depend the safety or the destruction of millions of human beings. Alan had managed to get 4 hours sleep in the afternoon between Moscow and Gibraltar, and he snatched 2 hours more before midnight. Then he was called, and the Adventure was just about to take the air to return to the Russian frontier, so that he might supervise the operations there, when the lookout on the summit of the Rock of Gibraltar saw and answered the Aerian private signal from the sky. And a few minutes later, a fleet of more than 100 airships dropped down out of the darkness and hovered over what is now called the neutral grounds between the Rock and Spain. One of these alighted at the signal station itself. It was the Isma. And within 3 minutes after she had touched the ground, Alan was shaking hands with Alexis and asking him what brought him back so soon from the east.
"I have come back because there is nothing much more to do there,"
said Alexis.
"Have you had any fighting here?"
"Yes," said Alan, "or, at any rate, a big massacre." And then he described what had befallen the Sultan's expeditions.
"Horrible but necessary, I suppose,"
replied Alexis, not without a shudder at the news.
"I have been doing my damage on land. I didn't wait for the enemy to begin hostilities, so as soon as day broke, we got to work. We have wrecked Ekaterinburg, Slatonsk, Orenburg, and Uralsk, and blocked the 4 roads into Russia from Asia. The Tsarina's Asiatic forces had concentrated there in large numbers ready to come into Europe. We found some airships intending to cover them, but we had the best of the elevation and smashed them up. The slaughter has been something perfectly frightful. I had 150 ships in action, and there isn't a man left of the Asiatic troops that is not getting back to where he came from as fast as he can go. The towns are mere heaps of ruins, and the railways utterly useless. I left 20 ships to patrol the frontier and stop any further movements into Russia, and 20 more are strung out in a line from the Caspian to the head of the Red Sea to cut communications between Asia and Africa. We came westward over Odessa this morning and had a skirmish in which, I am sorry to say, I lost 5 ships. But we destroyed 20 Russians, blew up the dockyard, and shelled the city by way of punishment. And now I've got myself and 130 ships to place at your disposal for the present. There is nothing more to be feared from the east, for by tomorrow night, I think, the Asiatics will be thoroughly terrorized." "You have done more than I have in the way of slaughter and destruction," said Alan, "but there will be some fearful work along the Russian frontier tomorrow morning. The Tsarina, as you call her, is concentrating her forces at Kiev, Vicksburg, Vitebsk, Donneberg, and Vilna for a descent upon Germany.
I have ordered those 4 places to be destroyed as soon as possible after sunrise, and I'm just starting now, so you had better come with me and order your ships to follow us."
Both the commanders felt, as their combined squadrons were winging their way towards the Russian frontier, that the events of the next 24 hours or so would go far towards deciding the issues of the war, and therefore the fate of the world. Alexis had given up the command of the Isthmus for the night to his first lieutenant, and was travelling on board the Avenger in order that he and Alan might finally arrange their plans for the terrible deeds that were to be done on the following day. Both of them were serious, almost to depression, for it must be remembered that neither possessed that love of fighting and slaughter which distinguishes the professional soldier of the 19th century. Armed with the most awful weapons ever wielded by human hands, they had already, within the space of a few hours, hurled millions of their fellow creatures into eternity, and made thousands of homes desolate, which a couple of days ago were happy. Now they were going to repeat the tragedy, on how vast a scale neither of them knew. Before the next sunset, a red line of blood and flame would mark the frontier between Russia and Germany. All the horrors of months of the older warfare would be concentrated into those few fatal hours. Those who were to do battle in the air would hurl their irresistible lightnings at each other more as gods than as men, while on earth the unresisting swarms could only stand in helpless agony of suspense, waiting for the death from which there was no possibility of flying. Within 100 miles of the frontier, the 2 fleets stopped, and Alexis went on board his own vessel. It was then a few minutes after 3 in the morning, that is to say, about an hour before sunrise, and the warships were floating in a serene and cloudless atmosphere at an elevation of nearly 4 miles, or about 20,000 feet. It was already quite light enough at that elevation for signals to be plainly seen, and a rapid interchange of these took place, communicating the final instructions from the flagships to the commanders of the smaller squadrons into which the fleets were to be divided. Just as the last signal had been answered, and the vessels were about to separate, a tiny speck of light was seen far away to the westward. 100 powerful field glasses were instantly turned upon it, and soon showed it to be a hostile airship coming up very fast at an elevation of about 3 miles. The silvery sheen of her hull instantly betrayed the fact that she was neither an Aerian nor a Federation vessel, for the former were blue and the latter painted dull grey. A moment's reflection showed that she must have sighted the Aerian fleet, and if she got past, would take tidings of its presence to the frontier and destroy all hope of surprise. Within 20 seconds of her true nature being made out, a signal was flying from the mizzenmast of the Isthmus which read, "Shall I stop her?" "Yes, cripple her if you can. Don't fire unless necessary," came the reply from the Avenger, and the Isthmus at once darted away on her errand. Alexis, of course, understood that if he struck the enemy with a shell, her fragments would fall to the earth, and might probably give the impression that a battle was being fought in the air, and, as they were now so near to the Russian frontier, this was to be avoided, if possible. He therefore determined to cripple her without destroying her, and if he could manage it, to capture her in mid-air, a feat that had never been performed before under similar conditions. He descended until the Isthmus was only floating about 1,000 feet higher than the enemy, and then began to fly round and round in a wide circle, at a speed which made it practically impossible for her to be hit with a shell, save by the merest chance. The stranger, on sighting the fleet, slowed down and swung round to the northward, so as to have the advantage of being able to present her stern chasers to the enemy. This gave Alexis the opportunity he wanted. The instant that her stern was visible, the Isthmus swooped down and rushed at her at such a speed that she looked more like a stream of blue light rushing through the sky than a solid material body. Those on board her saw this flash dart past their stern,
Their ship shivered from stern to stern with some shock that came so swiftly that not until the Isma was almost out of sight did they realize the damage that had been done. The ram of the Aerian had cut through the barrels of the 2 stern guns and the shafts of the 3 propellers as cleanly as razors would have divided so many straws. Sustained and propelled only by her wings, she dropped from 200 miles an hour to about 25. And then the Isma reappeared in the sky above her, flying the signal, "Will you surrender?" Her commander saw that the brilliant and almost miraculous maneuver of the Isma had placed him utterly at her mercy. If he refused, a single shell would send him and his ship and crew in fragments to the earth, while none of his guns could touch the Aerian, floating as she did 1,000 feet above him. So he bowed to necessity and sent the white flag to his masthead. Alexis then signalled again, ordering him to unload all his guns and leave the breaches open, and when he had seen this done, he sank down to a level with her, passed the steel wire rope on board her, and towed her away in triumph to the fleet. The brilliant achievement delighted the Aerians as much as it confounded the crew of the captured vessel, especially when it was discovered that she was the Haroun, a Muslim warship taking a message from the Sultan to the Tsarina at Moscow. Khalid's letter, which had been dispatched the night before from Algiers, informed Olga of the disaster that had overtaken the crescent in the Mediterranean, and of his determination to avenge it by storming the bridges of Gibraltar, the Dardanelles, and the Bosphorus, and pouring his remaining troops over them into Europe as soon as he could concentrate them. Far more important than this, however, was a notification of his intention to at once lead a fleet of 250 airships to the west of Europe, and there destroy city after city on his eastward course until they joined forces and proceeded, if necessary, to devastate the rest of the continent. The Muslim guns were now rendered useless, and she was left to her own devices to fall an easy prey to the first enemy that might attack her. The Aerian fleet then divided into 50 squadrons of 5 vessels each, and these winged their way towards the Russian frontier, ever soaring higher and higher until their wings were beating the rarefied air at an altitude of over 3 miles. Odessa, Kiev, Gromel, Vitebsk, Dunnaburg, and Riga were all covered by the time the sun rose. Scores of Russian airships were seen by the various squadrons darting about hither and thither along the frontier at varying elevations, evidently on the lookout for an enemy. It was not many minutes before the Aerian squadron was discovered by these, and they instantly got away out of range, and then swerving round sought to rise to a similar attitude so as to place themselves on equal terms with the Aerians. But long before this attempt could be made, the work of death had begun, and 2,000 guns were raining their projectiles charged with inevitable destruction upon their devoted cities. They were swarming with men who had come through the interior of Russia during the night for the invasion of Europe. But there were no troops on land to oppose them, for Alan had seen that there would be no need for these. Within an hour, the 6 cities were so many vast shambles, and still the relentless rain of death kept falling from the skies. Houses and public buildings crumbled into dust under the terrific impact of the explosions. The streets were torn up as if by earthquakes. The railways running in and out were utterly wrecked, and the victims of the pitiless attack, panic-stricken and mad with fear and agony, rushed aimlessly hither and thither through the bloody, fire-scorched streets and amidst the falling ruins until inevitable death overtook them and ended their tortures of mind and body. There was no escape, even as there was no mercy. Thousands fled out into the country, only to find the same rain of death falling upon the villages. It seemed as though the unclouded heavens of that May morning were raining fire and death from every point upon the devoted earth, and yet no source of destruction was to be seen. but ere long new horrors were added to the desolation which had already befallen the cities. Terrific explosions burst out high up in the air. Vast dazzling masses of flame blazed out, mocking the sunlight with their brightness, and then vanishing in an instant. And after them came showers of bits of metal and ragged fragments of human bodies. All that remained of some great cruiser of the air and her crew. The Russian squadrons, numbering in all about 300 warships, by flying several miles to the eastward and then doubling on a constantly ascending course, had by this time gained a sufficient elevation to train their guns upon the Aerians. And as soon as they had done this, the aerial battle became general along a curved line more than 1,000 miles in length, extending from Odessa to Riga. George Cosmo had been right when he said that there would be little or no land fighting. For along that line, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, there was scarcely a man left alive by midday who was not mad with fear and horror at the frightful effects of the aerial assault. On land as well as on sea, fighting was impossible. Armies and fleet could exist only in the absence of the airships, and they were everywhere. Cities lay utterly at their mercy, and nothing shaped by the hand of man could withstand the impact of their projectiles. But all day long the fight went on in the skies above the Russian frontier, yet not at all after the fashion imagined by the poet of the 19th century, who wrote, as he thought, prophetically of air navies grappling in the central blue. The first and chief endeavour of the captain of every vessel was to avoid the shots of his opponents, and to get his own home. It was brains and machinery pitted against brains and machinery, and grappling was never thought of. The airship which could gain and maintain a greater elevation than her opponent infallibly destroyed her, and so, too, did the one that could fly unhurt at full speed along the line of battle and use her stern guns upon those who became relatively stationary, enough for her to take aim at them. It would have been a magnificent spectacle for an observer who could have followed the contending squadrons in their swift and complicated evolutions. He would have seen the blue and silver hulls flashing to and fro, as though apparently engaged in some harmless trial of speed. Then, without the slightest warning, without a puff of smoke or the faintest sound of a report, the long, deadly guns would do their work. The moment of vantage would come, and the silent and invisible messengers of annihilation would be sped upon their way. Then, with a roar and a shock that convulsed the firmament, a mist of flame would envelop the ship that had been struck, and when it vanished she would have vanished too, falling in a rain of fragments towards the earth nearly 20,000 feet below. It was a battle not so much for victory as for destruction. There could be no victory save to those who survived after having annihilated their enemies, and this was the sole object of the struggle. High in the air above the contending squadrons, the Avenger and the Isma swept to and fro along the line, raised by their superior soaring powers beyond the zone of battle, and from their decks the two admirals commanded the fight and, like very Joves above the tempest, hurled their destroying bolts from their terrible guns far and wide over the scene of strife. From morning to night both Alan and Alexis sought in vain for the blue hull of the Revenge among the Russian squadrons. Unless Olga was on board one of the other ships, she was either engaged in some work of destruction elsewhere, or was directing the operations of her forces and learning the disasters that had overtaken them in her palace in Moscow or St. Petersburg. It had been previously ordered that, as soon as it became too dark to take accurate aim with the guns, those vessels of the Aerian fleet which had survived the battle were to fly westward and rendezvous at midnight on the summit of the Schneekop, one of the peaks of the giant mountains to the northeast of Bohemia, whence, as soon as the amount of damage had been ascertained, the remainder of it, if strong enough, was to set out and, if possible, intercept the Muslim fleet before it could form a junction with the Russians. When the last vessel had alighted on the summit of the mountains, it was found that out of a fleet numbering 250 warships, only 180 remained. The rest were scattered in undistinguishable fragments along the Russian frontier. As for the amount of damage that had been done to the enemy as a set-off to this heavy loss, the Aerian commanders could form no even approximate estimate of it. All they knew was that the 6 frontier cities and a score or so of smaller towns and villages were now mere heaps of ruins, vast charnel houses choked with unnumbered corpses. The Russian army of invasion must have been practically annihilated, and certainly its remains would be too hopelessly demoralized by the unspeakable horrors it had survived to be of the slightest use for further fighting. As soon as the roll had been called, the fleet in 2 squadrons of 90 vessels each took the air and crossed the mountain to Görlitz, which had been selected a year before as a convenient spot for the establishment of an arsenal and power station, standing as it does at the angle of intersection of 2 great mountains which form the natural bulwarks of Bohemia. Here the stock of motive power and the ammunition of all the vessels were renewed, and at daybreak the squadrons were just about to take the air when a telephonic message was received from Paris that a large fleet of airships had appeared above the city and had begun to bombard it. This message had been sent in compliance with a system of intercommunication which Alan had instituted between all the great cities of Europe and all the power stations and rendezvous throughout the continent. The moment an enemy appeared over any town, messages were to be sent to all the stations simultaneously, and detachments of vessels were to be dispatched to the threatened point as soon as the warning was received. It will be seen that this system would enable a very large force to be concentrated upon any threatened point, and in fact, before the sun was 2 degrees above the horizon of Paris, 8 squadrons of Federation warships, including the 2 under the command of Alan and Alexis, were flying at full speed from all 4 points of the compass towards the city which, for over half a century, had been the acknowledged capital of the continent. Little more than an hour sufficed for the Avenger and the Isma to pass over the 600 miles which separated Görlitz from Paris. Flying at their utmost speed, they left their squadrons to follow the 2 admirals, knowing that every captain could be implicitly trusted to do the work allotted to his ship without further orders. The object of Alan and Alexis was to get first to the scene of action, and to avail themselves of the superior soaring powers of their 2 vessels to deliver an assault upon the Muslims which they could not reply to. A fearful scene unfolded itself before them as they swept up out of the eastward over Paris. The vast and splendid city was surrounded by a huge circle, formed of at least 200 Muslim warships floating at an elevation of some 3 miles, and pouring a tempest of projectiles from hundreds of guns indiscriminately into the area crowded with stately buildings and nearly 10 millions of inhabitants. Nearly 3 miles above the centre of the city floated a solitary scout ship, ready to signal warning of the approach of an enemy. Fires were already raging in hundreds of places all over the city. The streets were swarming with terrified throngs of citizens who had rushed out to escape the flames of the falling buildings, only to meet the hundreds of shells that were constantly bursting among them, rending their bodies to fragments by scores at a time. Such was the beginning of Khalid the Magnificent's revenge for the disaster of the Mediterranean. A vengeance which proved that, in his breast at least, the savage spirit of the ancient warfare was still untamed. The Avenger and the Isma gained an altitude of 4 miles above the doomed city. Half a dozen shells from their guns struck the scout ship and reduced her to dust before she had time to make a signal in warning. And then the 44 guns began to send a radiating hail of projectiles upon the Muslim fleet. Shell after shell found its mark in spite of the vast range, and ship after ship collapsed and dropped in fragments or blew up like a huge shell. But before the 5th round had been fired, a strange thing happened. A single Aerian warship rushed up at full speed out of the south, and as soon as she sighted the Avenger signalled, "Orders from the Council, come alongside." The newcomer soared upwards as they sank to meet her, and the 3 ships met and stopped some 3.5 miles above the earth. The stern of the Azrael, as the messenger ship was named, was brought close up to that of the Avenger. The deck doors were opened, a gangway thrown across, and the captain boarded the flagship and placed a sealed dispatch in Alan's hand. He opened it, and to his unspeakable astonishment read, Aeria, May 16th, 6 p.m. All Aerians are to return at once with their ships to Aeria, and take no further part in the fighting. The Federation fleets may be left in the hands of foreign crews and commanders, to whom the power stations and batteries are to be given up. This order is to be obeyed with the least possible delay. Alan Arnold, President. To the Admirals in command of the Federation fleets. End of chapter 24. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25 of Olga Romanoff by George Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A message from Mars. In order to adequately explain the origin of the peremptory recall which, although of course he obeyed it without question, seemed so incomprehensible to Alan, it will be necessary to go back to the night of the 12th of May. While all Aeria was rejoicing over the return of the exiles and their restoration to the rights of citizenship, there was one of the inhabitants of the valley who took little or no part in the festivities. This was Vasilis Cosmo, a man of between 46 and 47, an elder brother of the George Cosmo, who had been chief engineer of the Narwhal, and was now first officer of the Avenger. A striking distinction of personality and temperament had, ever since he had reached the thinking age, marked him as one apart from the rest of his fellow countrymen. He had little or none of the gaiety of disposition and social cordiality that was the salient characteristics of the Aerians as a people. He was serious almost to taciturnity, solitary and studious, and wholly engrossed in a single pursuit, the study of astronomy in its bearing on the great problem of interplanetary communication. After 20 years of constant labour, assisted by all the knowledge and inventive progress which had placed the Aerians so far ahead of the rest of the world, he had at length solved this problem, and realised the dream of ages 6 years before Olga Romanoff had dropped her defiance from the skies. As yet, however, his success had been confined to one planet, and this, as will have been learnt from the conversations between Alma and Isma on that memorable night on which Alan's letter had been received from the island, was the planet Mars. After infinite toil and innumerable failures, he had at length succeeded in establishing an intelligible system, of which may here be described as phototelegraphy, in which the rays of light passing between the Earth and Mars were made to perform the functions of the electric wires in modern telegraphy. His alphabet, so to speak, consisted of 100 great electric suns disposed at equal intervals on the mountain peaks round the great oval of the valley. These were in direct communication with the observatory of Aeria, which was situated at a height of 16,000 feet on Mount Austral, the highest of the 2 snow-capped peaks, which stood at the southern end of the valley. A single switch key enabled him, when sitting by the huge telescope which embodied all the highest optical science of Aeria, to light and extinguish these brilliant globes as he chose, and it was by lighting
and extinguishing them at certain intervals, that he was able to transmit his signals to the Martian astronomer, who was waiting to receive them, and to reply to them by similar means across the gulf of 34 million miles, which separates the two planets at their nearest approach to each other. Momentous as were the events of the last few days, they were dwarfed to utter insignificance by the irregular and apparently meaningless recurrences of a tiny point of light in the centre of a great concave mirror situated at the base of the huge barrel of the telescope, through the side aperture of which Vasilis Cosmo was looking a few minutes before midnight on that memorable 12th of May. The point of light appeared and vanished, and reappeared again at irregular intervals, which the astronomer noted on an automatic registered instrument beside him. The moment the flash appeared, he pressed a button, which he held down till it disappeared. Then he released it, waiting till the flash reappeared, and repeated the operation so long as the signals came. For nearly 5 hours he received and registered the signals recorded by his reflector in silence, broken only by the monotonous ticking of the clockwork which, working synchronously with the movements of the two orbs, kept the image of Mars exactly in the centre of the object glass, and by the soft whirring of the registering instrument. Never before had human eyes read such a message as he read, sitting that night in silence and solitude in his observatory amid the snows far above the lovely valley in which his countrymen were still holding high revel. Well might his hands tremble and his eyes grow dim with something more than long watching, when he reversed the mechanism of the register, and a narrow slip of paper, divided by cross lines into equal spaces 1/10 of an inch long, issued from a slit on one end, and began to run slowly over a revolving drum. On the tape was a series of straight black lines running longitudinally along it. They were of unequal length and divided from each other by unequal spaces. Before the exact import of the message could be gained, the length of each of these lines and that of the space which separated it from the next had to be accurately measured. But Vasilis knew his own code so perfectly that he had been able to read the general drift of the communication that had been sent along the light rays from the sister world by approximately guessing the duration of the flashes and intervals between them. Day was beginning to dawn by the time the long tape had been unrolled and pinned down in equal lengths on a board for measuring. For more than 5 hours he had not uttered a syllable or even an exclamation, although he had received from another world what appeared to be tantamount not only to his own death sentence, but to that of the whole human race. But when the slips were at length pinned out, and he had run his practised eye deliberately over the fateful marks, his white lips parted and a deep groan broke from his chest. He was alone in the observatory, or perhaps not even this sign of emotion would have escaped him. With his hand pressed to his temple, as though his brain were reeling under the frightful intelligence that had just been conveyed to it, he stood in front of the board and gasped in short, broken sentences.
God of mercy, can that be really true? Has the world only 4 months more to live? Surely I have made some mistake. And yet everything has worked as usual. There has been no hitch. Oh, it has been a splendid night for transmission, and they... No, they had not made a mistake for 1,000 years. They are past it. It must. But no, I can do nothing more this morning. I should go mad if I did. I must think of it quietly, and sleep a little if I can, and then I will transcribe it.
He left the telescope tower and went out onto a little platform at the rear of the observatory, which commanded a view of the whole valley. He looked out over the lovely landscape lying calm and silent beneath the paling stars, and involuntarily exclaimed aloud,
Is it for this that we have conquered the earth and abridged the abysses of space?
For this that we have made ourselves as God among men, and throned ourselves here in this lovely land, lords of the world and masters of the nations? How shall I tell them down yonder? And yet has not the master told them already? His shape shall be that of a flaming fire. Your children of the 5th generation shall hold his approach. Yes, the 2 exiles we welcomed back last night are the 5th generation from the angel, and that will truly be a flaming fire, and truly it will go hard with this world and the men of it in the hour of its passing, as the master has said.
After a vain attempt to seek refuge from his thoughts in sleep, he boarded his aerial yacht and went to the city to mingle with the merrymakers, more for appearance sake than from inclination. But he kept his own counsel strictly, for more reasons than one. The next night, as soon as Mars was high enough in the heavens, about 10:30, the dwellers in the valley saw the great lights on the mountain tops flash out and darken, at irregular intervals time after time, and hour after hour, until all but those on the sentinel ships went to rest, saying,
"Vasilis is talking to our neighbours in Mars. He will have something to tell us tomorrow."
But when the next day came, he had nothing to tell. He had spent the night repeating the message, sign for sign and word for word, and asking for confirmation, lest he should have made any mistake in receiving it. Then, in agonized anxiety, he had waited for the reply on which he now felt the fate of mankind depended. It came with a terrible clearness and brevity which left no room for doubt.
Message read correctly. There is no error in our calculations. Terrestrial humanity is doomed and must prepare to meet its fate.
So far as he was concerned, he was satisfied. He knew that a mistake was impossible to the finished science of the Martian astronomers, compared with whom he was but as a little child in knowledge. But still, he kept his own counsel, for there was no need for him to cast the sudden shadow of death over the rejoicings of his countrymen. At length the fleets departed, and Aeria, armed at all points, was awaiting the possible onslaught of her foes. These she would doubtless hurl back in triumphant disdain from her bulwarks, but far, far away in the depths of space, beyond even the range of the great equatorial on Mount Austral, there was approaching an enemy whose assault men could only meet with resignation or despair, as the case might be. Resistance was as much out of the question as escape. Early on the morning of the 16th, soon after the Avenger had struck the first blow in the World War, Vasilis presented himself at the President's palace and asked for an interview with him. The President received him a few minutes later in his private room. It was the first time in his life that the silent, reserved astronomer had ever asked for an official interview, and as the President entered the room, he held out his hand, saying, "Good morning, Vasilis. We have seen very little of you lately, even less than usual. Have you come to see me about the work which has kept you from joining in the general rejoicings? I'm sure it must have been very important."
"Yes, President, it was. The most important that a terrestrial student of astronomy could be engaged upon,"
replied Vasilis, speaking slowly and very gravely. The President looked curiously for a moment into his clear, thoughtful eyes and noticed the lines of care on his pale, worn features, so different to those of the rest of his countrymen. Then he said, with an anxious ring in his voice, "What is the matter, Vasilis? You look worn and ill, as though you had just passed through some great sorrow. Have you been keeping too long vigils with the stars? Tell me, what is it?" Vasilis was silent for a moment, as though he might have been wondering whether the President, strong as he was, would have the strength to bear the blow that he must strike in his next sentence. The awful news had come to him slowly, sign by sign and word by word, and so he had been in a measure prepared for it when its full meaning became clear. But upon Alan Arnold it must fall at a single stroke.
Still, the words had to be spoken, and after a good minute's pause, he said, "President, I bring you the most terrible news that one man can bring to another. The master's prophecy is about to be fulfilled. 3 nights ago I received through the phototelegraph what I believe to be the death sentence of humanity upon earth. Here is the transcript of the message." Save for a sudden pallor and quick uplifting of the eyelids, Alan Arnold betrayed no more emotion as he took the roll of paper which Vasilis handed to him than he had done when he received his son's letter from the island. "It does not come to me unexpected," he said, in his firm, quiet tones. "Your children and mine, Vasilis, are of the 5th generation, and it was foretold that they should see the sign in the sky. And so the threatening doom is not to pass us by." "No," replied Vasilis, "not unless some miracle happens, and there are no miracles in the astronomy of the mathematics of Mars. The Martians are long past the age of miracles or mistakes. These are the data and the calculations upon which the conclusion is based. I have repeated them back to Mars and received confirmation of them. I have also verified the times and distances and velocities myself, and have been unable to find the slightest error. As far as I can see, there is not the remotest chance of escape. The human race has only 4 months, 5 days, and 23 hours to live from midnight to night." "It is the will of God," said the President solemnly, slightly bending his head as he spoke. "It is not for us to question the designs of eternal wisdom, save in so far as we may strive to understand them. Death has always been inevitable to all of us, and this will only be dying together instead of alone. Do you wish anything done with these calculations?" "Yes," said Vasilis. "I would suggest that you appoint a committee of our best mathematicians and astronomers to examine and verify them once more, detail by detail, so that assurance may, if possible, be made surer. I shall receive another message from Mars tonight, and it will be well for the committee to be with me in the observatory. With the public aspect of the question I have, of course, nothing to do. That lies in the hands of yourself and the council." "Very well," said the President. "What you wish should be done at once, and the council will meet this morning to consider what public steps are to be taken." Within half an hour after the conclusion of the momentous interview, the council had met, and the most immediate result of its deliberations on the tremendous tidings that had come from the sister world was the issue of the order for the instant return of all Aerians who were abroad, which had been delivered to Alan on the deck of the Avenger on the morning of the 18th. Immediately on receiving his father's letter, Alan signalled, "Cease fire and follow," to the Isma, and the 3 Aerian vessels started southward towards Gibraltar, leaving Paris to its fate. At Gibraltar, which was reached in 2 hours and a half, he found that, in accordance with the orders of the Council, messages had already been sent out to all the stations within the European area of the Federation, for all Aerians to rendezvous at the Rock as soon as possible. The same orders had been transmitted along the telephone cables which connected the marine stations of the Mediterranean for all the battleships on service to go into their respective harbours, so that their crew might land and be picked up by airships which had already been dispatched for them. Before the evening, Aerian vessels had begun to come in from all parts of Europe, where they had been stationed, and their crews brought terrible descriptions of the scenes of carnage and destruction they had left to obey the summons. The Federation leaders were in despair at their apparent desertion of their potent allies, while their enemies were already rejoicing at the disappearance of the Aerian warships from all points of the scene of war. By midnight the last Aerian vessel had come in, and, after the command of the Rock, the last station of which the Aerians retained command had been handed over to the British forces, the flotilla, numbering nearly 400 warships, rose into the air, just as 2 large Muslim squadrons, one fresh from the destruction of Paris and the other from Alexandria, and the east of Europe converged upon the rock, and, without warning, opened a furious fire of shells upon it. The great guns from the batteries replied, and the fleets under the command of Alan and Alexis, after sending a rapid hail of shells among the Muslim vessels as a parting salute, soared into the upper regions of the air and headed southward for home, leaving a fiery chaos of death and destruction behind them. 2 hours after daybreak on the 19th, the fleet crossed the northern ridge and sank to earth on the sloping plateau behind the city. Alan at once disembarked and went to his father's palace to report himself. The sudden and unexpected return of the fleet, which had left to do battle for the empire of the world but 3 days and a half before, filled all the inhabitants of the valley with amazement, for no one outside the council and the committee appointed to verify the message received from Mars yet knew of the doom that was menacing the world. Alan was received at the door of his palace by his father, who, after their greetings had been exchanged, took him at once to the room in which the council were already assembled, and there, in the presence of his colleagues, made him acquainted with the reason for his recall. Inured as he was to the unsparing warfare in which human life had to be counted as almost a negligible quantity, a warfare in which there was no middle course between life and death, Alan, after the first shock of surprise and horror had passed, faced the tremendous crisis with a calmness and resignation worthy of the traditions of his family and his race. For years he had carried his life in his hands, and now that the end of all things seemed near, he was prepared to look inevitable death calmly in the face. He heard the reading of the message in silence, and then, when he saw that they were waiting for him to speak, he said quietly, "What is to be, must be. We cannot argue with the workings of the universe." Then he paused for a moment and went on. "I have come back with my comrades in obedience to orders. May I now ask why, if death is coming to the whole human race, we were not permitted to die in battle, for the right against the wrong, rather than to wait here in inaction and suspense until we are burned to death on the funeral pyre of the world?" He spoke the last words almost hotly, for the first thought that had risen in his mind after hearing the doom that was about to overtake humanity was that the debt he owed to Olga Romanoff must now forever remain unpaid at his hands. This thought was so unbearable to him that before any reply could be made to his question, he broke out again, this time speaking rapidly and almost angrily. "If, as you tell me, the world has only a few weeks to live, why should I wait here for death when I have work to do elsewhere? What does it matter whether I die scorched to a cinder in the fire mist or am blown to pieces by a Russian shell? I have a debt to pay, a stain upon my honour and my manhood to wipe out before I die. And so too has Alexis. Will you not give us an airship and let us find a crew of volunteers that we may go back to the war and hunt our enemy, and the enemy of humanity down, and either destroy her, or find an honourable death in the attempt to do so?" As he ended his impassioned appeal, his father rose from his seat and laid his hand upon his shoulder and said gravely, and yet not without a note of admiration in his voice, "My son, those are brave and honourable words, and they prove that you are no unworthy son of the race that you belong to. But they are still the words of passion rather than reason. Remember that in the presence of the universal doom that now overhangs the human race, not only private vengeance, but even the strife of nations sinks into utter insignificance. A heavier hand than yours will punish the sin for which she who has wronged you will soon have to answer at the bar of eternal justice. Remember how it was said of old, 'Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I will repay.'" "That is true, father," replied Alan, now speaking in his habitual tone of respect. "But why should not the instrument of that vengeance be the hand of him whom she has so bitterly wronged? You know what I mean, and so do all in this room.
Has she not so polluted my manhood and stained my honour that I must meet apart from Alma the fate that I could have shared with her, with no more regret than that we had to die instead of live together? Is it not better that she should know I died in the attempt to wipe that stain away, than see me waiting for death, with it still upon me?
That is for Alma as well as for you to decide, said Francis Tremaine, rising from his seat as he spoke. How do you know that she is unwilling to meet her end hand in hand with you?
I have looked into her eyes, and see no love in them, replied Alan, flushing to his temples with shame and anger. Her old love for me is dead, as it may well be. How could I expect her purity to mate with my—
Stop, Alan, exclaimed his father, before he had time to utter the shameful word that was on his lips. Those are no words for you to speak or for me to hear, especially at such a time as this. If any stain ever rested upon you, you have more than purged it already. The man who is found worthy the confidence of the rulers of Aeria is worthy the respect, if not the love, of any woman in the state. Whether Alma loves you still or not is a question for her own heart to answer, but you must not call yourself unworthy in my hearing. Nor yet in mine, said Alma's father warmly. If the shadow of death had not fallen across all our life-ways as it has done, there is no man who wears the golden wings that I would so willingly see Alma join hands with as yourself. If I, her father, hold you worthy to live with her, surely you cannot hold yourself unworthy to die with her. As he spoke, he held out his hand to Alan, and he, unable to find words to answer him, grasped it in silence, broken only by a murmur of approval from the assembled members of the council. Thank you, my friend, for saying that, said the president to Tremaine. Alan can ask no better assurance unless he has it from Alma's own lips. But now I have something more to say, something that will give the true reason for my recall of all the Aerians who are beyond our borders. Let the words you are now going to hear be heard with all respect, for they are not mine, but those of the Master himself. Amidst an expectant silence, he now resumed his place at the head of the council table, and bidding Alan and the vice-president to be seated, took a long parchment envelope, brown with age, from the breast of his tunic, and said, "This contains the last words of him who prophesied the doom with which humanity now stands confronted, and who thus speaks to us from the past, and gives us good counsel and comfort in the hour of our perplexity and sorrow. It has been handed down with its seal unbroken from father to son for 4 generations. And now it has fallen to me to break the seal and read what no eyes but those of Natas and my own have ever seen. This is the endorsement upon the cover. To the son or daughter of my line who shall be the head of the house of Arnold in the 5th generation from me, when the world is threatened with the final ruin that I have foreshadowed, open this and read my words to all who are then dwelling in Aeria. Natas." The president paused, and everyone waited with most anxious expectations as he opened the envelope and took from it 4 square sheets of parchment. He unfolded them and went on. "When Vasilius Cosmos brought me the transcription of the message from Mars, I saw that the time had come to obey the injunction endorsed on this envelope. I opened it, and this is what I read. The interpretation of the prophecy concerning the possible destruction of the world in the 5th generation from now, written by me in the 25th year of the peace, and commanded to be read every 5th year in the ears of the descendants of those now dwelling in Aeria. When the war of the terror was over, and there was peace on earth, I devoted the declining years of my life to the study of that noblest of all sciences, which teaches the lore of the stars and the constitution of the universe. In the 15th year of the peace, that is to say, in the year of the Christian era 1920, a new star appeared towards the constellation of Andromeda, which shone with great brilliancy
for 35 nights and then faded gradually away into the abyss of space. Seeking into the causes of this phenomenon, I found that it was due to the collusion of two opaque bodies behind the bounds of the solar system, which doubtless had been travelling towards each other for centuries through space. So enormous was the heat evolved by the conversion of the motion of the two bodies, that their materials were resolved into their component elements, and what had been two bodies as solid as the earth, though immensely larger, now became an enormous fire mist, a chaos of blazing storms and burning billows of incandescent matter. I observed it closely from the time of its first appearance until the most powerful telescope at my command could no longer detect it. I found that, vastly remote as it was, the course which it pursued until it was lost to view proved that it was still within the sphere of the sun's attraction, and that therefore a time must come when it would reach its point of greatest distance and return. Such calculations as I was able to make during the brief period of my observation showed that it would re-enter the confines of the solar system in 112 years from then, and travelling with constantly accelerated motion would become visible to the inhabitants of the earth 5 years later. I learnt, too, that unless it should be deflected from its path by the attraction of bodies unknown to terrestrial astronomers, it would cross the orbit of the earth in the month of September, in the year 2037, that is to say, in the 5th generation of men from my own day. If my calculations are correct, will during that month pass through an ocean of fire that will destroy all living things upon its surface, both plants and animals, for the space of 10 hours, or it may be well more. While the planet is passing through the fire mist, there will be no water upon the face of the earth, but the whole globe will be surrounded with a vast nebulous mantle of steam. At the end of this time, it will emerge from the fiery sea. The storm cloud will be recondensed and fall into a deluge upon the land, and the world, with a changed face, with new oceans and new continents, will pursue her impassive way, lifeless, through space. But even in the face of so tremendous a cataclysm as this, it is not for human genius to despair or human faith to be confounded. The new earth may be repeopled, and you may be the parents of the new humanity. Though innumerable millions shall die, yet the chosen few will be saved, if the Master of Destiny shall permit. And from among you the chosen few shall come. The caverns of Mount Austral are deep and cool, and enclosed by walls of living rock, deep-rooted in the foundation of the world. In those days, if you shall have made good use of the heritage we leave you, you shall be almost as gods in skill and knowledge, and you shall find a means to make this a fortress whose strength shall defy the convulsions of the elements and preserve a remnant of human life upon the earth. When you have done this, you that remain shall prepare to meet the inevitable end, for only a few among your many thousands can be saved. Yet if you have grown in wisdom and faith as well as in knowledge and skill, you shall not disquiet yourself about this, for sooner or later death is certain to all, and you will but pass together through the shadows instead of singularly. When the final hour comes, and the breath of the blazing firmament is hot upon your brows, may he, in whose hand the fate of worlds and races lie, give you strength and wisdom to compose yourself for death as men who know that it is but the dreamless sleep that parts tomorrow from today. Those are the words of the Master, said the President reverently, laying down the parchment sheets on the table before him, and it is for us to hear and obey. You will now see why it was necessary for all our sons that had gone forth to battle to be recalled. For among them there are many who can justly lay claim to be the flower of Aryan manhood. Tomorrow I will read the message from Mars and the commands of the Master in the temple to a congregation of all the fathers and mothers in Aeria, and then it shall be their task to prepare their children for the doom which awaits them in common with the rest of humanity. The remainder of today we will devote
to the task of considering how the commands of the master may be best obeyed. End of chapter 25.